Northeast China, September 6, 1983, early autumn. Outside the Greater Khingan Mountains in Tuanjiatun, Sugwa sat dazed in the courtyard, his eyes empty and lifeless. He subconsciously touched his own face, a soul-deep question rising within him. Where is this place? He vaguely remembered that he had just been at a social gathering drinking himself, nearly senseless. Still dizzy, he had stumbled across the street, and after that everything was a blur. He hazily recalled being struck by something. Had he been hit by fortune or calamity? Sugwa drew in a deep breath and lifted his head toward the sky. The heavens were so bright and clear that his confusion only deepened. Could the sky of the 21st century ever be this pristine? Sugwa stood up and surveyed the surroundings of the courtyard. All around were small yards enclosed by wooden fences. Was this his old home near the northeastern Khingan Range? He could hardly believe it. Was this truly his old home in the 1980s? Looking down at his own powerful, vigorous arms, Sugwa became more certain this was his younger self. Sugwa muttered, "Have I returned to my youth?" Then he cursed under his breath. Damn it. I worked so hard to build my career. Rage surged up as he roared at the unseen heavens. You playing with me? Just as he was still grumbling and swearing, a familiar figure entered from outside, pushing open the fenced gate. Sugwa, give me a hand and move this wood over there. Jievi. Sugwa looked at Su Qian, who was wiping the sweat from her brow, his lips parting as he spoke softly. The woman before him was so familiar. Who else could she be but his famously tough eldest sister? What are you staring at? Hurry up and move it. Su Qian raised her voice. Sugwa dared not keep standing there like a block of wood. He hurried over, hefted the lumber, and carried it into the kitchen. Watching him finish moving the wood, Su Qian finally smiled and cheerfully patted the dust from his clothes. What were you spacing out about just now? Still struggling to accept that he had been reborn, Sugwa asked. Jia, what time is it now? It's 1983. Why? She replied. Hearing the year, Sugwa jolted and pressed on. What month and what day? September 6th. Oh, I think. What's wrong? She said, puzzled. At that date, Sugwa's entire body trembled violently. Without another word, he grabbed a thick wooden stick, took hold of the leash of their big, clumsy dog, and bolted out of the yard. He knew this date all too well. On this very day, his mother would get into a dispute while washing clothes at the western end of the ton. It was etched deeply in his memory. In his previous life, when his mother came home, that day, she was covered in bruises. It had started innocently enough. As she washed clothes at the west end of the ton, the women chatted idly until someone took issue with her opinion. Words escalated, and the two ended up in a full-blown fight. If it had only been that, there would have been little for Sugwa to worry about. But that was not how things unfolded. The woman quarreling with his mother had never been her match, yet her 3 sons happened to pass by and intervened. That was what led to the tragedy. That was why, upon hearing the date, Sugwa had become so agitated. Hey, where are you going? In the courtyard, Su Jing saw Sugwa dash out in such a panic and hurried after him. After all, Sugwa had left with the big clumsy dog on a leash. If the dog bit someone, it would be no small matter. Sugwa's heart burned with anxiety, as if he had not even heard his sister's shout. He no longer cared about anything else, not whether this was a dream. Even if it were only a dream, he had to get there. When his mother had later recounted what happened, he had been left with nothing but endless guilt and anguish. Tuanjiatun, western side. The river water had grown chilly, autumn wind cutting and bleak. Yet many people still knelt by the river washing clothes. It was autumn. They needed to wash every garment they could now, so they would not have to do it in winter. Hanwan, my boy, has gone with Li Pao to learn hunting. Why don't you send your son along too, so they can have some company? The shrill, grating voice cut through the air. The other women at the river merely kept their heads down, saying nothing. Everyone knew that Hanwan and Li Xiaoyan had been at odds for a long time. It was always Li Xiaoyan who picked the fights first. No one knew whether she was simply reckless or just mean-spirited. Hanwan's hands stilled in the water as she said slowly, no. I'd rather have my son go find a proper job in the county. I won't let him become a hunter. Tuanjiatun lay just beneath the Khingan Range, the closest settlement to the Great Forest. In the ton, if there was any job that truly brought in money, it was without question hunting. As the saying went, those who live by the mountain live off the mountain, those by the water live off the water. The resources within the forest were inexhaustible. Yet hunting carried great danger as well. Many hunters had perished, devoured by wild beasts. Hanwan's own father had been a hunter, and their family had lived decently enough. But the peril of entering the mountains was too great, which was why she refused to let Sugwa learn the trade. Li Xiaoyan chuckled and said, I think you just don't dare. After all, you only laid one egg, just this one son. If something were to happen to him, what would you do then? The other women shot her looks of disgust. Her words were vile beyond belief. She was blatantly cursing the Su family to lose their son young to be cut off in posterity. In that generation's mindset, a household's worth rose with the number of sons. This belief had long fed Li Xiaoyan's arrogance and overbearing nature. On hearing this, Han Wan refused to indulge her any further. Rage surged through her chest as she set the clothes down by the river and strode straight toward Li Xiaoyan. She raised her hand and slapped her. Crack. The sharp sound of the slap left Li Xiaoyan stunned. Pain flared across her face, quickly followed by a wave of unspeakable humiliation. She had actually been struck in public. Trembling with rage, Li Xiaoyan pointed at Han Wan. You dare hit me? Yes, I dare. Crack. Another resounding slap rang out. Han Wan had struck her again. Even a cow will defend its calf. How could she allow anyone to insult Su Guo, whom she had carried for 10 months and born after walking through the gates of death? A woman may be weak, but as a mother she becomes steel. I'll never let this go. Enraged, Li Xiaoyan lunged forward, seizing Han Wan by the hair. Han Wan paid it no mind, her palm continuing to strike Li Xiaoyan's face again and again. Li Xiaoyan's grip only grew stronger as the two of them locked together, clawing and pulling at each other. The women on the riverbank rushed to intervene. Matters were clearly spiraling out of control. Stop fighting, stop. Sister Han, let go first. Sister Li, you let go too. Can't you talk this out? Yes, can't you talk it through? Come on, let go, let go. No matter how they implored, neither woman showed the slightest sign of loosening her grip. Just then 3 figures appeared on the riverbank. The women there cried out inwardly, this is bad. The newcomers were none other than Li Xiaoyan's 3 sons. Seeing their mother locked in a fight, the 3 sons grabbed sticks from the ground and strode toward the riverbank. The 3 sons of Li Xiaoyan had just come over from the western woods, still hefting a wild pheasant and a hare in their hands. As they reached the small creek on the west side of the village, they heard a commotion and were greeted by this chaotic scene. How could the 3rd son possibly endure this? He snatched up a stick from the ground and strode along the path towards Su Mu, Han Wan, and Li Xiaoyan. Ma, I'm here to help you, he shouted. The eldest son Chen Feilong seized a stick as well and lifted his hand to smash it down on Su Mu Han Wan's head. In these times, everyone in the village knew one another, yet there were few who would act so recklessly, not considering the consequences at all. Su Mu Han Wan reacted with lightning speed. She twisted her foot, tugged her body aside, and directly pulled Li Xiaoyan in front of her so that the blow landed squarely on Li Xiaoyan instead. But the other 2 brothers had already closed in from behind and swung their sticks without hesitation. 2 heavy blows landed solidly on Su Mu Han Wan's body. She staggered, nearly fainting on the spot. At that very moment, Su Guo was sprinting toward them. As soon as he reached the small creek on the west side of the village, he saw the scene of his mother being beaten. His eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulged on his forehead, and he let go of the dog's leash. "Da Bindog, tear the 3 of them apart," he roared. Freed, Da Bindog bolted down from the upper path, and in an instant rushed to stand in front of Su Mu Han Wan. He sank his teeth into the thigh of Li Xiaoyan's 3rd son Chen Feihu, who screamed in agony, his cries tearing through the air. Chen Feihu raised the stick in his hand and brought it down onto Bindog's body again, and again dull thuds, echoing one after another. At last, Da Bindog released his bite, remaining in front of Su Mu Han Wan to shield her. Su Guo had also descended from the upper path. "Ma, are you all right?" he asked. I'm fine. These 3 wretched brats played dirty," Su Mu Han Wan replied. "Ma, stand off to the side. Leave this to me," Su Guo said. "All right, just don't take anyone's life," she cautioned. "Rest assured," he answered. Chen Feilong wiped the sweat from his forehead, cursing inwardly, damn it. Today, when they entered the western woods, they had not brought any hunting dogs. All the dogs had been left at home. A good hunting dog could easily maul a person to death. Chen Feilong knew all too well about Su Guo's dog, Da Bindog. The dog had been given to him by his grandfather, an experienced hunter who often traveled far from home. Raised from the offspring of his grandfather's hunting dogs, Da Bindog could hardly be considered inferior. Thinking of this, Chen Feilong grew even more anxious. If Da Bindog sank his teeth into him, how would he ever go hunting again? Su Guo glared at the 4 before him, seething with fury. Da Bindog barked at them relentlessly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Woof, woof, woof. Chen Feilong's hands trembled as he tightened his grip on the stick. "Su Guo, what do you think you're doing?" he demanded. "It was your mother who struck first," he added. "Do you know the consequences of setting a dog on someone?" Before Su Guo could respond, Su Mu Han Wan shouted, "Nonsense. It was your mother who attacked first." Su Guo said calmly, "See. Now the truth is clear, isn't it?" Li Xiaoyan glared at him. What can you possibly do to me?" she snapped. "You think you can hit me?" as she scoffed. "Touching you would only dirty my hands," Su Guo replied. Without further nonsense, he grabbed the rope in his hand, wrapped it around his fist, and rubbed Da Bindog's head. Go, he ordered. The Bendog charged forward, pinning one person down. Sugwa stepped up, swung his leg, and kicked Chin Filong flat to the ground, rendering him completely helpless. Perhaps out of fear of being bitten by the Bendog once he was sent flying by that kick, Chin Filong did not even try to get back up. The second son, Chin Feiyu, fared even worse. Sugwa knocked him out with a single slap, and he collapsed to the ground. The Bendog did not bite him. Instead, the dog trotted over and snatched up the pheasant and hare. The situation had turned completely in their favor. Only Li Xiaoyan remained. She had never imagined that a few spiteful words from her foul mouth would lead to such a scene. Sugwa advanced on Li Xiaoyan step by step. She trembled all over, pointing at him. What are you going to do? You'd better think this through. If you cross me, you'll never have a good life again, she threatened. You'd better worry about your own life first, he said. With that, his hand whipped out in a slap. Crack! The sharp sound of the blow rang out as his palm landed across her face, turning it bright red. Crack! He lifted his hand and delivered another slap. Li Xiaoyan glared at him. You? She sputtered. Did I say you could speak? He cut her off. Crack! Yet another slap fell. Whether this was a dream or he had truly been reborn, Sugwa felt utterly exhilarated. In the past, every time Su Muhanwan mentioned that incident, he would be consumed by guilt and helplessness. Now that he finally had the chance, he was determined to make things right. Sugwa, maybe that's enough. Someone suggested. Yes, if you ask me, you've hit her plenty. That should be enough, another ant chimed in. Sugwa, don't blow this out of proportion. We're all from the same village, we see each other every day, another said. A few slaps are one thing, but if you keep going, someone might die, she added. Hearing the women by the creek speak, Sugwa frowned. When they had been watching from the sidelines, they had stayed silent. Now that his mother had already been beaten, they suddenly wanted to intervene. Was this some kind of cruel joke? Their behavior filled Sugwa with a deep sense of disgust. Forcing a thin smile, Sugwa said, Aunties, if I hadn't come today, would you have stood in her way like this and stopped her from bullying my mother? The women said nothing. In their hearts, they knew the answer all too well. After all, they were on close terms with Li Xiaoyan, otherwise they wouldn't have stepped in to shield her. Sugwa, what happened? Su Qian came hurrying down from the upper path, panting. Sis, why are you here? He asked. I saw you running over in such a rush and knew something must have happened. Ma, what's going on with your back? What happened? As she spoke, Su Qian's eyes grew red and swollen, especially when she saw the two raised reddened welts across her mother's back. Su Muhanwan gently rubbed Su Qian's hand. Ma's fine. Don't worry, she soothed. Sis, it was those three brats and that vile woman who did this, Sugwa said. Sugwa then clearly recounted the entire sequence of events, pointedly glancing at the ants nearby. Su Qian flared up at once. So they couldn't win an argument and decided to strike first. To hit someone and then falsely accuse them on top of it. Did they intend to claim all the advantage for themselves? Su Qian turned to the ants, saying coldly, Aunties, you should leave now so you don't stand here and make unfair judgments. Struck speechless by Su Qian's rebuke, the ants' faces turned pale. After a short while, they gathered their clothes and left. Only their small group remained at the scene. Su Qian walked over, lifted her hand, and delivered several slaps. You foul-mouthed hag. Foul-mouthed. Still foul-mouthed now, she shouted. Crack, crack, crack. A barrage of slaps left Li Xiaoyan's face flushed and engorged with blood. If Sugwa hadn't stepped in to stop it, her face would have been ruined beyond repair. If you ask me, it ought to be ruined. She walks around every day with that face, never doing anything decent, only spewing nonsense, Su Qian snapped. Sugwa tried to calm her. All right, sis, don't be angry, don't be angry. He stopped hitting as well, leaving behind one final warning. If you have a problem, come at me openly. Don't play dirty tricks behind people's backs. With that, Su Qian and Sugwa supported Su Muhanwan, and together with the Bendog, they left the western side of the village. The three returned home, and Su Muhanwan patted Sugwa's shoulder, saying, Son, you came back early otherwise. This group of ungrateful dogs treating you like this, when your dad comes back, he will definitely bring people to our door. Su Qian pouted, Sugwa, I think you're still too young. It would be better to let me slap them a few more times for a quicker resolution. Sugwa's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, she was fierce and did not consider the consequences. Sumu quickly got up and patted her head, saying, Are you crazy? What if someone gets killed? What will you have me and your dad do? Sugwa has done well enough, don't say anything more. We'll discuss this when your dad comes back. Sugwa brought over the wild chicken and hare that the big silly dog was carrying in its mouth. The hare is also known as a wild rabbit in the Northeast. In this era, the hunting resources in the Northeast are quite abundant. Our relying on the mountains means that the Northeast is a rich land. Mom, wild chicken and hare. Sugwa left one hare for the big silly dog and handed all the remaining wild chickens and hares to Sumu. After receiving them, Sumu smiled and asked, "They are from the three brothers?" Sugwa nodded. Yes, they are from the three brothers. During the fight, the big silly dog carried away the prey they were holding. Su Qian chuckled. Mom, we can finally have a meat meal today. Sumu replied, all right, I'll make you 2 meat dishes today. If this fight hadn't happened, even if the big silly dog had taken the prey, he would have compensated the other party according to market prices. But after today's incident, compensation? Not a chance. Compensation? No way. Besides, both sides have now become mortal enemies, an irreversible kind. Hee Mom is the best. Su Qian immediately leaned closer to Su Mu, who pushed her away in disdain, but failed to do so. So it was Sugwa looked at this warm scene and broke into a big smile. Now he was truly convinced that he had indeed been reborn. This is great, truly great. Having been reborn, the regrets of my past life should no longer haunt me, right? With this thought, Sugwa couldn't help but tremble inside. The Su family has a total of 2 courtyards, one main courtyard and another side courtyard. Sugwa lived in the side courtyard, which had 2 rooms. One large room was where Sugwa stayed, while the other smaller one was used as a storage room for the Su families and used items. Sugwa returned to the side courtyard, sitting on his kong, looking at the mud brick house. Familiar Syrian style. In this era, red bricks couldn't be afforded, so only mud bricks were used. There was no kong table in Sugwa's room, only the houses in the main courtyard had that. Whenever it was mealtime, Sugwa had to obediently return to the front yard, or else there would be no food. Having been reborn, what should I do? Yes, this is a final goal. Now that I've been reborn, I certainly won't pass my days as aimlessly as I did in my previous life. This time I need to think carefully about a plan to ensure my family lives well. Starting a business. But I have no money and am not cut out for that. Investing. That's not possible either, as I still have no money. Even if I know who can get rich, I need to have some initial wealth first. In the Northeast, the only way to make a small fortune is through hunting, but this small fortune comes at the cost of one's life. To be precise, it's very simple for old hunters to hunt. Hunting for new hunters, that's a matter of life and death. It's that absurd because entering the mountains is not a safe thing. But right now Sugwa had no choice. The question was how to hunt. Sugwa knew that his maternal grandfather was an old hunter, but if he asked him to teach him how to hunt, his mother would definitely not agree. In her eyes, his safety was paramount, making money was secondary. In his past life, Sugwa was quite interested in hunting. After all, not hunting in the Northeast would be a waste of resources, right? He had a keen interest, and this line of work seemed feasible. Sugwa had very little experience in hunting. He had only heard his grandfather talk about it, and seen it in online novels in his past life. But to have him take a hunting rifle and actually hunt, he truly didn't know how to go about it. Some might think that holding a hunting rifle and shooting when seeing prey is easy, isn't it? If it were that simple, there wouldn't be such fierce beasts in the mountains of the Northeast. Saying and doing are 2 different matters. What seems simple becomes very dangerous when actually faced with it. In his previous life, Sugwa had saved a hunter whose lower body was bitten through, and he could only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. That shows just how dangerous it is in the mountains. Of course, the most dangerous things aren't just the beasts, but also the people hunting alongside you. There's a saying, brothers hunting tigers. When encountering danger in the mountains, hunters run away at the drop of a hat. This is true. No one wants to joke with their own life, and when faced with life-threatening situations, everyone runs away happily. Just as he was lost in thought, the big, silly dog slowly walked over. Sugwa looked at the big, silly dog, got off the kong, and rubbed its head, saying, I have no food here, big, silly dog. The big, silly dog seemed to understand Sugwa's words, rubbing against his feet. Sugwa's eyes twinkled. I'll give you food later, for now come with me, okay? This big, silly dog was given to him by his maternal grandfather. If trained well, it could be a good hunting dog. There are many types of hunting, and the most suitable for beginners is dog hunting. What is dog hunting? It's when hunters go into the mountains with hunting dogs. The hunting dog finds the prey, engages it, and bites it while the hunters shoot, or they wait until the hunting dog has bitten the prey enough before shooting. Of course, the killed prey must first be shared with the hunting dog. This is to cultivate the hunting dog's habit, making it feel that it will always receive food after catching prey, thereby boosting its enthusiasm and forming a positive habit. The big silly dog nodded, as if agreeing. Very perceptive. Sugwa rubbed the dog's head again, and continued, since you are following me now, you need a name. The big silly dog was entirely white. Sugwa thought for a moment and murmured, let's call you Bailong. How about that? This name should be fine, right? Upon hearing this name, the big silly dog nodded again, seeming to accept it. Sugwa chuckled, Bailong. Bailong is great. The sound of crunching leaves echoed as Sugwa looked up to see his sister Su Qian. What are you doing? What is this, Bailong? Dinner's ready, you come eat. Okay. Facing his sister Sugwa dared not even retort. Sugwa followed his sister Su Qian into the main courtyard. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted by a savory aroma of meat, and he sniffed eagerly the delicious scent invading his nostrils. Mom, what you made smells incredible. I smelled it as soon as I walked in. Su Qian patted Sugwa's head, saying, you have quite a sweet tongue, don't you? Su Muhan smiled, saying, come and have a taste. I reckon your dad will be home soon. Sugwa gazed at the dishes on the table, his stomach growling with hunger, but he refrained from eating. Instead, he smiled and said, let's wait a bit longer until Dad gets home so we can eat together. Su Qian looked at Sugwa incredulously. Oh, the sun must be rising in the west today. Usually whenever there's meat, you're the one who enjoys it the most. What's going on? You're trying to behave today. Sugwa looked at Su Qian with a speechless expression, as if to say, sister, can you please take a break from talking? Aren't you tired? Su Muhan nodded, saying, Su Qian, you should say less. It's good that you care. Let's wait a little longer. Su Fu Su Jiangwo was still at the brick factory, and it seemed like they would have to wait a bit longer. The three chatted casually on the Kong, while Sugwa eyed the two meat dishes on the table: stir-fried jumping cat and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Chicken stewed with mushrooms is a famous dish from the Northeast, and it made Sugwa salivate a little. Fortunately, it wasn't long before a sound of the door being pushed open was heard. Sugwa hurriedly got off the Kong and walked to the door just in time to see his father Su Jiangwo walking this way. As soon as Su Jiangwo turned around, he saw Sugwa. What's wrong? Dad, you're finally back. Come in. Let me wash my hands first. Su Jiangwo walked to the ceramic basin to wash his hands, wiping his face afterward. In no time, the water in the basin turned especially dirty. Sugwa couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. It seemed that he had to realize his hunting plans sooner, or else his father would be too tired and dirty working at the brick factory every day. Dad, I'll get you a towel. Sugwa turned back into the room, handing the towel to Su Jiangwo, who paused for a moment before taking it, and saying, speak up, what trouble have you caused this time? Or did you make your mom angry again? Sugwa's face flushed red. No. After Su Jiangwo finished wiping his face, he set the towel aside and followed Sugwa into the room. Hanwan smiled, saying, the head of the family is back. Su Jiangwo nodded with a smile. Is there meat today? It smells so good. Why aren't you eating? Were you all waiting for me? No wonder Sugwa looked anxious just now. Oh, it turns out there's meat in the house. Su Qian was about to say something when she felt Sugwa poke her hand, stopping her. Then Sugwa leaned close to Su Qian's ear, whispering, let's talk after we eat. If they talked before finishing the meal, Sugwa was afraid his father would get angry and create trouble, which wouldn't be good, especially since they were all hungry. The four of them sat on the Kong eating greedily, especially Sugwa, who had no resistance to such delicious food. Although he had eaten plenty of exotic delicacies in his past life, nothing compared to this chicken stewed with mushrooms. Soon the meal was finished. Su Jiangwo patted his round belly while sitting on the Kong, chuckling, I'm really full. In this era, there were few families that could afford meat, and they barely saw any meat throughout the year. Su Jiangwo said, I almost forgot. Who gave us this jumping cat and wild chicken? We should remember to repay them when times are better. Our big stupid dog brought it back. What? Our big stupid dog brought it back. Whose was it? Wife, hurry and get the money. Oh, we need to repay them. Su Qian said irritably, Dad, there's no need to repay. Why not repay? What's going on? Su Jiangwo was left confused by Su Qian's words. Only then did Su Qian explain the whole situation, and after hearing it, Su Jiangwo was stunned for a moment. Then veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes turned red. Su Jiangwo turned to Han Wan and looked closely, only to discover two swollen marks on her back. This. Wife, I'm sorry you had to go through this. Su Jiangwo's voice trembled. He never expected that while he was at work, his wife would encounter such trouble while washing clothes in the west of the town. If it weren't for their son and daughter arriving in time, Han Wan's injuries would have certainly been worse. It's fine. It's all over now. It's not over. How dare they bully my wife? Sugwa. Yes. Stay at home and watch your mom. I'll be out for a bit. Sugwa was taken aback, but nodded after seeing the anger on his father's face. Remember to lock the door. Don't open it unless it's my voice. Before leaving, Su Jiangwo left this sentence and completely disappeared into the night. Brother, you can't say that. A dad is quite the man. He really is, but we won't be able to watch the show tonight. I was looking forward to it. Always thinking about watching the show. Come on, lock the door. Su Qian chuckled, pointing at Sugwa and giving orders. Sugwa hurriedly ran to the door and propped it shut with a large piece of wood. It's done. Turning back to look at his mother in the main courtyard, Sugwa said, Mom, don't worry, Dad definitely won't be too reckless. He's probably going to find Uncle Da or Uncle Air. Su Jiangwo was the third child. He had two older brothers, Su Weigua and Su Aigua. All right. Han Wan continued, Su Gua, if you see your three brothers in the town in the future, avoid conflict. If you can, I'm worried about you getting hurt. Han Wan's concerns were not unfounded. Su family only had Su Gua as a male. If something were to happen to him, what would they do? It's not that they were enemies in the town, but they had become bitter foes. When enemies met, they would be particularly hostile. What if something extreme happened? Su Gua nodded, saying, Mom, don't worry. I'm not that reckless. After leaving Zu's house, Su Jiangwo's anger had not subsided. Soon he arrived at the homes of his elder brother and second brother. The homes of the elder brother and second brother were right next to each other. Oh Jiangwo, what brings you here? Where's Su Gua? Didn't you bring him? Elder brother is second brother at home. Su Jiangwo looked towards his second brother's house. He's home. What's wrong? What happened? Su Jiangwo explained the entire sequence of events. Su Weigua said angrily, my sister-in-law was bullied. How dare they bully the Su family? Brother, wait here while I go grab a shovel. Your second brother is at home. Oh, just go ahead. I'll join you later. The Chen family. The three brothers Chen Feilong carried their mother Li Xiaoyan back home, and by this time the sky had turned completely dark. Li Xiaoyan's face was swollen, resembling a pig's head, and she had long lost her previous appearance. Chen Feilong, unable to bear it, hurriedly said, Mom, let me get you a basin of hot water to wash your face. Wash what, big head? What are you three brothers doing? Can't the three of you handle one person? Have you wasted all the food you ate? Beside him, Chen Feihu said, Mom, this isn't our fault. Su Gua had the dog. Mom, look, my thigh was bitten. It hurts so much. Among the three brothers, only Chen Feilong was not bitten. He had only received a kick and was now lying on the ground, unable to get up. If it weren't for the act, Chen Feihu wouldn't believe a word. However, there was no point in dwelling on this right now. Mom, let big brother help you wash your face first, and he'll go take care of the wounds with third brother. After saying that, Chen Feihu and Chen Feiyu walked outside, taking out the wound medicine and applying it slowly. Mom, sit tight, it'll get you a basin of water. After Chen Feilong finished speaking, he went outside, picked up a ceramic red basin, filled it with water, and placed it in front of Li Xiaoyan. Mom, wash your face. Li Xiaoyan glared at Chen Feilong, her eyes still filled with resentment, as if her suffering was somehow related to him. Chen Feilong didn't say much more, and quickly added, Mom, we'll take revenge when Dad comes back. Right? When your dad comes back, we'll discuss how to retaliate. After being slapped a few times, how can I face people again? Just as he finished speaking, the front door of the Chen family was opened, and Chen Feilong's father Chen Chuj walked in. Seeing his two sons applying wound medicine, he immediately asked, Feiyu, did you get bitten by a wolf? No, we were bitten by someone else's dog. What? Who did this? Before the two sons could respond, Li Xiaoyan began to cry inside the room. Chuj, you finally returned. Ooh, I waited so long, sob. Chen Chuj saw the situation and, forgetting his son's wounds, rushed into the room to look at Li Xiaoyan's wife. What happened to your face? Chen Feilong said, Dad, we got beaten up. What? Who did this? How could they hurt your mother like this? Where were you at that time? Didn't you notice anything? This. Don't blame him. The three sons got hurt while protecting me. Li Xiaoyan exaggerated. It's all that damned woman Han Wan and her son. They ambushed us when we weren't paying attention. Look at what they've done to my face. You have to stand up for me. They hit my face. This clearly shows that they don't take you seriously. Li Xiaoyan was very skilled at twisting the truth, turning black into white with her words. Clearly Li Xiaoyan was the one who initiated the attack, yet now she claimed that Han Wan had attacked all four of them for no reason. Damn it. This matter between the Chen family and the Su family is far from over. Right? It's definitely not over. A sudden voice came from the front. When Su Jiangwo and his brothers arrived, they heard this statement, and Su Jiangwo showed no mercy, directly confronting them. Not over. It should be them who are saying it's not over. Su Laosan and Su Laer Su Lada. You're just in time. Su Laosan, your son and your big stupid dog harmed people. How will you resolve this? How to resolve it? Of course we fight. Su Jiangwo knew that Li Xiaoyan had definitely distorted the facts to Chen Chuj, so he didn't waste any more words. He directly took off the shovel and grabbed a stick, swinging it at the few of them. Su Laer and Su Lada did the same, and for a moment the entire Chen family was filled with the sounds of wailing. Su Laosan, you're bullying us too much. It was clearly your son who attacked us first, and now you still dare to come. Stop spouting rubbish. Your wife started attacking my wife first. Su Jiangwo seized the moment and swung the stick directly onto Chen Chug's waist. The pain made Chen Chug's face change, and large beads of sweat began to pour from his forehead. Then came a flurry of blows. Fortunately, the three brothers of the Su family knew their limits and did not take anyone's life. However, all five of them were bruised and battered, and even the slightest movement sent waves of pain through them. Su Jiangwo saw that his purpose had been achieved and left with a final remark. Chen Chuj, manage your family properly. If something like this happens again, the next time will be more severe than this one. Chen Chuj smiled coldly and said, Su Jiangwo, just you wait, this grudge has been established. Stubborn as a dead duck. Su Weigwa picked up the stick and hit him again. Brother, stop wasting your breath. We've already fought, let's go. Su Jiangwo nodded, all right. The three brothers Su Jiangwo, Su Weigwa, and Su Weigwa quickly left the Chen family. Throughout the process, Su Jiangwo felt no discomfort. After all, it was the other party who bullied them first, and Su Jiangwo's actions were merely to teach them a lesson. Kind people may be bullied, good horses may be ridden. If they hadn't come today, the ones looking for trouble would have been the Chen family. Especially that Li Xiaoyan who twisted the truth. After the Su brothers left, Chen Chuj got up from the ground and looked at Chen Feilong asking, tell me everything that happened in detail. Li Xiaoyan quickly spoke up, the specifics are just as I said earlier. Chen Chuj glared at Li Xiaoyan, shut up. You continue. In no time, Chen Feilong explained the whole story. Chen Chuj glared at Li Xiaoyan. Is this what you call the truth? Dad, don't blame Mom, yet this grudge has been established. Shouldn't we take revenge? Who? Chen Chuj continued. It's impossible not to retaliate. We've been beaten to our home, but we need to think of a better reason. After all, we were in the wrong this time. All right, since this grudge is established, you all rest for a few days. Then continue to follow your master to learn hunting. Let's live our lives well, so they will envy us in the future. Chen Feihu was taken aback and asked, what? We're not taking revenge. How can we not take revenge? A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. In fact, Chen Chuj really didn't dare to. After all, the Su brothers were too fierce, completely headstrong. Looking at his three sons, they were completely being beaten up. Revenge. How to take revenge? They could only endure for now and wait for a good opportunity to retaliate. Otherwise, what other good solutions could there be? At least he couldn't think of any. Not long after, Su Jiangwo stopped. Elder brother, second brother, regarding today's events. Jiangwo, what are you doing? Elder brother Su Weigwa blocked Su Jiangwo, preventing him from bowing down. Aren't you just joking around? It seems that we have become estranged. We three are blood brothers. Our parents passed away early, and we rely on each other. We don't want to see something like this happen to our sister-in-law. All right, go back and talk to her more. Don't let her overthink it. In everything, we are here for you. Next to him, Su Weigwa chuckled. Yeah, third brother, we're here for you and your elder brother. If anything happens, make sure to tell us. All right, now that the matter is settled, you should go back and be careful on the road. Su Jiangwo stopped hesitating and nodded sure. After Su Jiangwo left, the elder and second brothers returned home. On the other side, Su Gua was holding a big dog sitting on the Kong in the main courtyard to prevent any unexpected incidents. Su Gua glanced at Su Qian, who was not going to sleep, and asked, Sister, why aren't you going to bed? What, sleep? I'm not sleeping. Su Gua twitched his mouth. He only asked a question. Why was she snapping at him? Tiger girl. Su Gua could only say this in his heart, not daring to say it out loud in front of her. Before long, a voice came from the entrance. Creak, creak. Su Gua's nerves tensed up. Who? It's me, your father is back. Hearing Su Jiangwo's voice, Su Gua quickly opened the door. Dad, you're finally back. If you hadn't returned soon, I would have fallen asleep. You brat. Su Jiangwo ruffled Su Gua's head. What nonsense are you talking about falling asleep? Enough of that, let's not waste time. Tie up the big dog so it doesn't bite anyone else. All right. Su Gua led the white dragon into his yard, rubbing its head. Wait here for a bit. Back in the main courtyard, Su Gua smiled and asked, Dad, is everything settled? Don't worry, your father knows what he's doing. Su Gua asked with concern, no casualties, right? No, your uncle and second uncle are aware there won't be any casualties. By the way, keep an eye out for the Chun family's three brothers. Don't let them gang up on you. This feud is now established, but they probably won't dare to do anything in the coming days. Just be careful of the Chun family's three sons sneaking attacks on you. Stay alert. Su Gua chuckled. Dad, don't worry, your son isn't that foolish yet. Han Wan laughed. You're the smartest one. Su Gua said, Mom, the matter is resolved. I'm going to sleep now. I'm so tired. All right, hurry up and go. Okay. Wait a minute. In a few days, you should visit your grandfather and ask about work. Visit grandfather. Su Gua's face lit up. Great. That's wonderful. I haven't seen grandfather in 6 months, and he'll get to eat meat at grandfather's house. Su Gua's grandfather was an old hunter living a very comfortable life. Besides his grandmother, there was no one else in his grandfather's house, as he had 3 daughters in his lifetime and no sons, so Su Gua had no uncles. Even without sons, Su Gua's grandfather was someone no one dared to offend in the village. To offend him, a bullet is not a joke. Eat, 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 that's all you think about. The most important reason to go is to have your grandfather help you find a job, see if you can get a job in the county. Sugwa nodded and then went back. In his past life, he managed to find a job as an apprentice chef in the county, and life was pretty good afterward. However, after the 20th century, the chef profession didn't have the same appeal. Sugwa thought that since he was reborn in this life, it was necessary to try something different, such as pursuing hunting. He had some experience, albeit limited, knowing only how to set traps. After Sugwa left, Su Jiangwo helped Han Wan into the house. Are you hurt badly? I want die. The grudge from today has been settled. Su Jiangwo patted Han Wan's hand, signaling her not to worry. It's fine, we're not afraid. Han Wan nodded heavily, leaning on Su Jiangwo's shoulder. Sugwa returned to the side yard, loosening the white dragon's leash. You can be free now, but don't bark around, otherwise it'll keep you tied up. The white dragon seemed to understand, nodding its head. Sugwa rubbed the big dog's head. This dog has some cleverness. This dog gave Sugwa the impression of being very sharp. As for what kind of dog it was, that could only be determined during hunting. Sugwa most wanted a scent hound, as such a dog would be best for tracking prey. After all, Sugwa was not an old hunter and could not judge based on terrain, nor could he rely on instincts. But a scent hound was different. With it, he could track the scent of prey in the air. Every living thing leaves a trace, and the scent will reveal itself. By following the scent, one can find the trail of prey. Similarly, scent hounds are divided into two types: head-up scent hounds and head-down scent hounds. The latter sniffs the footprints of prey while searching. Head-up scent hounds are even more remarkable. As long as they raise their heads, they can smell the scent of prey in the air, thus capturing it. Once the white dragon's leash was loosened, it rubbed against Sugwa. Sugwa quickly said, "Sit down." The white dragon surprisingly squatted down upon hearing the command. Wow! Reborn without a system, without a golden finger. Could this dog be my greatest golden finger? It can't be a scent hound, right? Let's see in a few days. Sugwa suppressed his excitement, and then he heard Su Qian's voice coming. Sugwa stopped mumbling. Why are you talking to the dog? Hurry up and go to sleep. Okay, sister, I got it. Sugwa didn't bring the white dragon into the house, letting it stay in its doghouse. Just stay there, don't come in. The white dragon turned around to look at Sugwa, making him feel a bit embarrassed. This dog is really sharp. Sugwa walked to the nearby storage room, and when he opened the door, he almost choked on the dust. The storage room was filled with dust, and there were plenty of spider webs. Sugwa used a stick to clear away the spider webs before daring to step inside. Once inside, Sugwa opened a box and finally found what he wanted: rubber bands, a pouch, and a small bundle of iron wire. These three items were materials to make a slingshot. All he needed was a shaped branch to complete it. After searching in the storage room for a long time, without finding a shaped branch, he had no choice but to take a piece of wood and saw out a shaped branch. Then he returned to his room and started to assemble the four parts, tying the rubber bands to the ends of the Y, then wrapping the iron wire around it, securing the pouch, and a simple version of a slingshot was completed. The slingshot could shoot small flying prey. As for medium or large prey, that would be a joke. However, Sugwa wasn't that foolish. He made the slingshot to aim for small flying game, like sparrows, doves, flying dragons, sand hens, and wild chickens. Of course, he could also target gray dogs. The fur of gray dogs could be sold for a good price. In northeast China, gray dogs are also called squirrels. Hunting begins with the slingshot. Early the next morning, Sugwa got up from the Kong, stretching his limbs while looking at the bright sun outside. Being young is truly wonderful. Sugwa felt an abundance of energy coursing through his entire body. If he were in his 40s or 50s, he wouldn't be able to exert himself like this. Sugwa stepped out of the house, fastening the slingshot he made the previous night to his waist. The slingshot was ready, but what should he use for the projectiles? Stones. That wouldn't work. Stones are all jagged and easily veer off course. But in this era, there aren't any glass marbles. Even if there were, he wouldn't foolishly buy glass marbles as projectiles. That would be too wasteful. After careful thought, Sugwa came up with a solution. He could just make some by molding clay. The northeast is full of soil, and it would be easy to mold a few clay pellets for firing. With this determination, Sugwa's mood brightened considerably. Su Qian stepped out of the house looking at Sugwa, who was grinning foolishly, and said, "Sugwa, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Silly grin. Sugwa knew what kind of person his sister was, and ignored her. After a short while, Han Wan called the three of them to eat breakfast. Breakfast was quite simple: corn, rice, and the leftover meat and vegetables from yesterday. The meat couldn't be left out. Although it was already autumn, the weather wasn't too cold, and meat spoils easily if left too long. During breakfast, Sugwa ate a few bites casually before going out with his big silly dog. Su Jiangwo asked, "What are you doing? Why are you taking the dog out?" Hee, Sugwa chuckled. "Dad, I'm going to the west woods to see if I can find a few traps." If that doesn't work, I'll see if I can get the big dog to catch a few wild chickens. Su Jiangwo furrowed his brow and said, all right, just be careful. If you run into those three, remember to run away. Sure. Su Guo agreed and stood up to head outside, but after taking just a couple of steps, Su Qian's voice called out, wait. I'm coming with you. Su Guo's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly waved his hand. Sister, why are you following me? You better not. Su Qian glared at Su Guo. What's wrong? Am I bothering you by following you? Su Guo exchanged glances with their parents as if pleading for help to keep her back. But what awaited Su Guo was Su Qian's voice. Can't you see? I'm following you to keep you from doing something bad. You think everyone wants to follow you. What bad thing am I doing? Su Guo's scalp tingled as he nodded. All right. The two of them went out with the big dog, and the weather was just right today. Not too hot or cold, and the sunlight wasn't glaring. They walked for a while, crossing the small creek on the west side of the village, and finally reached the west woods. Tuanjia village is close to Anling. Walking east leads into the mountains, while walking west leads only to a stretch of woods connected to Anling. However, compared to the east, the woods on the west side are much safer. The reason is simple. There aren't many large wild beasts in the woods. All the wild beasts are in the mountains. The west woods are quite large, and as soon as they entered, they saw many birds flying chaotically in the sky. Su Qian was taken aback. So many birds. She rarely came here and had no idea there were so many birds in the woods. Sister, be careful. Oh, don't let bird droppings land on your head. Su Qian pinched Su Guo's ear. Can you speak? Sister, be gentle. Here, you hold the dog, and I'll go find some clay. What do you need clay for? Su Guo chuckled. To make clay pellets. After saying that, Su Guo went to a mound of dirt, dug a pit, and then opened the water bottle he carried to pour a lot of water into the pit. Then he started to mold the clay pellets, and soon enough he had made a considerable number of them. Su Qian frowned, watching Su Guo's actions with confusion. What are you doing? Sister, can you help me gather some firewood? He'll tell you later. Su Qian frowned, but agreed, moving to another spot to gather firewood. Su Guo molded for about half an hour, producing around 100 clay pellets. Seeing that the pellets were ready, he dug another pit in the ground. After finishing the pit, Su Guo washed his hands, just as Su Qian returned with a bundle of firewood. Sister, placed the firewood in this small pit. Su Qian placed the firewood inside, and looked at Su Guo, saying, if you don't tell me what you're doing soon, you're finished. Su Guo's face twitched. I got it. He'll tell you once I'm done. Su Guo took out a flint from his pocket, scraped it with a small knife, and soon enough the firewood caught fire. Su Guo watched as the firewood gradually burned down to ashes. This was what he was waiting for. He poured all the prepared clay pellets into the ashes and covered them up. He then placed another layer of firewood on top and lit it again. Su Qian, watching from the side, was very puzzled and confused. What is this? Sister, just wait a moment and you'll know. Su Guo teased without revealing anything to Su Qian. Before long, the firewood on top burned out. Su Guo remained still, quietly waiting for more than 10 minutes. Watching as the ashes completely cooled down, he finally used a stick to dig out the clay pellets. Su Guo immediately held the clay pellets in his hands, disregarding how hot they were. Just as he thought, the pellets were exceptionally hard. It worked. Su Qian's frown deepened as she couldn't understand what her brother was doing. Unable to hold back, Su Qian asked, brother, what does this mean? You came here just to make clay pellets. Sister, don't rush me. Su Guo then took out the slingshot he had fastened to his waist, placed the finished clay pellets into the leather pouch, pulled the slingshot back, and aimed at a large tree in front of him. With a whoosh, a sound of air being cut through rang out, and the clay pellet struck the tree heavily before bursting apart. Su Guo walked over and saw a distinct small round dent in the tree, his face beaming with joy as he said, sister, look. Su Qian walked over and, looking at the dent in the tree, murmured, you made clay pellets just to use as projectiles. Are you planning to shoot birds? Su Guo nodded yes, to shoot birds. Su Qian looked at Su Guo and said faintly, do you think you can hit them? Come on, sister, don't underestimate me. Hunting might not be my strong suit, but shooting a slingshot is easy. Who doesn't like to play with slingshots? Alright, I won't ask for much today. I just want to see if you can hit a sparrow or a pigeon. Su Guo nodded sure. A pigeon or a sparrow. Isn't that simple enough? Su Guo placed all the finished clay pellets into a small pouch, making them easy to access. Not far from Su Guo's position, he noticed 3 sparrows on a branch engaging in a playful display. Then Su Guo put the clay pellets into the leather pouch, aimed at one of the sparrows, pulled back the slingshot, and released it. Whoosh! The pellet shot through the air like a bullet, hitting the sparrow in the middle. The sparrow was struck and instantly fell from the branch, landing on the ground, whereby Long rushed over and picked it up in its mouth. The other 2 sparrows seemed to sense their companion's fate and flapped their wings, taking off in different directions. Su Guo would not let them escape easily. He pulled back the slingshot again, loaded 2 more clay pellets, and took aim. Whoosh! Whoosh! Unfortunately, he only hit one of the sparrows, allowing the other to fly away. Looks like you two are destined to be a pair of unfortunate lovebirds. Sugwa picked up the captured sparrow and turned to see his sister Su Qian wrestling with Bai Long for the sparrow. Bai Long was about to swallow the sparrow, but Su Qian pinched its mouth, refusing to let it gulp it down. Sugwa observed this and said with a frown, "Sis, there's still another sparrow, no need to fight." I'm not trying to compete with the dog for food. I'm just worried it might swallow it whole, which isn't good for its stomach. Upon hearing this, Su Qian finally let go, and Bai Long, instead of eating the sparrow, walked up to Sugwa and dropped it, rubbing against him. Su Qian took the sparrow from Sugwa's hand and glanced at the big silly dog on the ground, saying, "Bro, our big silly dog isn't so silly after all. It's quite smart. Alright sis, you hold on to it for now. I'll go take a look ahead and see if there are any other targets." Su Qian nodded. "Be careful." She didn't expect Sugwa's slingshot skills to be so impressive. Hitting 2 out of 3 sparrows was already quite remarkable. Sugwa continued walking forward with Bai Long when he suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the grass nearby. This startled Sugwa, and he took a step back. What if there was a snake hiding in the grass? He certainly didn't dare to approach recklessly. Sugwa picked up the slingshot and shot at the rustling grass. To his surprise, it was not a snake, but a wild chicken. The wild chicken, startled, tried to flap its wings and fly away, but before it could lift off, Sugwa was quick to shoot and hit its wing at such close range. The wild chicken lost its balance and staggered. Seeing this, Sugwa took another shot, hitting its other wing as well, rendering it incapable of flying. Unable to take flight, Bai Long lunged forward and bit the wild chicken's neck. Crunch. A crisp sound echoed, causing Sugwa to instinctively shrink his neck. Bai Long then leisurely walked over to Sugwa, holding the wild chicken. Sugwa intended to give Bai Long some meat with his knife, but found he only had a small knife, so he could only let it bleed. Cutting the meat would be too troublesome. Sugwa rubbed Bai Long's head and said, "Wait until we get back to let you eat." Bai Long seemed to understand Sugwa's words and nudged his pant leg. Su Qian followed along, holding the sparrow, and soon saw Sugwa with the wild chicken in his hands. "Hey Sugwa, did you catch that wild chicken?" "Sis, I got lucky. There was a wild chicken hidden in the grass, and I broke its wing. Our big silly dog managed to kill it. Sis, please drain the blood from the wild chicken while I go ahead and check." After saying this, Sugwa handed the wild chicken to his sister. Without noticing her stunned expression, took the slingshot and led Bai Long forward. The western woods were vast. Even if one walked all day, they might not traverse through it completely. Of course, Sugwa had no intention of doing so. He simply wanted to move forward. Although he didn't have a hunting rifle, having a good hunting dog by his side was still beneficial. Bai Long had not been specially trained for hunting. Its behavior stemmed from instincts deep within its bloodline. Sugwa stepped on the crunchy leaves and continued walking. Not long after, he spotted some snares meant for roe deer. This discovery made Sugwa frown. If there were snares, did that mean there were roe deer around? Sugwa wasn't entirely sure, but looking at the snares before him, he was certain they had been set by a hunter, indicating the presence of roe deer nearby. He wasn't clear on the exact locations, but even though roe deer were quite foolish, Sugwa had no idea about their trails and was completely in the dark. After pondering for a moment, Sugwa carved a mark on a tree to remember the surroundings. As he turned, he spotted a hai dong ching soaring through the air, and his face lit up with ecstatic joy. The bird is known as hai dong ching in the Northeast. It wasn't that he thought he could shoot it down and successfully tame it. Sugwa knew that where there were hai dong ching, there must be sand grouse. Sugwa began to watch the terrain while following the hai dong ching through the woods. In no time, he saw the bird diving towards a sand grouse. Sugwa reacted quickly, aiming at the sand grouse and shooting. Whoosh! Before the hai dong ching could catch the sand grouse, the pellet hit it first, causing the sand grouse to fall from the tree. Seeing its prey being stolen, the hai dong ching dove down swiftly towards the fallen sand grouse. This sight made Sugwa chuckle. "Oh, could you really steal it from me?" With that, Sugwa took out the clay pellets, loaded them into the pouch, pulled back, and aimed at the bird. Whoosh! Perhaps it was the bird's quick reflexes, but this shot missed. However, it indirectly prevented the hai dong ching from grabbing the sand grouse. The sand grouse landed on the ground, and Bai Long seized it, running back towards Sugwa. Sugwa rubbed Bai Long's head and smiled. "Well done." The sand grouse had delicious meat, but this type of chicken was particularly hard to catch. They were quite small, and few hunters bothered with them. After all, a shot would yield hardly any meat, making it even less worthwhile. It was better not to hunt them at all. Sugwa chuckled and mocked the hai dong ching. "Thank you, Eagle Eye." The eagle's eyesight was exceptional, capable of spotting prey from hundreds of meters away, yet this time it had been outdone by Sugwa. The hai dong ching, angered, circled above Sugwa's head. Sugwa was not afraid, since he had his slingshot and given the bird's small size it wouldn't dare dive at him. Moreover, Bai Long was also on guard. If it dared to come closer, Bai Long would bite it to death. The Haydonking seemed quite unconvinced, emitting a sharp cry. Do you think I was raised in fear? Sugwa was afraid of wild boars, bears, mountain kings, and deer. But how could this little Haydonking intimidate him? Sugwa chuckled and said, no matter how much you call, it won't change anything. Grandpa won't play with you anymore. Hurry up and leave. After saying this, Sugwa pulled out his slingshot, aiming at the Haydonking as if to say that if it didn't leave, he would release the pouch. The Haydonking reluctantly flew away, and Sugwa continued to follow this Haydonking. He knew that this bird would soon be hunting for sand chickens again. Better for him to let it eat rather than himself. At least he could leave a bone for the sand chicken. Just as Sugwa thought, this Haydonking was searching for sand chickens and had just found one when Sugwa intercepted it. What are you angry about? I won't intercept you anymore. Can I just leave? Sugwa quickly said as he watched the Haydonking fly towards other directions. However, the Haydonking completely ignored Sugwa and disappeared into the forest, heading elsewhere to hunt. Holding the sand chicken in his hands, Sugwa chuckled. I must say this Haydonking is really something. If only I could raise one. Hunters in the Northeast raise hunting dogs, golden eagles, and hawks. Regardless of the type, it is all to assist the hunters in better capturing prey. Of course, many hunters specifically raise hunting dogs. A good hunting dog can save a hunter's life at a critical moment. Moreover, there is another benefit when hunting large game. The hunting dog can assist. If it's just the Haydonking, it wouldn't be able to help. After the Haydonking left, Sugwa fell into a chaotic search process. After a short while, the two passed through a thicket when the white dragon barked and looked at a tree ahead. Woof, woof, woof. This bark startled Sugwa, and a bold guess floated in his mind. The white dragon had not lowered its head at all, just now, always looking up, and now it was barking at the tree ahead. Sugwa looked closely and saw two gray puppies in the tree, not sure if they were startled by the white dragon's bark. The two gray puppies all hid back into their tree hole. Sugwa swallowed hard. Whether it was a sand chicken or a wild chicken, these prey were far inferior to the gray puppies. The pelt of a gray puppy can be sold for $3 to $5. In this era, when the average annual salary is only around $30, the pelt of a gray puppy could equal the wage of someone working outside for a month or two. Thinking of this, how could Sugwa not be excited? A gray puppy's pelt is so valuable, and its meat is also edible, killing two birds with one stone. Sugwa gently rubbed the white dragon's big head and whispered, "Don't startle them." He then climbed the tree, blocking the back of the tree hole, ready to catch the gray puppies. Sugwa reached into the tree hole, and the two gray puppies tried to run, but soon realized that there was nowhere to escape as the back was blocked. Forced into a corner, the two gray puppies clawed at Sugwa's hand, but this little attack was like a tickle to him. Sugwa flipped his hand, grabbed the fur of the two gray puppies, and yanked them out of the tree hole. Holding the tails of the two gray puppies, Sugwa chuckled, "Little things trying to grab me." After saying this, he gave the two gray puppies a few slaps. The two gray puppies were stunned, their heads spinning, and they fell unconscious. The two gray puppies were held by Sugwa as he climbed down from the tree and said to the white dragon, "Well done, when we get back he'll give you some meat." Upon mentioning meat, the white dragon became even more excited, rubbing against Sugwa eagerly. All right, stop rubbing. Come, take a sniff and see if there are any more of these creatures around. If you catch the scent, he'll give you meat, but this time no barking." After saying this, Sugwa placed the two gray puppies on the white dragon's nose, letting it familiarize itself with the scent. Once it was done, Sugwa hid the two gray puppies in a pouch at his waist. The white dragon lifted its head, wrinkled its nose, took a deep breath, and then walked in a certain direction. Sugwa followed, patting his thigh. "It really is a good scent. To find a good scent among hundreds of dogs. With the white dragon, hunting will be much easier for me in the future." After saying this, Sugwa followed behind the white dragon, not in a hurry at all. He was determined to train the white dragon well. After all, this was a rare good scent that was hard to come by. With the dog leading the way, Sugwa followed behind. After walking towards the west for about 10 minutes, the white dragon stopped under a large tree. This tree was enormous, so large that Sugwa couldn't wrap his arms around it. Looking up at the trunk, he indeed saw a gray puppy. Just one gray puppy, weak, but not too strong. After saying this, Sugwa pulled back his slingshot, and with a whoosh the marble struck the gray puppy, causing it to drop like a free fall and crash onto the ground, dead beyond recovery. The white dragon wanted to take a bite, but Sugwa quickly stopped it. If it got bitten, the perfectly good pelt would be ruined. Sugwa stepped forward, picked up the dead gray puppy, examined it closely, and found no gashes. To be precise, this gray puppy had died from the fall. Sugwa cut off the head of the gray puppy, drained the blood inside, and then skinned it. Fortunately, his grandpa had taught him some basic techniques for processing animal pelts when he was idle, or else the pelt would have been ruined by the blood. After completing all this, there was still one last step: to dry the gray puppy's pelt outside or smoke it over a fire. Only then was it considered finished. However, Sugwa planned to handle these things when he got home. Today was his first day hunting, and he felt it had gone quite smoothly. Aside from the flying dragon and pigeons, he hadn't seen any cats, but he already had quite a bit in his hands. Even as a new hunter, Sugwa was lucky to have such good fortune. The so-called hunting ultimately depends on luck and skill. Of course, both factors play a role. If the former has a bit more luck, even encountering a dying wild boar would be impossible to subdue. The latter's strength, if unable to find prey in the mountains, would be nonsense. Currently, Sugwa had low strength but good luck, and he had encountered only small prey that he could manage. He placed the gray puppy pelt in a small pouch and threw all the meat he had to the white dragon. The white dragon bit down, savoring the meat. It was enjoying it immensely, and Sugwa rubbed its head, saying, "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you." Immediately, a rustling conversation came from nearby. Sugwa quickly covered Bai Long's mouth to prevent it from making a sound. The voices belonged to the three brothers Chun Fei, Hu, and his siblings, and their conversation reached Sugwa's ears. "Elder brother, do you really think there's a beehive here? We've been searching for half a day and found nothing. My thigh is aching terribly. If this continues, let's just head back." Chun Fei Hu said to his older brother Chun Fei Long, who was walking ahead. "Chun Fei, you simply sat down on the ground, refusing to get up. Elder brother, I'm so tired. Let me rest for a while." Yesterday he was bitten by a dog, and after much effort he managed to heal the wound, only for Zhus family to come and beat them up. Today, after finally trying to rest, elder brother Chun Fei Long insisted on bringing them to look for the black beehive in the linden tree. Chun Fei Long snorted coldly. "Get up? What do you two know? It's autumn now. If we find the black beehive and locate the bear's den, we can lure the bear out. Otherwise, with just one gun in our hands, when will you two ever get anything done without using such crude methods?" Chun Fei Long thought this way: use the black beehive to lure the bear out of its den, then set a trap and shoot the bear when it falls into it. A bear's gallbladder can sell for $600, even if it's just a grass gallbladder. At this time, $600 was roughly the income of a family for 3 to 4 years. The three brothers had only one gun, which cost the Chin family a significant portion of their savings. They rarely used the gun while hunting. This was partly due to the waste of bullets, and partly because their aim was too poor. Sugwa hid behind a slope of a large tree, unnoticed by them as they continued their way forward. Sugwa became interested when he heard they were looking for a black beehive, mainly because he thought of a clever idea. He had a slingshot, and when the time came he would pull it back, aim at the black beehive, and surely the swarm would be provoked, leaving the three of them with swollen heads from the stings. Thinking of this, Sugwa rubbed Bai Long's big head and said to it, "Just follow me closely and don't make any noise unless I command you, understood?" Bai Long nudged Sugwa's pants, and Sugwa smiled. Clever. A dog with such intelligence was indeed convenient to communicate with. Sugwa stealthily followed closely behind the three brothers, occasionally leaning against the tree, completely unnoticed by them. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he suddenly heard Chun Fei Hu's voice. Brother, quickly, look ahead. That's the black beehive, the black beehive." Chun Fei Hu shook Chun Fei Long's arm, very excited. Chun Fei Long nodded, his eyes filled with excitement. After searching for so long, they had finally found the black beehive, which hung on the trunk of the linden tree about the size of a human head. Chun Fei Long smiled. "Second brother, take out the wet cloth we prepared earlier." Chun Fei Hu immediately pulled out a damp cloth from his pocket, which had been soaked in water, making it easier to retrieve the black beehive. The black beehive was on the trunk, requiring someone to climb up. Both Chun Fei Hu and Chun Fei Yu had been bitten by Bai Long and were unable to climb now, so the opportunity fell to Chun Fei Long. "Be careful, brother, don't slip." Chun Fei Yu cautioned, fearing that Chun Fei Long might mess it up. If the black bees inside the hive came out, he and second brother wouldn't even have the chance to escape, turning them into live targets. Chun Fei Long nodded. "Don't worry, your elder brother is reliable." After saying that, he patted his chest, then wrapped his arms around the tree and climbed up like a monkey. The three brothers had no idea that Sugwa was hiding behind a tree not far from them. Sugwa looked at the black beehive hanging on the trunk, and a deeper smile appeared on his face. A beehive this size could sting the three of them into swollen messes, right? Sugwa felt excited at the thought. Sugwa was ready. As soon as Chun Fei Long got a little closer to the black beehive, he would let go of the slingshot. After a few seconds, Chun Fei Long had climbed under the black beehive and was about to take out the wet cloth at his waist to secure the beehive, when suddenly a whoosh sound was heard. When he turned his head to look, he found that all the black bees had emerged from the beehive. Before he could react, these bees crazily swarmed towards Chun Fei Long's face and head. Chun Fei Long screamed in pain, startled, and lost his grip, falling heavily from the tree. Fortunately, the height wasn't too great, and the ground was covered with leaves, preventing him from passing out. Sugwa laughed. It's not over yet. He then pulled back the slingshot again and struck the black beehive repeatedly, causing the entire beehive to come crashing down. Now all the black bees were out, and Chun Fei Long screamed, "We're done for." A swarm of black bees saw the three of them, and looking at their fallen home, charged towards them to sting. My nose. Get away, don't sting my mouth. Wah, my ears. The cries of the three rang out. Chun Fei Long was relatively better off. He could run. But it was tough for Chun Fei Hu and Chun Fei Yu, who had been bitten by Bai Long. They ran particularly slowly, but they didn't care about the severity of their wounds, racing forward regardless. At this point, the black beehive had fallen to the ground, and there were no bees inside. Seeing this, Sugwa quickly stepped forward, hugged the beehive, and ran in another direction. This time, Sugwa truly benefited from a great opportunity, effortlessly picking up the black beehive. Sugwa looked at the black beehive in his arms, chuckling, "Three fools, I bet they don't even know who did this." "Brother, slow down. My second brother and I are about to be stung into pig heads. Can you take some of the hits for us? The path of the dead is not the path of friends. If I don't run, then I'll be the one being stung. And what's with the nonsense my third brother is saying? How can I take the hits for you guys? Should I use my face to take the hits for you?" Chun Fei, whose voice came from behind. "Elder brother, didn't you say you're reliable?" "Reliable? There are times I'm not reliable, just like now. This is not reliable at all." Damn, the three brothers hadn't run far when the hornets stopped. The most severely injured ones were Chun Fei Hu and Chun Fei Yu, while Chun Fei Long only got stung a lot on the tree. Chun Fei Hu and Chun Fei Yu's faces were swollen, and the bee stingers could clearly be seen embedded in them. Chun Fei Yu weakly looked at Chun Fei Long. "Elder brother Yu." Chun Fei Long's face flushed red. He knew he was in the wrong today. However, he felt justified in his actions, believing that if he hadn't stayed put, he would have been stung. In other words, if it weren't for Chun Fei Yu and Chun Fei Hu having injuries on their legs, those two kids would probably have run faster than him. With this thought, Chun Fei Long's momentary guilt instantly faded. Chun Fei Long frowned and said, "Did you see anything flying by just now? Right before I was about to reach for the black beehive, I heard something. It sounded like a slingshot." "Yes, it was the sound of a slingshot." Chun Fei Long continued, "So that means someone was behind us at that time. Damn it. If it weren't for that person using a slingshot from behind, we would have succeeded." Chun Fei Hu said, "Brother, should we go back and take a look?" The black beehive fell down. If the black bees have flown away, we can pick up the fallen beehive and enjoy the honey inside. Generally speaking, after a black beehive falls, they will follow their queen to another place to build a nest. Chun Fei Long thought for a moment and finally nodded, saying, "All right, let's go back and take a look." Meanwhile, Su Gua had made a big circle with the black beehive. He found heading back in the direction of home. After walking for half an hour, he finally spotted his sister, Su Qian, in the distance. Su Gua waved his hand and called out, "Sister, you're back so quickly. Did you catch any wild chickens?" "No, but I did catch 2 live gray dogs, sister. Look." After saying that, Su Gui took out 2 live gray dogs from the trap. Su Qian's eyes sparkled with joy as she looked at the over 1 kilogram gray dogs and said, "And 2 of them." She knew the price of a single gray dog. 1 gray dog was worth much more than several wild chickens, especially since the most valuable part of a gray dog was its fur, worth 3 to 5 yuan. Su Qian took the 2 live gray dogs, grabbing them by their big tails, and said, "You little rascal, looks like you're quite capable, huh? Tell me, did you secretly learn to hunt from our grandfather?" Su Gua smiled wryly and waved his hand, saying, "Sister, what have I learned? These were found by the big silly dog. I just climbed up the tree to fetch the gray dogs. Otherwise, how could you be seeing them alive?" After Su Gua finished speaking, Su Qian blinked her beautiful eyes and looked down at Bai Long, surprised that their big silly dog could catch gray dogs. Su Gua took the black beehive out of his pocket and smiled, saying, "Sister, look at this." Su Qian was taken aback. "A black beehive? Did you go after the black beehive? You weren't stung, were you?" "No, I'm fine. Let's go, hurry up, we should talk while walking." Su Gua suggested, fearing that Chun Fei Long and his brothers might run into them. If they saw the black beehive in Su Gua's hands, they'd understand what happened. Su Gua and Su Qian walked outside, and as they walked, Su Gua recounted everything. After hearing it all, Su Qian couldn't stop smiling. "So according to you, you tricked those 3. Well done. Those 3 brats deserve to be stung by the black bees. It would be best if they were awakened, otherwise their brains are just mush." Su Gua laughed and said, "Sister, how about we roast the gray dogs by the river? Two of them will be just right to finish cooking before we head home. Su Qian understood the implication. You don't want Mom to find out, do you? If Mom sees all this game in my hands, she'll definitely start guessing. I don't want to worry her, and I also don't want to give the skins of the 2 gray dogs to Dad, because if I do, we definitely won't see any money. Sugwa chuckled and said, Sister, how about we do this? We'll each take 1 gray dog skin. As long as you don't mention the gray dogs when you get back, we can split this. This is worth 5 yuan. A good gray dog skin is worth 3 to 5 yuan, and Sugwa is confident he can process the gray dog skins well. Su Qian thought for a moment. All right, but just this once. Next time, whatever you catch, you have to say the same, understood? 5 yuan is no small amount, especially for Su Qian, which is quite a lot. Pleasant cooperation. As for the other game, like wild chickens, sand half-chickens, and sparrows, those can be brought home since they aren't worth anything. Just say they were the wild chickens Bai Long caught. Before the two had even reached the edge of the western forest, they saw someone else Lu Er from the village with a hunting gun on his back and a cat trap in his hand. Upon seeing Sugwa and Su Qian, he hurriedly said, Sugwa, Su Qian, what are you two doing in the western woods? Hunting. Lu Er had a bad reputation in the village. Despite holding a hunting gun, it was passed down to him after his father died. Lu Er's father was a well-known figure in the village, but he only had this one son who was mediocre and couldn't even learn how to hunt properly. He didn't dare venture into the mountains, only meandering around the western woods. At 30 years old, he was still a bachelor, and unless something unexpected happened, he would remain one for life. Moreover, he was particularly lecherous, and Sugwa looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Sugwa knew not to flaunt his wealth, so he didn't say much, no, just wandering about. Hey, these days hunting is really tough. Look, I came in this morning and have only caught this one cat so far. If you want to learn to hunt, you can come to me. After saying this, Lu Er's eyes wandered over to Su Qian. Sugwa, feeling disgusted, stepped in front of his sister and said, Hunt with you. It took half a day to catch a single cat. You? Little brat. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Can't you understand human language? Sugwa completely ignored him and took Su Qian's hand, heading outside, not backing down against Lu Er, who was notorious in the village. Lu Er saw the two walking further away and cursed inwardly. You little brat, wait for me. Today I must catch a wild chicken or a gray dog to show you. After saying this, Lu Er walked confidently deeper into the woods. Su Qian was indignant and said, Sugwa, why didn't you take out the gray dogs just now? That guy dared to look down on us. Sugwa found his sister's temperament a bit hard to get used to. Even he didn't curse as much as she did, feeling overwhelmed. He replied calmly, Sister, it's better to keep wealth hidden and remain low-key. Finally, they emerged from the western woods and arrived at a small stream at the edge of the village. Sugwa glanced towards the stream and was relieved to see no women washing clothes. Sister, let's eat here. You go gather some firewood and I'll dig a pit. Don't go too far, just let me see you. After Sugwa finished speaking, Su Qian nodded and went to collect firewood. Once Su Qian left, Sugwa turned to Bai Long and said, Bai Long, dig a pit. Bai Long understood Sugwa's words. He placed his front paws on the ground, pushed with his back legs, and began to dig. Bai Long was very fast. In no time, a small pit was dug out. Sugwa rubbed Bai Long's head and said, All right, great job. Soon after, Su Qian returned with a pile of firewood. When she saw this scene, she was dumbfounded. She asked me to gather firewood, but let the dog dig a pit. Sugwa chuckled, Sister, you're back. Hand me the firewood. Next time you gather the firewood, and I'll dig the pit. Sugwa laughed helplessly and said, All right. Sugwa found a few good branches among the firewood, then stuffed the remaining firewood into the pit and lit it. After the fire was lit, Sugwa washed the good branches in the stream, then took out a small knife, skinned the 2 gray dogs, and skewered their meat. After skinning, Sugwa put the skins into a small pocket. Just as the fire was blazing, he dismantled the branches into a simple barbecue rack, placing the skewered gray dog meat over the fire. Sister, it should be ready in about half an hour. I'll go gather more firewood. Keep an eye on it, just wander around, but don't let it burn. Don't worry, Sugwa replied, then began picking up branches along the riverbank. In those days, northeast China had plenty of trees, providing many resources for China's development. In no time, Sugwa gathered a large bunch of firewood. Looking at them, his thoughts wandered back to his previous life, where he saw others hunting bears and wild boars, eating pork and bear paws, while he could only bully these small animals. Even if Sugwa encountered a bear, he would only be able to run away. Sugwa placed the firewood next to the fire and said, Sister, I'll take care of the turning. It might not be enough to eat, so you handle the sand half-chickens and sparrows and roast a bit for Bai Long too. Bai Long, the big silly dog you mentioned, right? Sugwa nodded. Yes, completely white. It sounds better to call it Bai Long. All right, I'll prepare something for it. Su Qian went to the stream to handle the sand half-chickens and sparrows, while Su Guo continued roasting the gray dog meat. Before long, the gray dog meat was sizzling and oozing oil, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Su Guo hadn't brought any salt, which was a bit awkward. Forget it, ill, just eat it sweet. Then Su Guo thought of a great idea. He took out the black beehive, gently sliced it open, revealing the linden honey inside. Su Guo used the knife to collect a lot of honey and spread it on the gray dog meat. This way it wouldn't dry out while roasting, and it would be tender. The only downside was that it was sweet. Su Guo gave all the leftover honey to Bai Long, who opened his mouth wide as Su Guo tossed it in. After Su Qian finished processing the sand half-chickens and sparrows, she returned and exclaimed, "It smells amazing. Su Guo, you're quite skilled. You even know to add honey. When will it be done?" Su Guo chuckled. "It'll take a bit longer, probably 3 to 4 minutes." Su Qian rubbed her palms together. "All right, I'm getting hungry already." The gray dog meat sizzled over the fire with its juices locked in by the honey, creating an enticing aroma. Su Qian swallowed hard. "It smells so good. Can we eat now?" "Yes, it's ready." Su Guo handed the roasted gray dog meat to Su Qian, who didn't care about the heat, and took a big bite, exclaiming, "Wow. This is incredible, brother. You really roasted it well. It tastes amazing." Su Guo smiled and tried the gray dog meat himself. It was exceptionally delicious, not greasy or overly sweet, just a hint of sweetness, perfectly flavored. Just as Su Guo was pleasantly surprised, before they finished eating, they heard other sounds approaching from behind. Su Guo turned around and saw Lu Er coming towards them with his hunting gun and a cat trap. Initially, he was motivated by Su Guo's words and wanted to make an effort, but soon lost interest and came out. As luck would have it, he came out just in time to see Su Guo and Su Qian roasting something by the stream, and it smelled too good. Lu Er cursed internally. Damn it, they just said they were wandering around, and now they're roasting food. Do they really think I would steal from them? Su Qian frowned. "Brother, he's coming over." Su Guo said, "It's fine. By the time he arrives, there will only be bones left. Ignore him." In no time, Su Guo finished all the roasted gray dog meat. Su Qian, having a small mouth, couldn't eat fast, and whatever she couldn't finish, she fed directly to Bai Long, who swallowed it whole after a few bites. Lu Er, upon seeing this, felt his eyelids twitch. "Why is that?" Su Guo. "Su Qian, what are you eating?" Su Guo grinned. "Gray dog meat." "Gray dog meat? Did you catch a gray dog?" "Oh, how could that be? I found it. The gray dog probably fell while climbing a tree and died, and I just happened to find it." "Huh." Lu Er was stunned for a moment. Why did such a good thing not happen to him? A single gray dog was worth 3 to 5 yuaner. If he had found it, he could have enjoyed himself for a few days. "Su Guo, can you give me the gray dog's fur?" Su Guo never expected Lu Er to be so bold to ask for it. "What fur?" "The gray dog's fur." Yes, the gray dog's fur." Su Qian pointed at the fire pit and said, "We burned it. Oh, what's so good about gray dog fur? Can it be exchanged for money?" "What? Burned?" "Yes, 2 furs. It had a really foul smell. Oh, it almost made me choke to death." Su Guo handed all the roasted sparrows and sand half-chickens to Bai Long, who opened his big mouth and bit down on them. "Lu Gu, we really should be heading back now." Lu Er stood there in a daze, staring at the fire pit. Oh. Su Qian and Su Guo took Bai Long and left, leaving Lu Er alone with the fire pit. After a long while, Lu Er finally reacted and slapped his forehead. "Damn, those 2 little brats tricked me. Normally, every Northeasterner knows what a gray dog is. Do they not know that gray dog fur is the most valuable?" Walking a little further away, Su Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, little brother Erliozi is really foolish. He believes whatever I casually say. How silly, how silly." Looking at Su Qian's laughing face, Su Guo helplessly said, "He probably just didn't react in time. Now that he realizes, he'll definitely be furious." Su Guo spat, "But Erliozi is really greedy. He actually wants the fur of the gray dog. How could he ever get that? That son of a dog is so greedy. Little brother, be careful in the future. Erliozi is cunning. Sister, don't worry. Even if he's cunning, it's not a big deal. He can't stir up much trouble. Let's go home." It was already afternoon, and the two had unknowingly wandered in the western woods for 7 or 8 hours. Su Guo didn't feel particularly tired out on the first day in the western woods. He had quite a harvest. Other hunters either go into the mountains or hunt with a mentor or a hunter. Very few like Su Guo can catch prey by themselves. It can be said that Su Guo has a talent for hunting. Of course, this large harvest was also closely related to Bai Long. Without Bai Long, Su Guo would not have found the gray dog. When they got home, they saw Han Wan stitching shoes in the yard. The finished cloth shoes, which she wouldn't wear herself, could be sent to the county or town to sell. Tuanjiatun is not far from Qinjiatin. It takes 4 to 5 hours on foot to get there. However, Sugwa felt that it was better to spend money to take the old-fashioned bus to the county to sell. The news in the town is very closed. The money they get for selling shoes to them is very little, so it's better to sell in the county. Sugwa had been tricked in his previous life. Ever since he went to the county, he understood why there were so many small merchants in the town buying things from the countryside. To put it plainly, there is still profit to be made. Back. How many sparrows did you catch? Han Wan's eyes were fixed on the cloth shoes in her hands without looking up. Su Qian chuckled, Mom, we caught wild chickens. As soon as the words fell, Han Wan froze for a moment, almost pricking herself with the needle in her hand. Wild chickens? Don't fool me, you too can catch wild chickens. Then what face do our village's hunters have left to hunt? Han Wan knew that hunting is not easy. Ordinary hunters wander in the mountains or woods all day and still might not catch a single wild chicken. How could two people go into the woods once and catch wild chickens? Sugwa chuckled and pulled out the sparrow's sand chickens and the last fat wild chicken from the trap. Mom, look, isn't this a wild chicken? Not only wild chickens, but we also caught sparrows and sand chickens. Han Wan looked at the wild chicken Sugwa brought out, got up from the stool, and walked over slowly, grabbing the wild chicken. It really is a wild chicken. Whose trap did you pick up? Up until now, Han Wan still didn't believe that Sugwa had caught it himself. If Sugwa had that skill, either he would have been secretly learning to hunt behind her back, or he has a talent for hunting. Either way, she didn't want it to be true. Sugwa pointed at Bai Long and took out his slingshot. I used this slingshot to shoot it. The main reason is that Bai Long is fierce, that bit the wild chicken to death in one bite. Mom looked closely at the wild chicken's neck. I can't lie about this. Hearing this, Han Wan used her hand to brush the feathers on the wild chicken's neck and looked closely. Just as Sugwa said, there were bite marks from a big stupid dog on the wild chicken's neck, completely puncturing it. This dog is a good dog. Why didn't I notice it could hunt? Han Wan chuckled bitterly, shook her head, and continued, did you catch the remaining sparrows and sand chickens with your slingshot? Sugwa nodded. Yes, the sand chicken was snatched from the sea eagle's beak. He explained how he caught the sand chicken, which startled Han Wan. Her expression turned serious. Don't do that next time. That's a sea eagle. What if it swoops down and hits you? That would leave a big hole in you. Mom, this honeycomb is for you. Soak it in water and drink it, it's sweet. Han Wan rubbed her forehead, looking at Sugwa helplessly. It wasn't that she disliked the honeycomb, but Sugwa's repeated presentation of items made her a bit anxious. Just going into the western woods once has yielded so much. If he goes into the mountains, wouldn't he bring back a deer for himself? Thinking of this, Han Wan said sternly, Sugwa, I won't stop you from going into the western woods, but you must not go into the mountains. Otherwise, I will break your legs. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm going to Grandpa's house tomorrow to get a job introduction. Why would I go into the mountains? Mom, you don't have to worry about this honeycomb. Oh, I took it on the way back. You'll taste it later. It's very sweet. Han Wan glanced at Su Qian and asked, is that true? Yes. Su Qian nodded. She felt a bit guilty about deceiving her mother, but thought about Sugwa offering $5, and the money won out. The two returned to the house. Sugwa had been tired all morning, and it was already around 2 in the afternoon. Upon returning to his room, he hung the 3 gray dog skins out to dry. After that, Sugwa returned to the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Outside, Bai Long did the same, sleeping in its doghouse. The sun quickly set. Today, Su Jiangwo returned from the brick factory thinking about what happened yesterday. Then he went to the small shop to buy 2 bottles of wine and a bag of peanuts. With the help of his elder brother and second brother today, he must treat them to a meal. Although it wouldn't be anything fancy, it was the thought that counted. Moreover, there were still 2 chicken legs left from the wild chickens they killed yesterday, which he planned to use as a side dish with the wine. Su Jiangwo arrived at his elder brother Su Weiguo's house. Su Weiguo was busy tinkering with the cart frame as the busy season for harvesting corn was approaching. Seeing his third brother Su Jiangwo arrive, Su Weiguo put the cart frame aside and smiled. Jiangwo, what's up? Is that Chun family's gang up to no good again? Su Jiangwo laughed. Elder brother is joking. They got beaten up by us yesterday. How could they dare to come out now? Elder brother, I bought 2 bottles of wine and some peanuts. Let's invite second brother to my house to drink a bit. Drink a bit. That sounds great. Wait for me a moment. I will go tell your sister-in-law, and then I'll come over. You should call your second brother first. All right. Su Jiangwo turned around and went to his second brother's house, explaining the situation, and second brother nodded in agreement. Before long, elder brother Su Weiguo came out of the house, holding a pound of meat. Elder brother, what's this? Su Jiangwo frowned. Life at home is not easy, and meat is something they rarely see. If elder brother takes meat from home, it means the chances of them eating meat will decrease. Su Weiguo waved his hand. The 3 of us brothers haven't drunk together in a long time. Today let your sister-in-law cook a good meat dish to satisfy our cravings. Jangwo, just don't say too much. We're all brothers here. Thank you, elder brother. Su Jangwo said. All right, let's go. If you start crying, don't let me look down on you. Around Zu's house there lived a neighbor, and Sugwa's childhood friend was from that family. One was a boy named Zhou Xiangyang, and the other was a girl named Zhou Ruowei. Zhou Ruowei came out of her home and walked to Zu's house. As soon as she entered, she saw Zu's mother Han Wan plucking feathers from a wild chicken. Zhou Ruowei asked Aunt Han, "Where is Sugwa?" Han Wan paused for a moment, looked at Zhou Ruowei, and smiled. "You scared me. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you, Ruowei. Ruowei, Sugwa is sleeping in the side courtyard. They'll go wake him up. Please wait a moment." "Aunt Han, no need, I'll go myself." "That's fine too." Han Wan said no more and watched Zhou Ruowei's departing figure, murmuring, "The girl has grown up. She's looking better and better. I just wonder if that brat Sugwa is worthy of such good fortune." With that, Han Wan continued plucking the wild chicken, planning to serve it for dinner tonight. Zhou Ruowei was already very familiar with Zu's house. In no time, she found Sugwa's room and gently pushed the door open. At that moment, Sugwa was still in a drowsy sleep, completely unaware that someone had entered. Zhou Ruowei quietly watched Sugwa's sleeping figure, a beautiful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Zhou Ruowei, Zhou Xiangyang, and Sugwa had played together since childhood. Sugwa was not academically inclined and dropped out of school early. In contrast, Zhou Ruowei and Zhou Xiangyang were both attending university. Zhou Ruowei was now 19 and in her second year of college, having started school relatively early. She was 1 year older than Sugwa, who had just turned 18. Since attending university, the three of them had seen each other less frequently. This time she had returned to handle some matters in the village and would be leaving again in a few days. Zhou Ruowei spoke to herself, "So this is how Sugwa sleeps." Unbeknownst to her, her voice was a bit loud, and Sugwa woke up from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes instinctively, he opened them wide, and upon seeing Zhou Ruowei, thought he was mistaken. Rubbing his eyes again, he finally realized he wasn't mistaken. "Sugwa, you don't recognize me anymore." Sugwa chuckled wryly. "When did you come back?" "Didn't university just start? Why are you back so soon? And how did you end up in my room?" In Sugwa's past life, Zhou Ruowei was his white moonlight. After graduating from university, Zhou Ruowei chose to return to her hometown to become a teacher. Later, when it was time for marriage, Zhou Ruowei confessed her feelings to Sugwa. Sugwa, due to his cowardice and timidity, felt unworthy of her and did not end up with Zhou Ruowei. By the time he realized his mistake, Zhou Ruowei had already been in a car accident. Thus, Sugwa never saw Zhou Ruowei again in his past life. This is why, upon realizing he had been reborn, Sugwa vowed never to let such a thing happen again. Zhou Ruowei chuckled softly. "It's nothing new, I just had some things to deal with and came back." "What? You don't welcome me? Come on, what are you talking about? How could I not welcome you?" Sugwa smiled broadly at Zhou Ruowei before he instinctively pinched himself, fearing it was all a dream. Fortunately, it was not, it was real. "Silly pinching yourself. By the way, let me show you something good." Sugwa took out some honey he had saved. "Try this fresh honey." "Wow, where did you get this? Did you go after a hornet's nest again?" Zhou Ruowei said worriedly, "How many times have I told you? Don't go after hornets' nests. Be careful not to get stung all over." Sugwa laughed. "What's the big deal? As long as you like it." Zhou Ruowei blushed and took a taste of the honey. "Smooth talker. All right, it's getting late. I should head back. We'll chat again when I have time." "When are you leaving?" "In 5 days. Are you going to come see me off?" Sugwa thought for a moment and replied, "Sure, I'll come to see off our university student." "Sugwa, I've noticed your words have become sweeter. Have you been charming young ladies lately?" Zhou Ruowei said casually, and Sugwa laughed heartily. "How could that be? I'm the most innocent one in our village." Sure, you're the most innocent. When is your brother coming back?" "During the National Day holiday, October 1st, it will be soon. When he comes back, he'll be helping with the harvest. If he doesn't come back, my dad will beat him up. Then it's settled. Thank you for the honey." With that, Zhou Ruowei got up and walked out. As she reached the door, a smile spread across her lips. "Silly, you're not so silly anymore." After Zhou Ruowei's figure completely disappeared, Sugwa lay on the bed, smiling from ear to ear. Being reborn is truly wonderful. Oh, everything can be set right. Without regrets, rebirth would be devoid of joy. Having regrets is just a chance to make amends, isn't it? Sugwa got up from the bed and walked outside, looking at his mother Han Wan, who was still plucking feathers from the wild chicken. Han Wan glanced at Sugwa and said, "You brat, you slept quite soundly." "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Han Wan said impatiently. "Do you know when that girl entered? When did she come in?" "I just heard sounds from your room." "Oh, I just heard it. She came in half an hour ago." "You really can sleep." "Sugwa, I didn't even know someone came in. There wasn't even anyone to give me a heads up." At this moment, Su Qian also walked out of her room, yawning. Han Wan's face darkened. "You two are really siblings. Each one can sleep better than the other. This year during the new year, I'll set you up with a matchmaker and get you married off early. Su Qian wasn't upset, just chuckled. Getting married is fine, but I have high standards. I won't choose someone trashy. You little girl. Han Wan was so angry, she almost splashed water at her face. Just then the door creaked open, and the three of them looked up. Sugwa saw his uncle and second uncle. Uncle's second uncle. Oh Sugwa, you've become more sensible. In the past, Sugwa was quite shy and found it hard to speak to his uncles. Su Qian also greeted them. Su Weiguo laughed. Su Qian, you're getting prettier, just like your mother. When New Year comes, I'll find you a good match. Thank you, uncle. Sister-in-law, come stir-fry this pork. Today the three of us will have a drink, just a little. Huh, what is this? Su Weiguo paused for a moment. A wild chicken. A wild chicken. Su Jingwo walked over. Wife, how did we end up with a wild chicken at home? This is what Sugwa just caught today. Second uncle Su Igwa asked in a series of questions. Sugwa caught it. Where did he catch it? Did he go hunting? No, he was in the West Woods with the big silly dog. The wild chicken was bitten to death by the big silly dog. Su Weiguo laughed while third brother, your big silly dog can catch wild chickens. So amazing. The big silly dog was given to Su Guo by his maternal grandfather. It was raised from a young age, so it's probably a hunting dog pup. Su Jingwo chuckled. Today, we have another dish to go with our drinks. Su Guo. Well done. Su Guo didn't say much. Luckily, he didn't bring out the skin of the gray dog. If he had, he wouldn't have been able to explain it clearly. Su Guo scratched his head and smiled. It's all luck, just luck. Su Weiguo said, what a man. Not arrogant, good. Su Guo's mouth twitched slightly. Catching just one chicken makes me a man. If I caught a wild boar, wouldn't I be a god? You all wait, I'll go cook for you, it will be ready soon. Han Wan took the pork and wild chicken to the kitchen to cook. Su Guo looked at his father who was holding liquor and advised, Dad, drink less. Hey, since when do you care about your dad? Su Guo. Forget it, if I can't control him, it's better not to say anything. Right now the pillar of the family isn't me. When it is, then I'll say this with weight. Uncle Su Weiguo chuckled. Su Guo, with your two uncles here, your dad won't drink too much. Uncle, second uncle, you both should drink less too. Too much is bad for your liver. All right, Su Guo has grown up, become sensible, and even knows to care for us three. Don't worry, we won't drink too much. Meanwhile, on the other side, the three Chun brothers returned. They didn't come back empty-handed. They managed to catch a wild chicken. This wild chicken was shot by Chun Feilong, as he had been stung the least and could still open his eyes. The other two had swollen faces, noses, and ears. Chen Feihu said weakly, big brother, next time don't come up with these bad ideas. Following you brings no good, and we didn't even see a hornet's nest on the way back. Chun Feilong's mouth twitched slightly as he explained, this isn't my fault. Who knew someone was following us? If we had known who it was, we would have broken his legs. Not getting the hornet's nest this time doesn't mean we won't have a chance next time. When we get the nest next time, we'll go after the bears. Chun Feiyu, not wanting to listen to his brother's unrealistic talk, said, all right, let's hurry back. We need to get those stingers out, it's too urgent. As the three walked through the village, many people didn't recognize them. Due to the severe swelling on their faces, they looked like pigs. Who are these people? Can't you tell? They're the Chun brothers. I really couldn't tell. They must have been stung by hornets, right? It seems so, my goodness. They haven't learned much about hunting, but got stung like this. The three of them heard the comments from bystanders and felt their faces flush with embarrassment, quickening their pace to escape. The three returned home and knocked on the door. Chen Chuj opened it, stunned for a moment, and immediately wanted to shut it. Who were these people? Scary. Chun Feilong was quick to stick his hand in as Chen Chuj tried to close the door, getting his hand stuck. He immediately shouted, Dad. Dad, open the door. It's us, the three of us. Chen Chuj finally opened the door and looked at the three of them. What have you been up to? How did you end up like this? Chen Feilong rubbed his hand, grinning in pain. Dad, it hurts so much. If I hadn't said anything, my hand would have been ruined. Chen Chuj, still trembling, patted his chest. You still have the face to complain. You scared me half to death. I knew it was you three. Tell me what exactly happened. How did you get stung like this? Chen Feilong explained the whole story. After listening, Chen Chuj frowned. You were used as pawns by others. All right, go inside and let your mother pull out the stingers for you three. What could he do? Since he didn't see who it was, he could only accept his misfortune. Chun Feilong hung his head, and the three returned to the house, where Li Xiaoyan was preparing the bed, and was also surprised to see the three brothers. What happened? At that moment, Chen Chuj, who had closed the door, tightly entered. Wife, go fetch some hot water, I'll tell you later. Okay. In no time, the hot water arrived, and some red flower oil was also brought over. Li Xiaoyan heated the oil, and said to the three, bear with it might hurt a bit. Li Xiaoyan used her nails to extract the stingers, pinching and pulling them out. Oh, Mom, it hurts. Chen Chuj held Chun Feilong from moving. Bear with it. This night the Chen family would not see peace. Meanwhile, Han Wan had already stir-fried 2 meat dishes, one of which was a small chicken stew with mushrooms. She deliberately saved the chicken legs for her eldest and second brothers to take home later, as they also had children to raise, and of course, she couldn't neglect them. After all, they brought meat when they came over, and she couldn't be ungrateful. The other dish was pork stir-fried with pickled cabbage. In Northeast, cooking pickled cabbage is essential. As winter approaches, they would prepare dozens of jars of cabbage or other vegetables to ferment, and they would eat these pickled vegetables all year round. With 2 meat dishes prepared, Han Wan also took a few old hen eggs from the house. They were raising old hens and couldn't bear to eat them. Each hen laid 1 egg a day, which they could sell in town. Han Wan cracked the old hen eggs into a bowl, boiled water in a pot, poured in the eggs, and added the pickled cabbage. In no time, a delicious egg and pickled cabbage soup was ready. 2 meat dishes and 1 soup. The New Year's meal was not as good as today's dinner. During New Year, they usually served 1 meat dish mixed with pickled cabbage dumplings. Today's dinner was quite lavish. The staple food was pancakes made by Han Wan, large and fragrant. She placed the 2 meat dishes and the egg soup on the Kong table, and all 5 people sitting at the table swallowed hard. As Han Wan went to get the pancakes, Su Guo wanted to sneak a bite, but was stopped by Su Jiangwo. Wait a moment. When Han Wan returned with the pancakes and placed them on the table, Uncle Su Weiguo said, "Sister-in-law, your cooking skills have improved a lot, not bad." Elder brother, you're just joking. Elder brother, second brother, hurry and dig in. All right. The two picked up their chopsticks and took a bite. It was incredibly delicious. Delicious. So tasty. How could it not be tasty? They hadn't had meat in months. Su Guo and Su Qian enjoyed their pancakes with meat dishes, while Su Jiangwo, Su Weiguo, and Su Aigua happily drank and feasted. The meal was consumed swiftly, taking about half an hour to finish. Su Weiguo, Su Jiangwo, and Su Aigua had not yet drunk to their fill, and most of the dishes had already been eaten. They had only finished 1.5 bottles of the 2 bottles of wine that Su Jiangwo bought, leaving the remaining half bottle untouched, as drinking it straight would hurt their stomachs. Uncle Su Weiguo's face flushed slightly as he spoke. "Third brother, we had a great time drinking today. It has been so many years we have forgotten how long it has been since we gathered like this." Second uncle nodded. "What the elder brother said is true. How about we celebrate the new year together this year? It would be lively." "Sure, I agree." Su Guo chuckled. Uncle and second uncle's sons were already married, and some even had children. However, in these recent years, everyone had been struggling financially, tightening their belts during the holiday season. Celebrating the new year together would certainly require significantly more money than before. But this year, with Su Guo around, there were still 3 months until the new year, and he believed that he could earn the money for the celebration even if he had to hunt down a gray dog. It's not that Su Guo had a saintly heart. After all, they were all relatives bound by blood. This era was not like later generations where neighbors were considered close. In the 1980s, it was all about family. Su Jiangwo nodded. "All right, we will listen to the elder brother and second brother. This year the 3 of us will celebrate the new year together and have a good time." "All right, it's settled then. We'll celebrate at the third brother's house. Third brother, your place is spacious enough to accommodate us." Su Jiangwo nodded in agreement. "Sure." After chatting for a while longer, the 3 reluctantly got off the Kong. Su Guo helped both uncle and second uncle down, ensuring they wouldn't fall. Han Wan hurried back to the kitchen, wrapping the remaining chicken legs in newspaper and then handing them to uncle and second uncle. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by this?" "Yes, sister-in-law, what do you mean?" "Uncle, second uncle, you can take these chicken legs home for Annie or for my brother's son to eat." Han Wan nodded in agreement with Su Guo's suggestion. "Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Elder brother, second brother, just take them. You're full, but there are still a few mouths at home who should try some." Su Jiangwo rubbed his forehead and said, "Actually, I would like more chicken legs, but there are only these 2 on a wild chicken. We can't have the big dumb dog go catch another one, right? That would be absurd." Su Weiguo and Su Aigua, with Su Guo's support, walked out the door. "Don't see us off, Su Guo. You should hurry back. We're not that fragile." "Uncle, don't say that. Hurry up and go back." All right, go back now. I'll head home first." Today Su Guo's mood was indescribable. He had seen the white moonlight he longed for. Zhou Ruawei. He had experienced the purest familial love, yet he felt a tinge of bittersweetness in his heart. Perhaps his rebirth was meant to change these unfortunate realities. Just as Su Guo turned around, he saw his mother Han Wan. "Mom, what are you doing here?" "I came to see if your uncle and second uncle had left yet." "They've already gone." "All right, you should go back and sleep. Tomorrow you'll go to the family at the south end of the village to help with old lease card to leave family village. When you get to your grandfather's place, don't cause any trouble, understand?" "Okay, Mom, don't worry." Su Guo nodded, returning to his room, taking out the gray dog skin, and then knocking on his sister's door with a piece of gray dog skin in hand. What is it? Sister, take this gray dog skin and sell it. I'm going to my grandfather's house tomorrow and probably won't be back for 3 or 4 days. You can keep it for now. It's best to exchange it at the state-run shop in the county. They have designated purchase stations. Don't sell it to others. After Sugwa finished speaking, he returned to his Kong to sleep. He closed his eyes but struggled to fall asleep for a long time. Tomorrow was the most important day, whether he could live a life of hunting depended on it. Since he was here, he decided to make the most of it. He covered himself with a quilt and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sugwa got up early, not even stopping to greet Zhou Ruwei, and headed south with the sticky rice dumplings his mother had given him. On the way, Sugwa ate as he walked and soon arrived at the south end of the village. Upon arrival, he spotted an old man with graying hair and a wrinkled face waiting. When the old man saw Sugwa, he smiled broadly, revealing his yellowed teeth. You must be Sugwa, right? Just call me Old Li. Li Grandpa. Oh. Old Li's eyes lit up, not expecting the little boy to be so well-mannered. Get on the cart, it might be a bit bumpy, so you'd better hold onto the grass. Sugwa nodded and casually pulled up a handful of grass from the ground to put on the cart. The Northeast has 3 treasures: ginseng, sable fir, and grass. The first 2 were very hard to find, while the latter was everywhere in the Northeast. Sugwa sat on the grass and began to converse with Old Li. He learned that Old Li was going to the county to look for work since at his age now, he had nothing much to do in the village. Farming. With half a month until harvest, he planned to see if he could find odd jobs in the county. He intended to earn a bit of money during that half month. Old Li offered Sugwa a pipe, saying, "Want a puff?" Sugwa waved his hand to refuse. "I don't smoke. Not smoking is good for you. I've been a smoker for decades, and I just can't quit. Hold on tight. Giddy up. Giddy up." The cart moved slowly. Without the grass, Sugwa would have certainly been jolted uncomfortably. The sun rose from morning to noon, it becoming much hotter and more piercing at midday. Sugwa glanced at the roadside and estimated that it would take at least 3 or 4 hours to reach Li family village. This didn't bother Sugwa much. It was just that the sun was too glaring. "Li Grandpa, would you like to eat a sticky rice dumpling?" Sugwa handed over a dumpling, and Old Li took it with a grin. "Sure." Old Li finished it quickly. Sugwa, feeling hungry, had a few bites of the dumpling, which was very filling, and he no longer felt hungry. 3 hours later, Sugwa arrived at Li family village. He got off the cart and said to Old Li, "Thank you, Li Grandpa. When I return, I'll treat you to meat." "Hey, you little rascal, I'll hold you to that. All right, I have to go to the county now. I'll be on my way. Safe travels, Li Grandpa." "Thanks." Old Li's figure disappeared from Sugwa's sight. Sugwa chuckled. Li Grandpa is quite a character. Sugwa strode forward, taking big steps toward Li family village, heading in the direction of his grandfather's house, as per his memories. He hadn't gone far when someone from Li family village stopped him. "Young man, where are you from?" In these times, anyone who wasn't from the local village would be questioned when visiting, as there were still spies around. Furthermore, capturing a spy brought a handsome reward. Sugwa didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "I'm here looking for my grandfather. I'm Han Wan's son. My grandfather is Han Taiyang, but you might know him better by his other name, Han Pao. Only skilled hunters would be called something like Pao. For example, Sugwa's grandfather was Han Taiyang, but most people called him Han Pao. This was a term of respect and recognition of his strength. "Oh, so you are his grandson. Looking for Han Pao. He's not at home right now. Oh, I saw him earlier. He went into the mountains. Why don't you wait at Han Pao's house for a bit?" Hearing what the man said, Sugwa nodded. He went into the mountains. "When did he go in?" "About an hour ago." "Are you going into the mountains to find Han Pao?" "He might have gone deep into the mountains. I advise you to wait here instead." "All right. Thank you, uncle." "No problem." After the man left, Sugwa headed toward Li family village's mountains. The mountains near Li family village were adjacent to the Greater Khingan Range, and all the nearby villages were situated by the mountains. The Greater Khingan Range was vast, so large that Sugwa was aware of the paths leading into the mountains from Li family village. Meanwhile, on the other side at the mountain's edge, Han Taiyang Han Pao was hunting with his hunting dog and golden eagle. The eagle and dog had been with him for many years, and their reaction speed wasn't as quick as it used to be, but Han Pao didn't mind. He continued to hunt with them, moving through the mountains. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be any prey at the mountain's edge. However, Han Pao felt it was still better to search the outskirts first. His body was deteriorating day by day, and if he rashly ventured into the deep mountains and got ambushed, what would he do? Before long, the golden eagle circling in the sky seemed to have spotted prey and let out a shrill cry. Having an eagle was advantageous, as it provided an extra set of eyes for Han Pao. Han Pao whistled to call the eagle back. If there was prey nearby, he would leave the rest to the hunting dog. He patted the big yellow dog, saying, "Big Yellow, it's your turn." In fact, Han Pao could have directly followed the eagle to catch the prey. But there was a downside to this. Eagles were faster than humans and hunters often had no idea what kind of prey they were after. If it were a medium-sized wild beast, it would be fine, but if they encountered a wild boar or bear, sending the eagle up would be asking for trouble. Han Pao had lost an eagle this way. By the time he got there, it had already been killed by a wild boar. His big yellow dog was a low-headed scent hound sniffing the ground and heading toward a spot not far away. Han Pao followed closely behind, quickly taking out his hunting rifle. The dog was much faster than humans, and in no time at all it was rushing through the brush towards the prey. By the time Han Pao arrived, he saw it was a foolish roe deer. The hunting dog had bitten the deer's hind leg, tugging at it. The foolish deer was indeed foolish, but it could still feel pain. It attempted to run, but the hunting dog clung tightly and wouldn't let go. Seeing this, Han Pao didn't rush to shoot. It seemed the dog could kill the prey. The foolish deer kicked with its hind legs, hitting the dog in the belly and sending it flying. The golden eagle perched on Han Pao's shoulder immediately flew toward the deer's position, using its claws to block the deer's escape. The hunting dog, now back on its feet, had learned from its experience and bit down on the deer's belly, holding on tightly. The eagle wasn't just a spectator either. It extended its claws, relentlessly scratching the deer. Each scratch drew blood, causing the foolish deer to cry out in distress. Meanwhile, Sugwa, having entered the mountains, crouched close to the ground, listening for sounds. He soon noticed the sound of the deer coming from the northwest. Sugwa immediately ran toward the northwest, while cautiously taking out his slingshot. There were many dangers in the mountains, and he had to stay alert. After more than 10 minutes, Han Pao's hunting dog and the eagle had already exhausted the foolish deer. It must be said that having good helpers made hunting much easier. Han Pao killed a wild roe deer without expending much effort. Although a wild roe deer couldn't fetch a high price, its meat was savory. The meat of a foolish deer was not at all gamey like wild boar. It could even be made into dumpling filling. Han Pao took out his gutting knife and began to gut the foolish deer, removing its intestines and giving the remaining innards to the hunting dog and cutting some hind leg meat for the eagle. Carrying the intestines, Han Pao walked toward a slightly shorter tree. After killing the prey, he needed to pay homage to the mountain god. At this moment, Sugwa had arrived on Han Pao's left side. Just as he was about to call out, he noticed his grandfather holding a string of animal intestines, clearly preparing to worship the mountain god. Sugwa waited silently from a distance without speaking. Han Pao was focused on the intestines and didn't think much of it. Just as he was about to hang the intestines up, he heard rustling sounds from behind. Sugwa's eyes widened as he immediately pulled back his slingshot and aimed at the neck of the wild chicken behind his grandfather. Whoosh! The projectile hit the snake's head hard, preventing Han Pao from being bitten. Sugwa shouted, "Grandfather, there's a red-necked snake behind you." Hearing this, Han Pao quickly bent his knife backward and slashed, slicing the snake in two. Han Pao was drenched in cold sweat, having narrowly escaped being bitten by the red-necked snake. At his age, if he were bitten, he might be lucky enough to survive, but if not, he could die on the spot. The red-necked snake was venomous. Thinking of this, Han Pao felt a wave of fear. He had almost lost his life. He turned to look at his grandson, Sugwa, his face breaking into a kind and warm smile. "Sugwa, when did you arrive?" "Grandfather, I just got here, but I was scared to death." "It's all right, just wait a moment while I hang up the intestines." "Grandfather, let me do it." "All right, you can do it too." Sugwa took the gutting knife, which had the intestines hanging from it, climbed up, and hung the intestines on the tree trunk. "Grandfather, is this okay?" "Yes, that's good. You can come down now." Sugwa climbed down from the tree, looking at his grandfather with a grin. "Grandpa, hey, you've got quite the spirit. If it weren't for you just now, Grandpa might have been bitten by that wild chicken behind us." At this time of year, there are still quite a few wild chickens in the mountains. A bite can be poisonous, and who knows if Grandpa would have made it through. That's uncertain. Sugwa scratched his head and chuckled. "Grandpa, you must be joking. How could I just watch you get bitten by a wild chicken? Did you use a slingshot just now? Let me see, when did you get so good with a slingshot?" Han Pao rubbed Sugwa's head, took the slingshot Sugwa handed him, and glanced at it casually. "This slingshot won't do. When we get back, I'll make you one. The slingshot made from fire-glazed tree is much better." Speaking of fire-glazed trees, Han Pao began to talk endlessly about it. In fact, fire-glazed trees are a type of large-leaved buckthorn, a small tree or shrub that can grow up to about 10 meters. It is a type of decorative wood categorized with water glaze and pink glaze, but only large-leaved buckthorn that has aged for hundreds of years in a barren environment can be called fire glaze. The growing environment of fire glaze greatly affects its quality. If it grows in fertile soil and suitable conditions, it will produce pink glaze instead. Generally speaking, using fire glaze trees to make slingshots is fine, as they last for many years without deteriorating. Sugwa knew that slingshots made from fire glaze trees are better, but he didn't understand the intricacies behind it at all. Today Han Pao educated Sugwa a bit, so he had a general understanding of the fire-glazed tree. Han Pao and Sugwa walked up to the wild roe deer where a dog and a golden eagle were feeding. Sugwa watched the golden eagle feed up close and couldn't help but want to touch it. Just as he reached out to touch the eagle's feathers, the eagle looked at him, and Han Pao scolded, causing the eagle to go back to eating the roe deer meat. Grandpa, is this caught by the hunting dog and golden eagle? Yes, just those two. I didn't even spend a bullet. This golden eagle is so cool. I want one too. Han Pao chuckled. You want one? Alright, learn to hunt with me, and it'll teach you how to raise a golden eagle. What do you say? This method I learned from an Awenki hunter. How about learning to hunt with me? Han Pao knew Sugwa had no way to learn hunting. After all, he had told Sugwa many hunting experiences and stories, but Sugwa always seemed uninterested and indifferent. Later, Han Pao learned that it was due to Han Wan instilling the idea in Sugwa from a young age that hunting is bad, and that hunters die young, leading Sugwa to have a fear of this profession. Sugwa didn't expect his grandpa to say such a thing. His face lit up, and he nodded heavily. Alright, that's great. I actually want to learn to hunt. Grandpa, teach me. This left Han Pao dumbfounded. What? Have you thought this through? Han Pao continued. Don't think about using my gun. If you want to hunt, you'll have to accumulate wealth to buy your own. No, I just wanted to touch it. Han Pao handed the gun to Sugwa, worried and removing the bullets. Sugwa played with it for a while, and then returned it to Han Pao. Han Pao continued, alright, let's get to business. You can learn to hunt with me, but I won't teach you for long. At most 3 months. After the new year, I plan to wash my hands of this business. Huh. Grandpa, you're joking, right? Really going to wash your hands of it? Sugwa thought hard and realized that it seemed true. Grandpa was indeed planning to stop hunting after the new year. Han Pao chuckled and said, my health is declining year by year. Do you think I'm like you, a 17 or 18-year-old kid? I've been hunting for over 20 years. My body has too many ailments and pains. Moreover, there's only your grandmother at home who needs looking after. I can't keep hunting forever. Han Pao rubbed Sugwa's head and continued, actually, I don't want my hunting skills to disappear. After so many years of hunting, if I don't pass on my skills, wouldn't that be a shame? Grandpa, why not take on an outsider apprentice? Han Pao replied softly, people's hearts are too complicated. This statement was indeed true. If you want to learn to hunt with me, I have only one requirement tomorrow: take an axe and go hunt a roe deer. That's simple, right? Just that one. Sugwa was taken aback. Han Pao nodded, just that one. They'll follow you. Don't worry, it won't affect you. For 3 days, starting tomorrow. Okay. Grandpa, isn't this condition too simple? What if a roe deer charges at me? In reality, having Sugwa take an axe to hunt a foolish roe deer wasn't the goal. The purpose was to let Sugwa understand that finding prey in the mountains is quite a challenging task. Of course, another purpose was to temper him. Even if Sugwa didn't succeed, Han Pao would still take him as an apprentice. His goal was to make him realize that hunting wasn't as easy as he thought. Old hunters know where roe deer tend to go. Roe deer lack salt and will head towards places with more salt to supplement their bota salt content. However, Sugwa was aware of this as well. In his past life, he had read a document that detailed methods for capturing roe deer. There were not just the salt method, but several others, all stored in his memory. How to operate specifically was something Sugwa needed to think about. If it charges at me, that would be lucky. Grandpa squatted down to carry the roe deer, and Sugwa quickly snatched the job. Grandpa, let me do it. Alright. Han Pao didn't resist and allowed Sugwa to carry the roe deer while he carried the golden eagle on his shoulder, leading the way with a hunting dog beside him. Sugwa looked at his grandpa's back, then at the golden eagle and hunting dog next to him, along with the hunting rifle behind him. While this was the ultimate hunting equipment he had always dreamed of. With a hunting dog, a golden eagle, and a hunting rifle, what else could he ask for? Han Pao was an excellent marksman. His shooting skills were top-notch. Sugwa, your mom sent you here not to learn hunting from me, right? After you learn, how will you explain it when you go back? What's there to explain? Just speak the truth. I have the ability to hunt and feed the family. Even if she disagrees, she has to agree. Am I supposed to starve to death on the street? Or should she support me for a lifetime? Sugwa paused, then with a grin, said, besides, Grandpa is here, right? You can definitely convince her. If my mom disagrees, you can make her agree. Before coming, Sugwa had already thought of a strategy. He would learn to hunt, and even if it didn't work out, he would still make it work. Han Pao laughed heartily. You little rascal, you're quite clever. You've thought of all the advantages for yourself and left all the disadvantages for me. As the two emerged from the mountain, they walked along the roadside of the village where they encountered many people greeting Han Pao. Sugwa wasn't surprised at this. In the village, capable hunters share their catches with the villagers, and this back and forth fosters good relationships. After walking for a short while, they arrived at Grandpa's house. It resembled the homes of ordinary villagers with only one large yard and 3 rooms inside. However, one of the 3 rooms was built with red bricks, which was where Grandpa and Grandma lived, while the other 2 rooms were still made of mud bricks. This red brick house cost Grandpa quite a bit of money, and he was the first person in the village to build a red brick house, which gave him a lot of face. As Grandpa pushed open the door, Sugwa saw Grandma, busy feeding the piglets in the yard. "Honey, you're back." Han Pao chuckled him back. "Turn around and see who has come." "Who has come?" Grandma Qian Tianyan turned around, and upon seeing Sugwa, she was taken aback. Sugwa grinned. "Grandma. Sugwa, it's been a long time since you last visited. Stay a few more days this time, stay a few more days." "Sure." Sugwa nodded in agreement. Grandma had 3 children, all daughters. The daughters who married out like spilled water rarely come back, except for the youngest daughter, Han Wan, who often brings Sugwa along. This is why Grandma and Grandpa are particularly fond of Sugwa. It's not just because of the time spent together, but also because of the bond formed. Grandma's gaze fell on the roe deer. "Honey, did you catch a roe deer today?" "Yes, I caught a roe deer. Let me tell you, if Sugwa hadn't been there today, I might have fallen in the mountains." Grandpa recounted the thrilling moment, which startled Grandma. Fortunately, Sugwa was quick-witted. He patted Grandma's back to help her catch her breath. "Grandma, don't listen to my grandpa's nonsense. Even without me, he wouldn't have fallen in the mountains." "Grandma, I'm hungry." Okay, I'll go make you something to eat." Grandpa cut the hind leg meat of the roe deer and handed it to Grandma. "Let's cook some roe deer meat." "Fresh roe deer meat." "Sure." Grandma took the roe deer meat and went into the kitchen. Sugwa followed along, helping to light the fire and chatting about other matters, making Grandma smile even more. Han Pao was also busy. He walked into the storage room and took out his unused traps from previous hunts. These traps were meant for catching roe deer and sika deer, which are medium-sized animals. He didn't need them now. For medium-sized animals, except for wolves which he needs to shoot, he could let the golden eagle and hunting dog handle the rest. Never mind, he'll take them out first. Tomorrow when we hunt roe deer, he'll give the traps to Sugwa. Maybe he can catch a roe deer. There was also a tattered notebook documenting his hunting techniques over the years and the dangers he faced. Han Pao's hunting skills were learned from the Awenki people who live by hunting. "Don't have any fire-glazed tree." Han Pao searched for a while, but indeed found none. However, he thought of someone who should have fire-glazed trees. The village chief Li was a slingshot enthusiast and should have plenty of fire-glazed trees. Sugwa's only advantage right now was the slingshot. If the equipment wasn't good, how could he hunt small animals? Thinking of this, Han Pao called out to Sugwa in the kitchen, "Sugwa, I'm heading out for a while. Take good care of your grandma." "All right." Han Pao left the house and soon arrived at the village chief Li's home. As soon as he entered, he saw 7 or 8 people carrying 56-style semi-automatic rifles. Han Pao recognized them at a glance. They were the village militia. Han Pao suddenly remembered that it was almost harvest time and wild boars love to come and steal crops. They must be discussing how to protect the crops. At this moment, village chief Li also saw Han Pao and smiled. "Han Pao, what brings you here?" "Chief Li, do you have any fire-glazed trees?" "Give me some. I want to make a slingshot for my grandson." "Oh, you mean fire-glazed trees?" "Yes, wait a moment, I'll go get some for you. This isn't worth much." Soon Chief Li, who went into the house, came back out and handed Han Pao a shaped fire-glazed tree, saying, "Han Pao, a few days ago, wild boars stole our crops. If you find any traces of wild boars while in the mountains, remember to let us know." Han Pao nodded. "All right, if I find any, I'll let you know." "Chief, see you later." Han Pao took the fire-glazed tree he had in hand and left, and he guessed right, there really were wild boars eating the crops. Wild boars are not easy to deal with in the mountains. The scariest encounters are with wild boars, bears, and mountain lions. Especially wild boars with their tough skin and thick meat, you need a hunting rifle to kill them. At this time, wild boars are quite large, with sows weighing up to 200 to 300 pounds and boars possibly weighing 700 to 800 pounds. What does 700 to 800 pounds mean? If a boar charges at you, you won't die, but you'll be severely injured. Given Han Pao's current state, without the help of a hunting dog, it would be difficult to deal with a wild boar. To be precise, a single hunting dog cannot hold back a wild boar. It takes 3 or 4 dogs working together to subdue it, allowing the hunter to shoot it down. Of course, there are also bold hunters who bravely seek out wild boars with guns. Typically, these individuals are incredibly confident in their shooting skills. If anything goes wrong, it's the hunter who pays the price. Han Pao hurried back home, and while it was still not completely dark, he took Sugwa's slingshot, disassembled it, and replaced it with a fire-glazed tree. A brand new slingshot was created, and Han Pao tried it out, finding the feel quite good. Excellent. With this little thing, hitting a dog can catching a cat, wild chickens, and gray dogs would not be a problem. But trying to hit a wild boar, that would be a joke. Here, take this. Grandpa, this is awesome. Awesome. Sugwa looked at the slingshot made from fire-glazed tree, and it felt different in his hands. The feel is really good. Sugwa immediately took out a clay pellet, loaded it into the pouch, aimed at the leaves on the big tree, and with a whoosh the pellet flew. The pellet accurately pierced through the leaves. Seeing this, Han Pao generously praised great aim. As night fell, Grandma finished cooking. The meal consisted of roe deer meat stir-fried with pickled cabbage, and the rice was mixed with red beans. It wasn't that they couldn't afford white rice, but the mix with red beans added a sweetness and helped sate hunger. In the kitchen, Grandma called out, "Dinner's ready. Quickly bring the meat over." Sugwa, hearing this from outside, replied, "Coming, coming." Sitting on the kong, Sugwa watched the dishes his grandmother had prepared, instinctively swallowing his saliva. They smelled so delicious. Sugwa nodded, picked up his bowl, and started eating the vegetables. They were fragrant, incredibly fragrant. The roe deer meat was already tasty, and stir-fried with the pickled cabbage, it was cooked just right and tasted exquisite. "Wow, Grandma, your cooking is still as fragrant and delicious as ever. You rascal." Han Pao chuckled as he looked at Sugwa. This kid was quite slick with his words, but the older generation still liked someone like Sugwa. Being a bit cunning made it less likely for him to suffer losses in anything he did. Grandma added another piece of meat to Sugwa's bowl and said, "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Tomorrow I'll make dumplings for you to taste, all right?" "All right, all right." Sugwa nodded vigorously. Rebirth was indeed good. The days of rebirth were warm and filled with warmth. After about 10 minutes, the dishes on the table were almost finished. Sugwa rubbed his belly and grinned, "Grandpa, I'm full. If you don't eat enough, you'll leave your grandpa broke." This time Sugwa really let loose and finished 3 full bowls of rice. Every time Sugwa visited his grandparents' house, he ate freely. Grandma and Grandpa were getting older and couldn't eat much. In this weather it would spoil if left uneaten, so it was better for Sugwa to eat it all. Grandpa's family is rich, we won't run out of food." Grandpa smiled helplessly as he looked at Sugwa. "You little rascal." Grandma, you just rest here, I'll tidy up a bit." Sugwa took the bowls and chopsticks from the kong table, placed them in the kitchen, poured some water, and washed the dishes clean. After finishing all this, Sugwa had just come out of the kitchen when he saw Grandma and Grandpa coming out of the room with a blanket. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" "Cleaning your room." No, Grandpa, let me do it myself." Sugwa stopped them. If Han found out about this, Sugwa didn't know how he would die. "All right, just put the blanket here. There's a kong in the room, and you can tidy it up and stay there." Sugwa nodded, "All right." Then he tidied up the room, placing the blanket on the kong. As soon as he lay down on the kong, fatigue washed over him, and he dozed off. After an unknown period, a figure quietly entered. Seeing Sugwa lying on the kong without a blanket, Grandma covered him with one before quietly closing the door. "Is he asleep?" "Shoo. He's already asleep. He must be tired from the day." Grandpa nodded. The next morning, Sugwa got up early from the kong. He opened the door and saw Grandpa practicing the 5-animal fist in the yard. The so-called 5-animal fist mimics the movements of 5 animals to strengthen the body. "Grandpa, you woke up so early. You're up? Come on, grab your gear, and let's go hunt roe deer." "So soon? I haven't even eaten yet." "No need to. I had your grandma make you some sticky bean buns we can eat on the way." Grandpa took out a few sticky bean buns from his pocket and handed them to Sugwa. Sugwa took a bite, and the flavor was just like what his mother made. It seemed he had found the source. "By the way, this is a notebook I wrote. It contains my hunting techniques and a rough description of the areas where I hunt. You can have it. You better not lose it, understood? Also take this trap. It's for catching roe deer. If you manage to catch one, you can use it." Sugwa stared blankly as he received the notebook from Grandpa. It was filled with Grandpa's insights, and as he flipped through it, he found the content quite detailed. "Thank you, Grandpa." "Thank you for what?" Grandpa continued. "Let's see if you can catch a roe deer first. Here, this is an axe. Take it." Sugwa took it and exclaimed, "All right." As soon as he took it, he felt a heavy weight. This axe was not light. Sugwa also carried a basket, placing the trap inside. The reason for the basket was that there were quite a few valuable mushrooms on the mountain this season. If he encountered some, he could pick a few, but gathering mushrooms depended even more on luck. "Let's go." Han Pao rubbed the hunting dog's head, not letting the golden eagle follow because it would scare off the prey. If he was alone, it would be fine. If he scared them, he could just let the golden eagle chase them. But today was a test for Sugwa. If the golden eagle helped, then what was the point of the test? An old man and a young boy accompanied by the hunting dog entered the mountain. As they walked deeper, they could see plenty of dew on the grass. After all, it was just after dawn, and having dew was common. They hadn't walked for long when their pant legs were soaked with dew. Sugwa didn't mind. Instead, he looked back at Grandpa. "Are your legs okay?" "I'm fine. I'm not as bad as you think." "All right, let's get started." Sugwa shrugged helplessly and said, "Okay." Sugwa surveyed the terrain, noting the elevation. Typically road deer go to lower areas. Sugwa walked along the path heading northwest, and Han Pao, seeing Sugwa do this, smiled slightly, muttering to himself, "This kid is quite clever." Clearly Sugwa's approach was correct, but he would still have to search quite a bit. In fact, the easiest way to catch road deer is in winter. Autumn is not good for hunting. In winter there are footprints to follow, but in autumn the footprints get buried under leaves. Sugwa was now taking careful steps, kicking at the leaves on the ground to avoid covering the road deer's tracks. After kicking for an hour, Sugwa was exhausted, sat down on the ground, and gasped for breath. What's wrong? Are you tired already? We can trek all day, even for several days. How can you manage without a good physique? Get up. At this moment Han Pao was no longer just Sugwa's grandpa, it was more of a test for him. As soon as Sugwa's bottom touched the ground, he heard Grandpa's words and immediately stood up, walking ahead. Finally, heaven did not disappoint those who were earnest. Sugwa finally found the footprints of the road deer. He bent down and sniffed, saying, "Grandpa, the road deer is around here." Han Pao chuckled. "All right, then go find it." Sugwa followed the footprints, but they suddenly stopped because the path ahead was mostly covered in leaves, and the firmer soil would not show any prints. At this moment, Sugwa understood. No wonder Grandpa had seemed so calm earlier. This method of tracking footprints was not effective. However, this area was definitely where the road deer often roamed. Sugwa quickly took out the trap from his basket and pulled out Grandpa's notebook, beginning to set up the trap. Han Pao watched from the side and could only say that Sugwa's trap-making skills were embarrassing, truly embarrassing. It completely revealed his novice level. Han Pao didn't say much, he just pointed at the sun, saying, "It's already been quite a while, you haven't even seen a single hair of a road deer." Sugwa chuckled, scratching his head, "But we still have 5 days, right? No rush, no rush. Grandpa, let's eat first, it's lunchtime, and I'm hungry." Han Pao's mouth twitched slightly as he gathered some kindling, stoked the fire, and started to roast the sticky bean buns. He looked at Sugwa and asked, "What are you planning to do this afternoon? Are you really planning to stay in the mountains for 3 days? Sugwa shook his head. "I'll try a different method. I'll look along the creek for places with high salt content or along the ridges. I've heard that road deer like to climb ridges. I wonder if I can find one." Hearing this, Han Pao's eyes lit up. This kid wasn't dumb. He knew that dumb road deer like to climb ridges and eat salt. The sticky bean buns were roasted in no time. Han Pao handed one to Sugwa, and just as Sugwa was about to reach for it, he saw a gray dog on a nearby tree looking at him while holding a pine cone. "Catch it," Han Pao urged, and Sugwa instead took out his slingshot, loaded it with clay pellets, and with a whoosh the gray dog that had been watching Sugwa was knocked down. It fell heavily to the ground, and Han Pao walked over to pick it up, saying, "You little rascal, you really know how to handle the slingshot. Here, take it." A small gray dog didn't concern him. However, he increasingly felt that Sugwa was a skilled hunter, hitting so accurately with a slingshot. If applied to shooting, wouldn't he become a sharpshooter? Sugwa grinned, took out a small knife, skinned the gray dog, saving the fur, and began to roast the gray dog meat. Sugwa chuckled. "Grandpa, do you want to try a bit later? Sticky bean buns are tasty, but they can't compare to meat." The smile on Sugwa's face was unmistakable. Han Pao was almost laughing with anger. He stood up and whistled for the hunting dog, signaling it to go find some prey, and the dog dashed into the woods. Han Pao's big yellow dog had been hunting with him for 7 or 8 years and was quite familiar with the mountain environment. In no time, Big Yellow returned with a wild chicken in its mouth. Sugwa was stunned. "This. Grandpa, your hunting dog is amazing, right?" "What amazing? There are just many wild chickens in the mountains. In northeast China, we have a saying, a stick beats a roe deer, and a ladle scoops a fish. Wild chickens fly into the pot. That's what it means. There are just too many wild chickens." Sugwa pouted. "Then why didn't I see any wild chickens?" Han Pao shrugged and chuckled. "How would I know?" Afterward, Han Pao got up, went to a place with a water source, processed the wild chicken, skewered it with a stick, and placed it over the fire to roast. "Sugwa, I think you said something quite good." "What did I say?" "Meat tastes better than sticky bean buns," Han Pao said cheerfully while turning the stick in his hands. Sugwa looked at the gray dog meat in his hand, and then at Grandpa's wild chicken meat. 1 wild chicken's meat was worth more than 3 of his gray dogs. Once the gray dog meat was roasted, Sugwa finished it in just a few bites and grinned, asking Grandpa for 2 more sticky bean buns. "Grandpa, you keep roasting, I'm going to check ahead." Sugwa dropped this line and left. "All right, be careful and don't wander too far." Sugwa walked along this path for 7 or 8 minutes and didn't dare to venture further. He didn't know what was ahead, and there were no trees nearby. If a large wild beast came, Sugwa wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Just when Sugwa thought about retreating, he noticed several holes in the dirt mound behind him. The openings were smaller than his head, and Sugwa muttered, "Are these jumps for cats? Let's go back." After returning, Sugwa told Han Pao about the hole he had discovered. Han Pao frowned. "A hole. Let's go check it out." Han Pao and Sugwa walked over, and Han Pao looked at the moderately sized hole reaching inside, only to find it deep and bottomless. If nothing unexpected, this is a jump cat's hole. "You little rascal, how come you can find other prey so quickly, but couldn't find a roe deer?" "Grandpa, it's a jump cat's hole. How do we drive them out?" Sugwa looked at Grandpa puzzled. Han Pao smiled. "Don't worry about that for now, and let's check all the holes around here." Sugwa nodded, understanding the reason. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, which refers to jump cats. They are cunning animals. Sugwa held his slingshot tightly, always alert, and started searching the area. He inspected the holes on the ground, and then walked to the back of the dirt mound to take a look. He indeed found a hole over here. After searching for a long while, Sugwa didn't find any more. "How many holes did you find?" Han Pao asked. "One. One is fine, it's acceptable." "Grandpa, how many did you find?" 3. Han Pao held up 3 fingers, waving them in front of Sugwa. "Indeed, experience comes with age." Han Pao continued, "I bet there are still a few holes on your side that you didn't find." "No way, I checked everywhere, but it's impossible to have more." "Don't be so sure of, I'll show you." Han Pao continued, "Sugwa, you remind me of myself when I was young, especially when I was learning to hunt from my master. It's so similar. Look, isn't this one?" Han Pao pointed to a hole near a large tree and said casually, "Jump cats are even more cunning than you think. They don't just have 3 burrows." After that, Han Pao quickly found another hole. Sugwa was thoroughly convinced this time. Han Pao pulled some weeds from the ground, signaling Sugwa to join him. "Pull some and block the hole. Later I'll teach you how to catch jump cats." The two blocked all discovered openings, leaving only one, the one that Sugwa had initially found. "Are we going to use smoke?" Han Pao chuckled. "Yes, that's right, we are using smoke." "You actually know this, huh?" Sugwa twitched his lips. This was a story told to him by Han Pao during his childhood. Han Pao took out all the ula grass from his hands, ignited it with a flint, quickly extinguished it after ignition, and then waved the ula grass in front of the opening for about 7 to 8 minutes. Han Pao continued, "Sugwa, keep an eye on it. I estimate that the rabbits inside won't be able to take it much longer and will come out." Sugwa nodded, standing guard at the opening. Soon they heard footsteps from inside the opening, getting faster, followed by a whoosh. A jumping cat dashed out, catching both of them off guard, while the hunting dog reacted quickly and chased after it. The two continued watching the opening, and before long the jumping cats began to emerge one by one. With previous experience, Sugwa and Han Pao blocked the opening with a basket, and all the jumping cats jumped into the basket. "Grandpa, this trick is brilliant." "Brilliant, my foot, it's just a simple little technique." "What's so brilliant about it?" Han Pao looked into the basket filled with jumping cats and checked carefully. 6 jumping cats, counting that one from earlier. There are actually 7 jumping cats in this hole. Quite a lot. Sugwa peered into the basket and saw that all the wild rabbits had their eyes closed, probably fainted from the smoke. There are so many jumping cats. Han Pao continued, "More than a dozen jumping cats can't compare to 1 gray dog skin, and more than a dozen gray dog skins can't compare to 1 sable skin. 7 or 8 sable skins can only compare to 1 bear's gallbladder." Han Pao continued, "If you want to make money quickly, you have to kill bears for their gallbladders." Sugwa shook his head. "Grandpa, look at me now, I'm nothing. How can I kill a bear? I can't just go chopping with an axe, can I? You know, I've actually seen hunters from the Oricon tribe use knives and axes to chop off the heads of bears. In fact, killing a bear doesn't necessarily require a gun or traps. Can also be used to catch bears, though there is a certain risk involved. I've written in your notebook about how to cleverly use mechanisms to kill bears. Alright, I've told you so much, but it will take at least a year or 2 before you catch a bear." Sugwa was taken aback and blurted out, "So slow." "Slow? This is actually fast. You usually can't find bears in the mountains. You can only look for them in winter when they hibernate. Now that it's getting dark, are you still going deeper? I estimate that in less than an hour it will be completely dark. Let's go." "I refuse to believe we can't find any roe deer." "Alright, let's go." Thus Sugwa continued deeper, keeping an eye on the terrain and the location of water sources. After walking about a mile, they finally spotted 2 roe deer by a small stream. The northeast roe deer had a white spot on its rear that resembled a small heart, and its body was brown, making it particularly conspicuous. Roe deer may be silly, but that doesn't mean they won't run when they see people. Of course, there are exceptions. Some silly roe deer run straight to a person offering themselves up, but that is a rare occurrence. Han Pao said with a smile, "The roe deer are right in front of you. It's up to you now." "Alright." Sugwa nodded heavily, placing the basket on the ground and taking out the slingshot from his waist. "So you want the silly roe deer to run?" Just blind its eyes, and let's see how it runs. Sugwa planned to blind the roe deer with a clay pellet, and then approach it with an axe to chop it. Otherwise, there's no other way after all the traps are not here. Han Pao frowned when he saw Sugwa pull out the slingshot. He had thought that Sugwa's best method was to quietly approach, and then chop with the axe. Using a slingshot now? Can a slingshot really kill a roe deer? Han Pao shook his head helplessly as if he could already envision the scene where the roe deer would run away. Sugwa felt pressure too. They were at a distance from the silly roe deer, and if the wind blew, it could deflect the trajectory of the clay pellet. Fortunately, the heavens favored Sugwa. There was not a hint of wind, and the silly roe deer was licking the salt on the ground after drinking water. Salt flat. Sugwa immediately realized that this area by the stream was a salt flat. The two silly roe deer didn't notice anyone approaching and were preoccupied with licking the salt on the ground. Then Sugwa seized the opportunity and quietly aimed at the roe deer's eyes. He pulled back the slingshot and released. Whoosh! A sound of air breaking echoed as the clay pellet struck the roe deer's eye. When Sugwa looked up, he saw the roe deer running around chaotically, blood streaming from the corner of its eye. Seeing the two roe deer about to run, Han Pao immediately raised his hunting gun ready to fire. Sugwa's clay pellet flew past Han Pao and hit the leg of the wounded roe deer, causing it to limp. It couldn't run even if it wanted to. Han Pao put down his gun, looking at Sugwa in disbelief. You little rascal are so smart. It's a talent. Ordinary people wouldn't know how to hunt roe deer. The weaknesses of other roe deer are just two. One is the leg and the other is the eye. Besides, bears hitting any prey in the eye can work. Bears are already blind. They primarily rely on their sense of smell. The other roe deer had already escaped, and Sugwa chuckled. Grandpa, the roe deer is done. Can you teach me to hunt now? Han Pao looked at Sugwa. I feel like there's nothing left for me to teach you apart from setting traps and observing the terrain, looking at footprints, and just these things I don't know. Sugwa chuckled. But Grandpa, shouldn't you teach me how to train a golden eagle? All right, I'll teach you. Sugwa walked up to the silly roe deer. Grandpa, should I shoot it? If I chop it, the blood will splatter all over me. Sure. I'll teach you. You send it on its way. Han Pao taught Sugwa how to aim, load, and fire. Sugwa nodded. It was simpler than he had imagined. He loaded the gun, stepped back a bit from the silly roe deer, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun fired, and Sugwa nearly stumbled backward from the recoil. Grandpa, the gun has such strong recoil. That's because you're not used to it. This Hanyang model is considered good. If you use other guns, the recoil is even stronger. You can't even control it. Sugwa asked, so which gun is the best for hunting? The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. It's the best in the hunting industry. The price is 150 big unities. Sugwa secretly made up his mind that once he had money, he would definitely buy one of these guns. Grandpa, how do we gut it? Sugwa scratched his head, chuckling. Come a bit closer, squat down, and I'll teach you. Han Pao gestured for Sugwa to squat down, drawing out the hunting knife and pointing the tip at the silly roe deer's abdomen, saying, gutting starts from this spot. Gently use the knife from tail to head, just make a single cut, and the belly will open up, allowing the blood to flow out. If it's a red deer or a tiger, the blood is useful, so we would catch it in a wooden bucket, but under normal circumstances it's rare to encounter a red deer or a tiger, and hunters don't carry wooden buckets into the mountains. For animals like roe deer, once the blood has mostly flowed out, we take out the entrails and give them to the dogs. You should understand what I mean, right? Sugwa nodded, saying, I know, let the dogs eat it as a reward. Exactly. The intestines are even simpler, just take them out and hang a piece on a tree. This is basically how you handle the prey. If it's a bear or a wild boar, that's another matter, but I have everything written down in this book, so you can take a good look when you get home today. All right, I'll carry the basket. You carry this roe deer. Sure. Sugwa nodded. It was his first day in the mountains with Grandpa, and he had learned quite a bit. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Sugwa wouldn't have understood the process involved. Hunting is neither particularly difficult nor particularly easy, it is just what it is. The real test is merely the person's patience and determination, as well as being bold and meticulous. The two of them headed back the way they came, and Han Pao said, Sugwa, do you know why we need to bleed the prey after killing it? Sugwa nodded and replied, I know, if the prey dies and we don't bleed it out, it will affect the meat and its taste. Roe deer are a bit better, but for wild boars we must bleed them out quickly, otherwise the meat becomes inedible, too gamey and foul. Han Pao's eyes brightened, and he looked at Sugwa with satisfaction. Did I tell you these stories when you were little? Sugwa chuckled and scratched his head, saying, yeah, you loved telling me hunting stories and fun anecdotes when I was a kid. I basically know everything about hunting except for the Hansen part. That's good. Having a foundation is important. I'm just afraid you won't understand anything and act like a clueless kid. They hadn't walked long when they realized they were only halfway through their journey and it was getting dark around them. Han Pao urged, "Hurry up, it's getting completely dark and our vision will be blurred." Everyone who hunts knows that it's difficult to spend the night in the mountains. Even if they do, it's usually with a group taking turns to keep watch. Otherwise, if wolves show up, they might not even know they're being eaten. All right. Sugwa nodded, following behind. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out from the southeast direction, coming from their left side. Hearing those 2 gunshots, Sugwa noted that they weren't very loud. Before they could react, a painful howl followed. Sugwa trembled in fear. Oh, was that a human's voice? Han Pao furrowed his brow and said, "Sugwa, let's go." Upon hearing his grandpa's urgent words, Sugwa immediately moved forward, knowing that something was amiss. Han Pao took 5 live jumping cats from the basket and placed them on the ground, tying the feet of 2 of them with a rope while slaughtering the other 3, leaving their bodies in this spot. After completing all this, Han Pao helped Sugwa carry the roe deer, and their pace quickened, not daring to linger in the mountains for even a moment. Phew. They were about to exit the mountain, panting heavily after their run. Han Pao chuckled. "You kid can run pretty well." Not bad. Han Pao, being an old hunter, had seen a decline in his physical fitness, but he hadn't expected Sugwa to keep pace with him. It seemed that Sugwa was naturally suited for this line of work, with good physical fitness, decent luck, and perseverance. The more Han Pao observed Sugwa, the more he appreciated him. Previously, his affection was familial. Now it was accompanied by a sense of optimism. Sugwa chuckled, scratching his head. "Grandpa, what was that gunfire just now about? And that scream earlier, it sounded like a human voice, right?" Han Pao furrowed his brow again, saying, "That scream definitely was a human voice along with the gunfire. I reckon the hunter had too many prey on him and was targeted by a wild beast. Well, we can't help. If it were daytime, we could go check it out, but the sky is almost completely dark now. If we don't run, are we going to deliver ourselves to the beasts?" Han Pao spoke reasonably at that moment, let alone going over. Even if they were a bit late in leaving, they would be the ones in danger. Han Pao said in a low tone, "Sugwa, such situations will happen when hunting. You must be extra careful and also be cautious of people. Similarly, I hope that in the future, if you encounter a hunter in danger while hunting, help him out, but only if you won't put yourself in danger. If we're in a situation like just now, your reaction should be to run." "Did you hear that?" Sugwa nodded, taking the lesson to heart. Tonight's conversation would benefit him for a lifetime. Sugwa had one more question, frowning as he asked, "Grandpa, why did you drop the jumping cats earlier? Are you silly? If there are other beasts following us, dropping the jumping cats can distract them, giving us a chance to escape. Additionally, we can return tomorrow to see what kind of wild beast it was." Han Pao smiled and said, "You kid have sharp eyes." The 2 walked out of the mountains, and after half a mile they returned home. As soon as they returned, they saw Grandma anxiously waiting in the yard. When she saw them come back, the worry on her face eased. "Why did you 2 take so long? Sugwa, did you kill something?" Grandma's face lit up when she saw the roe deer Sugwa was carrying. Yesterday, Grandpa had mentioned that Sugwa would learn hunting with him and also talked about the test for Sugwa. She didn't expect him to complete it on the first day, which truly surprised her. "Yeah, it was all luck. Good luck." "What luck? You're much better than your grandpa." Grandma glanced at Grandpa and said, "When your grandpa was learning from his master made him catch a roe deer." "Oh, Grandpa, you also caught roe deer back then." Grandma continued, "He took 4 days to catch 1 roe deer, and it even crashed into his face." Han Pao's face turned red. "Why are you telling the kid these old stories? Don't I have any pride?" All right, I won't say anymore. Sugwa, come on, follow me. I'm going to make you some dumplings." "Great. What filling do you have, Grandma?" "Pickled cabbage and roe deer meat." "Awesome." Soon the dumplings filled with pickled vegetables and roe were served on the table. Sugwa sat on the bed, his mouth watering with anticipation. Sugwa picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth, biting into the wrapper, his mouth filled with oil-rich, yet not greasy, perfectly wrapped in pickled vegetables. Delicious. "Grandma, you should eat too. After saying this, Sugwa picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks and placed it in his grandmother's bowl, grinning with delight. All right, eat more, there's plenty more." That's enough. Cough, cough. Han Pao pretended to cough in a strange manner, as if asking, "What about me? Aren't you going to give me one? Where would I put my old face?" Sugwa quickly reacted and hurriedly picked up a dumpling, placing it in his grandfather's bowl. Han Pao then broke into a smile. "You little rascal, quite clever indeed." Sugwa scratched his head, continuing to devour the dumplings. The taste was marvelous, and he thought that when he returned home, he would go into the mountains to hunt a roe deer so that the whole family could enjoy dumplings. With his determination solidified, Sugwa became even more vigorous, stuffing dumplings into his mouth. Within 7 or 8 minutes, he had finished all the dumplings. I'm full. Aren't you going to eat a bit more? Sugwa shook his head and got off the bed. After Sugwa left, Han Pao quietly told his partner, "Wife, Sugwa has a great talent for hunting. I should have let him learn hunting with me. If he had started from a young age, he would probably already be able to hunt bears by now." His grandmother rolled her eyes at him. Start from a young age. Starting from a young age, would our daughter even allow that? You should think carefully about how to explain it to our daughter. Sugwa wanted to learn. I didn't force him. All right. Sugwa cleaned his bowl, returned to his room, sat on the bed, and opened the notebook his grandfather had given him today. He looked closely. There were both texts and illustrations, most of which were educational content along with some small tricks. For example, regarding traps, Sugwa learned a lot from it. The trap he set today had many flaws. If he buried a stake below, it would probably improve quite a bit. Thus, Sugwa kept reading. Before long, he fell asleep. After a day of exhausting running in the mountains, his legs were sore and tired. In his hazy dreams, Sugwa saw bears, mountain lords, and wild boars as he took his hunting rifle and brought them all down. Hee. It seems this is a beautiful dream. The next morning, the sun was already shining brightly, yet Sugwa was still asleep on the bed. Where's Sugwa? Still sleeping. His grandmother had already prepared breakfast and was speaking to Han Pao, who was exercising outside. After finishing his 5-animal play, Han Pao said, "He's still sleeping inside. Don't disturb him for now. It's his first day in the mountains, and he must be exhausted. Plus, he carried back that roe deer. This kid is tougher than I am. I could barely keep up after running for half a day, but he didn't even complain after a whole day of running. All right, let's have breakfast first. Yesterday, when you left, the village chief came by. I told him you weren't home. He must have something to discuss with you. How about you finish eating and then visit the chief? Not going and nothing good ever comes from it. It's probably him asking me to form a hunting team again. Last time he said he would pay for the big hunt, but I never received a dime, so I'm not going this time." The big hunt refers to a group of hunters going out together. The chief likely came to find him for the big hunt to deal with the wild boars that were consuming their food supplies. How can that be? You won't go? You see each other every day in the village. Let me first catch Sugwa's golden eagle and tame it. Then he'll join the hunt. We can't rush into the big hunt, and I still need to teach Sugwa how to hunt. I can't just let him follow me to the big hunt, right? Han Pao also had his concerns. Whether or not he got paid was one thing, but whether he wanted to go was another. For him, money was already sufficient, and now he was just earning face. After all, the chief didn't even pay him last time and didn't say a word. Han Pao was definitely unhappy about that. If it weren't for asking the chief for a fire-glazed tree yesterday, he wouldn't have sought him out. All right, if you really feel uncomfortable asking, he'll take a stroll in the village after I finish breakfast, and if I run into him, he'll pass on a word. Okay. Sugwa had no idea how long he had slept. At that moment, he finally got off the bed, rubbed his eyes, and nearly stumbled as he stepped down. What time is it? Are you awake? Han Pao walked in and said, I thought you wouldn't get up today. Let's go get up into the mountains. Grandfather, is there still time? It's not even noon yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Han Pao continued, come on, pack your things into the mountains. All right. Sugwa went out and immediately washed his face. He was feeling too drowsy and couldn't hold on any longer. After washing, he felt a bit better, and Han Pao handed him the basket. Carry it. Sugwa took it and chuckled. Grandfather, are we going to catch a golden eagle today? You little rascal, quite clever. Let's go catch a golden eagle and see if we have good luck. Let's go. This time Han Pao brought along a hunting dog while the golden eagle stayed at home. After walking for a while, Sugwa finally spoke up. Grandfather, why did I sleep so long? I remember I usually wake up at dawn. Why did I sleep so long today? Newcomers to the mountains often sleep like this. We ran around in the mountains all day yesterday. When have you ever walked a whole day outside? Your body just isn't used to it. After about 7 or 8 days, it should be fine. At this point, Sugwa finally understood. It turned out his body wasn't accustomed to the intense mountain running. He had thought he was just getting lazy. They quickly reached the outskirts of the big mountain, and Sugwa saw women coming out from the mountains with baskets on their backs. An idea popped into Sugwa's mind: mushroom picking. Han Pao going hunting again. Han Pao, back into the mountains again. Who is this little boy beside you? Han Pao, where are the mushrooms in the mountains? As the women with baskets passed by Han Pao, they warmly greeted him. Taking my grandson into the mountains for a bit of experience. Han Pao smiled in response, but he also didn't know where the mushrooms were, so he just deflected the question. The two hurriedly left the crowd and entered the mountains. Grandfather, how do we find them? Don't rush. Let's follow the path from yesterday and see what kind of wild beasts came from that position yesterday. Thinking of the previous route, the two walked back together. With the hunting dog leading the way and the two having been here yesterday, they quickly reached the area. Han Pao looked at the spot where he had thrown down the trap yesterday. It was all gone, leaving only wild animal footprints and some scraps of rabbit meat. Sugwa frowned and asked, "Grandfather, what kind of wild beast was it?" Han Pao examined the footprints, comparing them in his mind, took a deep breath, and said, "Red dogs." In northeast China, wild dogs are referred to as red dogs. Red dogs, eh? Yes, these are red dog footprints. Luckily, we encountered red dogs yesterday. If they were wolves, we probably wouldn't have made it out. Wild animals like wolves and tigers are rarely seen outside the mountains. The two hadn't ventured deep into the mountains yesterday, likely because the red dogs were starving in the deep woods, which is why they came near the outskirts. Red dogs are known for stealing poultry raised in the village. It's their characteristics similar to weasels. However, there hadn't been any reports of poultry theft in the village, so they likely hadn't entered yet. Living near the mountains has its advantages for hunting, but it also comes with dangers. Starving wild beasts may sneak into the village at night. If they only stole poultry, that would be one thing, but some could even attack humans. Such incidents have happened numerous times, and Han Pao had experienced a few himself. However, back then there were always people leading big hunts, just like now. When wild boars have entered the village, they can only organize a big hunt. Let's head southeast and take a look. The sounds came from that direction yesterday. Sugwa nodded and followed along. The hunting dog led the way, and before long they reached the area. When Sugwa arrived, he saw 2 shoe scratch marks and a large patch of dry blood, along with a hunting rifle in the blood scattered with bits of meat around. Without needing to say what kind of meat it was, Sugwa could roughly guess. He struggled to suppress his discomfort. It was his first time seeing something so bloody. "Grandfather, turn away." After Han Pao said this, he looked around, confirmed it was indeed red dog footprints, and helplessly stood by while retrieving the hunting rifle from the blood. He would return to the village to ask who it belonged to and return it. Did Han Pao regret the choice he made yesterday? He did not regret it in that situation. He was no saint, and certainly wouldn't gamble with his life, especially since he was with Sugwa. If one of them died, it would be 2 lives lost. He couldn't take that risk. "Let's go." Sugwa nodded. "Okay." After what had just happened, both Sugwa and Han Pao felt low-spirited. Sugwa opened his mouth, asking, "Grandfather, is this situation common?" Han Pao shook his head. "Not many, but there are quite a few people who die in the mountains each year. That's why your mother doesn't want you to hunt. You can still back out now, it's not too late." Sugwa shook his head. "No backing out." Backing out again. He still had no money, not even a barrel of gold, and he didn't want to wander aimlessly through another lifetime. "Let's go. I'll teach you how to catch a golden eagle, but I can't guarantee your luck." Sugwa chuckled. "My luck has always been good. By the way, Grandfather, can we check the trap we set yesterday? We were in such a rush yesterday that I didn't even get a chance to look at it. I want to go see, maybe there will be unexpected gains." "All right, let's go." Sugwa led the way to the spot where they had set the trap yesterday, and just as Sugwa had predicted, there was indeed a prey caught in the trap. Han Pao took a closer look, his eyes widening. A roe deer. This was still a living roe deer. Wasn't this situation a bit too dramatic? The trap set at noon yesterday had caught a roe deer by nightfall, and now checking the trap today, it had caught another roe deer. "Sugwa, are you really being favored by the mountain gods? Your luck is incredible." Sugwa chuckled. "This is the second silly roe deer I've caught. Ordinary hunters may go into the mountains for 4 or 5 days without any luck, but Sugwa seemed to have a different fate, catching prey at an astonishing speed, leaving Han Pao puzzled. The most crucial point was that Sugwa's trap was nothing special. How could it catch a silly roe deer? Well, fine, it caught a silly roe deer. If it were any other wild beast, they probably wouldn't have caught anything. Sugwa continued, "Grandfather, do you have a rope? I won't kill this one, or I'll take it home and ask my mom to make dumplings for me." "You little rascal." All right, dumplings it is, dumplings it is." Han Pao took out a rope and handed it to Sugwa, who tied up the silly roe deer and led it away. Just like that, the silly roe deer followed Sugwa without any hesitation. Not even attempting to run, it left Han Pao astonished. What a strange occurrence. The two walked to an open area where Sugwa tied the roe deer to a tree. Han Pao took out the cat he had in the basket and handed it to Sugwa. "Cut off its legs, follow my instructions, and we'll set a trap to see if we can lure the golden eagle in." All right. Sugwa cut off the cat's legs, and following Han Pao's instructions, made a simple version of a trap, placing the cat legs inside. Seeing that the trap Sugwa made was obviously subpar, Han Pao had to step in and do it himself. After they finished making the trap, they hid quietly behind a big tree waiting. Sugwa curiously asked, "Grandfather, will this catch a golden eagle?" Definitely, golden eagles have sharp eyesight and can see things clearly from hundreds of meters away. They will certainly spot this little piece of rabbit leg. Keep your voice down. Sugwa nodded and closed his mouth. The two waited until lunchtime, but they still hadn't seen the golden eagle. Han Pao took out the sticky bean cake he had brought this time. They didn't even heat it up, and they ate it cold. If the golden eagle saw smoke rising from their fire, it wouldn't come near. After they finished eating, they continued waiting for the golden eagle's arrival. Not long after, a golden eagle actually flew overhead. However, Sugwa felt a bit dissatisfied. This golden eagle, why was it so small and thin? Before Sugwa could ponder, the golden eagle swooped down, and his mood began to grow excited. Upon seeing this, Han Pao held his breath, waiting for the golden eagle to be caught in the trap. As expected, the golden eagle, having just taken a bite of the rabbit leg, was caught in the trap. Sugwa excitedly exclaimed, "Grandfather, we caught it." I know. Then Han Pao took out the blindfold he had prepared, ready to put it on the golden eagle, when they suddenly heard a whistle from nearby. If Han Pao didn't raise golden eagles, he surely wouldn't have recognized that whistle. But having raised golden eagles, he instantly knew it was the call of the golden eagle's owner. Seeing that his grandfather hadn't yet put the blindfold on the golden eagle, Sugwa curiously asked, "Grandfather, what's wrong?" Han Pao helplessly smiled and said, "Could it be that it's too coincidental?" Sugwa was a bit puzzled. What did that mean? "Grandpa, what's wrong? Why aren't you putting it on yet?" Han Pao continued, This golden eagle probably has an owner." "What? It has an owner?" This time it was Sugwa's turn to be dumbfounded. After waiting for nearly a whole morning, they ended up with prey that had an owner. For a moment, Sugwa didn't know what to say. Wasn't this too coincidental? Just as he was still in a daze, a hurried sound of footsteps came from behind. Sugwa and Han Pao turned their heads and saw a hunter with a shotgun walking towards them. Han Pao recognized him at a glance. It was Chun Pao, another formidable hunter from Li family village. Moreover, he was 10 years younger than Han Pao, precisely in his prime. Han Pao looked at Chun Pao and said, "Chun Pao, your golden eagle sure is greedy." "Ha, Han Pao, I thought it was someone else. You scared me." "My golden eagle is indeed greedy. I already fed it today. Who would have thought that when I send it to look for prey, it would try to steal food and end up in your trap instead?" Here you go." Sugwa untied the trap and let the golden eagle out. The golden eagle flew onto Chun Pao's hand, who glanced at Sugwa beside Han Pao and smiled. "This must be your grandson, right? I've heard people in the village talk about him, and seeing him today, he's quite the skilled hunter. Kid, why not learn to hunt with me?" Han Pao shot him a glare. "Are you trying to poach right in front of me? What are you hunting for in the mountains this time? I'll tell you, there might be some red dogs nearby, so be careful." "Red dogs? That's great. Red dogs are full of medicinal materials. If I catch one, I can earn a bit more." "Han Pao, I'm in the mountains this time because someone gave me a big order for 100 gray dog skins, and I'm working on that. It's strange around here. I've searched for a long time and haven't found a single gray dog skin." Sugwa paused for a moment and said, "Gray dog skins. I have some. How much will you pay?" "550 each. How many do you have?" "3. Have a look." Sugwa took out the gray dog skins and handed them over. Chun Pao looked at Sugwa, then at Han Pao. Did you catch these yourself?" "Yeah, I shot them with a slingshot." "Not bad. Here, 1650. Chun Pao paid Sugwa, who happily put the money away. This was his first pot of gold. 1650. "There will be more next time. I'll buy again." That person offered him 6 for each gray dog skin. He collected 550, making 50 cents profit, which was already great. Sugwa nodded. "All right. Then I'll keep an eye out." "All right then, Han Pao, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take this silly golden eagle and continue looking for gray dogs." "Sure." Han Pao laughed. "If I catch it again, I'll stew it for you." "All right, if you catch it again, don't say you'll stew it. I'll stew this silly eagle myself." After saying that, Chun Pao laughed heartily and left. Han Pao shook his head helplessly and said, "Let's continue waiting." He cut off some rabbit leg meat and adjusted the trap again. "Grandpa, why didn't he bring a hunting dog? Just a golden eagle." Han Pao said, "He's hunting alone with good aim and has confidence in himself. This golden eagle only helps him locate prey. It doesn't really do much." Sugwa finally understood. The two returned to their previous position and continued waiting. "Grandpa, do you think we won't catch anything today?" Han Pao rolled his eyes at him. "My golden eagle took half a month to catch. But all of this can only be attributed to luck. It's all about luck. Just wait." Sugwa played with the silly roe deer beside him, while occasionally glancing towards the trap. 2 hours passed. Sugwa was losing confidence in catching the golden eagle. In another 2 hours it would be dark, and they would have to return. Just when Sugwa was feeling dejected, a sharp cry suddenly caught their attention. Sugwa wanted to peek out, but Han Pao immediately said, "Don't look, don't look." Sugwa withdrew his head, and the two waited like that. As they waited, a trap sounded, and Sugwa and Han Pao looked over to see a golden eagle had been caught. It was firmly trapped. Sugwa was so excited he nearly jumped 3 feet high. Got it. Han Pao quickly ran over, put a blindfold on the golden eagle, then took some ula grass, twisted it into a rope, and tied the eagle's legs. Now it was completely captured. Su Guo rubbed the golden eagle's feathers. They were particularly smooth, while the eagle pecked around randomly with its beak. Su Guo smiled and said, "Grandpa, this golden eagle isn't small, it's quite fierce." Han Pao laughed, "You know nothing. This golden eagle has just reached maturity. Look at its feathers, they are so much better than my golden eagle. Here, take this. I'll go fetch your silly roe deer, and we'll head back to the village." All right. Su Guo put the golden eagle in the basket, shouldered the basket, and headed in another direction. This time he didn't go back the same way as Su Guo headed south, which could also lead back. If he kept going the original way, he definitely wouldn't find anything. Taking another route might yield unexpected surprises. Su Guo walked ahead while Han Pao pulled the silly roe deer. The deer was quite stubborn and refused to move. Han Pao had to hit it once to get it to walk forward. Stupid creature. Su Guo paused as he walked. Just now, it seemed he saw some good mushrooms. In his past life as a chef, he had made dishes with mushrooms. Although he didn't know as much as someone who foraged, he could recognize some. "Why did you stop?" Han Pao's voice came, holding onto the roe deer. "I almost bumped into it." "Grandpa, it's a mushroom." Su Guo pointed at the mushroom and said, "It looks like chicken oil mushroom." "Let me see." Han Pao walked over, stunned by the sight of the patch of chicken oil mushrooms. It was a large patch of chicken oil mushrooms, which could probably sell for 7 to 8 yuan. "You brat, you're so lucky. There aren't even any worms in them. Let's pick some." "All right." Su Guo nodded, picking the chicken oil mushrooms and placing them in the basket while he held the golden eagle in his arms. Thankfully, he had covered the eagle's eyes and tied its legs, otherwise it might have pecked at Su Guo a few times. "Chicken oil mushrooms, Grandpa, how much can we sell these for?" "Fresh ones are 3 to 4 jiao per jean, dried ones are 5 to 6 jiao per jean. This patch here is probably around 10 jean. You're on your second trip into the mountains and have earned more than most people do in a year." Han Pao changed the subject. "But I'll tell you, the next few days will be tough for you. It's hard work to train an eagle. It could take 4 to 5 days, or even 7 to 8 days. If the eagle doesn't sleep, you won't either." "No problem." Su Guo nodded heavily, realizing that this was going to be the most challenging part. In his past life, Su Guo could only stay up for 1 day. He couldn't endure it any longer. That feeling was something he never wanted to experience again. But starting today, he had to begin staying up late. He estimated that after staying up with the golden eagle, he wouldn't have much energy left. The two walked while talking, and Han Pao explained how to stay up, and Su Guo remembered everything. While they were talking, Su Guo's gaze was always ahead, occasionally glancing to see if there was any prey he could hunt. After Han Pao finished explaining, Su Guo suddenly had a question and asked Han Pao, "Grandpa, if training an eagle is so hard, why do people raise them?" "Why do you raise them?" "To catch flying dragons in the sky and help with vision." "But that doesn't make sense. Raising golden eagles has these few benefits." To put it bluntly, the advantages of raising golden eagles aren't as many as those of raising hunting dogs. So why do some hunters still want to raise golden eagles? It's simply because golden eagles can fly high, see far, and see clearly. Catching golden eagles is simple, many hunters can catch them. But the problem of training golden eagles is one that very few people can stick to. As far as I know, there are dozens of hunters in our village, but only 2 actually have golden eagles. One is me, and the other is Chun Pao, whom you just saw today. Su Guo nodded, indicating he understood. So that was the meaning. Can raising a golden eagle help me catch gray dogs? Yes, except for large animals like wolves and tigers, it can catch other small and medium-sized prey. Sometimes a golden eagle doesn't necessarily have to catch it, can also act as a deterrent, just like hunting dogs, to restrain and block while waiting for the owner to kill the prey. That's one way to do it. But I'll tell you, raising golden eagles must be done properly. Don't fish for 3 days and sunbathe for 2, otherwise you'll lose the eagerness in the eagle. Su Guo nodded, indicating he understood. In his past life, he had seen many golden eagle breeders online. Those who raised eagles would feed them well every day, and when released, the golden eagles wouldn't even fly. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the grass ahead. Su Guo pulled back the slingshot while Han Pao raised his shotgun. The gray dog just peeked out, and with a whoosh it was hit on the head and knocked out. Han Pao glanced at Su Guo, realizing this kid was getting better and better. Su Guo picked up the unconscious gray dog and murmured with a smile, "That's another 550. Are you in a money trance? Bear gallbladder is the valuable one. Oh, why don't you go hunt a bear?" Su Guo chuckled. "When I have money and a gun, I'll go hunt the bear. You just like to boast. I'll tell you, the first time you go hunt a bear, you must let me come with you, got it?" "Understood." The roar of a bear can leave a person frozen in place. This isn't a joke. If bears were easy to hunt, their gallbladders wouldn't be so expensive. After passing through this patch of forest, the two finally arrived at the village. Han Pao took a look and pointed to the road. Let's go this way. This way leads past the village chief's house. He needs to return the shotgun he has and leave the matter of finding people to the village chief, as he isn't good at that, and he's not the chief, so it's not his responsibility. After a while they finally reached the door of Li Tuanchang's house. Han Pao handed the rope in his hand to Su Guo and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Coming. Li Tuanchang opened the door, angrily wondering who was knocking during mealtime. Seeing it was Han Pao, Li Tuanchang's expression changed, and he smiled. Han Pao, what brings you here? Han Pao didn't mince words and handed over the bloody shotgun. Han Pao recounted what happened last night, causing Li Tuanchang's expression to change. So it's the red dogs causing trouble. This morning a villager told me that their poultry had been stolen. At first I thought it was a weasel, but it turned out to be red dogs. Don't worry about the gun, I'll find that hunter's house and return it. Han Pao, be careful of the red dogs. Alright, I'll be off then. Li Tuanchang nodded, noticing the silly roe deer and golden eagle Su Guo was holding. His eyes lit up. Are you training the golden eagle? You should have time now, right? The two quickly returned home. Grandma hadn't made dinner too early today and was waiting at the door for them to come back. Now Su Guo finally understood why Grandpa planned to wash his hands of hunting. It must be lonely for Grandma to stay home alone while Grandpa went hunting with no one to talk to. In fact, when people grow old, they just want someone to talk to. Su Guo deeply felt this. Grandma, look. I caught another roe deer. Good. My grandson is awesome, really awesome. Wow, is this a golden eagle? Did you catch it? Su Guo nodded heavily. Caught it. Well, let's start training the eagle today. Han Pao nodded. Let's start early. If it's done well, we can test the results. Su Guo, is that okay? Su Guo nodded in agreement. With a young body, he could endure it. If it were his past life's body, he wouldn't even be able to stay up late. By 9 or 10 his eyelids would uncontrollably start fighting. Seeing Su Guo nod, Han Pao said satisfactorily, Alright, you tie your roe deer outside. I'll go look for the things to train the eagle, and after dinner you can train the eagle. Listening to Grandpa, Su Guo nodded. I'll listen to Grandpa. By the way, Grandma, here's something for you, gray dog meat. Su Guo handed the unconscious gray dog to Grandma, who smiled and said, Alright, I'll cook stir-fried gray dog meat for you today. You go rest in the room for a while. I'll call you for dinner later. You need to eat well before training the eagle, otherwise you might get hungry in the middle. Okay. Su Guo went into the room to lie down for a while. Grandma went to cook and Grandpa went to find things. In the kitchen, Grandma skinned the gray dog, took out the meat, chopped it into pieces, and also took some roe deer meat, cutting it into small pieces, adding a spoonful of lard to the pot. The lard slowly melted, heating the oil in the pot. Then she added all the roe deer and gray dog meat, and after a while added some pickled cabbage. In Northeast cuisine, pickled cabbage is indispensable. It's always like this. Grandma was cooking in the kitchen, and soon the meal would be ready. Tonight's dishes were not as plentiful as those of the previous days, but there was still a meat dish. In an ordinary household, such a meal would be hard to come by. Su Guo came out of the house, walked over, and took a deep breath in the kitchen. It smelled so good, truly too good. Grandpa is so fortunate to have married such a virtuous grandma. This statement made Grandma smile happily while she remarked, No wonder your grandpa says you have a silver tongue. Isn't this just flattery? Alright, you go put the dishes on the Kong, and I will prepare these pancakes, then find you some onions and ginger. What do you need those for? Is it for eating? Grandma rolled her eyes at Su Guo, saying, Eat, that's all you think about. When you are training the eagle later, if you feel sleepy, just sniff it, and apply some to your eyes to wake yourself up. Su Guo twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, saying, Do I really have to do that? Grandma, I feel like I can hold on. Don't be reckless. It's not about whether you can hold on or what if you need it later. It's best to be prepared. Su Guo nodded in agreement, saying, Alright. He placed the dishes on the Kong table, while Grandma took the pancakes out of the pot and set them on the table, then found some onions and ginger to place underneath. Go call your grandpa for dinner. Okay. Su Guo went to the yard and shouted, Grandpa, dinner is ready. Come here, and put this thing in your room. Su Guo looked at the contraption that resembled a clothes weaving machine and frowned, saying, Grandpa, is this used for training the eagle? Exactly. Do you see this hemp rope? The hemp rope isn't taut. The golden eagle will sway on top of it, unable to maintain its balance. When training the eagle, you will keep pulling this hemp rope, making it harder for the eagle to stay steady, continuously agitating it. If you do it quickly, it will take 3 to 4 days. If slowly, it could take 7 to 8 days. The longer it takes, the better the eagle will be. Of course, both the eagle and the trainer's willpower will be tested. When the eagle can no longer bear it and falls from the rope nearly unconscious, that is when it is considered trained. During this time, you can't give the eagle anything to eat or drink, and you can't eat or drink either. Right now, I don't have any instruments. Tomorrow, we'll go find some to distract this eagle. After hearing Grandpa's words, Sugwa realized that training the eagle was not as easy as he thought. He had originally thought he wouldn't need sleep. Now he realized he had to keep the eagle awake by constantly agitating it. It's a tough endeavor, no wonder many hunters avoid training golden eagles. This process is a significant strain on both the person and the body. Sugwa placed the training equipment in the house, then returned to the Kong table to eat. While eating, Han Pao shared techniques for training the eagle with Sugwa, such as not constantly shaking the hemp rope, but waiting until the eagle's eyes almost closed, then shaking the rope to make it more uncomfortable. Soon Sugwa finished breakfast and walked around the yard to digest the food in his stomach. Otherwise, if he ate too much, it would make him sleepy, and the eagle would fall asleep first. After everything was ready, Sugwa and Han Pao returned to the house, untied the eagle's legs, and placed it on the hemp rope, its eyes still covered by a blindfold. Sugwa watched, holding a hemp rope in his hand. Is it starting now? Yes, it started. The eagle probably won't feel sleepy for the next couple of days. You just wait. Sugwa nodded. It seemed he would have to endure for 2 days. Han Pao patted Sugwa's hand, leaving the knife in the house, just in case the eagle went out of control, ensuring Sugwa had something for self-defense. In going back inside, you keep watching. You can't sleep today, or all your previous efforts will be in vain. Grandpa, don't worry. If the eagle doesn't fall asleep, I want sleep. Sugwa patted his chest vigorously and chuckled. All right. With that, Han Pao went out, leaving the knife behind, while Sugwa began the eagle training. As time passed, the night gradually darkened, but Sugwa did not feel the slightest bit sleepy. The golden eagle seemed to be the same, still swaying on the hemp rope. Sugwa occasionally pulled the rope, causing the eagle to lose its balance. The golden eagle was stubborn, refusing to give in, and they were at a stalemate. Sugwa pulled the rope, and the eagle became flustered. Sugwa had lost count of how many times this had happened, but fortunately he had slept well last night and was well rested, giving him enough patience to endure with the golden eagle. In Tuanjia Tunza's home in the main courtyard, Han Wan looked at Su Jiangwo and asked, Sugwa has been at his grandpa's house for 2 days. Why hasn't he come back yet? Why are you so anxious? How long has it been since the 2 old folks saw their grandson? It's understandable for them to want him to stay a few more days, so don't worry about it. All right, but I still feel a bit uneasy. In my opinion, you're just worrying for no reason. When he's not in front of you, you worry about him, but when he is, you just wish he would hurry up and find a job. Just wait a few more days. Maybe by the time our son returns, the job issue will be resolved. Su Jiangwo never expected that his offhand comment would actually come true. Han Wan nodded and said, all right, let's blow out the candle and go to sleep. In this era, in the more remote villages, there was no electricity and they could only use candles. On the other side, Sugwa touched the knife left by Grandpa, planning to shoot more gray dogs with a slingshot when he returned to the village, skin them, and sell the pelts. With money, he could buy everything needed for hunting. While watching the golden eagle, Sugwa looked at the notebook given to him by his grandpa, thinking about other things. Sleepy. Not sleepy at all. Suddenly, Sugwa was startled, hearing something outside that sounded like footsteps on leaves entering the house. Sugwa peered through the door crack and saw a red dog walking towards the silly roe deer he had brought home today. Sugwa was dumbfounded. The red dog really entered the house just hours after he heard about it in the afternoon. Sugwa took out the knife. The silly roe deer was only 2 meters away from his room. Not too far, yet not too close. Sugwa wasn't worried about the silly roe deer. He was afraid that the red dog would smell his scent and attack him. Rather than wait for that, he decided to take the initiative, which is why he was ready with the knife. Moreover, Grandpa's room was some distance away, about 7 to 8 meters. Even if Sugwa shouted loudly, it would disturb the red dog. The red dog stepped on the leaves, getting closer to Sugwa's silly roe deer. When it was half a meter away, the red dog leaped onto the deer's hindquarters. The silly roe deer screamed in distress and kicked its hind legs, sending the red dog flying right to Sugwa's doorstep. Without saying a word, Sugwa opened the door and swung the knife down. The red dog didn't have time to react, and Sugwa's knife struck its legs, severing them instantly. The red dog howled in pain, and Han Pao, hearing the commotion outside, rushed out, without even putting on his clothes, gun in hand. The red dog turned its head and lunged at Sugwa. Sugwa tilted the knife to the side, blocking the dog's bite. Without hesitation, he twisted the knife and thrust it into the dog's mouth. With a splatter of blood, the knife was withdrawn. Han Pao had just opened the door, looking at Sugwa under the moonlight, and the dead red dog, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Sugwa, you. Grandpa, the opportunity was too good. If I hadn't acted, my silly roe deer would have been eaten by it. Han Pao, putting on his clothes, approached Sugwa. Looking at him, he saw no excitement. Only slight trembling, the true reaction of a hunter seeing blood. Han Pao patted Sugwa's shoulder and said, it's all right. Let's go back inside. You acted too impulsively just now. If anything happened to you, how would I explain it to your parents? Grandpa, wasn't I cool just now? Han Pao sighed with a bitter smile, realizing Sugwa wasn't absorbing his words. Cool. Absolutely cool. But you need to be careful next time, that was too reckless. That red dog is probably the one from last night following our scent here. Are you feeling better now, eh? Sugwa nodded, saying, much better. It was my first time seeing blood, it was a bit nauseating. It's okay. In such close combat, even a slight mistake can leave you with the scars of the red dog. You can't let that happen again. Sugwa tugged at the hemp rope, nodding, understood. The golden eagle. Why are you pulling my rope? All right, I will go outside to deal with the red dog. You continue training the golden eagle. Okay. With that, Han Pao went out and happened to see Grandma coming down from the Kong. What happened here? Grandma pointed at the red dog Sugwa killed and asked. Han Pao replied nonchalantly, Sugwa did it, it's all fine now. As long as it's fine. But how could a red dog suddenly come into the house? It must have been starving in the mountains. All right, you go back to the Kong, or it's cold outside. I will clean up outside and guard Sugwa in the house. Okay. Grandpa splashed a few buckets of water to wash away the bloody smell from the ground and collected the dead red dog. The red dog's medicinal value is high and can be used as herbal medicine. In fact, in northeast China during this era, wild animals can be used for herbal medicine, such as the expensive bear bile and wolf teeth, which can all be utilized for medicinal purposes. Some are for eating, some are for medicinal use, and some are for clothing. This area of northeast China is rich in resources. After taking care of the red dog, he stood guard outside mainly because he couldn't sleep. If anything happened to Sugwa, it would be disastrous. Sugwa was unaware of what Grandpa was doing outside. If he had known, he certainly wouldn't have let him stay out there. Sugwa kept pulling the hemp rope while reflecting on the earlier events. Sugwa's quick reactions just now were entirely instinctive. After all, in many emergencies, the brain cannot react quickly. These were all Sugwa's subconscious responses. Sugwa pondered that his quick reflexes were probably related to his past experiences in the gym. Working out not only builds strength, but also teaches self-defense skills. His quick response earlier likely stemmed from that. Sugwa tugged at the hemp rope again, causing the golden eagle to sway once more. The night passed quietly like this. Aside from that small incident during the night, no wild animals entered the house again. As dawn broke, Han Pao came inside and looked at Sugwa, asking, how are you feeling? I'm fine, not too tired. Sugwa said, pulling the hemp rope again. All right, you keep training. I'm going to eat something first. Saying that, he involuntarily chuckled. Sugwa then noticed the tired look on Grandpa's face. Grandpa, you didn't sleep at all last night, did you? You noticed, huh? I couldn't close my eyes. I was afraid another red dog would come, and if you got into trouble, it would be disastrous for you. Thank you, Grandpa. Han Pao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, looking at Sugwa with affection, ruffling his hair and saying, you're my grandson. There's no need for thanks. Now continue training your golden eagle. Sugwa nodded and went back to training the golden eagle. Han Pao stepped outside, instinctively rubbing his eyes. This kid was making him feel a little out of sorts. Han Pao wiped his hands and went to the kitchen where Grandma had prepared breakfast, helping to bring it to the Kong table. Today Sugwa won't eat, it will just be us two. Did you talk to the village head about that matter? I did. The village head said he knew about it. I figure he might come bother you in the next few days, you would just keep an eye out. Han Pao chuckled helplessly, saying, it was like this last time, it'll probably be like this again this time. Since he's coming, let it be. If we can't avoid it, we'll deal with it then. Grandma didn't say much, just nodded and silently ate her dish. She couldn't control such matters alone and had to see if Han Pao was willing to deal with them. After all, last time some hunters didn't cooperate during the big hunt, causing many wild boars to escape, and it took several attempts to drive them away from the crops. Thinking of that incident made Han Pao particularly angry. Just as they were having their meal, a sudden voice came from the door. Is Han Pao home? Hearing this voice, Han Pao's expression darkened. There was no one else but the village head. Li Tuanchang chuckled as he walked in from the door, holding a few big dumplings. Li Tuanchang chuckled. I've eaten, how could I not? Han Pao, I'm here to discuss something with you. You know the state of our militia, quite a few have been slacking off. You see, could you help them once more? It would also be a help to our village. Many crops have been ravaged by wild boars, and if we don't catch these boars soon, our grain will be completely devoured. Every year we have to hand over grain. If I, as the village chief, don't deliver the grain, my achievements will look poor. It might be fine for a year or two, but gradually I would be phased out. After all, those above won't keep a useless person like me for free. Li Tuanchang handed over the dumplings with a sheepish smile, saying, Han Pao, this is the money for the big hunt you helped with last time. I forgot to give it to you, and if I hadn't remembered I might have forgotten altogether. And rest assured, as long as you take action, those militia members will certainly comply. Who would dare to defy? If they do, we'll make sure they won't be allowed to participate. What do you say? Can you consider this? Wild boars can be sold for money in the county town, albeit for a bit less, but there are many boars, and the money made is quite substantial. This money should go to the hunters who help or be given as rewards to the militia, yet it has all been confiscated by me, the village chief, and no one else really knows the specifics. Initially, Li Tuanchang didn't want to ask Han Pao for help. He had asked other hunters in the village, but they were completely incompetent and didn't have the skill to conduct a proper hunt, resulting in the crops being ravaged without killing many boars. He had also approached Chen Pao in the village, but Chen Pao looked down on the meager amount of money and was currently busy with a big order. Why would he care about a few dozen bucks? Moreover, Han Pao had mentioned Li Tuanchang's reputation to Chen Pao, and Chen Pao was sure to decline. With no other options, Li Tuanchang had to swallow his pride and come to Han Pao. He handed the money over again, assuring that there would absolutely be no one disobedient. Thus Han Pao accepted the offer. After all, with Su Guo needing to boil the eagle, he couldn't enter the mountains, but hunting wild boars near the crops was a viable option. Han Pao thought for a moment before agreeing. All right, but I must warn you, if anyone behaves like last time, I'll walk away no matter what you say. You know what happened last time, it nearly ended in tragedy. Li Tuanchang clasped his hands together and nodded vigorously. Understood, understood. By the way, about what you mentioned yesterday regarding the mountain, we've identified the culprit. It's from the southeast families. Han Pao nodded. All right, let's do the hunt tomorrow. There's no rush today, right? No rush, no rush, but I do have a question. Why not go today? If we went early, wouldn't we feel more at ease? Han Pao pointed at the red dog hanging in the air, indicating to look at the beam above. Red dog. Han Pao, is this the red dog that came into the village? It must be you. This red dog ventured into your home at night, truly seeking death. Well done, Li Tuanchang said with a smile. Han Pao shook his head. It wasn't me who shot it, it was my grandson who killed it with a hunting knife. Hearing this, Li Tuanchang was stunned for a moment, his mouth twitching slightly. Killing a red dog with a hunting knife. That's beyond impressive. Only someone like Su Guo, a fresh newcomer, would dare do such a thing. Li Tuanchang gulped and said, impressive, impressive. All right, Han Pao will come again tomorrow morning. You get some rest. Let's head out early tomorrow. Bring all the traps for the wild boars. Sure thing. Li Tuanchang nodded and then went out. Householder, didn't you say you wouldn't go? Am I supposed to let the wild boars ruin all the crops? All right, whatever you say. You go dry the chicken mushrooms, let them sundry. Once Su Guo successfully boils the eagle, we can sell these in the county town. Leave these little tasks to me, you go rest. Once I'm done drying, I'll go talk to Su Guo for a bit. Han Pao nodded, and then went back to the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Su Guo stayed in his room, still feeling no drowsiness. The only thing he felt was boredom. This process of boiling the eagle was truly dull. Su Guo rubbed his face, tugged at the hemp rope, and the eagle seemed to be immune to it. Su Guo poked its foot with a stick and pulled on the rope again. And so he continued to boil the eagle. In the morning, his grandmother hung the chicken mushrooms outside, chatted with Su Guo, and then left. In the afternoon, his grandfather got up and went outside to find some musical instruments for Su Guo. He told Su Guo that it didn't matter if he couldn't sing or play, he just needed to strum a bit to keep the eagle awake. Su Guo nodded, realizing this now. While people enjoy music and find it relaxing, for the golden eagle, it was sheer torture. Su Guo occasionally strummed and played in the afternoon, stimulating the eagle. Afternoon passed. By evening, Su Guo finally felt a hint of drowsiness, and the eagle seemed the same, no longer raising its head high, but instead drooping its head as if lifeless. Seeing this, Su Guo chuckled. If I don't sleep, you don't sleep. If you sleep, then I can sleep. The two statements weren't contradictory, as they held different meanings. After saying this, Su Guo yanked the rope hard, nearly causing the eagle to fall to the ground. He tugged on the instrument again, playing it. He was determined to torment the eagle however he could. The next morning, the sun rose as usual. The first thing Han Pao did upon waking was to check on Su Guo's room to see if Su Guo could still hold out. To his surprise, Su Guo looked even better than he had expected, likely due to the good sleep from the previous days. Han Pao patted Su Guo's shoulder, feeling sleepy. A bit. Su Guo's eyes wouldn't close, and he laughed awkwardly. All right, keep boiling it. Today I'm off to conduct a hunt. By the time I finish in a few days, your eagle should be ready. We can then head to the county town and relax properly. Su Guo nodded all right. Han Pao then shouldered the hunting rifle in the room and walked to the door, where Li Tuanchang was already waiting for him. Li Tuanchang and Han Pao arrived at the crop fields where a dozen militia members approached, each carrying a Type 56 automatic rifle, the best hunting gun. Han Pao instructed, "Did you bring the traps?" "Yes, we did." The two lifted the wild boar traps and placed them on the ground. "We will set all the traps behind the crops. We will shoot while the wild boars escape, they'll step into the traps, and then we can pursue and kill them. Understand?" "How do we set them?" This was an important question. Everyone knew to set them behind the crops, but there was plenty of empty space behind the crops. How could they ensure the wild boars would step on them? Han Pao guided them with the traps, personally observing the situation and explaining where to set them. None of the militia members were discontent. For the past 2 years, Han Pao had led them to hunt wild boars. Without Han Pao, they would likely still be hunting by the time the crops were harvested. Once the wild boars were wealthed, they wouldn't need to return. It wasn't that the crops were harvested, or rather they had been completely consumed by the wild boars. The dozen or so people worked all morning placing all the traps in the spots designated by Han Pao. Half of them then hid in the trees. The other half was positioned in the northwest, ready to eliminate any wild boars that came their way. They estimated that it would take several days to completely eradicate the wild boars. Han Pao climbed a tree and looked toward the north. After about 2 hours, he saw clouds of dust rising from the north and heard the sound of trampling. Even Han Pao, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but feel a jolt. There had to be at least 30 wild boars coming. Han Pao took a calming breath. Fortunately, he had prepared the traps in advance. Otherwise, these 30-plus wild boars, each weighing an estimated 300 to 400 pounds, would have devoured all the crops. "Get ready. They'll fire the first shot, then you all shoot." Han Pao shouted down, and the other dozen militia members nodded. Soon the herd of wild boars approached. Han Pao let them eat a bit of the crops first. One couldn't catch a wolf without losing a child. Once they had eaten enough and their guard was down, Han Pao fired. He aimed at a large boar's head, loaded the gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, dozens of other shots followed. The wild boar shot by Chun Pao fell to the ground instantly. It was like a festival with the sound of firing echoing. In the end, 9 wild boars lay on the ground, with many militia members having aimed at a single boar. Once the wild boar herd realized what was happening, they darted into the crops, heading straight for where Han Pao had set the traps. Out of more than 20 wild boars, 8 got ensnared while the rest managed to escape. This was a small victory. Nearly half the wild boars had been killed. With just 12 left, they estimated that they could wipe them all out with one more attempt. Han Pao instructed the militia members to push all the boars out with a cart and bring them back to the village to distribute the meat. "Is that all right, Chief? We will keep these 18 and the remaining 12 will be sold in the village to save money." After Han Pao finished speaking, the eager eyes of the other dozen militia members turned to Li Tuanchang. Han Pao continued, "Chief, you saw how much damage was done to the crops. We should compensate these people. Otherwise it wouldn't be fair. Right?" "Right," the militia members echoed. Seeing that failure to agree would incite public anger, Li Tuanchang had no choice but to nod. All right, distribute the meat, distribute the meat." Han Pao immediately said, "Everyone, the chief has spoken. What are you all waiting for?" Some of the militia members excitedly ran back to the village to get the cart. 18 wild boars. So many, each weighing 300 to 400 pounds. After removing the bones, there would still be around 200 to 300 pounds left. Each household would get about 10 pounds of wild boar meat. While wild boar meat may not taste great, it is still meat. With enough seasoning, it can still be enjoyed. Before long, the dozen militia members pushed the cart with the wild boars into the village. Upon entering the village, the villagers were astonished. So many, 1, 2, 3. 18 wild boars. What, 18? How could there be so many? It's clear Han Pao was involved, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to handle so many wild boars. It's definitely Han Pao. I saw him and the chief leave near my house today. The villagers looked at the wild boars, each of them looking greedy. Han Pao and Li Tuanchang walked behind. Han Pao shouted loudly, "Villagers, many of your crops have been damaged by these beasts. I discussed with the chief, and these wild boars will be distributed to our villagers. Those with more damaged crops can ask for a bit more meat." Li Tuanchang saw that Han Pao had finished speaking well, and quickly interrupted, saying, "Yes, the location is on our team's side. Oh, everyone remain calm, no rush. Meat is being distributed. It's really happening. Quick, go home and get a basin. There's meat to eat. There's meat to eat. Go back and get a basin, get a basin." "Thank you, Han Pao, thank you, Han Pao." The news quickly spread throughout the village, and the villagers were all as excited as monkeys. After all, they rarely got to eat meat. With Han Pao's words, everyone was eager for a share. At the Li family village, the place was packed. Many people surrounded the cart, urging the militia members to distribute the meat. The militia members spoke little, simply distributing 10 pounds of wild boar meat, each, ensuring it wouldn't be less. If it were more, they would discuss it later. For now, they had to distribute all the wild boar meat. The villagers each caught their share of wild boar meat, holding their basins and rushing home. The afternoon was spent simply distributing meat, a simple yet monotonous joy. As these villagers left, they would all thank Han Pao. Not a single one thanked Li Tuanchang, which infuriated him. Li Tuanchang's face turned sour, his entire countenance drooping. Han Pao pretended not to notice, still responding with a smile when others thanked him. This time he truly managed to disgust Li Tuanchang thoroughly. After all, the villagers had their own scales in their hearts. They all knew who did well and who did poorly. Meanwhile, Su Guo was still diligently boiling the eagle, feeling that life was dull. The eagle wasn't making a sound, nor showing any signs of falling. Su Guo helplessly tugged the rope again, poking its foot. Only then did it start to move, and he chuckled, "Golden Eagle, if you had just submitted earlier, we both would have been freed." As night fell, Han Pao walked home after a busy day. Along the way, he encountered many villagers who sincerely expressed their gratitude to him. "Han Pao, why not come to my house for dinner today? Let's have a good drink." "No way, why would I go to your house?" "Han Pao, how about coming to my house? I have a few bottles of good wine left. Come to my place, come to my place." Those who treat the villagers well are well understood by the villagers themselves. Without Han Pao, the militia in the village would not have been able to hunt so many wild boars. Even if they did, they rarely shared them with the villagers, they consumed them internally. Some overly eager women even dragged Han Pao to their homes for dinner. Han Pao chuckled bitterly and said, "Thank you all. I'm afraid dinner is already prepared at home. If I don't go back, my wife will be angry. Next time I promise to come." Only then did they release Han Pao. After all, they had already insisted so much that it would have been unreasonable to hold on further. Some women looked at Han Pao's retreating figure and joked, "Look, this is what a real man is. He can handle things outside and still knows how to care for his family. Just look at you." The woman being addressed was not pleased and immediately retorted, "What's wrong with me? I admit I can't compare to Han Pao, but it's not like you can compare to Aunt Qian either." "Say that again." The woman then tugged at her husband's ear and pulled him back home. Han Pao returned home and placed his gun inside before heading to Su Guo's room. Upon entering, he saw Su Guo fiddling with a golden eagle using some grass. To an outsider, it might have looked like Su Guo was training crickets. "Are you training crickets? Grandpa, you're back." "Yes, indeed. This time we did well and hunted a lot of wild boars." Su Guo, aware of the hunting situation, quickly asked, "How many wild boars did you catch?" 18. Su Guo gasped in shock. 18 wild boars. That's quite a large number. Although wild boars don't sell for much, their meat is plentiful, even more than that of bears. Moreover, the belly meat of wild boars can be rendered into lard. Seeing Su Guo's expression, Han Pao continued, "Don't think it's a lot. With so many of us, do you think one person did it? When calculated, it's almost one wild boar for each person, but that's not entirely accurate, as some boars were trapped. This time there were quite a few wild boars, in total over 30. We captured 18, and in about 3 or 4 days we should be able to finish off the remaining ones." "Grandpa, why do I feel that hunting in a big group is more profitable?" "It seems profitable, but it really depends on what you're hunting. If you're after wild boars, it probably won't yield much, it's just to satisfy your appetite. But if you hunt bears, catching one won't even be enough to share the spoils. Moreover, bears are difficult to hunt. Some bears are particularly cunning. They play dead waiting for you to approach, and when you do, you're the one in trouble." Bears are that clever." Han Pao nodded, "Very clever. Continue training the eagle." With that, Han Pao returned to the main house for dinner. Time passed quickly and 5 days had gone by. During these 5 days, under Han Pao's leadership, the wild boars were mostly hunted down, though 3 injured ones had escaped into the mountains. Seeing this, Han Pao let the wild boars go. Those injured would not return. After all, their wounds were serious, and he didn't want to chase them. The remaining boars were meant for Li Tuanchang, so it was better for those 3 to escape. Why not chase them? Han Pao shrugged. "They went into the mountains. We can't catch up. Let them go." With that, Han Pao turned to Li Tuanchang and said, "Tuanchang, let's settle the payment for these 6 days. 1 big bill per day, 6 bills for 6 days. This price is not high at all." A hunter of Han Pao's caliber could easily catch several animals and game. Even just wandering around the mountains, asking for this little was already generous to Tuanchang. Li Tuanchang, with a forced smile, nodded and handed Han Pao the 6 bills. Han Pao smiled. "Thank you, Tuanchang. You can handle the remaining wild boars." With that, Han Pao left without looking back. The remaining matters were no longer his concern, and he had no authority to manage what Li Tuanchang chose to do with the boars. Han Pao hurried home. It was already the 6th day of Su Guo training the golden eagle. Including that night, 7 nights had passed. Speaking of this golden eagle, it was quite stubborn, just like Sugwa. No matter what Sugwa did, its spirit did not break, it simply endured alongside him. Han Pao had already thought that if Sugwa still couldn't tame the eagle in the next couple of days, he would catch another one for Sugwa to start training anew, as this prolonged battle wasn't sustainable. Upon returning home, Han Pao entered the room to find Sugwa. Sugwa's eyes were bloodshot, wide open, fixated on the golden eagle. Sugwa was filled with frustration. The day before yesterday was Zhou Ruowei's return to school. Sugwa couldn't send her off due to the eagle training, and now he guessed she must have already left. The next time they would meet would be during the National Day holiday. Just thinking about it made Sugwa furious. He gripped the hemp rope tightly and poked the eagle with a stick. Without the golden eagle, he could have definitely made it back in time. Sugwa initially thought he had enough time, believing that training the eagle for 7 days and nights was an exaggerated claim. Now that he had experienced it firsthand, he realized it was no exaggeration. Han Pao patted Sugwa. "Can you hold on?" Sugwa nodded. "I can still manage, Grandpa. This golden eagle is really something. Doesn't that suit you best? I think the eagle is almost at its limit. Just wait a bit longer, it should be tamed by tonight." Han Pao observed the eagle's trembling legs and spoke softly. Sugwa nodded, understanding that as long as it was nearing the end, that was enough. Time flew by. Finally night fell, and Han Pao stayed awake, quietly watching Sugwa. Both Sugwa and the golden eagle were reaching their limits, each relying on sheer willpower to hold on, waiting to see who would give in first. Sugwa cursed inwardly. "Golden eagle, just wait. Once I knock you out, I'll pluck all your feathers." Soon the eagle's body began to sway even more. In the end, the golden eagle couldn't withstand Sugwa any longer. It toppled over, falling heavily asleep. Seeing this, Han Pao hurriedly said, "Quick, wrap it up in your old clothes." Sugwa had no old clothes, so he had to remove his white shirt, wrapping the eagle in it and holding it close. Sugwa hadn't even managed to pluck a feather from the eagle before he himself collapsed. Han Pao quickly helped Sugwa up and laid him on the Kong, placing the eagle beside him. Han Pao took a deep breath, looking at Sugwa on the Kong, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Now that's a real man. He then closed the door and went outside. "How is it? Did it work?" Grandma outside anxiously asked. Han Pao put a finger to his lips and smiled. "Shoo, it worked, it worked. He's still asleep, probably won't wake up until tomorrow noon. Let's go, let's not disturb him." Grandma nodded, her face showing rare joy. It worked, it finally worked. She had watched Sugwa struggle with training the eagle day by day. Some might say it's simple. Simple, my foot. A normal person can't go 7 days and nights without eating or drinking. That's already pushing the limits of human endurance. Only then was the eagle nearly broken in spirit and fell asleep. From now on, this golden eagle would have an owner, Sugwa. The next morning, Han Pao and Qian Tianyun got up as usual and peeked through the door crack at Sugwa. Just as Han Pao had guessed, Sugwa and the golden eagle were both sound asleep, snoring away. "Still sleeping? Let's eat first." Grandma nodded, and the two returned to the Kong to finish their lunch. Grandpa then got up, took his fishing gear, and went outside, reminding Grandma to feed the golden eagle a little something when Sugwa wakes up and to bring the eagle to him later. Han Pao set off, finally able to take a break. At his age, he enjoyed fishing whenever he had the chance. Whether he caught anything was secondary, it was all about having a good mindset. Han Pao ran towards the creek in the village. By now, many old men who liked fishing had already settled on the bank and started fishing. Han Pao's arrival made the fishing old men very happy, as the meat they had eaten at home these past few days was all thanks to him. "Han Pao, how about I teach you a thing or two?" Han Pao chuckled. "No need, I can fish myself, you all fish for yourselves." "Hey, how about we have a little competition?" "All right, let's do it. Who's afraid of who? Let's go." The old men fishing had a great attitude, each one casting their lines into the water and slowly starting to fish. At noon, Sugwa woke from his dreams. After waking up, he rubbed his red eyes. Grandma, seeing Sugwa awake, smiled broadly. "You finally woke up, huh? Do you know how long you slept?" Sugwa shook his head. "How long? A whole day? How is that possible? It was just the morning. Do you want to sleep a bit more?" Sugwa shook his head. "Grandma, is there something to eat? I'm hungry." Sugwa rubbed his stomach. He hadn't eaten for 7 days, and his complexion was quite poor. "Oh, my head. I almost forgot about this. Grandma, you don't need to make anything fancy. Leftovers are fine." Grandma turned to Sugwa and smiled. "It's not about you, it's for your golden eagle. I'll go cut some roe deer meat for it, and you feed it later. Don't let the eagle go hungry." Sugwa: "Oh boy, so it's not for me." Sugwa looked down at the golden eagle in his arms, which was still sound asleep. Sugwa remembered wanting to pluck its feathers yesterday, didn't think twice, and placed his hand on its feathers, pulling one out. No reaction. 2 feathers. No reaction. Just as Sugwa was about to pull another, the golden eagle finally moved. Sugwa covered his mouth and chuckled softly. The little golden eagle was finally awake. How long has it been? It can sleep longer than him. Well, he had only woken up a little earlier. Grandma had already brought over a plate of sliced roe deer meat, and Sugwa smiled. Grandma, the eagle is awake. Awake. Quick, feed it. Let it eat. Sugwa nodded, got up from the Kong, and walked outside. After receiving the plate from Grandma, he took off the eagle's eye mask. Once the eye mask was removed, the strong sunlight was too much for the eagle to handle. Sugwa used his palm to shield the eagle, providing a shaded spot to protect its eyes. The golden eagle caught the scent on Sugwa and burrowed into him, lifting its head to look at Sugwa, showing no signs of aggression in its eyes. Instead, it seemed more submissive. Sugwa rubbed the eagle's little head and smiled. Are you convinced now, little brother? He offered the roe deer meat to its mouth, saying, hurry up and eat up. The golden eagle, already quite hungry, lowered its head and began to eat the roe deer meat from the plate, nudging Sugwa with its head. Sugwa smiled. Eat slowly. From now on, let's call you Little Jean, okay? What do you think? Does that name sound good? Although it was a golden eagle, the name Little Jean seemed quite fitting. The golden eagle raised its head and nodded, agreeing to the name. Sugwa stroked its head, saying, you're quite intelligent. Well, I also have a hunting dog named Bailong at home. One is called Little Jean and the other Bailong. Both names are good, very good. Come on, keep eating. Sugwa encouraged Little Jean to continue eating the roe deer meat on the plate. Little Jean devoured 2 plates of meat, and Sugwa dared not let it eat more. Sugwa signaled for Little Jean to fly a bit higher. The golden eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Sugwa watched as the eagle flew higher, worrying whether it would fly away. Grandma, will the golden eagle fly away? Don't worry, it won't. You are its master now, it won't run off. Grandma, how do I call it down? If it flies away at this height, all my efforts over the past 7 nights would be for nothing. Grandma thought for a moment and said, your grandpa just whistles directly. Since you haven't taught the eagle to respond to a whistle, why not wave your hand and see if it can come down? Sugwa nodded and waved his hand, then shouted, Little Jean, come down. Don't fly so high. The golden eagle seemed to respond to Sugwa's voice and actually flew a little lower. It circled right above Sugwa's head. Sugwa chuckled. Grandma, it can understand me. It understands. All right, bring it down. Don't let anyone else scare it. I'll go make you some food. Okay. With that, Sugwa signaled for the golden eagle to come down. Little Jean, hearing Sugwa's command, flew down and landed beside him. Sugwa spread his arms, and the golden eagle perched on his arm. Sugwa stroked the little golden eagle's head and chuckled, smart little guy. Grandma prepared some hot dishes for Sugwa, but did not give him the leftover food. When Sugwa saw the dishes served, he picked up his chopsticks and stuffed food into his mouth, getting his lips all greasy. Grandma advised, eat a little less, eat a little less. Sugwa, while eating, teased the golden eagle beside him, then asked, Grandma, where's my grandpa? Where did he go? Your grandpa finally got some leisure time and went fishing. Fishing? Sugwa's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He was quite skilled at fishing, having enjoyed it during his idle times in his previous life. His fishing skills, if not profession level, were certainly far superior to the average person's. Sugwa chuckled. Where is he fishing? I want to go see too. What for? You want to fish as well? Sugwa nodded. I just want to give it a try. Besides, will it be okay to leave my golden eagle here? It won't fly away randomly, will it? Grandma waved her hand, saying, that won't happen. All right, after a while you can go find your grandpa and relax a bit. After dinner, I will get you a fishing rod. Okay. Sugwa nodded vigorously, his face full of smiles. In no time, Sugwa finished his meal, rubbed the golden eagle's head, and said, Little Jean, you stay at home, be good. If you misbehave when I return, I will have to stew you. Little Jean seemed to look at Sugwa with wise eyes. Grandma then said, Sugwa, why don't you take the golden eagle with you? It might be of help. Sugwa slapped his thigh and exclaimed, right. How did I not think of that? With such sharp claws, it will be much easier to catch fish. All right. Sugwa took the fishing rod handed over by Grandma. He searched around the house for a few damp spots, dug with a shovel to remove the mud, and collected some worms in a small bag before leaving with the golden eagle. As soon as Sugwa stepped outside, he caught the attention of several villagers. Some villagers were dumbfounded to see the golden eagle on Sugwa's shoulder. There were only 2 hunters in the village with golden eagles. How come another person has one? This was quite shocking for them, especially since Sugwa looked so young. Sugwa paid no mind to the gazes of others and walked towards the location Grandma had mentioned. After Sugwa left, voices began to arise. Golden eagle? Who is that? Did he come out of Han Pao's house? Isn't that Han Pao's golden eagle? Don't talk nonsense, that's Han Pao's grandson. At such a young age he has a golden eagle. He must be a formidable hunter. A golden eagle can live for over 50 years. 50 years. He won't have to worry about food and drink in this life. Of course Han Pao is his grandpa. Even without the golden eagle he wouldn't have to worry in this life. I'm so envious. Soon Su Guo arrived at the spot where his grandpa was fishing. From above he could see his grandpa frowning deeply, looking not too pleased, and it seemed he hadn't caught many fish in his bucket. Su Guo glanced over and shook his head helplessly. Grandpa, let me take over. Without waiting for a response, Su Guo walked down from the side. Han Pao, how many fish have you caught? Han Pao replied with a dark face, 2. Hey Han Pao, don't be discouraged. I've only caught 5. Yes, I caught 6. I caught 7. I caught the least only 4. The other old men fishing had caught significantly more than Han Pao. The least of them had caught 2 more fish than him, while the most had caught 7. He was behind by 5 fish. Just as Han Pao was about to explain something, Su Guo patted his grandpa's shoulder from behind and said, Grandpa, can I fish? Han Pao and the other 4 old men looked at Su Guo with Han Pao's attention focused on the golden eagle on Su Guo's shoulder. Oh, you're awake? Su Guo asked, Grandpa, how about I fish instead? Han Pao, is this your grandson? This golden eagle is quite impressive, looks like you trained it well. Han Pao's face showed pride as he said, Yes, my grandson Su Guo. Han Pao, why don't you switch? Let your grandson try. Who knows, he might be better than you. Han Pao laughed. Why don't you give it a try? I'll rest on the shore. By the way, you haven't learned the whistle for the golden eagle, yet I'll teach you when we go back tonight. Su Guo nodded, all right. Then he leaned closer to his grandpa and whispered, Grandpa, I'm really good at fishing. Just wait and see. Han Pao's eyes lit up and he nodded. All right, I'll watch the show while you take over. Su Guo took over Han Pao's position, placed the golden eagle beside him, took out the worms from the small bag, gently hooked one, and cast it into the water. He waited quietly. Fishing can be quite dull and boring. Su Guo held the fishing rod with one hand, while gently petting little Jean's head with the other, feeling very comfortable and smooth. After about 7 or 8 minutes, an old man fishing nearby spoke up saying, Su Guo, fishing is an art. You can't just sit like that. You need to focus and endure. Before he could finish, Su Guo's fishing rod twitched, and he quickly pulled it up, reeling in the line. With his extensive fishing experience from his previous life, it was quite easy to outshine these old men. The old man beside him saw Su Guo catch a clumsy fish and fell silent. He slapped himself in the face. It happened too quickly. Then Su Guo continued with the routine of switching baits, hooking, switching baits, hooking. At this fast pace, Su Guo had caught 6 fish, just 1 fish away from the maximum of 7. Han Pao on the shore was laughing from ear to ear. Su Guo had caught 6 fish in less than 2 hours. The other old men fishing no longer had their usual smiles. Their faces grew serious, especially the one who had caught 7 fish. His feelings were beyond words. Su Guo chuckled, Dear Grandpas, it's about to bite. In reality, Su Guo hadn't even let little Jean help. The stream was too small for the golden eagle to fully extend its abilities. If it were the type found at sea with such sharp eyesight and claws, the golden eagle would be a true fishing expert. However, it was currently restricted, so Su Guo had to rely on himself. Just after Su Guo finished speaking, the fishing rod trembled slightly. It was on. A fish came up, and it was a big one. No, to be precise, there were 2, as a smaller fish was hiding behind the big one, which Su Guo hadn't seen earlier. No wonder it felt so heavy. Su Guo chuckled, Dear Grandpas, pardon me. The old men were nearly furious, thinking that Su Guo had caught all the fish. Moreover, Su Guo had caught 2 fish at once, making him the one with the most catches today. Subsequently, one by one, they pulled out their fishing rods. I'm done. It's getting late, time to go home. Yes, time to go. Hey, are you leaving already? Su Guo watched the old men leave, unsure of what to say. Han Pao, standing on the shore, chuckled, Grandpas, let's fish together next time. An old man passing by Han Pao nodded, sure, but don't let your grandson come, he's too good at fishing. Just like that, in just 2 hours, Su Guo had caught 8 fish. It was impossible to play against him, though it felt like pure abuse for the old men. Soon all the old men had left. Han Pao came down and laughed, saying to Su Guo, You little brat, you've scared off the old men. No one dares to play against you anymore. All right, enough fishing. Let's go back and I'll teach you how to train the golden eagle. Come on, Grandpa, just a little more. I feel like fishing isn't that difficult. Oh, look, another fish is biting. Han Pao felt a pang in his heart. Was he really that bad at fishing? All right, it seemed he was better at hunting than fishing. Su Guo held a bucket with 9 fish, all tied to himself, and grinned. Grandpa, what do you think? With this, it was clear from every angle that he had caught fish. A total of 9. Han Pao held 2 fish, his mouth twitching slightly. What are you up to, kid? Su Guo replied casually, just showing off. In his previous life, Sugwa had seen people carrying half-meter-long fish homes strolling around the neighborhood for 3 or 4 laps before entering their homes. This was the true fisherman. Catching fish, but refusing to go home, he had to show off. Hearing Sugwa's words, Han Pao laughed and covered his face. Aren't you afraid someone will steal your fish? With little Jean with me, who dares to steal? Anyone who dares will regret it. Sugwa chuckled. Come on, Grandpa, let's go. Let's not go back together. I'm afraid if I follow you, a brick will hit me on the way back. The two walked towards home, and many villagers were stunned and at a loss when they saw Sugwa. Where did you catch these fish? Right over there in that small stream. Huh. I remember that place is hard to fish and you're not pulling my leg, are you? Hey buddy, why would I lie? Finally, after an hour, the two finally returned. Sugwa untied the fish from himself and placed them on the ground, saying, Grandpa, let me wash up first, then we can learn to train the golden eagle. Go ahead, go ahead. Han Pao waved his hand dismissively. After spending the past week with Sugwa, he felt his perception of him had changed a bit. He originally thought Sugwa was particularly obedient and well-behaved, but now he realized that this kid was more like a little rogue. Han Pao helplessly rubbed his forehead. After a while, Sugwa washed off the mud and changed into a new set of clothes. Grandpa, let's get started. Sugwa rubbed little Jean's head. Han Pao said, Sugwa, actually when I first raised the golden eagle, I tied it up and let it fly slowly. Later I untied the rope and let it fly far away, only to return when it heard my whistle. Your situation might be due to your excessive force. The golden eagle is now fearful of you from within. Now I'll teach you a few whistles, some for flying over, some for coming back. Listen carefully. After saying that, Han Pao demonstrated a few times, and the golden eagle responded well, flying as it heard the whistle. Now you try it. Sugwa rubbed the golden eagle's head, whistled, and surprisingly little Jean understood and flew out. Sugwa whistled for it to return, and little Jean came back again. Han Pao watched this scene, his mouth twitching slightly. Well, indeed, there is a difference between people. It took Han Pao a long time to achieve this effect when training his golden eagle, but Sugwa had just started, and his golden eagle was already cooperating so well. Sugwa chuckled, Grandpa, my golden eagle is very obedient. You're taking advantage and acting innocent. Get lost. Grandpa, aren't you going to teach me? What's the point? I've taught you all I can do, just keep practicing. Okay. Sugwa nodded and began to practice slowly. His coordination with the golden eagle improved, and he felt that having a golden eagle was the best decision. It was smart and cooperative. Moreover, the golden eagle's claws and beak were sharp, and it loved to attack the eyes of its prey. If it attacked the prey's eyes, the prey would be like a group of blind mice. At that point, wouldn't it be easy for Sugwa to slaughter them? Thinking of this, Sugwa couldn't help but smile with pride. Now he had a slingshot, a golden eagle, and a hunting dog. It seemed that aside from the slingshot, not keeping up, his hunting dog and golden eagle were already top-notch hunters. With only one hunting dog, if he could get 2 more and a hunting rifle, this kid would become the best hunter in the nearby village in 3 to 4 years. As the sky gradually darkened, Sugwa called back the golden eagle, not letting it fly out anymore. Han Pao's mood today was beyond words. Sugwa was great at hunting, excellent at training, and even good at fishing. This was too outrageous. What's more, all of these talents were gathered in one person. Han Pao looked at Sugwa with envy. Sugwa sat on the kong eating, looking at his grandpa, and asking, Grandpa, what are we doing tomorrow? Going into the mountains. Tomorrow we'll go to the county town to sell the things we've hunted these days. Early the next morning, Sugwa got up early from his bed. After a night of rest, he felt as refreshed as if he hadn't stayed up late at all. Of course, all of this was thanks to Sugwa's good physical condition, and most ordinary people would likely have damaged their bodies if they played like this. Simply put, youth is the greatest asset. As usual, when Sugwa got up, his grandfather was already practicing the 5-animal play in the yard. Sugwa was quite puzzled. He didn't think he got up too late. Why was it that he never managed to get up faster than his grandfather? Grandpa, why do you always wake up earlier than me? Han Pao noticed Sugwa's puzzled expression and laughed. Old age makes it hard to sleep. What else could it be? By the time you reach my age, you'll probably be getting up just as early as I do. Sugwa nodded. All right. What's for breakfast? Ask your grandma. All she thinks about is food. By the way, there's one more thing. Today you're going into the mountains alone. I'll tell you, you can only wander around the outskirts. Don't go too deep, understood? They'll wait for you on the outskirts. Sugwa was taken aback and asked, what if something unexpected happens to me? Don't talk nonsense. Nothing will happen. There aren't any large wild beasts nearby. How could anything happen to you? The wild boars have all been hunted down. Ooh, what else could you possibly encounter? There aren't even any black bears around. Mountain tigers? Even less likely. Even if you did encounter one, I wouldn't be able to reach you in time. Even if I followed you, we wouldn't be enough for it to eat. Grandpa, you've never hunted a tiger. Han Pao glared at Sugwa. Do you really think hunting a tiger is that easy? You should pray that you never encounter a mountain lord when you go up the mountain, or else. By the time you pull the trigger, your head will probably already be in the tiger's belly. So fast. Yes, very fast. I can't say exactly how fast, but that's what the elders told me. I've seen a tiger before, but never shot one. Many years ago, it was quite far from me, about several hundred meters away. I felt that if I shot, I might end up dead myself. As he spoke, Han Pao rubbed his chest, recalling the pressure he felt that day. It was even greater than when he encountered 3 bears. At least when encountering bears, one could still run away. But a tiger? That was a real tiger. It could pounce in the blink of an eye. There was simply no way to escape. Sugwa nodded all right. After a simple breakfast at home, he took his slingshot and golden eagle and entered the mountains with Han Pao. This time Han Pao really didn't go in Sugwa's eyes. It seemed he hadn't entered at all. However, he was not truly not entering. It was to help Sugwa adapt to the environment in the mountains. Otherwise, how could he grow if he always followed him? A fledgling eagle must learn to fly. Of course, quietly following him was also acceptable. After all, if Sugwa really encountered a bear, Han Pao would still help him. At this time, Sugwa had already entered the mountains and his nerves were no longer as tense as before. This area was familiar to him. He and his grandfather had visited here before. Sugwa planned to wander around first and let the golden eagle fly up to see. Sugwa whistled, and upon hearing it, the golden eagle immediately flew up into the sky, starting to search for prey. One could say the eagle's eyesight was exceptionally sharp. It didn't take long before it spotted the presence of prey. The golden eagle then flew back and perched on Sugwa's shoulder, its head turning to look in another direction. Sugwa rubbed its head. Clever. When we catch something, you'll get some meat. Sugwa didn't know what kind of prey it was, so he followed the direction the golden eagle indicated. Han Pao, who was following behind, chuckled. This kid knows how to utilize the golden eagle. He thought Sugwa would be foolish enough to let the eagle kill the prey and then bring it back. If that happened, the eagle's wild nature would increase, and it would feel that its master was unworthy of it, gradually drifting away and flying off. This had happened before, but the odds were very low. For someone like Han Pao, who had been with his golden eagle for 20 to 30 years, even if he sent the eagle to hunt, it wouldn't drift away because they had been together for so long. The eagle understood its master's strength. Soon Sugwa arrived at an open area with few trees around. He immediately looked around the trees and spotted 2 gray dogs rubbing the golden eagle's head. He asked, "Was that what we just saw?" If you see gray dogs in the future, just nod your head 3 times, okay? The golden eagle seemed to understand and nodded 3 times. Sugwa chuckled. Clever. The process of hunting with the golden eagle must also teach it to clarify which animals to inform its master about. If it led Sugwa to a bear, he would probably just have to run away. Sugwa took out the slingshot, placed the clay pellet inside, and pulled the slingshot back. Whoosh! A gray dog fell down. Seeing the other gray dog running away, Sugwa patted the golden eagle's head. Go catch it. The golden eagle flapped its wings and flew towards the fleeing gray dog. Sugwa didn't pay attention to the golden eagle. He walked back to where he had shot the gray dog, picked it up from the ground, and skinned it. He had no interest in the remaining meat. However, he knew he couldn't just leave it here. The smell of blood would easily attract other predators. After thinking for a moment, Sugwa decided to reward the golden eagle when it returned. After all, he hadn't fed the golden eagle this morning. In a short while, the golden eagle returned, clutching the gray dog. The gray dog in its mouth was already dead. Sugwa rubbed the little eagle's head, took the gray dog from its mouth, and began to feed it bits of the freshly skinned meat. Then Sugwa carefully examined the gray dog the golden eagle brought back. It was already lifeless. The eagle's beak was sharp, and it was clear that it had pecked the gray dog to death. After all, gray dogs were too weak and had thin skin. Of course, this fur was not as good as the one Sugwa shot. The only drawback of using the golden eagle to catch gray dogs was that the quality of the fur was not particularly good. If sold at the market, it wouldn't fetch much. Sugwa's first shot with a slingshot could sell for 5 yuan, while this inferior one would probably sell for between 3 and 4 yuan. There was nothing he could do. Sugwa was too lazy to chase after this gray dog with his slingshot. It wasn't worth it. Throughout the morning, Sugwa practiced coordinating with the golden eagle. He caught quite a few gray dogs and dug into their burrows. However, there was nothing inside, only pine nuts. Sugwa had heard a story about hunters who, after catching gray dogs, would dig into their burrows and find many silver coins and antiques. Now it seemed like a scam. How could squirrels find antiques or silver coins? In reality, the story was true. It was just that Sugwa hadn't yet found a gray dog that liked to hide things. By the end of the morning, Sugwa's harvest was not small. He had caught 5 gray dogs, skinned 5 pelts, and caught a wild chicken. The wild chicken was directly discovered and killed by the golden eagle. When Sugwa arrived and saw it, he was stunned. But he didn't say anything. After all, it was just a small wild chicken. Whether it was alive or dead didn't seem particularly important. At noon, Sugwa gathered some firewood and took out the sticky rice dumplings he had brought, placing them on the fire to roast. After entering the mountains, he couldn't carry much food. Sugwa had come in such a hurry that he didn't even bring any salt. How could he roast a chicken without salt? That would have no flavor at all. It would be better not to eat. As for the golden eagle, it had been fed gray dog meat by Sugwa all the way. Sugwa spread out the gray dog skins to smoke them while he ate the sticky rice dumplings, biting into them hard and muttering to himself, "Next time I come, I must bring salt to enjoy roasted meat." Han Pao, hiding behind a big tree and following Sugwa, couldn't help but smile wryly. This kid really knows how to be picky. He goes into the mountains without bringing salt, only some sticky rice dumplings, and now he wants to bring salt to enjoy roasted meat. After Sugwa finished eating, he collected the smoked gray dog skins. These few skins were nearly ready. Then he stood up, extinguished the fire with urine, and took the golden eagle to walk towards another location. After walking about 3 or 4 miles, Sugwa stopped moving forward. It wasn't that he didn't want to go further, it was because he saw many disordered footprints on the ground. Moreover, these footprints were much larger than his. Upon closer inspection, Sugwa suddenly remembered. These were wild boar footprints. And there was blood. Sugwa murmured, could there be an injured wild boar around? He didn't know the extent of the wild boar's injuries. Was it severely wounded, or was it merely enraged? If it was the former, Sugwa would dare to confront it. If it was the latter, whoever encountered it would be cursed with bad luck. Just as Sugwa was in a daze, faint roars and panting sounds came from ahead. To his right, at a distance of half a mile, Sugwa frowned upon hearing. What sound is that? Roaring. And another sound. Could it be infighting? Sugwa had heard stories of large prey fighting when they encountered each other. For example, Sugwa had heard his grandfather tell such stories about wild boars and bears. He frowned. His heart was quite chaotic and anxious. First, he only had a dagger as a weapon. Second, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. If it was indeed a bear and a wild boar fighting, Sugwa could take advantage. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Sugwa knew nothing about the situation on his right. No longer dazed, he quickly hugged a tree and started climbing up. Seeing this, Han Pao frowned tightly. He didn't understand. What was Sugwa doing? He hadn't heard the 2 sounds just now. He had no idea what was happening. So watching Sugwa's actions left him completely puzzled, unable to comprehend Sugwa's intentions. Could it be that he discovered me? Han Pao thought for a moment, then shook his head. It shouldn't be. If he had truly seen him, Sugwa would definitely have come over to greet him. So what was he doing? But now he couldn't do anything. He could only hide behind the tree. After climbing the tree, Sugwa stood up and looked to his right. Upon seeing this scene, he was completely stunned. Just as he had seen, a bear was indeed fighting with wild boars. And not just one wild boar. It was 3 wild boars against 1 bear. Seeing this, Sugwa trembled with excitement all over. A once-in-a-millennium opportunity had presented itself. No matter which side died, Sugwa could benefit. Fantastic. Fantastic. His luck was truly unparalleled. Sugwa immediately climbed down the tree and hurried over. He was afraid of being late. If a hunter intervened, he would gain nothing, and that would be extremely frustrating. Thinking this, Sugwa quickened his pace and soon reached the side of the 3 wild boars and 1 bear. He hid in the grass, making sure the wild animals could not see him at all. Even the unfortunate golden eagle lay down beside Sugwa. Sugwa looked at the comical scene of the golden eagle and almost burst out laughing. Thankfully, he held back, focusing on the 3 wild boars and 1 bear before him. He wanted to know who would win this battle. In truth, Sugwa preferred the wild boars to win. If they did, once they left, he could extract the bear bile from the bear. The most important thing about a bear is its bile, though other parts can also be sold. But compared to bear bile, everything else was insignificant. Bear bile was indeed the most valuable. Sugwa observed closely, and the battle was already in a fierce struggle. Sugwa wished he had a hunting rifle right now to shoot down these 4 beasts directly. Unfortunately, he had nothing. How could he hunt beasts? He could only quietly wait for the battle between the wild boars and the bear to end. That way he could take advantage. The 3 wild boars were exhaling white smoke, while their noses emitted grunting sounds. Their situation was dire, with not only bullet holes, but also claw marks on their bodies. The bear was no better off. At this moment, one of the bear's eyes was already useless. It was clear that it had been stabbed by the largest of the 3 wild boars with its tusks. Moreover, its body was also injured. It's a wound, and one could say that neither side has gained any benefit. The 3 wild boars were already injured, and now they encountered the bear. If there had been one less wild boar, they would have been finished. Han Pao, hiding behind a large tree, felt that Sugwa had left. He now climbed up the tree that Sugwa had just climbed and looked to the right. While looking, he almost didn't hold on to the tree and nearly fell. It was surprising to see the scene. No wonder Sugwa had run so fast. If it were him, he would have run even faster than Sugwa. The battle between the 3 wild boars and a bear. Such a scene happens once in a millennium. Sugu is truly remarkable. He encounters all the good things. If Sugwa weren't his own grandson, he would dare to take up arms and compete with Sugwa for these. But Sugwa is indeed his grandson, and this is something Sugwa has seen. He is now in the tree aiming with his hunting rifle. If Sugwa fails to take down the bear later, he will have to shoot. After all, it is impossible to let these fur beasts go. Especially that black bear, the gallbladder inside, is quite valuable. At this moment, Sugwa is still lying on the grass watching the scene ahead. However, he doesn't know why the 3 wild boars and the bear have stopped fighting. This makes him feel uncomfortable. Why aren't the 4 of them fighting? What am I supposed to pick up? Thinking of this, Sugwa boldly took out his slingshot and aimed directly at the bear's other eye. Sugwa is indeed bold and meticulous. He actually thought of this trick. Truly, there is no one like him. Hitting the bear's eye is a distraction. Getting the 4 of them to fight is the real deal. Sugwa made his move, pulling back the slingshot and placing the hardest clay pellet into the pouch, aiming at the bear before releasing it. With a whoosh, the pellet struck heavily into the bear's eye. Immediately, the bear's roar echoed. Upon hearing the bear's roar, the wild boars who had been standing still became enraged. What did I do? Why are you roaring at me? Then let's fight. One wild boar charged forward, followed closely by the other 2 boars. The tusks of the wild boar crashed into the bear's thigh, and a howl came from the bear. Han Pao, standing in the tree, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids at this scene. Sugwa is too daring, Han Pao thought to himself. He wouldn't dare. What if the water isn't stirred up and he gets caught in it? That would be a huge loss. After taking damage, the bear blew out fiercely, directly breaking the wild boar's tusk. A large gash appeared where the boar's tusk had been, causing Sugwa to feel a chill. This scene was too bloody. It was likely that he would never see such a situation again in his life. Other wild boars also joined in, making the scene even more gruesome and violent. Fortunately, this area was open and hadn't attracted other predators. If it had, they would have all been intercepted. After watching for another 7 or 8 minutes, Sugwa concluded that the bear had won in the end. The other 2 wild boars lay there motionless, and this bear was not in good shape either. The last wild boar's tusk pierced directly into the bear's head, leaving it with only half a head. It lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this scene, Sugwa's heartbeat started to race. Is this immense wealth finally coming my way? Sugwa didn't dare to go forward to inspect. Instead, he let his golden eagle fly above the bear. The eagle flew over, and just as Sugwa guessed, the bear was only faking death and still had some strength left. It swiped at the eagle. Unfortunately, the eagle was fast and dodged it in an instant. Then the bear struck at the eagle again, not noticing the large stone beneath its feet. It stumbled and fell to the ground, then died. Sugwa was now even more confused. What does this mean? Does this mean my luck is incredibly explosive? Is the mountain god rewarding me with food? In the distance, Han Pao, standing in the tree, was agape, finally muttering 2 words, "Damn. This kid." Han Pao was at a loss for words to express his shock. He remembered that it took him 2 years to take down a bear and back, then he was with others. They were using old methods, and it was truly a life-and-death struggle. Now, Sugwa just picked it up effortlessly. Han Pao immediately came down from the tree and walked towards Sugwa. Sugwa got up and took his knife to cut at the bear's gallbladder. Soon Sugwa found the gallbladder and carefully stored it in his pouch. Although it was a grass gallbladder, it was still the first one he had obtained. Gallbladders can be categorized into grass gallbladders, iron gallbladders, and copper gallbladders. The copper gallbladder here refers to the gallbladder's golden color, which can also be called a golden gallbladder. Sugwa then cut off the bear's nose and some medicinal parts. In no time, Sugwa was loaded with bundles. As Sugwa looked up, he happened to see Chen Pao approaching. At this moment, Chen Pao had a dark expression. "When did you arrive?" Sugwa's heart sank. "Oh no, this thing won't kill me, right?" Sugwa didn't respond, and Han Pao's voice came from behind him, laughing. "All right, Chen Pao, don't scare him." Chen Pao helplessly waved his hand. "Your grandson is really lucky. I was just 1 step away from arriving first." By the time Chen Pao got here, Sugwa had already collected the gallbladder. In fact, the noise was so loud that Sugwa wasn't the only one who heard it. Other hunters either didn't come or didn't think it was important. Take Chen Pao, for example. He came, but missed the opportunity. Who can you blame for that? If Han Pao hadn't come, would the situation have been different? It's unlikely Chen Pao might be annoyed, but he wouldn't kill Sugwa over a gallbladder. He wasn't that ruthless. Sugwa looked at his grandfather and chuckled, "Grandpa, you've been following me all along." Sugwa thought he would have to go back and call people, but now it seems unnecessary. After all, Grandpa is right behind him. He can just let him go to the village and call people. After all, if he went back and said he had taken down a bear, no one would believe him. Han Pao twitched the corner of his mouth and nodded, following, "You kid, you're too bold in what you do. Chen Pao, this time your luck isn't as good as my grandson's. Why don't you take a wild boar with you?" Han Pao casually pointed at a wild boar as he spoke. "What do I need a wild boar for?" Chen Pao shrugged helplessly. Then he looked at Sugwa and said, "Sugwa, right. I'll remember you, kid. I hope that when you have a hunting rifle we can have a good competition. I just don't believe your luck can be this good all the time. This kid can even tame a golden eagle. He is quite a formidable character. He'll probably surpass Han Pao before long and be a strong opponent." Encountering a strong opponent only excites Chen Pao. After all, he believes that having a rival in hunting is better for progress. Of course, if there's a chance to hunt together, that's fine too. Sugwa isn't foolish. He knows the other party is finding a way down, giving him face. "Alright, but you better not bully me then, Chen Pao. By the way, Chen Pao, I have 6 greyhound skins. Do you want them?" "Sure, bring them over." Chen Pao wasn't angry with Sugwa. After all, this kind of thing is straightforward. What Sugwa found is his. If it were him who found them, they would be his. It's a pity he was a step too late. Sugwa was faster. Sugwa chuckled and handed over the 6 greyhound skins. The other party glanced at them, then handed Sugwa 27 yuan for the 6 skins, some of which were not very good. Sugwa was momentarily stunned upon receiving the money, then smiled and said, "Chen Pao, you're a real man." Indeed, a real man. Sugwa knew very well the value of these 6 greyhound skins. To offer 25 yuan was already good. The fact that the other party gave 27 meant he didn't hold a grudge over earlier events. After all, for a hunter of Chen Pao's level, face is the most important. Everything else is trivial. But Sugwa needs money the most right now. Can face be eaten without money? Having lived 2 lives, Sugwa can still distinguish clearly. "Han Pao, your grandson is really smooth talking." "Alright, Han Pao, I'm leaving first." Han Pao laughed. "Alright, I'll treat you to a drink when there's a chance." Chen Pao nodded with a smile and left with his golden eagle. Sugwa put the 27 yuan away. He now had some money, bringing his total to 43.5 yuan. Not bad, not bad. With this money, he could enjoy himself in the county for a while. "Alright, stop grinning like an idiot and come here." Sugwa walked over at Han Pao's call. "Listen, when I call people back, I'll say, I just picked up the pieces. You take the gallbladder. That wild boar probably can't be sent to your mother, so we can either eat it here or cure it." "Sure, no problem." Sugwa realized that his grandfather was protecting him. If someone with ulterior motives found out that a person without a hunting rifle had taken the gallbladder, they would target Sugwa. But if it was Han Pao, it would be different. He picked up the pieces. Others would only wonder why they weren't the ones without any ill intentions. But for Sugwa, after the news spread, other hunters would likely target him if he entered the mountain again, or people with ulterior motives would keep an eye on him. Han Pao smiled. "Looks like you understand now, huh?" Seeing Sugwa smile, he knew the kid had guessed right. Sugwa nodded. Han Pao didn't waste any more words, saying, "Alright, that's settled. Don't stay here. When we return to the village, you go home, and I'll have someone take these away." "Okay." The 2 of them made their way back to the village, and as Sugwa entered, he took his golden eagle and returned home. Once home, Sugwa reported the good news to his grandma. "Grandma, I killed a bear today." Grandma was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "Are you kidding me? Killing a bear means you have a gallbladder. Do you have one?" "Gallbladder?" "Yes, do you have a gallbladder?" Sugwa took out his pouch and opened it to reveal the gallbladder inside. "Grandma, take a look." Grandma looked down and was so startled that she threw away the broom she was holding. You really killed a bear?" Grandma began to circle around Sugwa. You weren't hurt, were you? Let me see, hurry, let me see." At home, what matters most is not how well you're doing or how wealthy you are, but rather your health and safety. Sugwa didn't understand this saying in his past life, but now he truly gets it. Perhaps this is the meaning of being reborn. Sugwa chuckled. "Grandma, I was just joking. I actually picked it up." "What do you mean?" Sugwa recounted what had happened, and Grandma covered her heart, looking at Sugwa and saying, "My little ancestor, you are too bold. That was a bear and wild boars, or are you really not afraid of dying?" "Grandma, I'm fine. Look, I'm alive and kicking." Alright, no problem. I truly don't know if it's good or bad that your grandpa taught you hunting." Grandma helplessly rubbed her forehead, looking at Sugwa. Seeing Grandma like this, Sugwa immediately put away his smile and said, "Seriously, Grandma, I promise I won't do this again in the future." "Absolutely not." "Are you serious?" Sugwa nodded heavily again. "Yes, I'm serious." Such a once in a thousand years opportunity has come to him. Will he really encounter it a second time? That would be ridiculous. The chances are too low. All right, with your words, Grandma feels much more at ease. Now go process the gallbladder and hang it on the eaves of our sister's house. It won't get stolen, right? Grandma smiled. Don't worry, no one in our family would steal. With all the good deeds Han Pao has done for the village, who would dare to steal? Can their conscience allow it? If it can, then they are truly heartless. Stealing a bear gallbladder is a serious matter if caught. A bear gallbladder is worth 600 yuan. In this era, 600 yuan can build several houses. Han Pao called a few people pushing a cart to load the 3 wild boars and the bear. Then they pushed the cart out of the mountain. Han Pao chuckled, gentlemen, thank you. Today I was also lucky to encounter a bear and 3 wild boars fighting, and I picked up a piece. Today come to my house. Everyone can have some wild boar meat and bear meat. Bear meat is the best, so come, don't forget, all of you come. After Han Pao finished telling this news to the people who helped push the cart, they all cast envious glances at him. My goodness, these are 3 wild boars and a bear. Moreover, the bear's gallbladder is worth at least 600 or 700 yuan. How could they not feel envious? Of course they envied him, but deep down they dared not harbor any ill intentions. Who is Han Pao? In Li family village, everyone praises him. The key is that Han Pao is also an experienced hunter with excellent marksmanship. Who would dare to think of doing anything bad? Do they want to get shot? Han Pao, your luck is unbelievable. The mountain god must be rewarding you. This is a once in a thousand years event. 3 wild boars and a bear. Han Pao, I bet the hunters in our village would take 3 years to achieve what you have in one go. Hey, that's not a lie. Just the money from selling 1 bear gallbladder is probably what many hunters earn in a year or 2. Listening to these praises, Han Pao smiled and waved his hand, saying, hey, it's all luck, just luck. If it were Sugwa saying this, they wouldn't be envious. At that moment they understood what human nature was. Human hearts are hard to measure. A few of them were pushing the cart when they ran into the village chief Li Tuanchang, who frowned and looked at Han Pao, saying, Han Pao, did you go hunting in the mountains? Han Pao smiled and explained, no, I found all of these. Li Tuanchang approached, looking at the bear and the 3 wild boars. These wild boars, don't they resemble the 3 that had escaped before? Upon closer inspection, the bullet holes matched. They were indeed the same 3 wild boars that had escaped. Li Tuanchang thought for a moment, but did not take action. After all, he had no way to accuse Han Pao of deliberately letting them go. Everyone had seen the situation at that time, and he was not foolish. Han Pao, your luck is quite remarkable. Li Tuanchang, I have to head back first. If you want to eat wild boar meat, feel free to come by and share some. Li Tuanchang squinted his eyes slightly, watching the direction in which Han Pao walked, clenching his fists. Before long, the few people pushing the cart arrived here. Han Pao smiled and said, you guys can divide up the meat. I'll go get you a knife. All right. Still, Han Pao is generous and big heart. Before long, the bear's meat was divided up. There was still half of the bear left, and Sugwa used a small knife to carefully slice the meat, feeding it to the golden eagle perched on his shoulder. As the golden eagle swallowed the meat, Sugwa continued, remember this taste of meat. Next time you see it, go for its eyes. After saying that, he took out the bear's 2 eyes, handed them to the golden eagle, and let it eat. Raising a golden eagle is similar to raising a hunting dog. The goal is to familiarize them with the taste of the prey's meat, fostering a good hunting habit. Little brother, you must be Sugwa, Han Pao's grandson. One of the men looked at Sugwa and asked with a grin. Sugwa nodded and said, Uncle, what's up? How many days did it take to tame this golden eagle? Sugwa thought for a moment and replied, 7 days and nights. One of the men holding a basin dropped it, making a clattering sound. Duong. The other men also looked at Sugwa with expressions of shock. 7 days and nights. Sugwa scratched his head and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. Han Pao laughed and said, in the future my grandson will surely surpass me. Give him a few more years, and that's a certainty. Upon hearing this, the other villagers gasped. After the meat was divided, a few villagers exchanged pleasantries with Han Pao and left. That evening, these villagers spread the news, and everyone in Li family village learned that Han Pao had extraordinary luck finding a great fortune in the mountains. In reality, it was Sugwa who found it. After the others left, Sugwa looked at the meat and asked his grandfather, Grandpa, what do we do with the leftovers? Han Pao smiled and said directly, we'll cure all of it except for the bear meat that cannot be cured. Cut up the wild boar meat, prepare the good parts, and cure all of it. The bad parts can be fed to the dogs and the golden eagle. There isn't much that's spoiled anyway. All right. Sugwa Han Pao and his grandmother worked until late into the night, finally finishing the task, almost exhausting themselves. Looking at the rows of cured meat, Sugwa smiled slightly and said, Grandpa, when we go back I'll take some more with me. Sure, feel free to take as much as you want. Taking a few dozen pounds back is no problem. Alright. Sugwa was delighted. Cured meat generally takes about a week to finish curing. After washing his face, he went to the Kong table and ate a few bites of rice. Grandpa, I'm going to the county town tomorrow. I want to come back home the day after tomorrow after I finish in the county town. What? Don't you want to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival here with me? Sugwa shook his head and replied, I haven't been back for so long. I'm afraid if I don't go back my mom will get anxious. They'll go back the day after tomorrow, and after the Mid-Autumn Festival I will return. Alright, that's fine. When the time comes, bring your roe deer with you. Can you still bring the golden eagle? Sugwa shook his head saying, let's not take the golden eagle for now. If I bring it I won't be able to explain. My mom won't let me back if I do. I still want to hunt here. Han Pao laughed and said, Sugwa, actually hunting here or in your place is pretty much the same. After all, there are only so many hunters in our villages. However, I'm not sure if there are wild boars eating crops over there. If you see them early, tell your village chief immediately so that the militia in the village can be alerted. They should be cautious and not let things get as bad as ours. Thinking about the wild boars eating crops made Han Pao feel annoyed. Originally, the militia could have prepared earlier, but it kept dragging on and ended up like this. If Han Pao hadn't gone, it's likely that all the crops in that area would have been eaten by the wild boars. Alright, Grandpa, I'll remember what you said. When I go back, I'll take a look on the way. If I see anything, I'll inform the village chief. If not, I'll return the day after tomorrow. Han Pao smiled and said, that's fine. When you come back the day after tomorrow, just say that I want to take you to the provincial city to meet an old friend. When your mom asks, just say you don't know. Got it? Okay. After finishing his meal, Sugwa wiped his mouth and said, Grandpa, let's take this red dog along tomorrow. It can sell for 7 or 8 yuan. Alright, take it with you. Go get some sleep, we'll call you in the morning. Sure. Sugwa returned to the Kong and closed his eyes, thinking of Zhou Ruawei. What one thinks about during the day, one dreams about at night. I wonder if I can dream of her tonight. In this life, Sugwa must face this feeling and will no longer allow a tragedy to occur as in his past life. In his dream, Sugwa indeed saw Zhou Ruawei. They talked for a long time, but when Sugwa woke up the next day, he couldn't remember anything. Sugwa rubbed his little head and chuckled. I forgot. I actually forgot everything. How strange. Just then Han Pao's voice came from outside. Sugwa, put your charm inside the house. Leaving it outside makes it easy to be stolen. Okay, I'm going now. Sugwa nodded and put the charm inside his room. It was empty at home, and leaving it outside was easy prey for thieves. Grandpa, are we leaving now? It's still just dawn. Sugwa suddenly realized that today seemed to be much earlier than usual. We need to leave early. Let's take the bus. Come on, let's go. Sugwa nodded, and his grandmother helped him carry the red dog and the chicken fungus with a basket on her back. Sugwa took it, saying, Grandma, let me carry it. Sure. His grandmother didn't resist and let Sugwa carry it. Grandpa, aren't you taking the gun? No need. Han Pao waved his hand, saying, we won't encounter any bandits on the way, so don't worry. What era are we in? How could we encounter road robbery? Unless someone is really desperate who would do such a thing. After saying that, Han Pao led Sugwa down a small path to where the bus would pass. The three of them walked for 7 li, and as the sun rose high, they finally waited for a bus to arrive. As soon as Han Pao got on, he saw the driver complaining. What's going on? Why are you so late? Hey, the road was tough. There was dew. What could I do? I couldn't go too fast. Alright, just stop complaining and find a seat to sit down. Han Pao sat next to Sugwa, who had the window seat. Sugwa poked his grandfather's shoulder and asked, Grandpa, do you know him? I know him, he used to be a hunter. We've hunted dogs together, and we have a bond for life. Oh, I see. Sugwa nodded, looking out the window. In these times, being a bus driver was quite a lucrative job. It was really prestigious and easy, as it was one of the 8 major positions. Once on the bus, Sugwa leaned his head out the window, and the wind blew against his face. At first he was fine, but later it became unbearable, so he closed it a bit. Grandpa, how long until we reach the county town? 2 hours. Do you want to take a nap? I'll wake you when we get there. Sure. Sugwa nodded. With his grandfather around, he felt safe, plus the driver in front was also there. In these times, drivers usually carried guns. He just feared encountering reckless individuals trying to rob them. With a gun they could shoot, so the driver was not to be trifled with. Unlike in his past life where reckless individuals would interfere with the driver, in this time, that would be asking for death. Sugwa gently leaned against the window and dozed off. The old-fashioned bus drove steadily without much bumping. Sugwa really fell asleep, snoring away. His grandmother, watching him from the back, patted Han Pao's shoulder and said, he's asleep, keep it down. He's been tired these days, a little sleep is good for him. Han Pao turned to glance at Sugua, who was sound asleep, and spoke softly. The bus was moving quickly and time passed swiftly. An hour went by just like that. There was still an hour's journey to the county town, but Sugua remained asleep, showing no signs of waking. The driver noticed someone waving not far ahead, and the bus came to a stop. The three of them got on. At first, everything seemed fine, but soon two of the three pulled out shotguns and shouted, "Don't move. Everyone freeze. This is a robbery." This sudden shout jolted Sugua awake from his dream. He turned to look at the seats beside him, and good grief, it was a real robbery. Moreover, two people were aiming their shotguns around the bus, scaring the other passengers. Sugua felt a bit amused. Did they really not fear death? The gun the driver held was far better than the shotguns, and why weren't they aiming at the driver, but at other people? It was clear they weren't professionals. Seeing this, Han Pao leaned closer to Sugua, preparing to shield him in case of a shooting. His grandmother grabbed Sugua's arm, signaling him not to move. "Very well, everyone is cooperating. Now driver, stop the bus, and everyone take out your money." Saying this, the other accomplice without a gun started taking out a green bag, signaling everyone to hand over their money. As he walked, he said, "It's tough for everyone to consider this a loss to avoid disaster, a loss to avoid disaster." The driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing one of the armed men to stumble and fall. Then the driver's voice came from the front, "Han Pao, go." Seeing this opportunity, Han Pao immediately seized the fallen man's arm, catching his wrist and snatching the gun back. This moment happened in the blink of an eye, causing Sugua's eyelids to twitch. "Grandpa, your reaction speed was so quick just now." Han Pao held the man in front of him while the driver aimed at the other, saying, "Drop the gun." Sugua saw this and smiled. These three robbers must be amateurs, right? Were they just here to joke around? The other robber, realizing the situation was hopeless, quickly laid his gun on the ground and knelt, saying, "Big brother, please let us go. This shotgun is broken and fake. We were just trying to scare people. We never intended to actually rob anyone." Han Pao frowned and fired a shot inside the bus. Indeed, it was a fake. Sugua didn't know what to say. He could only think that the three of them were quite lucky. If they had real guns, they would have been sent to the police station. Three little punks trying to imitate robbers. The driver opened the bus door and kicked the three of them out. One could say that the driver was somewhat merciful. In this situation, even if it was fake, sending them to the police would result in a few days in jail. Han Pao threw the shotgun aside, looking at the driver and smiling. "Old way, your shout just now was so timely, I didn't even have time to react. What could I do? I was looking in the mirror at that moment. It was well calculated. I can only say that these three are too stupid. If they had been real robbers, our bus would have been doomed." Han Pao nodded, saying, "There really are people who don't fear death these days. Truly unbelievable. All right, stop the nonsense. Don't delay me from driving. Go back to your seat." Just like that, a small incident passed. An hour later, Sugua finally arrived in the county town. Finally, they have arrived at the county town, and the atmosphere here is indeed much better than in the village. The faces of the people Sugua sees are all quite pleasant, glowing with health. Before long, Sugua, along with his maternal grandfather and grandmother, got off the vehicle. Sugua couldn't even remember the last time he had been to the county town. This was in any case the first time that he could recall. Actually, Sugua had been to the county town when he was young, but he had no memory of it at that time. Now, even if someone told him about it, he probably wouldn't be able to recall what had happened in his childhood. "Grandfather, there are so many small vendors here." "Yes, indeed. If you have money in your pocket, you can buy something. But we are not going over here. Come follow me. We are heading to the station store to handle the red dog and chicken mushrooms you have in hand. And by the way, see if there's anything you need to buy." All right. Sugua was unfamiliar with the matters of the county town, so he could only follow behind his grandfather. However, Sugua had a simple and general understanding of the county town. The prices here were just as he had guessed. The items in the town were even more overpriced than in the county town. Sugua understood, after all, only unscrupulous merchants make money and the costs are higher. Soon, under his grandfather's guidance, Sugua arrived at the station store in the county town. This station store was even larger than Sugua had imagined, and there were particularly many people. Seeing this, Sugua murmured, "Grandfather, can we squeeze in?" Han Pao laughed and said, "We don't need to squeeze in. This is the purchasing area." Sugua looked in the direction Han Pao pointed, and just as his grandfather said, there were hardly any people queuing around. So few people. What do you expect? How many people in the county town come specifically to sell their catches? Most go to the town, or they save up and come together. Sugua nodded in understanding. There were very few hunters in the village, and not many came. Sugua took the basket from his back to the front, and the staff in front glanced at him. Then they gestured for Sugua to place the items he wanted to sell on the counter to be counted later. Sugua placed the chicken mushrooms and 2 pieces of red dog on the counter. Selling everything. All of it. Good. After that they ignored Sugwa completely. Sugwa frowned and thought to himself, these staff members are rather arrogant, aren't they? Just when Sugwa was lost in thought, a voice came again. In total it's 15. Do you want to sell it? The price was very fair, just right at the lowest price Sugwa could accept. Sugwa nodded sure. After he spoke, the other party handed him a large bill, then took out 5 more totaling $15. After receiving it, Sugwa put it in his pocket and walked towards Han Pao with the basket on his back. How much did you sell it for? Sugwa shrugged, helplessly smiling. 15, they haggled fiercely. Not bad. If you sold it in the town, you'd probably get even less. Come on, let's queue up and buy some things you need. You'll be going back tomorrow. All right. Sugwa and Han Pao queued up. After about half an hour, it was almost their turn. Han Pao bought less, just some rice and flour. Sugwa glanced at the prices above and felt a sense of nostalgia, as prices were indeed lower in this era. The prices were very low, but this was only because Sugwa had experienced the previous life's era that he felt they were low. In fact, the prices weren't low at all. Sugwa bought 5 bottles of liquor, 2 hunting knives, some mooncakes, a few desserts, several traps, and 5 or 6 wooden clamps. Why are you buying wooden clamps? To catch water rats. Han Pao asked Sugwa from the side. Sugwa chuckled, just to try, maybe I can really catch some water rats. Hello, that's a total of $12. Sugwa loved this pricing. He handed the money to the other party and placed the traps, wooden clamps, and knives into the basket. Then he weighed the 5 bottles of liquor, which accounted for the bulk of the expense. The two of them walked out just in time to bump into their grandmother. Sugwa, what have you bought? Wooden clamps. I remember there aren't many water rats in the family village. Why did you buy those? Sugwa smiled and explained, Grandmother, tomorrow I'm going to set some traps and use these wooden clamps. I think there might be quite a few catches in our village, but it's all uncertain. Moreover, I've seen quite a few hunters in our village catch water rats. Grandfather, you know the fur of a water rat is very good and valuable. Han Pao nodded and said, indeed, the fur of a water rat is worth about as much as that of a sable. But do you really think you can catch them? Sugwa didn't answer directly, just smiled. Let's try. If I can catch them, great. If not, then it's fine. Grandfather, this bottle of liquor is for you. Sugwa took out the 5 bottles of liquor and handed one to Han Pao. This time he bought 5 bottles, giving one each to his grandfather, father, uncle, and second uncle, keeping one for himself. Han Pao smiled and said, you're quite filial. Good. Let's have a drink tonight. Sure. Sugwa readily agreed, then looked at his grandmother beside him. Grandmother, there are some desserts here. Take some out and try them. They're really delicious. You brat, I thought you only had your grandfather in your eyes. I thought I didn't exist. How could that be? Grandmother took out some desserts and tasted one herself. Very delicious. Come, you try one too. After saying that, she offered one to Sugwa, who opened his mouth to taste it. The flavor was good and very tasty. Indeed, people from the county town know how to enjoy life. Han Pao, amused, continued, all right, it's noon now. Let's go eat. Today your grandfather is feeling generous and will treat you to a meal. Then I must eat well. Sugwa chuckled. Han Pao had been to the county town many times. For him, living in the county town was indeed very comfortable, as buying various things was much more convenient than in the village, where buying things could be quite troublesome. However, there was a downside to living in the county town. There were no mountains nearby. To go into the mountains, one would have to go down to the village. After all, Han Pao was a hunter and needed to hunt often. He couldn't stay in the county town for long. Even if he had enough money to buy a house there, he wouldn't choose to settle down. Han Pao was already very familiar with the roads in the county town. He knew that the state-run restaurant was not far away and led Sugwa and his wife in that direction. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the state-run restaurant. The 3 of them entered the state-run restaurant. Sugwa had been here in his past life, having worked as an apprentice, where he spent all his time in the kitchen chopping and washing vegetables. Furthermore, this washing lasted for 2 whole years. If it weren't for his grandfather pulling some strings at that time, Sugwa would have spent his entire life washing vegetables. Thinking back to how he served the people here in his previous life, he remembered that the money he earned in a month was minimal. With this thought, Sugwa felt a sense of nostalgia, as he had truly worked hard washing and chopping vegetables back then. Who would have known? That hard work didn't really pay off. Now, Sugwa could earn in a single day's hunting what an ordinary worker would take months to make. His mindset and perspective had changed entirely. Han Pao walked over to an empty table and sat down, beckoning Sugwa. Sugwa, over here, this spot is good and well ventilated. Put the basket under the table. Okay. Sugwa placed the basket beneath the table as his grandfather handed him the menu. Sugwa didn't order, but instead handed the menu to his grandmother. Respect was important. His grandmother smiled and did not take it, urging Sugwa to order himself. After thinking for a moment, Sugwa pointed to several dishes on the menu. Sweet and sour pork stir-fried, meat, 2 pounds of dumplings, and sauerkraut soup, that's all. Han Pao raised an eyebrow. You kid have good taste, huh? I know what's delicious. Having spent at least 8 years here in his previous life, Su Guo was certainly well acquainted with everything. These dishes were the best the Statron restaurant had to offer and were quite famous in northeast China. In no time the dishes were served. Su Guo tried a dumpling filled with pork and green onion. It was delicious, bursting with juice with every bite. Su Guo chuckled. Grandfather, try this dumpling. All right. Han Pao took a bite and said the taste is good, but it can't compare to what your grandmother makes. Of course. My grandmother's dumplings are the best in the world. You kid have quite the smooth tongue. Su Guo's grandparents exchanged a glance, sharing a helpless smile. The meal was quickly finished. The benefit of dining out is that once you're done you just pay the bill and leave without having to clean up. The three of them walked outside. Su Guo slung his basket over his shoulder, rubbed his belly, and asked Grandfather, where are we going to play this afternoon? Why do you only think about playing? I don't even know what there is to do in the county town. Let's just stroll around to digest our food. All right. Aside from being a bit more developed, there really wasn't much to do in the county town. No, to be precise, in this era there wasn't much to do at all. Electricity hadn't reached their village yet. Su Guo and Han Pao's village was right next to the Greater Khingan Range, and even if electricity were to be installed it would likely take until the end of this year. I wonder if Grandfather will be able to buy a black and white television by then. In his previous life, Grandfather bought a black and white television, but he hardly used it. It was mostly others coming over to watch. Han Pao, however, had no feelings about such things. He believed that enjoying oneself alone was not as good as enjoying with others. His mindset was quite positive. The three of them wandered aimlessly in the county town. While wandering, Su Guo spotted a crossbow at a small vendor on the street. That's right, it was a crossbow specifically for hunting. Su Guo had heard that the Awenki people made crossbows and were quite skilled at it, capable of using them to hunt deer, roe deer, and wolves. However, for larger game like wild boars and bears it wouldn't be effective. Su Guo squatted down and looked at a middle-aged man who resembled an Awenki, pointing at the crossbows on his stall. How much? 80 yuan. Hearing this, Su Guo was taken aback. 80 yuan. How could a crossbow possibly be worth more than 80 yuan? Han Pao glanced at the crossbow and frowned. Is this from the Awenki? Are you a member of the Awenki? The middle-aged man shook his head. No, my father is, but my mother isn't, so I am not either. Do you want this crossbow? It's 80 yuan. Hearing his words, Su Guo understood. No wonder there was an Awenki crossbow. Su Guo continued. 80 is too expensive. 60. This price was quite close. Su Guo bought it, though he felt a bit cheated. It was too expensive, and he only had a little over 60 yuan left on him, and anything more he wouldn't be able to afford. All right. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and finally agreed. This was already the 8th day he was trying to sell the crossbow, and if he continued to wait he might not find anyone to buy it. The main reason was that not many people went hunting in the county town. The residents mostly worked in the county or came from wealthy families, and very few ventured into the mountains to hunt. Give me 3 arrow bags and arrows. Okay. Su Guo handed over 60 yuan, receiving the crossbow and arrow bags in return. He pulled back the bowstring to test it. It was very powerful. At close range, a single arrow could kill a roe deer directly. If it were further away, it might be a bit troublesome, but in this era, hunting was usually done up close. Even when hunting with firearms, it was done up close to maximize the bullet's power. Hunting wild boars, bears, and mountain lions was a different matter altogether. Getting too close would be like sending oneself to death. Only wild boars, bears, and mountain lions posed the greatest threat in the mountains. Han Pao chuckled. Let's go. All right. With a handy crossbow, Su Guo could hunt more conveniently. However, relying on a crossbow wasn't a long-term solution. He needed to plan to buy a gun soon. Su Guo assessed his situation. He currently didn't have the capital to buy a gun. Even counting the grass money, he didn't have much money left. He was still far from being able to afford a good hunting rifle. Su Guo, be careful when playing with the crossbow. Don't pull the string too tightly, or it could snap, and then the prey will get away. Su Guo nodded, indicating he understood. Indeed, without a foundation in hunting, he needed to listen, learn, and think more. If he had followed his previous notion of pulling the slingshot back fully, he would have thought that the more he pulled, the greater the power, without considering whether the rubber band would snap. But this crossbow was different. Its stability was not as good as that of a slingshot. Even if a slingshot fell from several meters high, it would be fine. But if a crossbow fell, it would shatter to pieces. Han Pao continued. Don't use this thing when hunting. Greyhounds get damages the fur and isn't good. Just use the slingshot. Understood, understood. Let's go. There's a lake up ahead. Let's stroll over there. We should be heading back soon. 3 hours later, the three were already on the bus home. Su Guo gazed out the window at the lush scenery, feeling exceptionally comfortable. How wonderful it would be if he could keep hunting. Sugwa knew that hunting would be prohibited in 88, and by the time it was lifted, he would probably be tired of it. Of course, Sugwa still found those prey challenging, especially wild boars, bears, and mountain lions. Only the animals he personally killed would give him a sense of accomplishment, encounters like yesterday's. It would be hard to come by again. Sugwa stared out the window, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. Not long after the three got off the bus. Before leaving, Han Pao chatted with the driver for a while, otherwise if passengers were dissatisfied they might have talked longer. Let's go, it's getting dark. Time to head home. Alright. Sugwa held the crossbow tightly, his gaze drifting over the northern mountains, as if saying you'll be back next time. When they were a few hundred meters from home, Sugwa paused and whistled, and then his golden eagle Little Jean flew over. Sugwa excitedly pointed at the soaring eagle in the sky. Grandfather. Look. Han Pao chuckled, who wouldn't know how to do that. Then he whistled too, but it was awkward. His eagle didn't come. This made Sugwa unable to hold back his laughter. Han Pao, annoyed, swatted at Sugwa's backside. Are you laughing at me, you little rascal? Little rascal. Sugwa ran and laughed, nearly losing his breath. After creating some distance from Han Pao, the golden eagle landed steadily on Sugwa's shoulder. Han Pao in front was helplessly smiling, teaching the student led to the master starving. You kid. His grandmother patted Han Pao's shoulder. Alright. You're both grown up, behave. Let's go. Sugwa ran towards home, and when he opened the door, he realized why grandfather's eagle hadn't flown over. His eagle was fast asleep. Indeed, it was the kind of deep sleep you could imagine. The golden eagle also looked for chances to slack off when its owner wasn't around. As soon as Han Pao stepped into the house, Sugwa's voice came. Grandfather, look. Your eagle is asleep, and it sleeps so soundly. Han Pao. His grandmother was laughing so hard she couldn't stop. The two of them, with nothing to do, found a chess set and sat in the courtyard to play chess. Sugwa, checkmate. Han Pao, hey, you can't do that. Let's take it back. He'll move this instead. Sugwa, are you sure this time? Han Pao nodded, confirming. Sugwa, capture the cannon. Checkmate. Checkmate. Han Pao felt a chill down his back. While playing this kid was quite something, huh? I'm not playing anymore. Sugwa covered his mouth, sneaking a laugh. Alright. At that moment, his grandmother's voice came from the kitchen. Time to eat, come over for dinner. They put away the chessboard and moved the chairs and table inside, returning to the Kong table for dinner. Sugwa ate quickly, finishing in no time. I'm full. Aren't you going to eat a bit more? Sugwa shook his head. You little rascal, you said you would drink with me this morning. You really can bluff. Sugwa patted his forehead and laughed. Come on, let's drink. Today you'll drink with grandfather. That's my good grandson. Sugwa took out the wine and poured it full, and the two of them each had a cup, not just drinking straight, but sipping while eating dishes. Han Pao opened up the conversation. Sugwa, besides hunting, what else do you want to do? Besides hunting. Sugwa thought for a moment, the image of Zhou Ruwei appearing in his mind, a smile on his face. I want to get married. What? When did you have someone you like? Who is it? You should hurry up and get married too, so I can hold my great-grandson sooner. The two of them weren't drunk, just pleasantly tipsy. Sugwa dared not drink more with his grandfather. He could handle it, but his grandfather couldn't. At his age, drinking a bit was good for sleep and blood circulation, but too much would backfire. Grandfather, I'm going back to my room now. Han Pao waved his hand. Go on. No need to help me, I'm not drunk. Sugwa glanced and realized that he was no longer just tipsy, he was completely drunk. His grandmother said to Sugwa, you go back and take the hanging lamp outside, then go back to sleep. Alright. Sugwa slapped his face, got off the Kong, and went inside to take the lamp out. Then he cut some bear meat for the golden eagle, rubbed Little Jean's head, and grinned. Little Jean, I'm going home tomorrow, so you stay here by yourself. Next, Sugwa glanced at the silly roe deer outside. This was a live roe deer he caught, and he could let his family have a good mid-autumn festival by going back tomorrow. These days his uncles had helped the Su family a lot, so he should bring back some meat to let them taste it too. Roe deer, oh roe deer, tomorrow I will slaughter you. The silly roe deer, oh. As expected, it was a silly roe deer, showing no reaction at all. Sugwa closed the door, placed the golden eagle inside, and laid down on the Kong, drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side of Twanjia village, the Su family. Since Sugwa left, the family had lived quite normally, but they felt like something was missing, which felt strange. The three of them all had this feeling. They were now sitting at the Kong table, eating with flatbreads made from mixed flour and eating pickles with soup. Su Qian murmured, is my brother not back yet? Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Mom, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Should we cut some meat? Su Qian had gone to the county town 3 days ago, sold the greyhound's pelt, and with the 5 yuan she got, bought a lot of food and entertainment. However, when she wanted to buy meat, she found she had spent it all. Han Wan remained silent, looking at Su Jiangwo in front of her head of the household. Should we cut some meat? The family's finances were tight. They were living frugally, having bought some wine a few days ago, and now didn't have much money left. Let's cut a bit. It'll go tomorrow at noon. Han Wan, all right, then let's have dumplings tomorrow. I wonder if Su Guo can come back. Early the next morning the sky was gray, and Su Guo got up early. After all, the distance to Li family village and Tuanjia village was not short. If he were to walk back, it would likely be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Grandpa, I'm off. Should I send you? How are you going? On foot. No need, I can walk with the road deer. Su Guo was holding 4 bottles of wine and some pastries he had bought yesterday while pulling a rope tied to the silly roe deer. This silly roe deer was perfectly intact except for a bite on its backside from the red dog last time. Good stamina. Su Guo patted his chest with a grin before placing the items from his bag onto the roe deer's back, treating it like a donkey. Thus Su Guo set off towards Tuanjia village. Just before leaving the village, he ran into Chen Pao again. Chen Pao looked at Su Guo with curiosity and asked, "Are you leaving?" "Just going back for a bit. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I almost forgot about that." "All right, the earlier you go, the earlier you return." Su Guo. "All right, Chen Pao, if there's nothing else, I'll be off then." Chen Pao nodded and walked into the mountains with his golden eagle. He was actually quite interested in Su Guo, though this interest was more like that of a senior toward a junior. He wanted to see how far Su Guo could go. After all, they were all geniuses, and geniuses shouldn't be judged by ordinary standards. In his years of hunting, Chen Pao had only seen a few true geniuses. Su Guo counted as one, Han Pao as another, and himself as well. As for others, Chen Pao couldn't be bothered to mention them. Some hunters couldn't even catch a bear after years of trying. The gap between people was just too vast. Su Guo headed in the opposite direction, walking along the small path, leading the silly roe deer while following the memories in his mind to go back. The journey was quite boring, so Su Guo took out the notebook his grandpa had given him and casually read through it. The notebook had notes on various prey and some special fungi. At that moment, Su Guo heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. He turned around and stared blankly at the newcomer. The person was none other than Grandpa Li, who had sent Su Guo off last time. Grandpa Li. "Oh, Su Guo." Grandpa Li put down his whip and smiled. "What a coincidence, I ran into you again. Oh, you even brought back a silly roe deer this time. Did you catch it or just find it?" Su Guo grinned. Caught it. "Not bad." Grandpa Li continued. "It looks like you're heading back to our village. Come hop on, or I'll give you a ride so we can get back quickly." "All right." Su Guo pulled the roe deer up and sat beside Grandpa Li, chatting leisurely. With the horse cart, the journey went faster. Tuanjia village. Chen family. After finishing breakfast early, the 3 brothers rushed into the mountains. Li Xiaoyan stood at the door smiling and saying, "Son, remember to catch more wild chickens. It's a festival today." "Haha, don't worry, Mom. We'll catch plenty of wild chickens. If we're lucky, we might even catch a silly roe deer." "Hey, that would be amazing. If you catch a silly roe deer, you can bring some meat for your master as well. Now hurry up and head into the mountains." Li Xiaoyan watched her 3 sons leave, her lips curling into a happy smile. Chen Feilong led Chen Feihu and Chen Feiyu as they entered the mountains. Chen Feihu asked his elder brother, "Bro, how many wild chickens are we aiming to catch this time?" 5 or 3. Let's try to catch as many as we can. Wild chickens don't have much meat, and it's the Mid-Autumn Festival. We can't lose face. Let's go set a few traps first, then we'll look for more over there." After Chen Feilong said this, the 2 brothers took out their traps and set them up in the area. Their trapping skills weren't as good as Su Guo's. At least Su Guo's traps, while shabby, were better concealed. Their traps were not only poorly made, but were also obvious, looking like mere traps. They hadn't learned hunting for too long. After about a year and a half of learning from their master, the 3 of them slowly started hunting on their own, though sometimes they still hunted with their master. "All right, we've set the traps. Let's walk ahead and see if there are any other prey." "Bro, what if we run into a bear?" "What are you talking about? This is the outskirts of the mountain. How many times have you been here? When have you ever seen a bear? Don't say nonsense." "Then what about roe deer?" "That's also uncertain. Let's go for now." Crackling sounds. The 3 of them stepped on the rustling leaves and ventured inward, and soon they spotted a silly roe deer licking something on the ground. Chen Feihu excitedly shook his elder brother Chen Feilong's arm. Bro, a roe deer. A silly roe deer. Hurry, shoot. Shoot." He was eager to taste the roe deer meat. After all, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he couldn't believe how impressive it would be to bring one back to the village. Chen Feilong was also very excited. He shot Chen Feihu a glare. "Keep it down." I'll do it, you 2 stay still." Chen Feilong's palms began to sweat. He was too excited. In front of him was a silly roe deer. They had been hunting for a year and a half, and had only ever hunted roe deer while following their master. They had never caught one themselves. Chun Failong raised his hunting rifle, aimed, and just as the silly roe deer moved, he, perhaps due to the sweat on his hands, accidentally pulled the trigger and the gun fired. Bang! The bullet went astray and hit the ground right under the silly roe deer. If Chun Failong had reacted quickly and fired again, there would still have been a chance to make up for it, but he was currently in a daze and didn't fire at all. This led to the silly roe deer already slipping into the woods and running away. The three of them hadn't brought hunting dogs, so they had no way to chase after it. Chen Feihu smacked Chun Failong's arm. "Big brother, what were you doing just now?" "That. What a great opportunity. And you wasted it just like that." I didn't know, my hands were sweaty, and I didn't realize anything." Chun Feihu listened to his elder brother, looking frustrated. "I should have taken the shot just now." The third brother, Chun Feiyu, tried to mediate. Second brother, calm down. A big brother didn't do it on purpose. He had sweat on his hands. The three of them continued looking deeper, but they would no longer have such a good opportunity. The silly roe deer had truly vanished. As they ventured further in, they managed to catch 2 wild chickens. If it hadn't been for the silly roe deer, they would have been very happy. But now they couldn't feel happy at all. It felt like they could have won 5 million, but ended up with only 50,000. Perhaps this feeling was something only the three of them understood. "Stop hunting, it's almost noon. Let's head back." "All right." The three of them discussed that if they went deeper and encountered a wild boar, it would be disastrous. It was better to head back first. The atmosphere on the way back was very heavy. Chun Feiyu cheerfully said, "Big brother, is that Tian Kangzi you mentioned in the mountains?" "Yes, it's in the mountains, but this happened a long time ago. You two weren't with me then. I discovered it by chance and noted down the location." Chun Feihu was filled with anger as he said, "Once I get a gun, I'll go hunt that bear." Chun Failong laughed heartily. "All right, second brother, I'll give you my gun. In a few days we'll follow you, and then you can go hunt the bear." Chun Feihu nodded. "All right, I'll show you my marksmanship then." Chun Failong couldn't help but twitch his lips. His second brother had hardly ever shot a gun, and he thought he could hunt a bear. It was merely a verbal indulgence. However, the Tian Kangzi he mentioned indeed existed. He just wouldn't be foolish enough to hunt it without even checking if there was a beehive, let alone inspecting it. The three of them returned along the path they had taken, arriving at the position where they had set their traps, only to find it empty. Was it just chicken feathers? 3 of the 5 traps had caught something, but all that remained were chicken feathers. Nothing else was left. This scene puzzled the 3 of them. Did the wild chickens escape? But could wild chickens really escape? Chun Failong crouched down to closely inspect the footprints around the traps, and only then did he realize, was it a weasel? The weasel is also known as the yellow weasel. This animal is difficult to catch mainly due to its extremely foul odor, and superstitious people wouldn't dare to catch it. The weasel had taken the wild chickens caught in the traps. "Damn it!" Chun Feihu slammed his fist against a nearby tree, looking very displeased. The weasel that stole the wild chickens. Chun Failong also looked unhappy. Now the 3 of them had only 2 wild chickens left, and it would be hard to explain that when they returned. But they definitely didn't want to go back again. After all, they had left without bringing any food, and it would be easy to get sick from starving in the mountains. "Second brother, third brother, let's pack up the traps. We're heading back." "Big brother, look. Is that the weasel over there?" Chun Failong followed the direction Chun Feihu pointed and saw the weasel near a small rock not far ahead. "It really is. Big brother, let me take the shot this time." Bringing back a weasel pelt wouldn't be too bad either. Weasel pelts are also quite valuable, but they are difficult to catch. Hearing Chun Feihu's words, Chun Failong handed over the hunting rifle in his hand. Chun Feihu aimed at the weasel, but before he could pull the trigger, a wave of yellow mist wafted over, and the 3 of them nearly vomited from the stench. It was too foul, too foul. Chun Failong urged, "Hurry and shoot." Just as he spoke, he inhaled more of the stench, nearly causing Chun Feihu to faint. Chun Feihu nodded and immediately pulled the trigger. The machine bang. Regardless of whether they hit or not, it was clear that they missed. The 3 of them had just spotted the weasel when they fired, and at that moment the weasel couldn't even fart. Now with the sound of gunfire echoing, they couldn't aim properly, purely wasting bullets. "Let's go. Hurry up." Chun Failong couldn't stand it any longer. The smell was so unbearable that he felt as if his bile was about to rise. The 3 rushed out, reaching a place without the yellow fog, breathing deeply. Why does it still smell so bad?" Chun Feiyu raised his arm and sniffed his clothes, revealing a look of disgust. "It must be because we just passed through the yellow fog. Our clothes are soaked with it. It's too smelly, too smelly. Let's head back first. We can change clothes later." Before Chun Failong could finish, he was retching. "Let's split up. We 3 should keep our distance. The smell. Ugh. The three of them now looked as if they had just crawled out of a cesspool. They quickly exited the mountains, and this time their haul consisted of only 2 wild chickens. Sigh. Bro, are we coming back this afternoon? No, let's leave it at this. Just then a sound of footsteps approached, and old Lee was driving his cart, passing by. Sugwa noticed the 3 of them, especially the wild chickens, in Chun Filong's hands. Oh, isn't this Filong? Did you go hunting in the mountains? How did you only catch 2 wild chickens? Chun Filong was about to retort when he saw Sugwa leading a foolish roe deer. He froze for a moment, standing there dumbfounded. It wasn't just him. Oh, Chun Feihu and Chun Feiyu were just as stunned. Where did you catch that roe deer? Do I need to tell you what I do? After speaking, Sugwa chatted with old Lee for a while, before swaggering back to the village with the foolish roe deer, completely ignoring the 3 of them. The 3 of them understood Sugwa's thoughts, which could be summarized in 5 words: foolish and unaware. Watching Sugwa's retreating figure and his foolish roe deer was more unbearable than having to eat dung. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What else could Wu Wei do but rage? At this time Su Jiangwo had already bought some meat, but it was just a little bit. Han Wan smiled helplessly upon seeing it. Having some meat is better than none. Let's focus on the pickled vegetables with pork as a supplement. Su Jiangwo asked, has Sugwa not returned yet? No, he should be back soon. During the mid-autumn festival his grandfather should let him return. Su Jiangwo nodded. All right, let's wait a bit longer. After Sugwa entered the village with the foolish roe deer, it sparked curiosity and surprise in many people, along with a strong sense of envy. Sugwa, how did you bring back a foolish roe deer? It's so fat. Foolish roe deer. Alive. Sugwa, where did you find this trap? Whose family is it from? Foolish roe deer. It can be made into dumplings with pickled roe deer meat filling. I've eaten it before, and it's so fresh. Sugwa, are you selling it? Sell me some meat, please. Sugwa. Sugwa chuckled. Ladies and gentlemen, the foolish roe deer is not for sale. We are keeping it to eat ourselves. After saying this, Sugwa immediately ran home. If he didn't hurry, someone might get jealous. In no time, Sugwa returned home. As soon as he entered, he shouted loudly, Mom, I'm back. Inside the house, Han Wan, Su Jiangwo, and Su Qian in another room all heard Sugwa shout and walked out looking at Sugwa. Mom, I'm back. Han Wan smiled. You finally know to come back. I thought you were going to stay at your grandfather's house forever. Mom, look what I brought back for you. After saying that, Sugwa stepped outside and brought out the foolish roe deer he had left outside. Han Wan's eyes widened upon seeing it. Foolish roe deer. Did you go hunting with your grandfather? Before coming, Sugwa had already thought of a response. He shook his head and said, No, I didn't learn to hunt with my grandfather. I went with him to set a trap and happened to catch this foolish roe deer. At that time I set the trap and left. I don't know if it's the trap I set that caught it. Sugwa shrugged, helplessly pouting. After hearing this, Han Wan's nerves finally relaxed a bit. Judging by Sugwa's words, it was likely that his father had casually told Sugwa to bring the foolish roe deer over. In truth, Sugwa said this to make his mother misunderstand, and indeed Han Wan took Sugwa's words at face value. However, this also achieved Sugwa's goal. At least his hunting activities were not exposed. Sugwa planned to wait until National Day or a month or 2 later to reveal his hunting activities, as that would likely make it easier for his mother to accept the truth. Su Jiangwo said, You rascal. Dad, stop scolding me. Hurry up and kill the roe deer. I still have to deliver wine to uncle and second uncle later. Sugwa took the wine off the foolish roe deer, and upon seeing the wine, Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up. Where did you get the money to buy this wine? My grandfather gave it to me. All right. Su Jiangwo nodded. Sis, lend a hand, don't just stand there. A few days ago when he was reborn, the first thing his sister said to Sugwa was this. Today Sugwa could finally boss his sister around. Su Qian shot Sugwa a glare, and then took the bag he handed over. Are there mooncakes in there? Oh, and some dessert, and old-fashioned cake. Yes, sis, hurry up and try it. This is what our grandmother asked me to bring back. Sugwa chuckled. In fact, he had bought it himself. If he didn't push a bit more, it would easily raise suspicions behind him. Indeed, grandmother treats me very well. Here, Mom, you try some too. Su Qian took out an old-fashioned cake and offered it to Han Wan, who tasted it and found it quite good. It's delicious. You can have it and leave some for your brother and save the mooncakes for tonight. All right. Su Qian nodded, hugging the bag as she walked back to her room. In truth, she had seen it when Sugwa first entered, and after hearing Sugwa's words, she didn't believe him at all. Sugwa was definitely lying, and she couldn't understand why she felt this way. If Sugwa knew later, he would probably say something. A woman's sixth sense is terrifying. Han Wan was in a good mood. After all, she could eat roe deer meat now, and she had forgotten how long it had been since she last had it. Before she got married, she used to have roe deer meat every few days at home, and had gotten tired of it. After marrying Su Jiangwo, who didn't hunt, she rarely had roe deer meat unless she returned to her mother's house. But she couldn't go back every day, could she? However, today she could finally have some. With so much roe deer meat, even after giving some to her older brother and second brother, there would still be plenty left. Dad, hurry up and kill it. Coming. Su Jiangwo had just gone to sharpen the knife. This time, they had to take the killing of the roe deer seriously. Killing a live, foolish roe deer for the first time was still a bit unsettling. Su Jiangwo first knocked the foolish roe deer unconscious before starting to cut it from the abdomen. The blood that flowed out stained the ground red, and Su Guo assisted from the side. He first took out the roe deer's entrails and placed them in clean water. Then he used a knife to dismember the foolish roe deer, starting with the legs, then the body, cutting it piece by piece until all the meat was divided. Despite appearing simple, it exhausted Su Jiangwo, an adult man. If it weren't a day off, he would probably have to go to work by now. Su Guo continued, Dad, this is good now. All right, let's take a break. Okay. Otherwise, with the foolish roe deer you brought, we might not even have meat dumplings to eat later. By the way, how's your grandfather's health now? Great. He said he plans to retire after the new year and spend quality time with Grandma. As soon as Su Guo finished speaking, Han, one who came over to get the roe deer meat, quickly added, retiring is good. He has been hunting for so many years. Let me tell you, when your grandfather went hunting, your grandmother and I would just sit at the door and wait, and it was really tough to endure that feeling. It would be better if there was a companion at home. Without one, it's too hard to bear. Su Guo agreed with this sentiment. Every time he returned with his grandmother would smile. By the way, Su Guo, has your grandfather found you a job? You've been there for so long. Haha, almost. At first I found a job as a chef apprentice in the county, but I didn't agree. Later my grandfather said that after this mid-autumn festival, he would have me find him and take me to meet an old friend of his in the provincial city. Old friend? What's their name? Su Guo shook his head. That's what my grandfather said. I didn't ask too much. All right. Then Han Wan took a sizable piece of roe deer meat and said to Su Guo and Su Jiangwo, today I'll let you taste the dumplings with pickled roe deer meat filling that I made. It must be delicious. Su Jiangwo glanced at Su Guo, thinking, son, you're getting slicker by the day. Flattering more than ever. Feeling his father's gaze, Su Guo quickly smiled. Dad, how about I go deliver this roe deer meat to uncle and second uncle now? Sure, it's better to go early. It's not too late now. Su Jiangwo looked at the sky, although it wasn't completely dark, yet it was only 2 or 3 hours until it would be. After all, both of them had spent a long time butchering the roe deer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feilong and his 2 brothers walked home, each holding a wild chicken in their hands. As soon as they arrived home, they heard their mother Li Xiaoyan's voice. Oh, what's that smell? Oh, why are you 3 back? When she saw the 2 wild chickens in their hands, it was hard to tell whether her expression was happy or not. Mom, wild chickens for you. Great. Li Xiaoyan took the wild chickens and looked at the 3 brothers, asking, what happened? Why do you all smell so bad? Qin Feilong's face turned red. We got sprayed by a weasel. It smells terrible. Oh, did you encounter a weasel in the mountains? Quickly wash up, hurry and wash. No wonder the smell was so bad, or it turned out they had been sprayed by a weasel. The 3 of them went to wash up. They washed for a long time, but the smell still lingered. Eldest brother, can you smell this on me? No need to smell. Oh, I could smell it from far away. Just keep washing. The 3 of them scrubbed until their skin felt raw, and only then did the smell diminish a bit, aided by the soap. Qin Feilong murmured, what a pity about that roe deer. Brother, if you had hit it, we could have shown off in front of Su Guo. I really wanted to slap that smug look off his face. Still want to slap him? Do you forget what happened last time? Anyone can boast, but you have to actually do it right. Since that incident last time, the Qin family had not sought trouble with the Su family. How could they go hunting with a shotgun? There's also a militia in the village. If they start a fight, the village chief would probably come to arrest the one who killed someone and hand them over to the county police. Even though guns are banned, it doesn't mean you can kill anyone at will, otherwise it would be chaotic. After washing up, they changed into new clothes. The clothes that had been tainted by the weasel spray were completely unwearable due to the strong odor. After changing into new clothes and coming out just as the 3 of them emerged, Qin Chuj also returned from outside. Upon seeing the 3 brothers, he was filled with anger. The news of Su Guo bringing back a roe deer had spread in the village. He had been saving and scrimping to support these 3 boys in hunting, yet every time they returned with only wild chickens, pigeons, and sparrows. How could that not make him angry? Moreover, Su Guo had never hunted at all. This indirectly showed that these 3 brothers were indeed foolish. Come here. With a shout from Qin Chuj, the 3 brothers followed, unsure of what to do. Dad, what's wrong? What's wrong? You dare ask me what's wrong? Mother Li Xiaoyan also came out to mediate. What's wrong? What's wrong again? You always say the kids let's talk about the issues at hand. Chinchuj was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Look at what your 3 sons brought back. 2 wild chickens. Do you know what our enemy Sugwa brought back?" "What?" Li Xiaoyan asked blankly. "A live roe deer." "What a?" Li Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. He can't hunt, can he? Right, if he can catch a roe deer without ever hunting. Look at these 3. They go into the mountains with shotguns and always come back with wild chickens, wild chickens, wild chickens. Besides wild chickens, what else do they bring back? You 3 have embarrassed me completely. Do you know how the people in the village talk to me? They tell me to let you learn from Sugwa to see how he does it. A string of words left the 3 brothers speechless. They didn't know what to say. Indeed, Chinchuj was right. The 3 brothers were truly foolish. Li Xiaoyan, sitting by the side, also ignored everything else, lost in thought about the scene by the creek earlier. How proud and happy she had been at that time. She had boasted that her 3 sons were learning to hunt from Li Pao, and now the slap in the face came so quickly. Oh, what good was her pride now? Thinking back, she felt utterly embarrassed. Chun Filong stuttered, "Dad, Mom, actually, we almost caught that roe deer too." "Huh?" Chinchuj raised an eyebrow. "A roe deer? It ran away. That's just nonsense." Chinchuj stood up from his stool. "I could say I almost killed a mountain lord too, but it ran away." "Nonsense." At that moment, Li Xiaoyan moved. Chinchuj looked at her and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to find some suitable sticks for you." "The 3 brothers? Didn't you just stop them? Why are you now aiding and abetting?" If it weren't for Sugwa's provocation, Li Xiaoyan might have thought her sons were acceptable, but after hearing the head of the family speak like this, she sensed something was off. Chinchuj nodded. "Get a thicker one. Let these 3 learn their lesson. If they don't take hunting seriously, they should sell their shotguns early. Then I can build houses for you 3 brothers, and you can split up and live separately." This beating was inevitable for the 3 brothers. While others enjoyed mooncakes for the mid-autumn festival, these 3 would probably have to lie on the bed for a night to recuperate. On the other side, Sugwa brought wine along with some mooncakes and sweets. Just as he arrived at his uncle Su Weiwa's house, he heard sounds coming from inside. "Head of the family, how much meat did you cut?" Su Weiwa sighed. "No meat this time. Let's celebrate as usual. There are too many people at home." "Wasn't there meat before? Is there no meat now? Your father ate it all." Su Weihua was about to explode when Sugwa cleared his throat. "Uncle, I brought you something." His cousin Su Xingli looked at Sugwa. "Sugwa, what are you doing here? You're not here to mooch off food again, are you?" In previous years, when there wasn't much food at Sugwa's house, he would come over to eat. Su Weihua shot a glare at his son. "Get inside and take care of the children." Cousin Su Xingli was 3 years older than Sugwa, already married with a child, but still had not split from the family. Sugwa grinned. "Uncle, I brought wine and about 7 or 8 pounds of roe deer meat along with some mooncakes and old-fashioned egg cakes." In the Northeast, one can call their uncle Dagu or Di. Usually they are referred to as the Yi. Just as Su Xingli, who had just entered the house, came out again, he was dumbfounded at the sight of what Sugwa was carrying. Even Su Weihua looked puzzled. "This 7 or 8 pounds of roe deer meat." Just as he was about to speak, Sugwa's voice came again. "Uncle, if you finish this, let me know. I have more roe deer meat at home." Su Weihua laughed heartily, patting Sugwa on the shoulder. "Did you really catch a roe deer?" Sugwa grinned and shook his head. "No, I caught it at my maternal grandfather's place." "Hey, uncle, take it quickly." "And why don't you accept it for my uncle?" Sugwa's aunt was about to take it when she heard Su Weiwa's voice. "Sugwa, do you have any at home?" "If it's uncle, I have a lot more. Just take this meat. Over the years, I've mooched off food from your house quite a few times, so I should settle a little debt." Su Weiwa patted Sugwa's head. "Don't say that. We're all family. There's no need to talk like that. If you say that, then I'll remember all the things you've given me." Seeing Su Weiwa's expression turn serious, Sugwa hurriedly smiled. "Uncle, I just said it casually, so don't make it difficult for me. You boy more reliable than your father. What's he doing at home?" "Helping my mom." As Sugwa spoke, he handed the things to his aunt, who smiled at him. 7 or 8 pounds of roe deer meat would be enough for their family to enjoy a good meal. His aunt took out the mooncakes to look at them, smiling. "Sugwa is still filial. Xingli, you should learn from Sugwa. Look at how he handles things, and then look at you." "Su Xingli, are you throwing me under the bus?" "And uncle, try this mooncake. I bought it in the county. It's really delicious. By the way, uncle, here's the wine. Hold on to it." After handing it to Uncle Su Weihua, he turned to his aunt and said, "Aunt, this roe deer meat can be used as filling mixed with sauerkraut to make dumplings. It's also incredibly delicious." Aunt smiled. "All right, I'll give it a try tonight." "Sugwa, why don't you stay and eat before leaving?" Sugwa shook his head. "Uncle, I'll pass this time. I still have to deliver some to my second uncle." "Uncle, if you need anything in the future, just call me." Su Weihua smiled, you boy, making it sound like you're the pillar of the family. Your father is lucky to have a son like you to enjoy his life. Sugwa did not deny it, chuckling. Uncle An, I'm leaving now, don't see me off. Just go back to chop the filling. Alright, be careful on your way. As Sugwa's figure gradually disappeared, Su Weihua murmured, this boy Sugwa has really grown up. His aunt said nothing, carrying 7 or 8 pounds of roe deer meat into the kitchen. She cut a piece of the roe deer meat, then opened the jar of sauerkraut, took some out, and began chopping it. Sugwa delivered the same things to his second uncle Suigwa, and after finishing, Suigwa also wanted to keep Sugwa to eat before leaving, but Sugwa casually found an excuse to brush it off. Sugwa didn't want to eat at his uncle's or second uncle's house, because there were too many people at the dinner table, including other relatives he wasn't familiar with, like the wife of his uncle Su Xingli and the second uncle's son, who was also married. These cousins were all older than Sugwa, some working in the county, while others were working in the village. With so many people and food, the earnings weren't enough to satisfy the hunger. Unless someone was a hunter, this was generally the case in the village. Of course, those running restaurants or starting businesses were another story. At this time, the sky had not yet darkened, and Sugwa stopped in front of Zhou Ruowei's house. Zhou Ruowei's father and Su Zhengwo were friends, but they weren't very close. Zhou Ruowei's father, Zhou Yongjing, was a teacher in town, and their social standings were different, making it hard for them to mingle. On the contrary, Sugwa had grown up playing with Zhou Ruowei and her brother since childhood. Zhou Yongjing saw a figure at the door from the yard and looked closely to find it was Sugwa. Sugwa, seeing him, walked over quickly and said, Uncle Zhou. Sugwa, did you say something to Ruowei? A few days ago when she left, she was very reluctant. Sugwa, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and smiled. No, I said I would send her off when she left, but I was at my maternal grandfather's house at the time and took a bit longer to return. Oh, I see. However, she told me she would return during the National Day. Just wait for the beating. Alright, it's getting dark soon, you should head back and rest. Okay. Sugwa nodded and walked towards his home. Zhou Yongjing watched Sugwa's back, murmuring, this kid must have caught the eye of some young lady. I just don't know what the outcome will be. Zhou Yongjing was someone who had received higher education and was a teacher himself. He didn't hold any feudal thoughts and advocated for free love and marriage matters for his daughter and son, as it was ultimately the daughter's choice, without regrets. When Sugwa returned home, dinner had already been prepared. There was a dish and a staple food. The dish was stir-fried roe deer meat, and the staple food was dumplings with sauerkraut and roe deer filling. The four of them sat on the kong looking at the food on the table. Su Zhengwo first poured himself a glass of wine, then poured one for Sugwa. Sugwa, you have to drink with me today, no matter what you say. Sugwa agreed, not wanting to spoil the mood. Sure, let's drink a bit. Cheers, let's celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. They raised their glasses and clinked. Sugwa drank it all in one go, smiling happily. Mom, hurry and eat. These are your favorite dumplings. How do you know? Sugwa chuckled, my grandmother told me. Then he continued, Dad, Mom's sister, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival is truly wonderful. After dinner, the four of them enjoyed the moonlight for a while. The night was not too cold, with a gentle breeze that felt quite refreshing. They set up a table in the courtyard and placed the mooncakes and traditional cakes on it, simply enjoying the moon, eating mooncakes and chatting casually. Sugwa greatly appreciated this leisurely and relaxing feeling, truly wonderful. Su Qian took a bite of a mooncake and chuckled, Mom, this moon is not round at all. Silly girl, the moon is fullest on the 16th day. Tomorrow will be the time when the moon is at its roundest. Nearby, Sugwa seized the opportunity to tease sister, how do you have no common sense at all? Su Qian rolled her eyes at Sugwa, you think you know everything. Sugwa chuckled, broke a mooncake, and fed a few pieces to Bai Long, who eagerly licked the mooncake from Sugwa's hand. This scene caught Han Wan's attention, and she remarked, you're wasting food, why feed the dog? Mom, we have plenty of mooncakes, we can't finish them all. Let Bai Long have some. You little rascal, I see your grandpa is letting you spend money quite comfortably. You don't understand how expensive food is. And by the way, did you name this big stupid dog? Sugwa grinned, how about it? Mom, don't you think it's a nice name? Han Wan sighed with a wry smile, it's a nice name, a nice name. What time are we heading to your grandpa's tomorrow morning? No hurry, we'll go after lunch. By the time we get there, it'll be evening, just in time for a nap. Alright, when will we come back? It shouldn't take too long to find a job, right? Sugwa feigned indifference, that depends on how grandpa arranges it. I'm not sure either. Well, it was a pointless question. Su Zhengwo handed over the mooncakes again. Alright, let's eat the mooncakes. After admiring the moon for 2 hours, Sugwa simply couldn't take it anymore. He was too tired, and if he didn't sleep soon, he felt he would just collapse on the ground. Mom, I'm going to bed now, I'm too sleepy. Han Wan clapped her hands and said, alright, let's all go to bed. You, the head of the household, clean up a bit. Su Zhengwo. Am I the head of the household? I still have to stay behind to clean up after you all. Sugwa rubbed Bai Long's head and brought him back to the side courtyard. He opened a corner of a small bag and handed some roe deer meat to Bai Long. Bai Long took it in his mouth and began tearing into it quickly. Sugwa couldn't help but smile, eating so happily. Remember, this is roe deer. Next time you smell it in the mountains, rush in and grab it, and you'll have more meat to eat then. Having said that, Sugwa rubbed Bai Long's head again. He actually wanted to take Bai Long to his grandpa's place since this dog was a good hunting companion, and he also had a golden eagle. With their help, what prey couldn't he catch? Except for some special large wild beasts, he could handle other prey with a crossbow and slingshot. The reason he couldn't bring them out was evident. If he took them away, his family would definitely become suspicious. Not long ago, he just told his parents that his grandpa was taking him to the provincial city to meet old friends and bringing a dog there. It would be hard not to arouse suspicion. After thinking it over, Sugwa ultimately gave up on this idea. He rubbed Bai Long's big head and said, tomorrow I'll take you to the mountains and see if we can catch some gray dogs. We might be able to sell them for a good price. I almost forgot about the wooden traps. Sugwa slapped his forehead as he remembered there was a small stream in the mountains where many water dogs frequented. This information came from the hunters in the village. Sugwa wasn't sure if there were still water dogs there. But since he had prepared the wooden traps, he might as well give it a try. Who knows, he might just get lucky, and such a possibility wasn't impossible. Bai Long finished all the roe deer meat in his mouth and looked at Sugwa eagerly, as if asking for more. Sugwa chuckled, it's all gone, really gone. This time he didn't bring too much roe deer meat in his small bag. He had hidden these scraps of meat from Su Jiangwo's sight. Even if Sugwa had roe deer meat in his hands, he wouldn't foolishly give it to Bai Long. He couldn't let the hunting dog eat too much, otherwise it wouldn't have the energy to hunt. Generally, when heading into the mountains, he would give the dog a little food in the morning, not letting it get too full, and then share the catch later. All right, go to sleep quickly. Sugwa rubbed Bai Long's head and returned to his room. Just as he lay down on the Kong, the outside noise started again. Brother, opened the door. Sugwa leaped off the Kong upon hearing the voice. He recognized it was his sister, the tiger girl. Sister, what's wrong? Sugwa opened the door to his room and saw Su Qian standing there. Let's talk inside, let's talk inside. Okay. Once inside, Su Qian handed Sugwa a letter and then grinned. Sugwa, this is a letter from Zhou Ruwei for you. Sugwa took it and paused for a moment. A letter from Zhou Ruwei. Wasn't that supposed to be given to me by Uncle Zhou? Why did my sister hand it to me? Then Sugwa figured it out. It turned out Zhou Ruwei didn't trust her father, so she didn't give the letter to Uncle Zhou. However, there was another possibility. Zhou Ruwei didn't want her uncle to know about this after all. It was a bit awkward. Su Qian smiled slyly. Are you? Before Su Qian could finish, Sugwa quickly denied. Sister, don't think too much. All right, I won't think too much. You're only leaving tomorrow at noon? Are you still going to the West Forest? Yes, I'm going to the West Forest to catch some gray dogs. Sister, did you sell the ones I gave you last time? Su Qian's face turned red. Yes, I sold them, but the money is all gone. What? Sugwa's eyes widened as he stared at his sister. Those sold for at least 5 each. Sister, in just a few days did you spend all 5? $5 was roughly half a month's wage for an ordinary worker. Su Qian quickly explained that after she received the money, she bought some food, drinks, and a few toys. Before she knew it, it was all gone. Hearing this, Sugwa rubbed his forehead. No wonder in his past life his sister never managed money. It was always handed over to her brother-in-law. If it were up to her, the entire household would probably be ruined. Su Qian's eyes sparkled as she grinned. Brother, can you take me with you tomorrow? I want to catch gray dogs too. Hearing this, Sugwa almost fainted. Sister, why would you want to go? You followed last time. Do you want my gray dog skin again? Su Qian feigned righteousness. Who wants your gray dog skin? Am I that kind of person who eats someone else's leftovers? I want to catch them myself. You catch yours, I catch mine. Sugwa. Sister, if you really need money, I can give you a few dollars. Just don't tag along. If we run into other hunters, it won't sound good if word gets out. In fact, Sugwa planned to go up the mountain tomorrow. There was no point in going to the West Forest where there were only some birds, and even the gray dogs were scarce. His real purpose was in the mountains, but he couldn't let Su Qian know. Seeing Sugwa's serious expression, Su Qian had to say, all right, just remember to come back early tomorrow and catch a few sparrows for me. I want to roast them. Okay, sister, hurry and go out. I need to sleep too. Su Qian rolled her eyes at Sugwa. I know. I see you just want to know what the letter says. Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. I'm leaving. Before Sugwa could retort, Su Qian had already exited. Sugwa shook his head helplessly and took a deep breath. Don't be angry. After a few months, my sister will be going on blind dates, and by next May she'll be married. No one will be nagging me anymore. Su Qian's previous life was relatively fortunate. She married into a poor family without any initial wealth. Later the two of them found an opportunity and gradually became wealthy. Unlike Sugwa's past life was full of disappointments in love and struggles in career with hardly any good times. Back then his sister and brother-in-law had indeed helped him out, but Sugwa couldn't move on from the issue with Zhou Ruowei, which left him indifferent towards the so-called career. Thinking of this, Sugwa shook his head. Fortunately, he had been reborn. Sugwa opened Zhou Ruowei's letter, and the words on it made him feel a refreshing breeze reminiscent of a young lady. The handwriting is truly beautiful. Sugwa couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder she was a university student in this era. Looking at the contents, Sugwa skimmed through it and found it was essentially, Sugwa, why did you deceive me? I waited for you for so long, and you deceived me. On the right side there was a sketch of an angry little face. Seeing this, Sugwa smiled, still so adorable. In truth, Zhou Ruowei didn't even know when she began to like Sugwa, or perhaps it developed during their casual interactions. She had hidden this affection for a long time, only beginning to express it slowly after entering university, while also coming to terms with her feelings for Sugwa. Sugwa was aware of Zhou Ruowei's university, which seemed to be at Renmin University in Beijing. Beijing wasn't far from the northeast. He took out a new sheet of paper. In this era there were postmen who would deliver letters. Writing letters was quite convenient. Sugwa took a pencil and scribbled a note expressing his apologies to Zhou Ruowei and his anticipation for her reply. After finishing, Sugwa folded the paper and placed it in the envelope, wrote the recipient's address, and then he just needed to buy a stamp. Sugwa was leaving tomorrow, and he figured this would be another matter that would trouble his sister. Returning to the Kong, he folded Zhou Ruowei's letter neatly and placed it under his pillow, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Sugwa got up from his bed, checked the letter tucked under his pillow, and placed it in the inner pocket of his clothes. He stepped outside and a gust of wind blew by, prompting him to wrap himself tighter in his clothing. The morning air was still somewhat chilly after the onset of autumn. Sugwa put the letter he had written on the table into his inner pocket and cheerfully walked to the door of Su Qian's room, knocking lightly. When Su Qian opened the door, her eyes still heavy with sleep, she asked, "What is it? Are you going to let anyone sleep?" "Sister, I need you to do me a favor. Spit it out quickly." Sugwa's lips twitched slightly. It was indeed just like his sister, perfectly fitting the role of a fierce girl. "Sister, could you mail this letter for me in a couple of days when you go to the county?" "A letter? Whose is it?" "Your pen pal's." Su Qian's eyes widened as she stared at Sugwa. "You don't actually have a pen pal, do you?" In this day and age, having a pen pal was quite normal, yet Su Qian had never heard of Sugwa having one. After all, when had he ever mailed a letter? Sugwa was about to explain when Su Qian's expression changed, teasingly looking at him. "This letter? It wouldn't be for Zhou Ruowei, would it?" Sugwa nodded yes. "All right, I'll help you with this." Su Qian looked at Sugwa with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, and Sugwa helplessly shrugged. "Sister, don't look at me like that." "What am I?" Su Qian rolled her eyes at Sugwa, then glanced outside at the gray sky. "Are you going to Westwoods now?" Sugwa nodded yes. "If Mom and Dad ask, just tell them I'm going to Westwoods to try my luck and see if I can catch a gray dog." "All right, the earlier you go, the earlier you come back. They'll wait for you at noon." "Okay." With that, Su Qian chuckled and closed the door tightly. Sugwa walked into the yard and found that Bai Long was already awake. He rubbed its head, saying, "Today I'll take you into the mountains." Sugwa packed the wooden traps and net from inside the house into a bag, and carrying these items headed toward the West Woods with Bai Long. Actually, heading north from the location of West Woods would also lead to Anling, the outskirts, but it required a longer route. Coincidentally, there were a few small streams in that direction which were said to have water dogs, so Sugwa brought his wooden traps. He wanted to earn enough money for a hunting rifle as soon as possible, which required taking some shortcuts and hunting harder to catch game. For example, the sable, whose fur was very valuable, or the bear, especially its gallbladder, or the water dog, whose fur was worth about the same as that of the sable. The sable was hard to find, and as for the bear, Sugwa wouldn't dare to hunt it, even if he knew its location. He wouldn't risk it unless the bear was injured, otherwise he wouldn't attempt it. But how likely was it for a bear to be injured? Such an opportunity would be unlikely for Sugwa to stumble upon, or if he did find one, there would surely be hunters who had previously harmed the bear coming to claim their share. After getting ready, Sugwa walked along the small path in the village where it was exceptionally quiet, and he could hear the sounds of many farm animals and chickens. As the sky gradually brightened, Sugwa and Bai Long had already reached the West Woods. At this moment, the West Woods was even quieter than Sugwa had imagined. The only sounds were the calls of a few birds with no other noises. Sugwa looked north, confirmed his position, and continued on his way. To avoid being discovered by his mother, he had to go around the West Woods and head to the outskirts of the mountains. At this time, the sky was fully bright. Everyone in the households had already woken up, and Su Jiangwo and Han Wan were no exception. Su Jiangwo was sweeping the yard while Han Wan was busy in the kitchen making breakfast. After breakfast was ready, Su Qian got up from her bed. If she didn't get up soon, she would face the wrath of their parents. Su Jiangwo frowned when he saw Su Qian up, but not Su Gua. You're up, but your brother is still asleep. He'll go wake him up. Su Qian quickly replied, Dad, it seems my brother went out a long time ago. What? He went out? Didn't he say he was going to his grandfather's house at noon? Why did he leave so early? Is he in such a hurry? Just yesterday they had gathered for the first time in a day, and with Su Gua not being home lately, Su Jiangwo was feeling a bit unaccustomed. When Su Gua returned yesterday, he brought back some food and a silly roe deer, which had made Su Jiangwo proud. Even though the silly roe deer was given by Han Pao, Su Jiangwo now considered it a gift from Han Pao. Su Qian washed her face and smiled. No, my brother said he went to Westwoods to see if he could catch a few gray dogs. The wild chicken and Bai Long have already been taken away by Su Gua. Catching gray dogs. Su Jiangwo chuckled. That kid thinks he can catch gray dogs. Alright, I won't worry about him. With Bai Long with him, he'll probably catch a wild chicken by noon. Hearing that Su Gua was going to catch gray dogs made Su Jiangwo want to laugh. Gray dogs were easy for ordinary hunters to catch, but for amateurs or those with slingshots, catching gray dogs was quite difficult. Of course, this was just Su Jiangwo's opinion. After all, before he got married, he was quite good with a slingshot and had caught gray dogs before, yet those cunning gray dogs were hard to catch. Dad, your expression seems to indicate you don't believe my brother. Hearing his daughter's words, Su Jiangwo laughed. Do you really think gray dogs are easy to catch? Daughter, do you know how much a gray dog's skin is worth? Su Qian knew, but at this moment she pretended not to understand and asked how much. 3 to 5 yuan each. So expensive. Su Qian exaggeratedly opened her mouth, feigning great surprise. Then Su Qian continued, but, Dad, I still believe my brother can catch some. You still have so much faith in your brother being so naive. Su Jiangwo chuckled. Just wait and see if this time your brother won't catch a single gray dog. Dad, how about we make a bet? Su Qian finally revealed her true intentions. All this talk was just to trick her father. Did she not know whether Su Gua could catch a gray dog? If he couldn't catch one, then who had given her the gray dogs last time? Su Gua had gone out for just one morning and caught 2 gray dogs, giving her one. How could she not be clear about that? In fact, Su Gua had caught 3, but he only told Su Qian about 2. Su Jiangwo shook his head and said, Alright, how do you want to bet? Dad, if you lose, let me go play in the county for a few days. I don't want to stay at home. I have friends in the county too. I can go out and have fun, and I won't bother you at home. If I lose, I'll go on a blind date after the National Day holiday. If it were any other bet, Su Jiangwo might not agree, but when Su Qian said this, he became genuinely interested. Alright, it's a bet. You have to go on a blind date, honestly. Sure. What are you two up to? What's going on? Early in the morning, Han Wan came out after finishing breakfast and saw the father and daughter chatting. What are you two talking about? He went to Westwoods, took Bai Long with him. That kid is craving wild chickens again. And he took Bai Long with him. Han Wan had no doubts. After all, Su Gua had taken a slingshot to Westwoods last time and had managed to catch a wild chicken. Su Qian nodded. That should be the case. Alright, it's good as long as he's back by noon. Wash your hands and get ready for lunch. Mom, I've already washed. Wash again, wash a bit more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Gua was leading Bai Long northward. Su Gua's expression was tense. Autumn was a harvest season, but it was also when wild animals were most abundant in the mountains. There was still some distance to the small stream from his memory. At this point, Su Gua slowed his pace and said to Bai Long beside him, Can you smell the scent of gray dogs? There were many trees in this area, and at a glance Su Gua could see quite a few gray dog holes. Some even had tree cavities, but there were no gray dogs living in them. However, with so many tree holes, Su Gua believed that there must be some gray dogs hiding among them. He rubbed Bai Long's head, and it seemed to understand Su Gua's words. Bai Long lifted its head, sniffing the air for the scent of gray dogs. In no time it dashed towards the third large tree, raising its head to signal Su Gua. Su Gua looked where Bai Long was pointing, and just as he suspected, there was a gray dog's burrow above with a gray dog climbing on a branch. Su Gua smiled. You really are something. After saying that, he took out the slingshot he had tucked at his waist, loaded a hard mud pellet, and aimed at the gray dog's head. This gray dog was worth 5 yuan. How could Su Gua let it go? With a whoosh, the hard mud pellet struck the gray dog's head heavily, and the gray dog fell from the tree with a thud. The gray dog stirred slightly, then lay still. Su Gua picked up the dead gray dog, took out a small knife, skinned it, and handed the remaining meat to Bai Long, who devoured it eagerly. Su Gua opened his bag and placed the gray dog skin inside, murmuring 5 yuan. Then he looked down at Bai Long and grinned. Bai Long, how much we can earn this time depends on you. In this forest, Sugwa was confident that not many people had come here before. After all, there were very few footprints around, and he would likely catch more gray dogs this time. After finishing its meal, Long suddenly darted off. Sugwa's eyes lit up. Did it sniff out another one? Sugwa reacted quickly and immediately ran in the direction where the white dragon had gone. The speed of the white dragon was much faster than Sugwa's, and soon the white dragon reached a large tree. The gray dog lunged towards the white dragon under the tree. The gray dog reacted quickly, tossing away the pine nuts in its hand and climbing up the tree. The white dragon jumped towards the tree while the gray dog sidestepped. The gray dog's claws were sharp enough to grip the bark easily, allowing it to evade the white dragon. When Sugwa arrived, he saw the white dragon had climbed up the tree only about a yard above his head. A gray dog was climbing on top of the white dragon, occasionally glancing down at it. The white dragon had a keen nose, but being a dog, its claws couldn't match the sharpness of the gray dog's. Moreover, the gray dog was light, making tree climbing easy for it. However, this was quite difficult for the white dragon. Sugwa knew that the white dragon was stuck in a predicament. Going higher was impossible, and coming down was also not an option. Watching the gray dog run away was unacceptable. Sugwa felt a mix of amusement and frustration. He quickly took out his slingshot and aimed at the gray dog. With a whoosh, the sound of air bursting echoed as the marble hit the gray dog, causing it to fall from the tree. The white dragon leaped down, rushing to bite. Sugwa did not stop him. Let the white dragon be a bit wild. After all, he couldn't let it lose its fierceness. Once the white dragon had bitten enough with blood all over the ground, Sugwa picked up the fallen gray dog, skinned it, and handed the meat to the white dragon, smiling. You next time don't climb trees. You're not a wild boar. How can you climb a tree? The white dragon seemed to understand Sugwa's words and nodded. Afterwards, Sugwa looked up at the gray dog's den in the tree. Just as he was about to leave, another gray dog emerged from the hole. Sugwa was delighted. He hadn't expected another gray dog to be in the hole. He thought they were all gone and nearly lost $5. Seeing its companion being devoured by the white dragon, the remaining gray dog hurriedly hid back into the hole. The more this happened, the happier Sugwa became. Gray dogs were not as cunning as rabbits and rarely had escape routes. Sugwa quietly climbed the tree, reached into the hole, and grabbed the gray dog by its tail. The gray dog desperately clung to the hole, but its small claws posed no threat to Sugwa. Come out. Sugwa pulled the gray dog out, only to see it holding a pine nut in its paws mixed with a piece of paper money. Sugwa's face lit up slightly. Is this the story my grandfather told me? Could it be true? Was there really something other than pine nuts and walnuts in a gray dog's hole? Sugwa placed the gray dog into his bag and took the paper money from its paws, examining it closely. Not being very familiar with such paper money, he muttered, "Forget it, I'll ask my grandfather when I get back." He then tucked the paper money into his inner pocket and glanced back at the gray dog's den, but found nothing but some pine nuts and wild walnuts. Sugwa had no interest in these items and couldn't be bothered to take them. They were inedible and hard to sell, just a hassle to carry around. Soon Sugwa climbed down from the tree, dusted himself off, and smiled. I hope it's an antique. In this day and age, antiques were quite valuable. Some collectors would pay high prices for their favorite pieces. If this paper money was an antique, it could at least be sold for some money. What use is it to keep it? It would be better to sell it for more cash. Sugwa felt it was unnecessary. With the experience of his past life, his understanding and vision had greatly improved. Once he had more money, he could venture into entrepreneurship, stock up on gold or Bitcoin, or invest in the successful internet companies of the 21st century. Which of these couldn't make Sugwa wealthy? Of course, hoarding antiques was also an option, but to be honest, Sugwa had rarely seen antiques in his past life. He had seen some famous ones in the news, but for the unknown ones he truly had no clue. Diving headfirst into it without knowledge would only lead to losses. Sugwa searched around for a few more gray dog dens. Perhaps due to bad luck, the dens he found only contained pine nuts and wild walnuts. After coming down from the tree, he sighed helplessly. It seems impossible to get rich this way. Then Sugwa and the white dragon searched the area for a while longer and managed to catch 2 more gray dogs and a wild chicken. The wild chicken was caught by the white dragon itself. Throughout the process, Sugwa did not help at all. By the time Sugwa arrived, the white dragon had already killed the chicken. The white dragon carried the wild chicken to Sugwa, who took it from its mouth, rubbed the white dragon's big head, and smiled. Were you perhaps a weasel in your past life? It was unexpected for the white dragon to be so keen on catching wild chickens. However, thinking about it, since it couldn't catch gray dogs, it had to resort to catching wild chickens. When the wild chicken tried to flee, the white dragon would chase it down. After a while, Sugwa could not find other prey in this forest, so he continued walking north with the white dragon. Before long, Sugwa arrived at the location of a small stream, taking out the wooden traps he had brought in his bag. Sugwa did not see any signs of water rats around, but he did find water rat droppings on the stream and the bank. The droppings were easy to identify, and following the notes his grandfather had given him, he quickly located them. It could be confirmed that there were indeed water rats nearby, but their exact location puzzled Sugwa. He had only 5 wooden traps with him. After much thought, Sugwa finally placed the wooden traps near the droppings. He put 2 traps in this stream and decided to check a small stream further ahead with the remaining 3. Let's see if there are any signs of water dogs on that side. White dragon, don't go into the water, let's go. Sugwa called out to the white dragon, who was about to jump into the water. If it did, it would truly become a water dog. Basically, all dogs can swim, and there is a specific term called dog paddle. Indeed, a dog's swimming style resembles a dog paddle, which is not particularly unattractive. Some beginners learn to swim using the dog paddle. It is the simplest method. After hearing Sugwa's voice, the white dragon turned and followed his pace. Soon Sugwa hurried to another small stream. Observing from the bank, he was surprised to see water dog footprints. Looking closer at the water's surface, Sugwa's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be a water rat? Water rat. As soon as Sugwa's voice fell, a water dog on the bank hurriedly swam into the water. Seeing this, Sugwa anxiously took out his slingshot, pulled it back, and aimed at the water rat's head. Just as the marble hit the water rat's head, it had already entered the water. Ultimately, the marble did hit the water rat, but unfortunately, it had no effect. What good did it do? The marble lost momentum after hitting the water, so striking the water rat posed no danger. As Sugwa expected, the water rat escaped unharmed. Sugwa spat in frustration. Damn it. A water rat worth 10 big bucks slipped right under his nose. Tonight, he would probably dream about the foolishness of his actions. Fortunately, Sugwa quickly adjusted his mindset and placed the last 3 wooden traps here. As for the previous spot, Sugwa decided not to go back. He had already found the location of the water rats. It would be better to leave the remaining wooden traps here. After setting the wooden traps, Sugwa stood by the bank and said to himself, I won't believe it, I can't catch you. As long as he found signs of water rats, catching them would be easy. The wooden traps do not harm the water rat's fur. They can even peel off the fur, which could be sold for a good price. After saying this to himself, Sugwa walked back with the dazed white dragon. Next time we see it, we will definitely catch that water rat. As Sugwa walked back, he suddenly heard a sound from the white dragon. Oh woo! Sugwa paused. Were there prey nearby? The white dragon only barked when it sensed prey nearby. This bark was sharp, causing Sugwa's expression to tense up as he looked ahead. He heard rustling sounds. Footsteps. Sugwa looked up and saw a figure appear. Li Pao. Li Pao. Li Pao led 4 black hunting dogs, frowning as he looked at Sugwa. You are Sugwa from the Su family. Li Pao had heard about the Su and Chun families' conflict. The Su family had confronted the Chun family, and the Chun brothers were Li Pao's apprentices, so he was certainly aware of the situation. Sugwa's expression was tense, and he laughed awkwardly. Li Pao, what are you doing hunting here? Shouldn't I ask you that? I remember your grandfather was a hunter. Didn't your mother send you to hunt? What are you secretly learning from your grandfather? Li Pao was still holding a hunting rifle. If he had any ill intentions towards Sugwa's life would be in danger. Sugwa placed his hands behind him, feeling the slingshot at his waist. Li Pao squinted, looking at Sugwa. Relax, I wouldn't harm a junior like you. After the words fell, Sugwa's heart became much calmer. However, he could see the greed in Li Pao's eyes, a desire for his Bai Long. It seemed Li Pao had just noticed Bai Long's characteristics, having sensed his position from a distance. Clearly, this was a rather good hunting dog. At the very least, it was a low-headed dog, which was Li Pao's favorite. Indeed, Li Pao also had a low-headed dog, but the hunting dog in his hand was old, and its nose wasn't as sharp anymore. Although it was called a low-headed dog, it was now practically the same as a regular hunting dog. Otherwise, Bai Long wouldn't have made a sound first, while Li Pao's hunting dog remained silent. Currently, Sugwa wasn't too worried. After all, Li Pao cared about his reputation. Since he had his eyes on Sugwa's Bai Long, he wouldn't dare to snatch it directly. Sugwa changed the subject. Li Pao, have you set traps around here? Li Pao glanced at Sugwa and chuckled. What? You want to take my traps? How could I dare? Sugwa replied. I'm just afraid of stepping into a trap. Then I would be done for. I set a trap for a wild boar, and there's another trap for a wild boar. Be careful, it's right on your way back. Li Pao said leisurely, and Sugwa felt disgusted after hearing it. A blasting device is a kind of homemade explosive. Although it won't kill a wild boar, it can severely injure it. Usually hunters would specifically set blasting devices in the mountains. Of course, there are also many hunters who enter the mountains or novice hunters just starting out, which makes the blasting devices two-faced. They pose a great threat to medium and large beasts, as well as to people. Once stepped on, a moment of carelessness could lead to death on the spot. Indeed, this was a method capable of catching the Chun family's 3 brothers. If it weren't for Sugwa living 2 lives, he wouldn't have understood the implications of this threat at all. He only mentioned the blasting device and specifically said it was on Sugwa's way back, which meant Li Pao deduced that he had entered from the western woods and had walked all the way here. He didn't tell Sugwa directly, but indirectly hinted at it. If Sugwa stepped on it later, he could push all the responsibility away since he had already warned Sugwa beforehand. Sugwa smiled sarcastically. Li Pao, I guess it won't be long before wild boars and bears get blown up. Then we can share the meat in the village. Li Pao shot a glance at Sugwa. This kid wasn't following the usual script. Normally hunters would ask a question, but Sugwa didn't ask anything at all. Either he was truly a bastard or Sugwa was genuinely smart. However, Li Pao felt the latter was more likely. How could someone who had a hunting dog be that foolish? Alright, if you happen to be right, I'll give you a little extra meat when it comes time to share. Sugwa's lips curled up, but he didn't respond. Blown up. Sugwa recalled from his past life that Li Pao indeed had a successful blast, but by the time he got there the bear had already been picked clean by other prey, which made Li Pao furious, turning his face pale. Moreover, the bear gallbladder was soaked in blood wasted for nothing. That day was during the National Day holiday. Sugwa didn't remember the exact date. He had planned that when the National Day holiday arrived, he would take Bai Long around here, waiting to pick up the spoils. A bear would allow him to take the bear gallbladder and slip away quietly. If he didn't say anything, who would know? Li Pao looked at the smile on Sugwa's face and twitched his mouth, saying, Sugwa, can Uncle Li discuss something with you? Sugwa smiled and agreed, and Bai Long shot off in the direction they came. Sugwa left a sentence and immediately ran after where Bai Long was heading. Li Pao, I'll go fetch the dog first. Li Pao watched as Sugwa and Bai Long's figures became smaller, narrowing his eyes, slightly smiling. This is getting more interesting. He didn't stop them. Oh, what kind of person was he? He wouldn't go so far as to make things difficult for a junior like Sugwa, but to be fair, he did have thoughts about Sugwa's hunting dog. On the other side, Sugwa, who had run quite a distance, called for Bai Long to stop. Just now Bai Long ran because Sugwa had told it to, otherwise would it run. Sugwa's trick of dog evasion was working well. He smiled and rubbed Bai Long's head, saying, Bai Long, not bad. You ran really fast. Let's go back the way we came. As for the blasting device, the probability of encountering it on Sugwa's way back was very low. Brother, we got it, we got it. Chen Feihu said excitedly as he picked up the gray hunting dog shot and excitedly placed it in the bag. Brother, well done. This gray hunting dog is worth at least $4. It was shot with a bird gun and the bullet broke the skin. This gray hunting dog skin could not be considered good. If it were shot with a slingshot like Sugwa's, it would be worth the highest. While $4 was not enough to satisfy the need to report back, it was better than yesterday. The price of 2 wild chickens was not even higher than $4. Chen Feilong gave Chen Feihu a thumbs up. Second brother, well done. This time we have something to report back with. The 3 of us didn't even catch a glimpse of the moon last night and got beaten up for no reason. To us, that beating was completely unwarranted. Today they changed their target. They didn't enter the mountains, but rather went into the western woods, mainly because the western woods were safer and they could still hunt for prey. The 3 of them now had 2 gray hunting dogs, one of which was caught in a tree hole, and this one was shot by Chen Feihu. Having just 2 gray hunting dogs was enough to make the 3 of them smile broadly. At that moment, Sugwa arrived at the western woods and heard the laughter of Chen Feihu and the others. Perhaps it was because Sugwa made too much noise. Chen Feilong and the others also turned to look at Sugwa. Both sides exchanged glances, revealing a hint of disdain in their eyes. Sugwa despised them, wondering what joy there was in catching a gray hunting dog. Meanwhile, Chen Feilong and the others looked down on Sugwa, who had dragged back a foolish roe deer yesterday and now had no prey at all. Enemies meet, and their eyes burn with hatred. Sugwa had just seen Li Pao and knew they were a group of scoundrels, cunning and treacherous. Sugwa leaned against a large tree. After all, he had just seen the bird gun in Chen Fei's hand, and if this kid really got heated, it would be the end for him. Although they were already mortal enemies, it hadn't reached the point of wanting to kill each other. Once it reached that point, it was no longer simply about killing. It would be a life-and-death struggle between the 2 families. Su Jiangwo had only this one son, Sugwa. If anything happened to him, it was likely that they would go to war with the Chen family. Sugwa, why are you hiding? Look, what did we catch? A gray hunting dog. A single gray hunting dog skin can sell for about $4, and we've got 2 gray hunting dog skins. And you? What did you catch? Chen Feilong's mocking words came over, and Sugwa cursed inwardly. This kid is really an idiot. What business is it of yours? Yes, what business is it of yours? This sentence directly infuriated Chen Feilong, turning his face red with rage. Big brother, don't waste your breath on him. This kid definitely didn't catch anything. Huh? Sugwa's cold laughter echoed. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? After speaking, Sugwa took out the gray dog skins from his bag. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. The three of them saw the 4 gray dog skins in Sugwa's hands and fell into deep thought. Then Sugwa took out a wild chicken, sarcastically adding, "Do you think all hunters are as stupid as you? No, those as foolish as you have long since disappeared. Hey, but wait. How are you still alive? Half dead. Half dead. That means you'd be a eunuch, right? Are you eunuchs? Eunuch hunters. I think you should be called eunuch hunters." Sugwa's words were sharp, and the series of insults gradually made the other side's faces turn red, especially Chen Feihu, who was holding the hunting gun. With the gun in hand, he felt invincible. Aiming at Sugwa's position, he fired. Bang! The bullet hit the tree, missing Sugwa. Hearing the gunshot, Sugwa laughed in anger. Indeed, they were still so foolish. Chen Feilong shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm doing what I want." Chen Feihu pushed big brother Chen Feilong aside and continued to aim at Sugwa's tree. Bang! 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 Fortunately, Sugwa's tree was quite large, and they couldn't hit him at all. However, Sugwa knew that this couldn't go on, so he glanced at the tall wild grass and figured out a way. He said to Bai Long, "Sneak up and bite one of them." Upon hearing this, Bai Long dived into the wild grass and circled around. Sugwa then showed his hand, attracting a few shots. Luckily, Chen Feihu's marksmanship was poor, and he couldn't hit Sugwa. Sugwa immediately picked up the slingshot in his hand, aimed at Chen Feihu, and shot. The stone first hit Chen Feihu's hand, then it struck his head. The hunting gun in his hand was knocked away, and after it fell to the ground, Bai Long, who had circled around from the wild grass, bit down hard on Chen Feihu. Chen Feihu screamed, entangled with Bai Long. How could one person possibly be a match for a hunting dog? Only Chen Feihu was left standing. Sugwa emerged from behind the big tree, aiming at the approaching Chen Feihu. "One more step and your life will be forfeit." "Don't believe me. Just give it a try." This statement frightened Chen Feihu, making him too scared to move. Sugwa slowly approached, beads of sweat dripping from Chen Feihu's forehead as he watched Sugwa inch closer. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and lunged for the hunting gun. With that lunge, the stone heavily struck his forehead, but he still managed to grab the bird gun. After Chen Feihu pulled the trigger, the bullet did not emerge from the gun's muzzle. He realized with a curse that his second brother had used up all the bullets. He quickly grabbed the bird gun and ran away. If he didn't flee now, he would get beaten, and the bird gun would surely be lost. This bird gun had cost the family a significant amount of savings, and he couldn't let Sugwa take it. Upon seeing Chen Feihu escape, Sugwa was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood that the kid's bird gun was out of bullets. Chase! At that moment, Sugwa had only one thought. Just as he was about to run, Chen Feihu got up from the ground and grabbed Sugwa's thigh. Sugwa lifted his foot and kicked Chen Feihu hard in the face. Chen Feihu still wouldn't let go of Sugwa. His face was already swelling, and finally, as he saw his third brother almost getting away, he released Sugwa. Sugwa grinned darkly. "Just wait, the police will come by tomorrow at the latest." Attempted murder. You'll have plenty of time to sit in there. It was a fact that Chen Feihu had attempted murder, pulling a gun on Sugwa, left behind so many bullet holes and shell casings that he couldn't possibly wriggle out of it. He just needed to vent his anger to everything else. Leave it to the police. In this day and age, if one had been to prison, forget about marrying a wife, one's reputation would be ruined and few would consider it. This speech frightened Chen Feihu, making him shiver all over. But by the time he reacted, Sugwa had already run out. Chen Feilong was still entangled with the white dragon, which had bitten him several times. Not a single part of Chen Feilong was uninjured. He glanced at his second brother Chen Feihu and thought, "What a useless dog. You son of a dog." Acting impulsively turned the situation into this. If Sugwa catches up to his third brother Chen Feihu, the bird gun will definitely be snatched away. Thinking of this, Chen Feilong shouted, "Feihu, why are you still lying on the ground? Come help." As soon as he finished speaking, the white dragon's canine teeth sank into his arm. In that instant, blood gushed forth. Chen Feilong struck the white dragon's lower belly, sending it flying backward. As it landed, it bared its teeth once again at Chen Feilong. Chen Feilong glanced at Chen Feihu, cursing under his breath. He knew that shouting had been useless. He could easily guess that Sugwa's shout had frightened him. Meanwhile, on the other side, as he ran, Liuzi encountered Chen Feihu. Seeing that Chen Feihu was running toward him with the bird gun, he immediately asked, "Chen, little brother, is there prey in the west woods?" "Oi, Liuzi." Chen Feihu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Liuzi, help me stop Sugwa coming from behind. I'll give you 5 big bills. Anyone who doesn't help is a grandson." There was no other way. If he escaped with this bird gun, the Chen family would profit. How much was the bird gun worth? How much was it worth? After Chen Feiyu's words, Liuzi didn't understand what had happened. But when he heard about the 5 big bills, his eyes lit up. 5 big bills. $50. He could live lavishly for a year. The other party wouldn't dare to deceive him. As long as he was bold enough to speak, he would get what he was promised. Similarly, when Chen Feiyu said this, he had thought it through. Liuzi could figure out that the 3 brothers from the Chen family had clashed with Su Guo. Su Guo was pursuing from behind, but Liuzi still anxiously asked, "You won't trick me, will you? Whoever tricks you is a grandson. Liuzi, help me stop him." 50. All right. After saying that, Chen Feiyu ran inside, while Su Guo was blocked by Liuzi. Liuzi grinned and said to Su Guo, "Give my second brother some face and don't chase anymore." Su Guo glanced at the fleeing Chen Feiyu, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Liuzi. "What if I don't give you face?" Liuzi chuckled and replied lightly, "You can try and see." Su Guo's eyes burned with anger as he glared at Liuzi, who had suddenly appeared. Su Guo rolled his eyes, his expression shifting as he shouted behind Liuzi, "Dad, uncle, why are you here?" Everyone in the Tuanjia village knew the 3 brothers of the Su family. The 3 brothers were very united. When one faced trouble, the other 2 would definitely come to help. This shout startled Liuzi, who was the only one in his family and still a lonely old bachelor. He quickly looked back. Su Guo seized the opportunity, grabbed a slingshot, and aimed at his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 mud balls hit his hand, causing Liuzi to yelp in pain as the hunting gun fell from his grasp. Liuzi immediately bent down to pick it up, but Su Guo ran in front of him, stepped on the hunting gun, and slapped him hard. "Who do you think you are? Giving you face. Is your hair red? How can I give you face? Little bachelor." Su Guo slapped him 3 times in a row, still taunting him, and Liuzi was left dizzy. Su Guo slapped him once more. After knocking him unconscious and taking the gun, Su Guo continued to chase after Chen Feiyu. However, the gap between them had already widened due to Liuzi's obstruction, allowing Chen Feiyu to escape. When Su Guo exited the west woods, he could no longer see Chen Feiyu's shadow and cursed under his breath, "You son of a dog. Are you a dog? Why are you running so fast?" Su Guo knew he couldn't catch up anymore, so he went back, took out a bundle of rope from his bag, and headed back to the previous location. After all, the white dragon was still behind him. Su Guo had made up his mind to return and tie up the remaining 2 brothers. One of them, Chen Feiyu, would definitely be sent to the police station by Su Guo. Su Guo wasn't soft-hearted. If he had had a hunting gun at that moment, he would have fought back even if others saw him. But the reality was Su Guo didn't have a hunting gun, and he couldn't catch up to Chen Feiyu, who was fleeing with one, which led to Su Guo being unable to resolve the situation. Then there was Liuzi's sudden appearance, making it even harder for Su Guo to take action. When Su Guo reached the previous spot, he saw Chen Feilong covered in bites while the white dragon was showing its teeth at Chen Feilong. As for Chen Feiyu, he was sitting on the ground, frightened by Su Guo, his face pale and ashen. If nothing unexpected happened, his soul had probably been scared away. Chen Feilong noticed Su Guo's arrival, but he was more concerned about this white dragon in front of him. All the injuries and claw marks on his body came from this unremarkable white dog. He had raised hunting dogs before, but none of them had the ferocity of this dog in front of him. Su Guo slowly raised the hunting gun in his hand and said flatly, "Don't move." The white dragon seized the opportunity to bite down on Chen Feilong's arm, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Su Guo watched him passively as everything unfolded as if to him. This was what Chen Feilong deserved. The white dragon tried to bite again, but Su Guo stopped it. If it bit down again, Chen Feilong would very likely die. Su Guo approached him, tied his hands with rope, and then walked over to the dazed Chen Feiyu, tying his hands as well. Su Guo led both of them like captives. As he passed by Liuzi, who was still asleep, Su Guo didn't wake him up. Their relationship was minimal, only having just blocked Su Guo a moment ago. However, Su Guo wasn't worried about Liuzi not coming after him. He still had the gun he took from him, so he would definitely come looking for him. Su Guo with the white dragon and the captured Chen Feilong and Chen Feiyu headed toward the village. Su Guo turned to look at the 2 behind him and sneered, "Chen Feilong, Chen Feiyu, soon you'll taste the experience of being paraded through the streets." Chen Feiyu was still in the same state, muttering, "I don't want to go to prison, I don't want to go to prison." Chen Feilong, on the other hand, was pale with fear, his lips devoid of color as he looked at Su Guo and said, You dare?" Su Guo shrugged, "Do you see whether I dare or not? And you, second brother, when we pass through the village, tell the village chief to call the police from the county to lock you up." This wasn't just to scare Chen Feiyu. This kid acted like a fool, and whether it was intentional murder or attempted murder, he would face consequences. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Feiyu, panting heavily with the bird gun in hand, was sprinting through the village, daring not to rest, even for a moment. Soon he ran back home. Huff huff. He gasped for air, breathing in the fresh air. The commotion caught the attention of Li Xiaoyan and Qin Chuj, who were washing things in the yard, and they frowned. What happened? Why are you running so fast? Did you encounter a ghost? Huff, huff. Chen Feiyu was still loudly gasping for fresh air, then slowly raised his head to look at his parents. It's over, it's over. What's over? Speak slowly, take your time. Qin Chuj patted him on the back, helping him catch his breath, signaling him to continue slowly. My second brother just shot at Su Gua. What a... This left both Li Xiaoyan and Qin Chuj stunned for a moment, then Li Xiaoyan immediately said this. Your brother killed someone? Don't let him come home, let him run as far as possible. Quick, send this news to him, run now. It's false to say there's no emotion, all three sons are flesh and blood that came from her. Now that the second son has killed someone, if he comes home he will surely be taken away, and it could even implicate the whole family. Chen Feiyu continued, my second brother didn't hit Su Gua. What a... Now Li Xiaoyan and Qin Chuj were even more confused. He shot and didn't hit. Is he out of his mind? Qin Chuj continued, finished speaking in one breath. My second brother and eldest brother seem to have been caught by Su Gua. I ran back with the bird gun. If I hadn't come back, the bird gun would probably have been snatched by Su Gua. After hearing this, Qin Chuj glanced at the bird gun in Chen Feiyu's hand, patting his chest in relief. As long as the gun was fine, it was all good. He had 3 sons, but only one gun. The gun was important. Chen Feiyu showed an anxious expression. Dad, Mom, what should we do about this? Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Gua was leading the 2 people behind him into the village. As soon as they entered the village, Su Gua's voice boomed, attracting many curious villagers. Villagers, come and take a look at these 2 beasts tied up by my rope. Before long, Su Gua was surrounded by a crowd. Su Gua, what happened to them? Su Gua chuckled lightly and said, Sir, why don't you ask Chen Feihu what he has done? Chen Feihu tightly closed his mouth, unwilling to say a word. Not to mention Chen Feilong, who was now as anxious as if he were on the edge of a knife, feeling more distressed than if he had been killed. It was incredibly embarrassing. How could he face his mother-in-law later? Of course, the most distressed one was undoubtedly Chen Feihu, as he was facing the prospect of being imprisoned. What happened? We are all villagers here. Su Gua, must you go this far? Oh look, another morally upright person had come out to criticize Su Gua. Su Gua smiled and replied, Sir, do you even know what these 2 did? This one Chen Feihu shot at me. The bullets from the shotgun were all spent. If it weren't for his younger brother Chen Feiyu running fast, I would have seized that gun. With these words, the onlooking villagers were stunned. Shooting at a fellow villager. We are all villagers. Even if there are disputes, it usually ends up in a fight or looking for someone to mediate. Who would actually shoot? Do you really think this is the wild? This is a village. Moreover, this is a peaceful era. Although there is no gun ban, it doesn't mean you can shoot others at will. If Chen Feihu dared to do this, he must bear the corresponding risks and responsibilities. If Su Gua had really been shot dead in the western woods, Chen Feihu would have probably fled with the gun long ago. He would have run to another village and become a drifter. At that time, there were quite a few drifters, and outside Tuan there were many drifters. The so-called drifters refer to those who come from other provinces or counties without registered households. They are all called drifters. Su Gua paid no heed to the villagers' remarks and continued to walk forward, as if walking a dog, leading the 2 along. Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo finished his morning shift at the brick factory and returned home just in time for lunch. The main reason was that Su Gua was coming back for lunch today, and another reason was due to a bet with his daughter. He remembered that when he arrived home, Su Qian and Han Wan were busy in the kitchen. Su Jiangwo glanced toward the kitchen and asked, Is Su Gua not back yet? It seems he hasn't returned. I guess Su Gua must have caught quite a few greyhounds, making it difficult to bring them back, Su Qian replied from the kitchen. What nonsense are you talking about, little girl? Caught quite a few. I see that he didn't catch a single one, and is too ashamed to come back. Su Jiangwo chuckled. All right, go check on the western woods, and make sure your brother isn't outside. Call him back for lunch. If he didn't catch anything, that's fine, it's not shameful. After all, he hadn't caught anything. Catching greyhounds required precision, and greyhounds were small and very agile in the trees. If one wasn't careful, they could easily slip away. Su Qian nodded. I'll go take a look. She walked out, and after a while saw many villagers gathered together. Just as she was about to go around, she heard Su Gua's voice. She pushed through the crowd and saw Su Gua inside. Brother. Su Gua looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Qian. Sister, what are you doing here? Aren't you at home? What is going on? Without waiting for Su Gua to speak, an elder beside them said, What else could it be? It's him who shot your brother, and then your brother captured him parading him through the streets. Hearing this, Su Qian felt a chill. Shooting. Shooting. Su Gua saw Su Qian's face turn pale, and quickly reassured her, Sister, it's fine. By the way, take this shotgun back and give it to our father. It will be useful. Okay, they'll go back right now. The situation was too serious. Although Su Gua didn't have time to elaborate from the earlier conversation, Su Qian knew that Su Gua had narrowly escaped with his life. She couldn't believe that her brother, who had only been out for a morning, had been shot at by Chen Feihu with a shotgun. Fortunately, Su Gua was unhurt, otherwise Su Qian would have exploded right then and there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Xingli also came out of the crowd and ran home. He had followed Su Gua all the way, and seeing that no one was targeting Su Gua, he withdrew from the crowd. Things had escalated. They all shared the surname Su, and with this kind of incident happening, Su Weigua and Su Aigua would definitely come to Su Jiangwo's house. Now he needed to go home and inform his family. On the other side, Su Qian hurried back home. Su Jiangwo smiled and asked, What happened? Did you find your brother? Dad, something happened. As soon as Su Qian's voice fell, Su Jiangwo's expression changed instantly and became serious. What do you mean? Han Wan, who was in the kitchen, came out and looked at her daughter. Chen Feihu shot at my brother. Hearing this, Han Wan stumbled and almost fell. Fortunately, Su Jiangwo was quick to rush over and steady her. Su Qian took the opportunity to say, Mom, my brother is fine, don't worry, don't worry. However, I can't explain everything right now. By the way, Dad, hey, race the shotgun. My brother asked me to give it to you, saying it would be useful. Okay. Su Jiangwo took it and placed it in the room. Where is your brother now? Su Jiangwo came out of the room and asked Su Qian. He was feeling very anxious now, having survived the barrel of a gun, which made Su Jiangwo very worried. At the same time, he was extremely angry, furious. They were all villagers. Even if they were enemies, one wouldn't use a shotgun. The fact that a gun was brought out showed the other party's intentions. They wanted to kill Su Gua. Su Jiangwo only had Su Gua as a son. How could he not be enraged by such actions? He wished he could take an axe and chop Chen Feiyu into pieces to feed the dogs. He's not far outside. Su Qian led Su Jiangwo and Han Wan out. Is this true? On the other side, Su Xingli ran home and informed his father Su Weiguo of the news. Su Weiguo's anger surfaced on his face after hearing this. Su was such a good child. Just last night, he personally came over to deliver mooncakes and meat to him. And today he faced Chen Feihu's gun, even if Su Gua was unharmed. But he could easily imagine that Su Gua must have narrowly escaped. Go, tell your second uncle about this. He'll head over first. Anyone who bullies my Su family, the lesson the Chun family received last time was still too lenient. With that, Su Weigua grabbed an axe and walked out. The old lady saw this and glared at Su Xingli. Quickly tell your second uncle. What is this all about? After saying this, the old lady followed behind Su Weigua, not wanting him to kill someone in a rage for the sake of the Su family. Meanwhile, Chun Feiyu, Qin Chuj, and Li Xiaoyan were like ants on a hot pan. Dad, my second brother won't really end up in jail, will he? Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Let your dad think of a solution. Li Xiaoyan couldn't think of a solution either, staring intently at the head of the family. Qin Chuj really wanted to tear Chen Feihu to pieces. If this kid had shot accurately, Su Gua would have died, and he could have escaped. Now Su Gua was unharmed, and he had captured Chen Feihu and Chen Feilong. Both of his sons were in his hands, but Chen Feilong definitely wouldn't go to jail. This incident was initiated by Chen Feihu alone. If Chen Feilong had fired, he would have to go in too. The more Qin Chuj thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. How could he have such a son? Damn it. Dad, have you thought of a solution? Chen Feiyu asked awkwardly beside him. Qin Chug's eyes lit up as he said, First, bury the shotgun. If the weapon isn't found, Su Gua can't make a case. You should go dig a hole in the backyard right now and bury it well. All right. Then Chen Feiyu took the shotgun to the backyard, dug a hole, placed the shotgun inside, covered it with dirt, and then urinated on it to ensure its safety. Chen Feiyu came out from the backyard and looked at his father, asking, Dad, what about the remaining matters? Wait for them to look for the police. Without evidence, Su Gua will have to be released then. Chen Feiyu nodded, not saying another word. Right now, what other options did he have? Before long, under Su Qian's guidance, Su Jiangwo and Han Wan spotted Su Gua not far ahead. At this moment, Su Gua was holding a rope tied to Chen Feihu and Chen Feilong's hands. Su Gua took a step forward, forcing the two to follow. A circle of villagers gathered nearby, eagerly watching the scene. Su Gua was preparing to head towards the village chief's house, when Su Jiangwo's voice echoed from afar, Su Gua, over here, over here. Upon hearing the call, Su Gua looked around and spotted his father outside the crowd. The villagers voluntarily cleared a path, and the three of them walked past. Su Gua chuckled, Dad, you silly boy, still laughing. Upon saying this, Su Jiangwo's gaze burned with fury as he looked at Chun Feihu behind Sugua, then turned to Sugua and continued, "Your sister has already told me everything. Let's go home first. Dad, I want to play a bit longer." At the same time, Su Weigua, who was rushing over from the other side, was holding an axe. Seeing his younger brother Su Jiangwo arrive, he said, "Third brother, listen to Sugua. Let him play a bit longer. These scoundrels dare to do anything. Do they really think our Su family is easy to bully?" Sugua and Su Jiangwo were taken aback, seeing Su Weigua among the crowd and the axe in his hand, feeling a warmth in their hearts. With family around, they felt reassured. "Elder brother, why are you walking so fast? Can't you wait for me?" Su Weigua came rushing from behind, shouting loudly, "Sugua, I've heard about your situation. You're quite a man. However, the other party is indeed a true villain. What you did, second uncle supports you. These people should be paraded." After saying this, he even brandished the kitchen knife in his hand. Chun Feilong trembled in fear at the sight of Su Weigua and Su Aiguo's axe and knife. Realizing this was no joke, he now wished the village chief would come quickly, not seeking fairness, just hoping to end this farce. In fact, Chun Feilong felt wronged. He just wanted to go hunting, but his second brother impulsively escalated the situation, leading to a conflict with Sugua. If things had turned out better had he killed Sugua, this situation wouldn't have arisen. How could he end up being led away by Sugua? Now he had no choice but to go along. Moreover, his future prospects for matchmaking would be particularly difficult. Anyone who heard about Chun Feilong's situation would know which girl would dare to marry him. Sugua chuckled. "Uncle, second uncle, thank you. No need to be polite. Family doesn't stand on ceremony. Though we are separated, we still care for each other. Just like the situation Sugua is facing right now." Sugua took the two of them around for a while, then headed to the village chief's house, only to find that the chief was not home, likely gone to the town. He could only bring Chun Feihu and Chun Feilong back home first, and then Su Weigua sent his son Su Xingli to report to the police in the county. He wanted the police from the county to send someone to resolve this matter. Sugua stayed in the yard looking at the bound Chun Feihu and Chun Feilong, feeling puzzled. Why were these two silent at home? Hanwan walked up to Sugua showing a worried expression. "You're not hurt, are you?" "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine." "Mom, is there food left?" "I'm hungry." "Yes, I'll heat some up for you, and let your uncle and second uncle have a bite too." "Okay." Sugua glanced at his father, uncle, and second uncle discussing things nearby. After Hanwan left, Su Qian came over and looked at her disheveled brother. "Brother, you scared Mom so much. Just now when I mentioned this, she fainted." Sugua instinctively touched his nose. "Next time something like this happens, don't mention it in front of Mom." Su Qian shot a furious glare at Sugua. "What? Is there going to be a next time? This time was already enough to scare her. If there's another time, you'll really frighten us to death." Sugua realized he had misspoken and hurriedly shut up, chuckling, "I was just joking, just joking." Su Qian. Hanwan heated the food and called everyone to eat. While eating at the table, none of them felt satisfied, with their minds filled with thoughts. Su Weigua opened the discussion, looking at Sugua and asking Sugua, "What are your plans next?" Previously going around the village visiting the chief and sending his cousin Su Xingli to the county police station were all Sugua's ideas. If he said he didn't know what to do next, no one would believe it. Sugua put down his chopsticks and smiled. "Uncle, hey, race my plan. I estimate it will take some time for my cousin to return, probably not until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Among the two people in the yard, one Chun Feilong did not shoot at me. Even if the police arrive, this guy will be released. He has lost face, so I might as well send him to the Chin family." "Send him to the Chin family? Just let him go so easily. Moreover, you were just wandering around the village, yet I didn't see anyone from the Chin family come out. They are probably doing it on purpose. The Chin family's front door is likely tightly shut now." Sugua replied unhurriedly, "If we deliver him to their doorstep, will they still dare to shut the door? Sending away one Chin Feilong is not a big deal. We can also enter the Chin family, and maybe we can find that gun." "Gun?" Su Jiangwo frowned. "The gun you asked your sister to give me, whose is it?" Sugua chuckled. "It's Erlioz's." "What?" "The son of Lu Pao, Erliozi." Lu Pao was one of the top hunters in the village, but unfortunately, he was once killed by a bear in the mountains, and the gun ended up in his son's hands. Erliozi didn't learn much about hunting. Instead, he was more like a good for nothing, which is why everyone in the village called him Erliozi. Su Jiangwo smiled wryly. "How did we get involved with him?" Hearing Su Jiangwo's wry smile, Sugua sensed a hint of helplessness and complexity in his father's tone. "Dad, does our family have connections with the Lu family?" Su Jiangwo nodded. "We don't have connections with Erliozi, but we did with the deceased Lu Pao. Lu Pao was an excellent hunter. His parents died early, and when I was young, your uncle and second uncle received quite a bit of kindness from him." In fact, Su Jiangwo had learned hunting from Lu Pao, but found himself unable to hit even a gray dog. Gradually, he stopped hunting altogether. However, Su Guo was unaware of this, as Su Jiangwo had only learned to hunt for a few months and could hardly run around the mountains. Whenever he did, he would complain about being tired. After all, at that time, Su Jiangwo could hardly eat a decent meal each day, and sometimes he would go hungry. How could he have the strength to run? Upon hearing this, Su Guo was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected there to be such a connection with Erliozi. Of course, Su Guo had no intention of keeping the gun. Without waiting for Su Jiangwo to continue, Su Guo added, "Dad, don't worry, I'll return the gun to Erliozi. However, I need him to be a witness. In case the Chun family tries to play tricks in front of the police, we will have someone to back us up." "That's fine. For a hunting rifle, Erliozi will definitely agree to be a witness." Su Qian and Han Wan watched Su Guo from the side. In these past few days, Su Guo had changed significantly, especially in how he interacted and communicated with others, which made Su Qian and Han Wan feel his transformation. Could it be that he has grown up and become more open? After finishing the meal, the group rested for a moment. Su Guo and Chun Fei's matter had already spread throughout the village, with many curious about it and what the Su family would do next. Su Guo walked around the yard looking at Chun Feihu and sneered, "Tomorrow you'll be going to jail." Upon hearing this, Chun Feihu shivered violently, his eyes wide with disbelief, his face pale and powerless. At this moment, he seemed to be awaiting the judgment of fate, filled with fear, worry, helplessness, confusion, and terror. And then, he wet himself. Indeed, it was that kind of wetting himself, scared to the point of urinating. Su Guo stood up, catching a whiff of the smell of urine. He pinched his nose and waved his hand. "You peed yourself." A grown man, and he wet his pants. Su Guo did not expect this at all. He said flatly, "I wonder if you thought about this scene when you fired the gun. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty to oneself." Su Guo had never been a saint. He knew that Chun Feihu truly wanted to kill him at that time, but he just didn't succeed. Su Guo looked at the blindfolded Chun Feilong and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." Chun Feilong, who had his eyes closed, opened them in disbelief and looked at Su Guo. Really taking me home? Of course, the main offender is your second brother. It has nothing to do with you. Let's go." Su Guo was not so kind-hearted. He merely intended to deliver the other party, while also giving the Chun family a beating. "Let's go, let's hurry," Chun Feilong said excitedly. The wounds on his body had already formed scabs, and now he just wanted to go home quickly to rest. "Let's go." Su Guo led Chun Feilong away, with his father, uncle, and second uncle following closely behind, feeling a sense of security. As for the shotgun, Su Guo was not worried at all. That was physical evidence. With Bai Long around, how could it be missing? Su Guo could easily deduce that the gun was likely hidden in the Chun family. He just had to wait for the police to arrive and let Bai Long, this talented tracker, find it, and it would definitely be located. At that time, both witness and evidence would be present, and the Chun family would have no way to deny it. Just as Su Guo predicted, after Chun Feiyu placed the shotgun in the backyard, the family blocked the front door. After all, they could only wait for the police to come and handle the matter. If they went out now, not to mention how the villagers would view the Chun family, if they encountered the Su family, they would get beaten up. It was better to hide since the gun was already hidden. Chun Feiyu asked, "Dad, do we really have to hide like this?" Chun Chuj glared at him. "Do you dare to go out? I don't know what's happening outside. Just hide at home and wait." But elder brother hasn't committed a crime. It was the second brother who fired the gun. Why did Su Guo take the elder brother away? Listening to the sounds from outside, Chun Chuj, Chun Feiyu, and Li Xiaoyan in the yard trembled all over. Li Xiaoyan said, "Master, be careful, there might be a trick here." Chun Feiyu's face showed a look of urgency. "Dad, what if they really brought my elder brother over?" The three brothers shared a bond as strong as that of blood brothers. Although they often failed to handle matters smoothly, it couldn't be said that they lacked feelings for each other. Chun Chuj, the head of the family, furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat bewildered by the other party's words. At this moment, their claim of bringing over the eldest son, Chun Feilong, truly made him suspicious. Just then, Su Guo's voice came again. "Uncle Chun, are you afraid to open the door? Otherwise, let your eldest son say something." Chun Feilong immediately shouted, "Dad, open the door, it's really me, please open the door." The villagers outside were watching the excitement. If Chun Chuj didn't open the door, he would be the one embarrassed. Chun Feiyu said to Chun Chuj, "Dad, it really is my elder brother. Please open the door quickly. My elder brother hasn't done anything wrong, and Su Guo is just being unreasonable. Just open the door." "Master, why not? Just open the door." Chun Chuj did not respond. He peered through the crack of the door and saw Chun Feilong next to Su Guo, as well as the villagers watching the excitement behind them, including the Su family's three brothers who had beaten them up last time. Chun Chug's body slightly trembled. Su Guo's tactic was truly ruthless. If he didn't open the door, how would Chun Feilong and the other villagers view him? If he opened the door, Chun Feilong would come in, and Su Guo, Su Jiangwo, and Su Weiguo would follow, resulting in a chaotic scene at the Qin family, where a beating was almost inevitable. They would again become the center of attention in the village, and it would still be embarrassing. Just as Qin Shuj was lost in thought, Qin Feiyu walked up to him and said, "Dad, open the door." "All right." After hearing this, Qin Feiyu quickly opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, Su Guo pushed his way in, followed by Su Jiangwo, and Su Weiguo immediately starting to beat them up. There was no choice, they were in the right, so why not retaliate? Qin Shuj never expected the other party to be so violent, directly launching an attack, leaving him with no room to defend himself. After holding out for a while, he shrank back and accepted the beating. There is a saying that goes, well, if a child is not taught, the parent suffers. This beating was well deserved. After a flurry of blows a few minutes later, Li Xiaoyan shouted at the top of her lungs, "There's been a murder." "A murder?" Su Guo coldly snorted. "It was your son who attempted murder. What are you yelling about here?" After saying this, he slapped her. Slap. A bright red handprint appeared on her face. Su Guo rubbed his palm while his hand was still a little numb. It seemed that Li Xiaoyan's skin was truly thick. After that slap, Li Xiaoyan had nothing to say, and Su Guo did not continue to hit her. The one who received the most beating was still Qin Shuj, the father. After all, he was the head of the Qin family. If he didn't get hit, who would? The villagers watching the show felt it was only fair, since Qin Shug's son Qin Feihu genuinely intended to kill Su Guo. What could be said about that? Su Jiangwo coldly snorted, gritting his teeth while looking at Qin Shuj. "It's fortunate that your son didn't injure Su Guo. If he had, you would know the consequences now. Look after your other two sons. If anything like this happens again, be ready to face the consequences." After saying this, he picked up a brick and swung it at Qin Shug's head. He had only this one son. If he died, it would be the end of his line. One could imagine what Su Jiangwo might do. The villagers wouldn't think it excessive even now. As evening approached, the village head finally returned from town. Knowing such a significant incident had occurred, he immediately sought out the Su family. Upon entering the house, village head Zhao saw Qin Feihu tied up in the yard. Village head Zhao ignored Qin Feihu and looked at Su Guo, smiling. "Su Guo, I heard you were out today, due to some matters." "No worries, village head. I've already sent my cousin Su Shengli to the county seat. Come have a drink of water. The police from the county should be here tomorrow." "Well," village head Zhao replied, taking the hot tea from his hand, "since you've already taken care of things, that's the best outcome." Village head Zhao had no intention of protecting Qin Feihu. His relationship with both the Su family and the Qin family was merely average. However, since the incident occurred in the village, if he didn't come to inquire, it wouldn't look good for him if it got out. After finishing the tea, village head Zhao chatted with Su Jiangwo and Su Weiguo for a while, then left, while also indicating that he would treat this matter fairly and justly. He aimed to serve as a warning to those in the village who wielded guns. Don't think you can act tough just because you have a gun. You should know your place. After village head Zhao left, Su Weiguo smiled. This village head Zhao is quite clever. He directly distanced himself from this situation, leaving the trouble to me. Quite smart. Su Jiangwo also nodded. His mind is sharp. One wouldn't be able to discern it without careful consideration. Su Guo didn't think too much. As long as Qin Feihu was sent and that was all that mattered, he was already in a bad situation. Before long, another visitor arrived at the Su family. The second Liuzi, who had his gun snatched by Su Guo, stepped into the Su house. At first, he appeared arrogant and furious, having had his gun taken by Su Guo and knocked out by him, which made him feel extremely angry. But upon seeing the few people in the Su family, his arrogant demeanor instantly transformed into a flattering expression. "Su san gu su gu su de gu." Su Jiangwo glanced at the second Liuzi and chuckled lightly. "Second Liuzi, Lu Pao is gone. Have you become restless over the years?" This remark startled the second Liuzi, and he quickly replied, "Su san gu, what kind of joke is this?" "Second Liuzi, how about I help you loosen up?" said the second uncle Su Weiguo, cracking his knuckles. The second Liuzi turned pale with fright. He didn't want to be beaten, as the Su brothers were known for their heavy fists. Su Jiangwo said slowly, "Second Liuzi, you heard about what happened in the village today, right?" The second Liuzi nodded, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his expression tense. "Su san gu, I heard. After all, he had stopped Su Guo. If it weren't for him, Qin Feiyu might have already been caught. With a shotgun in hand, he could have sent Qin Feiyu straight to the police station. Su Guo casually said, "That's good to hear. Do you still want the shotgun?" The second Liuzi nodded eagerly, yes. Su Guo continued, "Lu Gu, I can give you the shotgun, but you need to be a witness for me." This statement left the second Liuzi confused and bewildered. "As a witness? What does that mean? I remember you were right behind us when you came. You must have seen Qin Feiyu shoot, right?" "Shoot? I didn't see that." However, the second Liuzi was not a fool. He quickly nodded and said, Right, I remember now. Oh, I did see Chen Feihu shoot at you. A shotgun versus the $50 promised by Chen Feiyu. He didn't need to think twice. Although Sugwa's words held no threatening tone, he didn't dare to gamble. What if Sugwa decided not to hand over the shotgun, just like today? Where would he go to seek justice? He was the only one left in his family. Sugwa smiled, narrowing his eyes at the second Liuzi. Hey, now we're on the same page. I hope Lu Gu will testify for me when the time comes. The second Liuzi felt a chill down his spine, as if being targeted by something. Su Jiangwo chuckled. All right, you can head back for now. If everything goes well tomorrow, I'll return the gun to you. The second Liuzi still did not leave, and Su Jiangwo continued. Don't worry, second Liuzi, your father has done me a favor. Once everything is resolved, you'll definitely get the gun back, rest assured. Hearing this, the second Liuzi finally left with peace of mind. Han Wan, seeing the matter concluded, returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Su Gua was in the side yard feeding the white dragon before Su Qian came over to stroke the dragon's fur, grinning. Brother, did you catch any greyhounds today? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about that. After saying this, Su Gua went inside and took out his bag, pulling out 2 live greyhounds and 2 greyhound skins. Here, sister, this skin is for you. You can sell it for some money later. Su Qian's eyes widened as she accepted it, realizing she had won the bet. Then Su Gua took the 2 live greyhounds and headed toward the kitchen, planning to add a dish for tonight. How did you get in here? Oh, greyhounds. Did you catch them in the western woods today? Su Gua chuckled. No, I found them on Shen Fai Long and the others. The white dragon did catch a wild chicken, but I didn't catch anything myself. This excuse was truly perfect. He couldn't go and question Chen Feihu, right? Hearing that Su Gua caught nothing, Han Wan nodded in satisfaction, feeling relieved. Su Gua handed the wild chicken and greyhounds to Han Wan. Having grown up in a hunter's family, she knew how to handle greyhound skins. She skinned the 2 greyhounds and propped them up with wood, handing them to Su Gua. Put them outside. Oh, let's add a couple of dishes tonight. Su Gua placed these 2 greyhound skins outside and gave one to his sister. These 2 skins would definitely be revealed in front of their mother, and he could not retrieve them as they were worth 10 coins together, and the family would not allow Su Gua to take them. Now Su Gua was left with only 1 greyhound skin, but he was not worried as he still had a piece of paper currency in hand. This currency was definitely an antique, but he couldn't determine its era. Sister, don't forget about the envelope, okay? Su Gua adjusted the position of the greyhound skin, looking at his cheerful sister Su Qian. Don't worry, you've already given me the greyhound skin, so the envelope matter will definitely be handled properly. Once your issues are settled, I will head to the county town. All right, sister, why don't you find a job in the county town? Mentioning work, Su Qian's expression instantly fell, and she rubbed her face, saying, I'll try my best, but there aren't many good jobs. With my junior high education, I don't know what I can do. Su Gua felt a wave of darkness sweep over him. Indeed, now his sister was quite different from the strong woman she had been in his previous life. Oh, she enjoyed a life of comfort and leisure now. Su Gua didn't say much, as at this age, who doesn't like comfort and enjoyment? Sister, why not consider setting up a street stall? Huh, a street stall. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's face changed slightly. For a 19-year-old girl, the idea of setting up a street stall in the county town was indeed a bit embarrassing. Su Gua noticed his sister's hesitation and said, Sister, setting up a street stall can be quite profitable. You can collect wild goods from the mountains and sell them in the county town for a profit. There's definitely money to be made. Su Gua knew that trading mountain goods could be lucrative. Su Qian wasn't greedy and just wanted to make some money with a street stall. After all, once they got married with a brother-in-law around and him as well, making money would be even easier. Forcing his sister to set up a stall was merely to encourage her to develop independence and to test if this venture would work. Collecting mountain goods? Are you talking about wild game, wild vegetables, mushrooms, pine nuts, and such? Su Gua nodded. Yes, city folks can't get these at all, so you could set up a stall and trade them. Su Qian thought for a moment and nodded. That could work. But I don't have that much money right now. Then how about this? When I return from our grandfather's place during the National Day, I'll help you figure something out. All right. Su Qian smiled slightly, looking at Su Gua. Su Gua rubbed his nose. Sister, why are you looking at me like that? You've changed. Su Gua shrugged and laughed. How have I changed? You've become someone who knows how to take care of this family. I wouldn't say you were a scoundrel before, but you were definitely living aimlessly. Now you've changed for the better, and that's great. Su Gua smiled and did not respond. When Li Pao returned to the village, he heard about his apprentice Chen Fei's incident with Su Gua, but such matters were beneath his concern. As for apprentices, he took Chen Feihu in mainly because of Chen Chug's gifts. Initially, he only wanted to accept Chen Feilong, but Chen Chuj ended up sending 3, which made him so angry, he nearly cursed. That's why after bringing the three brothers for a year, he let them start hunting on their own. When he had free time, Li Pao would teach them, but when he was busy, he couldn't be bothered. Chen Feihu has really hit a wall this time. Li Pao shook his head with a chuckle as he walked. Wasn't the lesson from the Su family enough last time? Here we go again, truly foolish. I need to go check tomorrow. After all, I'm a master, and I need to maintain appearances. Looking at the 4 hunting dogs, he had Li Pao remembered the white dragon he saw today. He was genuinely envious. Li Pao collected his thoughts and led the hunting dogs back. He wasn't sure if the Su family's dogs were worth anything. If they were, he could borrow them to use. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Chun family became particularly strange. In the afternoon, Su family's 3 brothers and Sugwa barged in, either fighting or smashing things. There wasn't a single intact area in the courtyard except for the kitchen where they had meals. Chen Chuj wore a helpless expression, lifting his eyelids to look at his wife Li Xiaoyan. Wife, could you please start cooking? Cooking. What kind of cooking? Li Xiaoyan had a swollen face, and her hair was a mess resembling a shrew. They've smashed everything. As the head of the family, are you still a man, just standing there watching them attack us? Hearing his wife's words, Chen Chuj forced a smile and laughed coldly. What else can I do? Do you want to use a gun? Sugwa's cousin Su Shengli has already reported to the county, and the police will come tomorrow. Unless we can find the gun, Feihu won't be in any trouble. At most, it would only be a charge of provoking trouble, not attempted murder. After being lectured, Li Xiaoyan covered her face and awkwardly walked toward the kitchen to casually find some vegetables and start cutting. Chen Chuj then turned to Chen Feilong beside him and murmured, if Feihu doesn't make it through this time, when you see anyone from the Su family, keep quiet unless you have the ability to kill them for sure, otherwise don't act out. Chen Feilong and Chen Feiyu nodded after hearing this. Chen Chuj sprawled on the ground looking at the pitch-black sky. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, drawing blood. Eventually, he let out a long sigh. How did life come to this? Yes, how did life come to this? Perhaps the answer was something only he understood deep down. He didn't regret offending the Su family. What he regretted was why his second son Chen Feihu hadn't shot Sugwa dead, which would have prevented all the subsequent troubles. Dad, look, I've won. Sugwa caught a greyhound in the woods. Look, this is evidence. At this moment, Su Qian was showcasing a greyhound skin given to her by Sugwa in front of Su Zhangwo, along with 2 other greyhound skins. Su Zhangwo was taken aback and looked up at Sugwa's son. Did you really catch this? He was aware of the value of a single greyhound skin, which was 5 coins, and it was intact. Nearby, the uncles, upon hearing the commotion, looked over, and after learning the situation, stared wide-eyed at Sugwa. Suigwa chuckled. Sugwa, did you quietly learn hunting? Suigwa glanced at him and said, Sugwa, you're way better than your father. Sugwa quickly replied, Uncle, I just got lucky and caught one in the greyhound den. These 2 were found on Chen Feilong. How could I say I hunted them? By the way, Dad, Uncle, you guys are in for a treat today. Mom is making greyhound meat along with a wild chicken and some roe deer meat. This time it's all meat dishes. He didn't dare admit to hunting as he didn't have the capital to be honest about it. At least he wanted to wait until after National Day to talk about it. Suigwa patted his mouth and laughed. Oh, look at what I said, I forgot. He knew that his sister-in-law Han Wan didn't like Sugwa hunting. Suigwa laughed. All meat dishes. That's great, truly great. By the way, Sugwa, did you find anything in the greyhound den? I heard from the people who went to the mountains that they found money and antiques there. Su Zhangwo nodded. You're talking about Li Pao, right? He did find some antiques and sold them for quite a bit. I think he sold 7 or 8 large notes. Hearing this, Sugwa's heart trembled, and he tightened his grip on the paper currency in his pocket. He had seen this currency himself, but it was covered in dirt and grime, and he couldn't recognize what it was. He dared not try it easily, fearing he would ruin the note. Sugwa chuckled and said, Uncle, I've never heard before that one could find antiques in the greyhound den. If I had known earlier, I would have tried it out myself. Li Pao is really lucky. Sugwa sighed, knowing that Li Pao had set his sights on the white dragon and that he wouldn't let it go easily. Before Sugwa could say anything else, Han Wan's voice sounded from the kitchen. Sugwa, Su Qian, bring the dishes, it's time to eat. Hearing the call, Su Qian and Sugwa entered the kitchen to help their mother bring the dishes to the Kong table. They had chicken stewed with mushrooms, sauerkraut stir-fried with greyhound meat, and a portion of stir-fried roe deer meat with corn cakes as the staple food. Dinner was quite rich. Just as Sugwa and Su Qian placed the dishes on the Kong table, they heard their second uncle chuckle. Sugwa, this wild chicken was caught by your dog, right? Sugwa laughed. Yes, it was caught by the white dragon. Impressive, impressive. Suigwa gave a thumbs up in praise. In these times, having a dog that could catch wild chickens meant the family could have meat every few days. Uncle, should we call my nephew and niece over with so many dishes? As soon as he said this, Su Igwa Su Jangwo and Su Weigwa looked at Su Guo with satisfaction. This kid had truly grown up. Whether the adults eat well or not is not important. They mainly want the children to have a taste. However, Su Weigwa and Su Igwa couldn't be the ones to initiate it. Unexpectedly, Su Guo spoke up first. Uncle, I'll go call my nephew and niece. Su Qian smiled as she got off the Kong. Su Guo's cousins were all married. Uncle Su Weigwa had a grandson who was Su Guo's nephew, and Uncle Su Igwa had a granddaughter who was Su Guo's niece. Uncle Su Weigwa wanted to stop her, but Su Jangwo held him back and said with a smile, "Let Su Qian go." "All right then, let her go. Here, Dad, Uncle I'll pour you a drink." Su Guo took out the leftover bottle of liquor from last time. After pouring it full, he poured himself a cup and said, "Uncle, thanks to you two watching over us today, we were able to slip past them in the village. Then because you were there, we managed to enter the Chun family and give them a good beating. This cup of wine is to toast you." "Thank you." After saying this, Su Guo downed the drink in one go, feeling a fiery sensation in his throat. This was the first time he had drunk alcohol in this life, and damn, it was really spicy. Uncle Su Weigwa and Uncle Su Igwa watched as Su Guo finished his drink in one gulp, laughing heartily, and turning to Su Jangwo beside him saying, "Third brother Su Guo has truly grown up. He dares to drink now. He never would have dared before." Uncle Su Igwa looked at Su Guo and asked, "How does it feel?" Su Guo touched his throat, his face slowly turning red. "Spicy, too spicy." "You little rascal, I was just about to stop you, yet you finished it in one go," Su Jangwo said helplessly, having not reacted in time. This was Su Guo's first experience with alcohol, and the redness on his face was evident. Indeed, it was his first drink. Han Wan patted Su Guo on the back, soothing him, then shot a glare at Su Jangwo. Upon meeting her gaze, Su Jangwo fell silent. "Are you feeling better?" Much better, Su Guo said helplessly, rubbing his temples. It was his first time drinking, and he nearly got himself drunk. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. "All right, don't be so strong-willed. There will be more opportunities to drink and build your tolerance later." After Han Wan finished speaking, Uncle Su Weigwa chimed in, "Sister-in-law is right, Su Guo. Drinking isn't done like this. You finished it in one gulp. How could it not be spicy on your throat, especially since this is liquor? Eat some food to settle your stomach." Uncle Su Igwa offered Su Guo a piece of meat. Before long, Su Qian brought the nephew and niece over. Nephew Su Feixiong was already 6 years old, and niece Su Meili was 5. Even at 5, it was clear that she was a beauty in the making. Su Guo smiled and ruffled Su Feixiong's hair, asking, "Do you know who I am?" "I know, Su Uncle." "Oh, you remember," Su Guo said, handing a chicken leg of wild chicken to Su Feixiong. Su Feixiong held it with his small hands, his eyes shining, swallowing several times, a bit of juice dripping from the corner of his mouth. "It smells so good, so good. Go ahead and eat." Su Meili watched Su Guo with wide eyes, saying, "Su Uncle, what about mine? What about mine?" Coming. Here, have this one too." Su Guo handed her the other chicken leg. There were only 2 legs from one wild chicken, and they both ended up in the children's bellies. Uncle Su Weigwa and Uncle Su Igwa looked at Su Guo with affectionate smiles. Su Jangwo also observed this and sighed inwardly. He knows how to be a good person. Just after Su Guo had given the chicken leg to Su Meili, Su Feixiong had already finished his leg, his hands covered in grease. "Su Uncle is there. More." Su Guo looked at Su Feixiong's eager gaze and tapped his head gently, "Eating that fast? Like Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit." Feixiong hadn't had much meat all year, so how could he not eat quickly when given a chicken leg? "There's none left, but there is other meat. Come on, get on the Kong and eat." Su Guo lifted Su Feixiong and Su Meili onto the Kong, placing chopsticks for them while reminding them not to eat too much. Neither of the children had eaten such good food before, and if they overindulged, they might get an upset stomach. Even with Su Guo watching over them, they still ate quite a bit. Fortunately, being children, their stomachs were small, and after a while they couldn't eat anymore. Su Guo watched them while eating, while Su Weigwa, Su Igwa, and Su Jangwo drank freely. Alright, there was still someone outside the courtyard. But it didn't matter, it let them stay hungry. Dinner went by quickly, adhering to the clean plate policy. Su Guo looked at the plates on the Kong table and confirmed that it was indeed not enough. 6 adults, 2 children, 3 meat dishes, and over a dozen pancakes. Next time during National Day, when he returns, he should bring back more game. It would be best to have a variety, as this would make the dishes tastier. After dinner, his nephew and niece on the Kong had already fallen asleep. They ate quickly, their stomachs small. Once they were full, they lay down on the Kong. Being full made it easy for them to sleep, and being children, they simply drifted off. Uncle Su Weigwa picked up Su Feixiong beside him and said softly, "Third brother, my son will probably be back tomorrow morning. After breakfast, he'll come over." "All right." Uncle Su Igwa also picked up Su Meili and said goodbye to Su Jiangwo before leaving. Su Jiangwo originally wanted to keep them, but then realized their home only had 3 kangs, which was not enough for everyone to sleep, so it was better not to keep them. Su Guo walked Uncle Su Igua and Uncle Su Weigua to the door. The 2 elders said to Su Guo, "Su Guo, you go back now, don't see us off. Tomorrow will be a tough battle, and the Qin family will definitely make a fuss. Rest well today." "Okay, I understand, Uncle and Second Uncle." Second Uncle, take care on the way home." Just as Su Guo finished speaking, Uncle Su Weiguo's Su Feixiong woke up, rubbing his blurry eyes and looking at Su Guo. "Su Uncle, when can I come back to your house again?" Su Guo smiled. "Any time is fine." Really? Little glutton, always thinking about food. Su Guo were leaving now. Uncle Su Weigua patted his grandson in his arms, said goodbye to Su Guo, and then left. Su Guo watched as the 2 elders departed. Little glutton. At that time, he was just like his nephew, always sneaking into his uncle's and second uncle's homes, also greedy for good food. Regaining his composure and returning to the side courtyard, Su Guo looked at Chen Feihu tied to the tree. This time, he didn't even feel like speaking to him. Chen Feihu had wilted, lacking any backbone. Su Guo fed the white dragon and lay on the Kong, murmuring, "I can only solve this matter tomorrow before going to find grandfather." Well, a day's delay is just a day's delay. The next morning, Su Guo was awakened by the incessant clucking of the old hens raised in the yard. There was no way around it. There were quite a few chickens in the yard, most of them old hens specifically for laying eggs. The old hens only clucked when they were laying eggs. Su Guo opened the door, seeing Chen Feihu tied up outside looking drowsy. Su Guo turned his head to the side just in time to see Su Qian also opening her door, looking at Su Guo. "Brother, you're up so early today." Su Guo sighed, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. "No choice, the old hens are too noisy." "Haha, why don't you let Mom kill our chickens?" "I wouldn't dare." "Are you kidding?" If he said that, he would definitely get beaten, though it was better not to say anything. Su Guo's eyes twinkled as he looked at Su Qian, smiling. "Sister, what do you think came first, the chicken or the egg?" This was a disgusting riddle, much like the one with the monkeys in the tree. Su Qian was momentarily stunned, then replied, "Of course the chicken came first." "Then what about the egg?" Su Qian's face was filled with confusion. "Then, did the egg come first?" Su Guo continued to probe. "How did the egg come about?" Su Qian was so confused. This was a disgusting, yet scientifically challenging question. Seeing his sister not respond, Su Guo felt as if her mind was in a battle. Su Jiangwo rushed in from outside, saying, "Son, let's go. Your cousin has brought the police back. Bring Chen Feihu along." Su Guo's face lit up, nodding, "Okay." He held on to Chen Feihu and followed his father, then called for the white dragon. Su Jiangwo frowned. "What do you need the dog for?" Su Guo replied casually, "It might be useful." "All right, let's go." The police are already at the Chen family's place. Your uncle, second uncle, and cousin are already there. Okay. Soon Su Guo and Su Jiangwo arrived at the Chen family home. Villagers gathered nearby, holding a few steamed buns and pickled vegetables, squatting to watch the scene. Su Guo noticed the crowd was bustling. Many people had come, a good portion of the village had arrived, and even the militia team had shown up. Su Guo and Su Jiangwo waded through the throng and entered the Chen house. A police officer looking at Su Guo lifted his eyelids and asked, "Did you ask your cousin to report this?" "Yes, Chen Feihu attempted murder." Chen Feihu was now acting crazily, yelling, I didn't kill. Beside him, Chen Chuj quickly added, "Right, my son didn't kill anyone. It was this bunch from the Su family who attacked us first, trying to frame us." Su Guo chuckled. They weren't family, so they wouldn't enter the same door. All were in the same boat, clearly refusing to admit guilt. Don't you know in your hearts whether it's true or not? Moreover, I said attempted murder, not murder. The police officer nodded, then looked at Su Guo, asking, "Is there a witness?" It would be best if someone had seen it. Attempted murder is not a small matter. It must be handled meticulously. There were many people present, including Li Pao and Zhao Dezhu, who came over just to take a look and do a surface-level job, since they were all from his village. Chen Feihu gave a cold smirk, looking at Su Guo like a venomous snake. Witness. There were only 4 people present, 3 surnamed Chun and 1 Su. Would the Chen family help the Su family? I am a witness. One of the Liu brothers in the crowd walked up under great pressure. There was no choice. $50 was far less important than a hunting rifle. I am the witness. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Chen family was stunned. Chen Feihu's sinister gaze shot at the Liu brother, wishing he could devour him whole. The police were momentarily taken aback, then asked, "You are the witness?" "Yes, I am the witness." The Liu brother straightened his chest and stepped up to the police. "All right, then tell us everything you saw and experienced that day." The Liu brother nodded. "Sure." Liuzi spoke with a tense expression. That day, I went to the western woods, and I saw Chen Feihu using a shotgun to shoot Sugua. This is what I witnessed with my own eyes. You. Chen Feihu next to him glared at Liuzi, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What? Did I say something wrong? Liuzi steeled his heart as the money was already lost. He might as well go all out. Sugwa said, there are witnesses now. Can we take Chen Feihu away? Attempted murder has already been confirmed. Chen Feihu's face changed, turning pale and weak. Wait a moment. Chen Chuj next to him glanced at Sugwa and once again spoke to the police. Just now Liuzi said he used a shotgun. May I ask where the shotgun is? There are witnesses, but where is the physical evidence? Upon hearing this, Sugwa narrowed his eyes slightly. This old man is truly pitiable. Fortunately, Sugwa had already anticipated this step. Chen Feihu had brought the shotgun home, and the Chen family had not gone out these past few days, which means the shotgun was still hidden in the Chen family. As for disassembling the shotgun and throwing it away, Chen Chuj did not have that much heart. After all, a shotgun had cost nearly 2/3 of his family's wealth. How could he just destroy it? Su Weigua directly scolded. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. You took the shotgun away and hid it privately, you scoundrels. Chen Chuj sneered, you say I hid it. Find and go and search for it. If you find it, then we can compare the ballistic trajectory. If it's real, then Chen Feihu should go in. If not, and the evidence is insufficient, I ask Sugwa to release my son Chen Feihu in front of the police. What are you doing? He was gambling, betting that Sugwa would not dare to. Unfortunately, he encountered the audacious Sugwa. Su Qian heard Chen Chug's words and spat, shameless. Chen Chuj lightly scoffed. Heh. Sugwa narrowed his eyes and smiled. You said it yourself. Do you really think I can't find a shotgun? Sugwa, holding the white dragon in his hand, stepped toward Chen Feihu. Chen Feihu's face showed panic. What do you want? To find the shotgun. Sugwa said, casually, showing no regard for Chen Feihu, then rubbed the white dragon's head. Remember his scent. Then he stepped directly into the Chen family. Li Pao, who saw this scene, frowned. Using a dog to find a shotgun. How keen is that dog's nose? Chen Feihu looked at Sugwa's back and smiled, creating mystery. The shotgun was buried underground. How could he find it? Su Jiangwo quickly caught up with Sugwa. Are you confident? Sugwa nodded. Dad, you'll know in a moment. Sugwa had now entered the Chen family, which was still as messy as usual. Bai Long carefully sniffed the air, and after a while he suddenly dashed towards the Chen family's backyard. By the time Sugwa caught up, Bai Long had stopped at a damp spot. Sugwa walked over about to dig when he caught a whiff of a disgusting urine smell. Damn, this dog is ruthless with its own shotgun. Sugwa never expected that he had buried the shotgun only to have it urinated on. It was truly disgusting. Sugwa found an iron shovel and began digging, and soon he unearthed the shotgun that had been buried in the dirt. Sugwa picked up the shotgun, rolled his eyes, and then stuffed dirt into the shotgun's barrel. He knew he couldn't take the shotgun away. He still had to present it as evidence later, so it was better to stuff more dirt into it to make the shotgun unusable. After all, it wasn't his, so he didn't care. Sugwa slowly worked in the Chun family's backyard. Meanwhile, the people outside had been waiting for half an hour. Chen Chuj frowned. It had been so long. Why hadn't he come out? Could it be that he found it? It shouldn't be. If he found it, he would have come out long ago. Chen Feiyu muttered, Dad, why is he still not out? Li Xiaoyan took over the conversation, continuing, could it be that he has already found it? Impossible. Even if he used a dog, he couldn't find it. I urinated on it. The scent must be covered up. Chen Feiyu and Chun Chug's expressions changed, and Chen Feiyu immediately shook his head. You. Then Sugwa's hearty laughter came. Haha, Dad, why are you saying that about others? After all, it's just in their nature to be heartless. Sugwa raised the shotgun in his hand and smiled. Is this the shotgun? Chen Feiyu's expression changed upon seeing this, muttering. How is that possible? How could it be? Sugwa smiled and rubbed Bai Long's head. There is nothing impossible. To keep a secret, one must not do anything wrong. Police, now that there are both witnesses and physical evidence, can we arrest Chen Feihu now? If anyone doubts, they can go check the ballistic trajectory from when Chen Feihu shot in the western woods. This one sentence completely blocked off the Chun family's path. Today, Chen Feihu would undoubtedly go to jail. Li Pao squinted his eyes, making a sound only he could hear. It really is fragrant. The police took the shotgun handed over by Sugwa, and then looked at Liuzi, Zhao Tuanchang, Sugwa, and Chen Feihu. Zhao Tuanchang, it seems that today's matter is already clear. This person I will take away. Zhao Tuanchang nodded. Punish as it should be, do as it should be. Good. Then the police took Chen Feihu away, and as they left, Sugwa smiled at Chen Feihu, killing two birds with one stone. The members of the Chun family saw this scene, and all returned home, closing the door tightly, feeling humiliated, utterly humiliated. The villagers who had been watching the drama had finished their breakfast, and the show was over. It was time for them to return to work. The Su family also returned home soon after. As soon as they got home, Su Gua hugged his cousin's arm and expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for cousin Su Shengli running an errand, they would have wasted a lot of time. Su Shengli's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. What's there to thank? We're all of the same surname, one family. All right, brother Shengli, I'll treat you to drinks when I have the chance. Okay. All right, the matter is settled, and the burden on our hearts has been lifted. Ooh, I'll go cook for you all. Han Wan rubbed her chest, and the wrinkles on her face increased a lot. It was evident that she hadn't slept well these past 2 days. Han Wan went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for everyone. Su Gua chuckled. Mom cut more roe deer meat, so my brother Shengli can eat his fill. Got it. The Su family felt warm and cozy, while the Chun family felt like dark clouds loomed overhead, filled with despair. Didn't you say it couldn't be found? Listening to his father's words, Chun Feiyu's heart sank, and he stammered, I don't know, it was hidden so well. Who knew it would be found like this? Chen Feilong beside him said nothing. He couldn't help at all, and would just get scolded if he spoke. Holding the shotgun in his hand, Chen Feilong clenched it tightly. The humiliation from yesterday was something he would never forget. He had to succeed. He must succeed. He needed to become better and stronger. Chen Feilong's grip tightened as he felt the dirt on the shotgun. He frowned as he rubbed his hands together. Why was there dirt? He then took a closer look at the shotgun, and upon closer inspection, nearly fainted from anger. Chen Chuj was still scolding Chen Feiyu. Fortunately, the shotgun is still there. There is still a chance for a comeback. Huh? What's wrong with you? Seeing Chen Feilong's almost fainting expression, Chen Chuj frowned and asked him. Chen Feilong handed the shotgun to his father. Dad, the barrel of this shotgun is filled with dirt, and the inside of the gun is also filled with dirt. Upon hearing this, Chen Chuj felt his head buzzing and quickly stepped over to take a look. Once he saw, he was nearly scared out of his wits. I told you to bury the gun. I didn't say to stuff dirt into the barrel. Chen Chuj picked up a nearby shotgun and swung it at Chen Feiyu, instinctively believing the dirt inside the shotgun was caused by Chen Feiyu. The dirt inside the shotgun's barrel was completely blocked, and the entire firearm was filled with dirt. Even fixing it would cost 7 or 8 large bills, and it might not even be reparable. How could he not be angry? The second son had gone to jail, and the Chun family's reputation in the village was ruined. It was difficult to have even one shotgun left, and there was still a slim chance of a comeback. Now it had turned into this. Chen Feiyu was also dumbfounded. When he buried the gun, he specifically checked the barrel to ensure no dirt got in, which was why he felt secure enough to start burying it. Dad, I didn't put any dirt in when I buried it. I'm wronged. Upon hearing this, Chun Chug's body trembled as if electrocuted. His face changed slightly, and he directly said it was Su Gua. It must be Su Gua. The only one who went to the backyard was him. He was the one who took out the shotgun. Su Gua, you are so ruthless. After saying this with a creak, he blacked out and fainted. Chen Feiyu and Chun Feilong quickly supported their father. Dad. On the other side, Su Gua was sitting at the table eating breakfast. Breakfast couldn't be too greasy. He had soup, some roe deer meat, and pickled vegetables. Su Xingli picked up a piece of roe deer meat and stuffed it into his mouth, looking at Su Gua in front of him. Su Gua, how did you know the shotgun was in the backyard? Su Gua smiled. Brother Xingli, they haven't left the house. The gun was hidden at home, either in the front yard or the backyard. It was Bai Long who found it. Our Bai Long has a very keen nose. Su Xingli mumbled, a keen nose. No wonder he could find the shotgun. Uncle Su Weigua shook his head. What a pity. If only that shotgun had been disassembled and sold, it would have been even better. They are already enemies. Of course, Su Weigua wants the other party to have a hard time. Besides, if they have a gun, what if Su Gua's situation arises unexpectedly? Su Gua chuckled. Uncle, the reason I came out so late was because I was tinkering with that shotgun, stuffing dirt into the barrel. The entire shotgun is filled with dirt, and even if the Chun family comes to repair it, it will likely cost 7 or 8 large bills. Upon finishing, the expressions of everyone at the Su family's table were stunned as they looked at Su Gua. It was Uncle Su Weigua who broke the ice with a hearty laugh, which eased the atmosphere. Su Gua, you really are clever. The second uncle chimed in, laughing. With what you did, you'll definitely infuriate Chin Chuj. Whether he faints or not, I don't know, but he will definitely be enraged. Dad, how does the Chin family have so much money? They can't have money to buy shotguns, can they? Su Jiangwo said. What else could it be? Chin Chuj isn't doing well, but his cousins are doing quite well. I heard they are doing business in the county and have supported Chin Chuj quite a bit. Why support him? Logically speaking, cousins shouldn't be that close, right? Chin Chug's father raised his cousins since childhood. They are like real brothers. Su Gua nodded, realizing this. After finishing breakfast, Sugwa went into the kitchen to help his mother wash the dishes. Mom, can we discuss something? Hanwan gave Sugwa a sidelong glance and continued, go ahead, what is it? Mom, if I leave and the hunters in the village want to borrow a dog, please don't lend it out. In the village, many hunters borrow dogs, and they share a portion of the hunt. The primary reason for borrowing is to assist with the lead dog, which is also referred to as a helper dog. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. Don't worry, your mom won't lend it out. After all, this dog was given to me by my father. I know it's a good dog and won't lend it to anyone else. All right. After saying this, Sugwa stepped outside. Just then Hanwan's icy voice came, come back and finish washing the dishes before you leave. You little rascal, you agreed to everything, and now you want to back out. After finishing, Sugwa returned to the side courtyard, tied up the white dragon, and rubbed its head. All right, white dragon, will be back in half a month. Then Sugwa went back into the house to pack some clothes into a bag. Sister, don't forget my request. Hey, don't worry, I know where you're leaving now. Yeah, I should reach our grandfather's house by around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Sister, I'm off. Suqian looked at Sugwa's back, shaking her head helplessly. Be careful on the road. Don't worry. Sugwa's departure was very sudden. Even Hanwan, Su Jiangwo, and others were unaware. Sugwa didn't mention it. He thought he could leave it to his older sister to explain later. Just as Sugwa took his first steps out, a familiar voice called from behind, Sugwa, are you going to your grandfather's house again? Turning around, Sugwa saw Zhou Yongjing. Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou, you haven't left yet. I was just about to leave. How about I give you a ride? To the village head. Zhou Yongjing patted the bicycle. He was riding a gift from his father-in-law, indicating how well he had chosen a wife who was well off. Sugwa scratched his head. No thanks, Uncle Zhou, I won't delay you. You should hurry and teach the kids. You little rascal trying to rush me away. Come on, let me give you a ride. Sugwa couldn't refuse and had to sit on Uncle Zhou's bicycle. As they rode, he felt a sharp pain in his rear. The roads in the village were rough and bumpy. At that time, bicycles didn't have cushioned seats for the back. It was just a metal rod that made Sugwa's ride very uncomfortable. As they chatted casually along the way, Zhou Yongjing turned the topic to Sugwa. Sugwa, has everything from the past few days been bothering you? Sugwa nodded with a smile. Yeah, Uncle Zhou, the Chun family is quite ruthless. They dare to do anything. Fortunately, the matter ended well, with Chun Feihu being sent away. Sugwa, do you want to hunt? As soon as he said this, Sugwa's expression tightened. What does he mean? Is there something implied here? Sugwa suddenly remembered that Uncle Zhou's father-in-law was also a hunter. He quickly shook his head and feigned a regretful tone. Uncle Zhou, let's forget it. I prefer a stable life. Hunting isn't suitable for me. No wonder you're a reborn person. You really know how to act. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yongjing didn't say much more. Fine then, mainly my father-in-law has been wanting to take on a disciple. I thought to recommend you, but if you're not interested in hunting, I'll look for someone else. Soon Zhou Yongjing brought Sugwa to the village head. The two were parting ways, and taking Sugwa along would make his journey longer. Uncle Zhou, I can get off here. All right. Zhou Yongjing stopped the bike and Sugwa got off. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. No need for thanks, take care on your journey. Sure. Sugwa slung his bag over his shoulder, took a glance at the village, and walked away, rubbing his hands together as he thought about the crossbow and golden eagle he had bought. He wondered how things were at his grandfather's place. At that moment, in the family village, Han Pao was sitting in the courtyard, occasionally looking up at the 2 golden eagles beside him. Sugwa, why hasn't he arrived yet? Didn't he say he would be here yesterday? Grandma chuckled. He probably got delayed by something. Just wait, why are you in such a hurry? I'm not in a hurry at all. You're the one who's anxious. Hey, look at how many times you've swept the floor. All right, I won't sweep anymore. You can do it next time. Han Pao. Old Mouse slipped up. I didn't mean that. Grandma paid no attention to Han Pao and returned to the Kong to make shoes for Sugwa. With autumn approaching, it was time to change shoes. Noon passed quickly and Han Pao looked at the dishes on the table with a distracted expression. What's wrong? Is it that you can't eat without your grandson here? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not like that. Oh, you're not? Well, fine then. Grandma continued, the bear ball should be ready in a few days, right? Wait a bit longer, it's only been 3 days. Let's see how it goes after 7 or 8 days. This one bear gallbladder is worth 600 to 700 yuan. Sugwa is really lucky. Thinking about the bear bile's origin, Han Pao wore a helpless and bitter smile. In the village, it was rumored that the mountain god rewarded Han Pao, but who knew that the real beneficiary was Sugwa? What? Are you envious? Hey, what are you talking about? What would I be envious of? I've hunted bears before, but it seems there aren't many bears left in the mountains now. Even if you find one, don't take Sugwa with you. He's still so young. What if a bear roars and scares him? We'll just wait for our daughter to tear us apart. I was just saying. Han Pao chuckled, awkwardly scratching his head. He certainly wouldn't dare to take Sugwa hunting bears. He could go himself, but it would be difficult for Sugwa to tag along. The outcome isn't necessarily 1 + 1 = 2. While they were having their meal, Sugwa was facing a harsher reality, carrying only some dry rations on the road. Wanting to hunt, he found himself surrounded by desolate wilderness, not even a trace of prey in sight. His slingshot was of no use. Sugwa hid in a shaded area under a tree, gathered some firewood, took out the glutinous rice dumpling he carried with him, and placed it on the fire to roast. Just as he was about to take a bite, he heard a slight rustling nearby. Sugwa immediately became alert. One must always be vigilant in the wild. He put away the glutinous rice dumpling, picked up his slingshot, and looked in the direction of the sound. What he saw startled him. 2 yellow weasels were dragging 2 young red dogs. The sight made Sugwa's eyelids twitch. Those 2 young red dogs were actually jackals. Sugwa looked back, but found no signs of the jackals. If these 2 young red dogs were raised well, they could become excellent hunting dogs. They were born hunters. If raised and trained properly, they would make for 2 great helper dogs. Without thinking twice, Sugwa grabbed his slingshot, pulled it back, and let it go. Whoosh! The sound echoed, followed by the painful howl of the yellow weasel. However, they were reluctant to let go of the 2 young red dogs. Sugwa took aim again and shot the other weasel. The 2 weasels were hit hard and finally released their grip on the 2 red dogs and fled. Sugwa muttered, "Have these 2 yellow weasels turned spiritual? It took me a few shots to make them leave." Normally, Sugwa could hit a medium-sized wild beast with a single shot, which showed how unusual these 2 weasels were. Sugwa hurriedly approached the 2 young red dogs. They had not been harmed. Sugwa flipped them over to examine them closely. Great, just great. Their bones are large, and their paws are big. If they're raised well, they will surely be good dogs. The bite force of red dogs is strong enough to break the skin of wild boars. Moreover, red dogs tend to target the underbelly, which is a very vulnerable spot for large prey. Take wild boars, for example. They have tough skin, but their only weak points are their rear and undercarriage. Furthermore, red dogs are known for their teamwork. With the addition of the white dragon and these 2 red dogs, once successfully trained, hunting will become much easier. The 2 young red dogs looked at Sugwa with fear. He tore open the glutinous rice dumpling and offered it to the 2 pups. The young red dogs opened their mouths and began to eat the glutinous rice dumpling. "I'm sorry for putting you through this. I'll feed you meat when we get to Grandpa's this afternoon." After saying this, Sugwa cradled the 2 red dogs in his hands and headed toward Lee Family Village. Updates daily at 1159. Around 3 in the afternoon, Sugwa arrived at Li Jiao and rubbing his legs. It had been quite a journey. Upon entering the village, Sugwa followed a small path to his grandfather's house. "Grandpa, I'm back." Han Pao raised his drooping head, and upon seeing Sugwa, his face lit up with excitement. "You finally made it. What happened yesterday? Didn't come." Sugwa chuckled, first placing down his bag. On the way into the village, he had discreetly put 2 young red puppies in the bag and cheerfully spoke to his grandfather. "There was a little incident, but it's already been taken care of." "What incident?" Grandma looked up at Sugwa while tidying up, inquiring curiously. Sugwa picked up his golden eagle, rubbed its head, and the eagle leaned, and clearly remembering who its master was. Sugwa then recounted what had happened yesterday and this morning. Han Pao frowned upon hearing it. "The Chun Fei who you mentioned is quite the fool. Luckily you weren't hurt. Those bastards really dare to do anything." After his complaint, Han Pao approached and patted his grandfather's back. "It's nothing, Grandpa, just some minor issues. They wouldn't dare come after us." The 2 young red puppies poked their heads out of the bag, looking towards Sugwa and Han Pao, yapping excitedly. "What noise is that?" Han Pao paused for a second, then his gaze fell on Sugwa's bag. "Did you bring dogs, eh?" "No, I found these 2 young puppies on the way." Sugwa walked over to the bag and took out the 2 young red puppies, holding them in his hands. They were small enough to fit in Sugwa's palm, likely just 7 or 8 days old. "You found them?" After finding a big score last time, he found 2 more young puppies this time. Han Pao looked at Sugwa, eagerly awaiting his explanation. Sugwa squeezed the puppy's jaws and said, "I saw 2 hawks dragging these puppies, so I chased off the hawks and snatched them from their claws." "You kid. What great luck you have. If these 2 young puppies were raised well, they could become excellent hunting dogs. This luck is quite rare." "Grandpa, do you have anything to eat?" "Give them some meat." "Yes, I'll get you some. Remember, don't feed them wolf meat in the future." Sugwa nodded. "Don't worry." Han Pao went inside and brought out some roe deer meat, placing it in Sugwa's hands. "Feed them this." Sugwa cut the 2 small pieces of roe deer meat into thin strips with a knife, squatting on the ground to feed the 2 young puppies. As they chewed and tore at the meat, Sugwa rubbed their heads and chuckled. "Slow down." With a bit left in his hands, Sugwa whistled, and the small golden eagle flew to his arm. "Little Jean, come here." He tossed the remaining meat to the golden eagle. Han Pao, watching from the side, remarked with a smile, "With the golden eagle and those two young puppies growing up, you'll have better hunting gear than me next year." Sugwa laughed while scratching his head. "Grandpa, I may have the gear, but my skills can't compare to yours." "Oh, you're being modest now. Have you checked your crossbow? I almost forgot about it." Sugwa slapped his head, but instead of getting up, he cheerfully pulled out some paper money from his pocket. "Grandpa, do you remember when you told me about the antiques in the badger's burrow? Is this what you dug out from the badger's tree hole?" Han Pao focused his gaze on the paper money in Sugwa's hand, which was covered in dirt, making it hard to tell what kind of paper money it was. "Yes, Grandpa, take a look. What dynasty is this paper money from?" Sugwa handed over the paper money with a grin. Han Pao took it, examined it closely, and held it up to the sunlight. Through the light, he could see two dragons playing with a pearl. The Great Qing banknotes issued by the Hunan Official Money Bureau in the 32nd year of Guangxu, valued at 5 taels silver, and the general currency note of 1 yuan issued by the Jiangsu Yusa Government Silver Money Bureau in the 32nd year of Guangxu. The so-called Great Qing banknotes, also known as money tickets, began printing in the 3rd year of Xianfeng, 1853, using coins as a standard with various denominations. Initially, they printed denominations of 250, 500, 1,000, 1,500, and 2,000 coins. Later, due to serious inflation, they added new denominations of 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, and 100,000 coins. From the 3rd year of Xianfeng to the 9th year, various denominations were issued. The Great Qing banknotes are printed in bright blue, made from white Shangxi double-fold paper, with the words Great Qing Banknotes at the top and decorated with the horizontal design of two dragons playing with a pearl at the bottom. This is why Han Pao could see two dragons playing with a pearl through the sunlight just now. Sug was seeing that his grandfather was examining it for a while, curiously asked, "Grandpa, what is this? Is it paper money?" "Yes." Han Pao continued, "It's Great Qing banknotes, but it won't sell for much." "Huh, not worth much. Isn't this an antique?" Sugwa was taken aback. At this point, antiques were starting to gain value, and many collectors and enthusiasts were buying. Han Pao continued, "It is an antique, but it's not worth much. At most, it can sell for around 50. Sugwa didn't feel too disappointed. 50 is better than nothing. Seeing Sugwa's expression change slightly, Han Pao chuckled. "What's with your face? This is something many people want, but can't get. 50 is not bad." Han Pao's words brought Sugwa back to reality. Sugwa rubbed his face. Okay, he had a bare gallbladder, and when comparing 600 to 50, it didn't seem that impressive. This was why Sugwa felt somewhat underwhelmed. If this was half a month ago, even a great unity bill would have made Sugwa happy for a month. "Grandpa, it's still not dark yet. Take me into the mountains to explore. Can you not sit still for a moment?" Han Pao shook his head helplessly. "Let's skip today. Even if we go, we won't have much time in the mountains. Instead, tomorrow we can head into the mountains together, and you should practice your crossbow now to improve your aim." After saying that, Han Pao handed the paper money to Sugwa. "Take care of this, don't lose it. Once the bare gallbladder is ready, we can sell it together in the county town." "All right." Sugwa grinned, handing the two red puppies to Han Pao as he stepped into the house to retrieve his crossbow. Then Sugwa grabbed a few empty wine bottles from inside the house, walking out with the crossbow and quiver. "Can you handle that? Want me to teach you?" Sugwa chuckled. "No need, I can do it myself." Sugwa took an arrow out of the quiver, placed it on the crossbow, gently lifted his arm, supporting it with the other hand, and pulled the trigger. A whoosh sounded. The arrow shot out of the groove and zipped past the wine bottle, awkwardly missing it. It had barely missed the empty wine bottle, and Han Pao remarked from the side, "Steady your hand, remember your slingshot aim. Don't rush, take your time." Sugwa nodded after hearing this, preparing to draw an arrow from the quiver again, when his grandfather's voice came, "Go pick it up. Don't use the ones in the quiver." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sugwa quickly dashed forward to retrieve the arrow he had just shot and placed it in the crossbow. This time he focused his weight on the sight, aimed carefully, and gently pulled the trigger. The arrow shot out with a whoosh. With a crash, the sound of breaking glass followed. Sugwa looked over. The empty bottle had shattered, and Han Pao smiled slightly. "The child is teachable." Sugwa jogged over to pick up the arrow. The arrowhead was still intact without any damage. "Looks like that vendor knows his stuff. This arrow is quite good." He picked up another empty wine bottle and placed it on top. Just as he returned to his previous position, Grandpa said, "Step back a bit more, take 3 steps back." "Stop, just stay at this position." Sugwa twitched his mouth. "Grandpa, this isn't it too far? You want to get close and wrestle with wild beasts? Do you really think all beasts are as easy to handle as the last red dog? Let's start practicing." Sugwa stood in this position, looking at the wine bottle ahead, took a deep breath, raised his crossbow, and began practicing. On the other side, after Sugwa left, Su Qian told her mother that she was going to the county town as well. Holding the badger skin Sugwa gave her, which was worth 5 yuan, half a great unity. Upon reaching the county town, Su Qian sold the badger skin to the buyback station, then took care of her business, dropping the envelope Sugwa gave her at the post office with the correct postage. After finishing all this, Su Qian murmured, "I wonder if those two can make it." Zhou Ruawei, a university student from the 1980s. Sugwa from the 1980s. Well, there's really nothing impressive to show off. The gap between the two is quite significant. Brother, you need to work hard, don't be just a pretty face. After practicing for 3 hours, Sugwa's aim improved, specifically his aim with the crossbow. Of course, in those 3 hours, he only managed to hit the wine bottle a dozen times. The main issue was the distance. In short, he still needed practice. Sugwa put away the crossbow, shook his sore arm, and Han Pao laughed from the side. "Is it painful?" Sugwa nodded. "It's not really painful, just very sore. When you lift your arm, you feel the soreness. You haven't practiced enough. Back in the day when we practiced shooting, just raising the hunting rifle would take a whole day. Now, that was real torture. Come here, let me apply some medicine to you." "What kind of medicine?" "Safflower oil." After saying this, Grandpa rolled up Sugwa's sleeve and applied the safflower oil to his arm. After a while, Sugwa felt a cool sensation and put his arm down while playing with the 2 young red puppies. "Grandpa, how many days until the bear gallbladder is ready? Why are you in such a rush? Haste makes waste." Han Pao's heart skipped a beat. "You don't want to go after a bear, do you? Let me tell you, that crossbow of yours can't handle a bear. Put away those thoughts. The bear gallbladder is important, but first you need to be alive to get it. Without life, everything is in vain." Sugwa nodded, understanding. "Got it. Don't be greedy. Greed leads to ruin, while contentment brings peace. Take on tasks that match your ability, or else if you fall into the mountains, I won't know how to explain it to your mother." Sugwa listened to his grandfather's earnest teachings and realized that he had been somewhat unsatisfied. In the evening, Sugwa finished dinner early, fed the golden eagle, and then returned to the house, lying on the Kong, his mind swirling with thoughts. He touched the envelope in his pocket, and a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Time to sleep. The next morning, Sugwa got up as usual. Grandfather was feeding the chickens and pigs. "Grandfather, let me do it. You can go practice Wakingsi." "Oh, you're up so early today." Han Pao handed Sugwa the pig fodder, and as Sugwa was feeding, he poked the pig's nose, causing it to squeal loudly. "Hey, what are you doing? Feed it properly." Okay. Sugwa nodded, not daring to mess around any longer. The household pig raised for food had no foul smell, but it was difficult to raise and required a lot of time. In the kitchen, Grandma had already prepared the meal, and after they finished eating, Sugwa slipped into the kitchen. "What are you doing?" Sugwa chuckled. "I'm getting some salt. It's no good eating sticky rice dumplings without it." All right. Han Pao helplessly rubbed his brow, watching Sugwa pack the salt into a small bag. In fact, Sugwa wanted to bring more seasonings, but on second thought, this era didn't have many good ones. Salt was the king of flavors. After packing, he placed the small bag in his pocket to eat when they caught prey at noon. Sugwa grinned. "All right, Grandfather, let's go." "Okay." Sugwa took the golden eagle, while Han Pao brought nothing. "Aren't you bringing anything, Grandfather?" Han Pao rolled his eyes at Sugwa. "I'm teaching you to hunt, not hunting myself. You take the snares and traps, well, set them up when we leave." Sugwa chuckled and nodded. "All right." Sugwa carried a basket on his back, putting the snares and traps inside, leaving his hands free for the golden eagle to fly above. "We're off, Grandma." "Be careful, Sugwa." "Sure." The two were ready and hurriedly headed into the mountains. It had just rained that morning, and the path was still damp and muddy. Autumn is the season most prone to rain, and morning rain is a good thing for hunters. After the rain, the footprints of wild animals in the mountains became clearer, making it easier to catch them. Han Pao cautioned, "Be careful, the ground is slippery." "Understood. Walk ahead, it'll teach you how to set traps and snares." Listening to his grandfather, Sugwa nodded and followed closely behind. Han Pao arrived at a spot with wild animal footprints and said, "Set it here. These are the footprints of a wild chicken. It will return. Take out the wheat and the snare." This time Han Pao explained to Sugwa how to observe the terrain and the faint scents in the air. After the rain, prey leaving would leave faint scents and traces. As long as you can correctly identify the wild animal, you can set the right snare and catch it. For instance, this one is a wild chicken's footprint, so set a wild chicken snare. Sugwa's face flushed as he opened his notebook to find the page on wild chickens, following the instructions to set the snare, grinning. "Done." Han Pao's expression turned serious. "Sugwa, having aim doesn't guarantee you'll catch prey. You need to set the snares properly. Remember all the snares for wild animals, or you'll be clueless later." Sugwa nodded. Understood. All right, let's move forward and see. Then Sugwa took out the crossbow, placing the golden eagle above. Soon the golden eagle returned, nodding 3 times at Sugwa, who brightened up. Is there a gray dog? Where? The golden eagle flew up, guiding Sugwa forward. Following the eagle, Sugwa spotted the gray dog climbing a tree, holding a muddy pine nut in its paws. Sugwa chuckled. A luck was on his side. A good start, auspicious indeed. Sugwa pulled back the slingshot, aiming at the gray dog. With a whoosh, the gray dog fell from the tree. Sugwa quickly placed the gray dog into the bag. Han Pao beside him exclaimed, "Your aim with the slingshot is that good?" "Of course, grandfather, this slingshot is much better. The crossbow can't compare to half of it." "You little rascal, keep practicing." After saying that, Han Pao stopped moving forward, looking down at the footprints on the ground. Was it a Sika deer's footprint? The footprints of Sika deer and red deer are different. The former is lighter and smaller, while the latter's footprints are large. He could still distinguish between Sika deer and red deer. Moreover, there was another sign. The droppings of a Sika deer were right before him. Han Pao glanced at Sugwa. "Sugwa, do you know what prey is around here?" "Sika deer." Sugwa followed his grandfather's gaze to the ground and spotted the Sika deer's footprints. His heart skipped a beat. It truly was a Sika deer. Sika deer are particularly good for making wine. They are the king of the mountains for brewing. Sika deer are easier to catch, but what about the mountain king? Who would dare to hunt it? Unless there was a tiger causing trouble, the county wouldn't manage these affairs, and the old hunters wouldn't actively hunt tigers. After all, everyone wants to live a few more years. Yes, it's a Sika deer. Let's follow this path. We might find the Sika deer. The two quietly followed, with Sugwa readying his crossbow, whistling to send the golden eagle into the air to look for the Sika deer's figure. Sugwa and Han Pao walked a long time without seeing the Sika deer. Han Pao was certain that this was the footprint of a Sika deer. Could it have been shot by another hunter? That shouldn't be the case. The mountains are so vast, and there haven't been any gunshots from nearby hunters. Who shot it? Just as Han Pao was puzzled, Sugwa's golden eagle returned, flapping its wings. Sugwa's face brightened. Had it found something? "Grandfather, little Jean has found it." Han Pao asked. "Where?" The golden eagle was looking off into the distance, flying high. "Could it be on the ridge ahead?" "It's still 2 miles to the ridge." Damn, this Sika deer runs really fast." After cursing, Han Pao continued, "Sugwa, have your golden eagle entangle the Sika deer, or else if we go it will run, and we won't be able to catch up." "All right." Sugwa whistled for the golden eagle to attack, and the eagle flew into the air, heading towards the Sika deer in the woods on the ridge. "Let's hurry." "Okay." The two gathered their things and raced towards the ridge. The Sika deer on the ridge was still munching on grass, completely unaware of the golden eagle swooping down from above. While the Sika deer was happily eating, the golden eagle folded its wings, diving down quickly, reaching beside the Sika deer's head, extending its claws to grab at the Sika deer's eyes. The Sika deer's left eye instantly bled profusely, blood streaming down its face, soaking the ground. Yow yow yow. On the other side, Sugwa and Han Pao quickened their steps. The Sika deer, frantically trying to escape, was attacked again by the golden eagle, which grabbed onto its back. The Sika deer tried to use its antlers to fend off the golden eagle, but the eagle soared higher, tearing flesh from its grip. The Sika deer cried out in pain. The golden eagle ignored its suffering, viewing it only as prey, its own prey. The golden eagle continued to attack with its sharp claws. The Sika deer realized it could not escape and could only retreat while watching the golden eagle before it. Both sides were at a stalemate. Blood continued to flow from the Sika deer. Sugwa and Han Pao finally arrived at the bottom of the ridge, lying flat on the damp grass to avoid startling the Sika deer ahead. "Grandfather, I'm confident I can hit it with the crossbow." "Don't shoot. A shot from the crossbow isn't worth much." "Huh? Catching it alive?" Sugwa was taken aback. "Yes, alive. Try using the slingshot to hit its legs." "A live Sika deer is worth more than a dead one in the mountains. After all, its blood is very valuable. It can be made into wine, and its medicinal properties are potent." "All right." Sugwa agreed, pulling back the slingshot and aiming at the Sika deer, loading a larger mud pellet. Sugwa thought for a moment, then blew a whistle. The golden eagle dove down, claws gripping tightly onto the Sika deer's eyes. Sugwa swiftly pulled back the slingshot and let fly, aiming again. Whoosh! The Sika deer collapsed, blinded, its legs broken by Sugwa's shot. Seeing this, Han Pao rushed over to tie up the Sika deer. "Haha, it's done. This Sika deer can really run," Han Pao said, looking at the ground covered with Sika deer tracks, addressing Sugwa. "If it weren't for the golden eagle blocking the way, I guess it would have escaped again. Come on, lend a hand and hold on to it." Sugwa stepped forward, holding the Sika deer handed over by his grandfather. At this moment, the Sika deer had gone blind, and had a broken leg, only able to kneel partially. Grandpa, this deer antler is quite substantial. Deer antler, a precious medicinal material. At least that's how expensive wild deer antlers are. Deer antlers can be used to infuse wine, make soup, or even ground into powder. Han Pao laughed heartily. Yes, this pair of deer antlers can be used to infuse wine, and the resulting wine can sell for a good price. Sugwa, let me tell you, if you encounter sika deer or elk, try not to kill them if you can help it. The meat of elk and sika deer can be used to infuse wine, and fresher meat is better for that, enhancing the medicinal effect. This sika deer could probably be used to infuse 7 or 8 jars of wine. By then, selling the wine could earn over 10 big bonds. Sugwa instinctively swallowed hard, so much. Of course, the effects of deer meat and deer blood are remarkable, specifically for treating. Han Pao chuckled at this point. Sugwa understood what his grandfather was implying. Deer meat, deer blood, and deer whip are all great supplements. Han Pao laughed. Catching a sika deer makes this trip up the mountain worthwhile. Sugwa placed the crossbow into the basket, holding onto the sika deer, which couldn't walk fast due to its broken leg. Grandpa, should we go further in? No need to go further in, let's turn south. We haven't checked that area yet. Sugwa nodded. All right. Then Sugwa and Han Pao descended the ridge through the woods, heading south. Along the way, Sugwa heard plenty of bird calls, chirping sounds. Han Pao murmured, there are quite a few birds in this forest. Sugwa, have your golden eagle fly up and catch a few flying dragons. Okay. Sugwa nodded. The golden eagle is the natural enemy of flying dragons. Sugwa rubbed the golden eagle beside him, whistled, and the eagle flew into his mouth, while Sugwa prepared his slingshot. If the golden eagle didn't catch anything, he would use the slingshot to shoot down a few. The golden eagle soared high, flapping its wings and gliding in the sky, its sharp eyes constantly scanning for movement nearby, spotting a flying dragon passing by. The golden eagle adjusted its flight path, wings retracting, darting towards the flying dragon. Realizing the golden eagle was behind, the flying dragon flapped its wings harder, but no matter how it flew, it couldn't outpace the eagle. The golden eagle's claws swiftly captured the flying dragon, grasping it as effortlessly as one would a chick. Nice, this golden eagle is quite clever. Han Pao, witnessing this, praised it. Sugwa grinned. Grandpa, this eagle took me 7 days and nights to nurture. If it weren't doing well, it would be a foolish eagle now. You little rascal. Then the golden eagle descended, placing the captured flying dragon in Sugwa's hands, who then cut it up to feed the eagle. Watching the golden eagle finish eating, Sugwa said again, catch more. The meat of flying dragons is delicious, perfect for making soup. However, we need to catch more. A small amount won't suffice, even 3 or 2 won't be enough, not even as heavy as a gray dog. After eating, the golden eagle, hearing Sugwa's whistle and voice, flew back into the sky, flapping its wings to hunt more flying dragons. Sugwa smiled at Han Pao. Grandpa, with little Jean around, catching flying dragons will be so easy in the future. You little rascal. This is akin to stealing food from the sea eagle. They love eating flying dragons. If your golden eagle catches all the flying dragons in this area, the sea eagles won't come back. Just as he mentioned the sea eagle, Sugwa looked up and saw a sea eagle in pursuit of the golden eagle. Specifically, the sea eagle had a flying dragon in its beak, while the golden eagle chased behind. Sugwa rubbed his temples, wondering, how is the golden eagle just like him? Earlier, he had snatched a flying dragon from a sea eagle, but at that time the dragon wasn't in its beak. Now the sea eagle has it, and it's still chasing. The golden eagle was larger and faster than the sea eagle, both bigger and quicker. Grandpa chuckled. Oh, your golden eagle is quite wild, going for the food. Grandpa, let's go ahead and take a look. Those two will probably be flying for a while. Sugwa shrugged, helplessly, not worried about someone shooting the golden eagle, but rather knowing that these two would fly for at least half an hour. How about this? You go ahead and check, and I'll keep watch. Otherwise, if the golden eagle comes back and you're gone, it will be a worry. Han Pao glanced uneasily at the golden eagle and sea eagle in the sky. All right, Grandpa, I'll go check the south. Sugwa left this sentence and stepped toward the south, holding the crossbow and casually searching. Not straying too far from his grandfather's position, Sugwa made a round, but found no good prey. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound from behind. Sugwa tensed up, quickly turning around. Just as he was about to pull the crossbow trigger, he found it was a gray dog. Seeing this, Sugwa immediately drew out his slingshot, but before he could aim, the swift gray dog had already climbed up a tree, rushing towards its hollow. Sugwa squinted, fully stretching the slingshot, and with a whoosh, the sound of the clay pellet breaking through the air rang out, followed by a heavy thud as it struck the gray dog's head. Before Sugwa could retrieve the gray dog, he spotted several others peeking from the trees. His face lit up with joy. Did he stumble into a group of gray dogs? Sugwa laughed heartily, not pausing his actions, raising the slingshot to target the heads of these gray dogs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In no time, the few gray dogs perched in the tree were shot down by Sugwa. Unfortunately, 2 managed to escape, but compared to the 6 remaining, losing 2 wasn't too bad, especially since 6 gray dog skins could sell for over 30, earning 3 big bonds. Sugwa collected all the gray dogs on the ground into his bag. A total of 6 gray dogs, each weighing about a pound, was a decent haul. Should I check if there are any treasures in the tree hollow? Sugwa looked up toward the gray dog's tree hollow, a thought crossing his mind. He murmured, "Let's try our luck." He placed the basket down, rolled up his pants, and then wrapped his arms around the big tree, using his legs to push off as he climbed upward. Before reaching the gray dog's tree hollow, Sugwa caught a whiff of the gray dog's scent, indicating there was indeed a gray dog in the hollow above. Sugwa climbed up, spotting a large tail in the tree hollow, just as he suspected there was indeed a gray dog inside. Without saying a word, Sugwa grabbed the gray dog's tail, and before it could react, tossed it directly into the bag. The gray dog's teeth and claws are sharp, so it was crucial to throw it in before it could react, otherwise catching it would be quite difficult. Of course, there is a way to catch gray dogs: first grab their tail, then hold their head, which would prevent them from biting. Sugwa's gaze fell into the gray dog's tree hollow, filled with pine nuts and wild walnuts. The wild walnuts were not ripe yet, so he took a few and put them in his pocket. Wild walnuts can be played with and turned into toys. After coming down, Sugwa climbed a few more trees, but still found no rewards. Now there was only one last tree left, and Sugwa had little hope, yet he climbed up nonetheless. When he saw the tree hollow, he paused for a moment as a coin suddenly appeared before his eyes. Sugwa stared dumbfounded at the coin, reached out to grab it, rubbed it, and just as he was about to put it in his mouth to bite, he remembered that it might be an antique, so he decided against it. Sugwa couldn't tell what the coin was, nor did he know if it was good or bad. He'll take it for now, he'll let Grandpa see it later. As he came down from the tree, Sugwa's gaze fell on the crossbow inside the basket. What a pity for the crossbow. He had bought it 3 or 4 days ago and hadn't even used it to hunt yet. But it wasn't Sugwa's fault. There weren't many medium-sized beasts suitable for hunting with a crossbow aside from a roe deer, perhaps a dog, or maybe a tiger cub. A tiger cub could be difficult to hit even with a gun, let alone a crossbow. As for elk and sika deer, using a crossbow would be a sheer waste of their blood, and the meat quality would deteriorate. Sugwa collected his thoughts, strapped the basket onto his back, and walked south. Sugwa, over here. Then he heard his grandfather's call, prompting him to stop and reconsider his plan to continue south. Grandpa. Sugwa returned to his original position, looking at his grandfather with a grin. Grandpa, how about this little golden one? It took a lot of effort to catch this sea eagle, but the flying dragon in its mouth is no longer edible. This sea eagle is on the brink of death. What a shame. Han Pao shook his head helplessly, having watched the golden eagle chase the sea eagle for half an hour. By the time the golden eagle caught up with the sea eagle, the latter had already killed the flying dragon, rendering its meat too mushy to be edible. The sea eagle had also received quite a few pecks from the golden eagle, and now it was impossible to keep this sea eagle alive. In fact, Han Pao actually wanted Sugwa to raise 2 more sea eagles. If Sugwa knew his grandfather's thoughts, he would likely be furious. It had taken 7 days and nights to nurture 1 golden eagle, and raising 2 more sea eagles would probably take another 7 or 8 days, right? If Sugwa were to come again, he would really be a bit afraid. Forget it, if it can't be eaten, just give it to the golden eagle. Han Pao handed over the half-dead sea eagle to the golden eagle, which consumed it. Sugwa then had it fly up again, this time catch those flying dragons properly. Did you find anything over there? Yes, I caught 6 gray dogs. As soon as he said this, Han Pao jumped up in surprise. What? 6 gray dogs? How did you catch so many? Han Pao cleared his throat, realizing his own gaffe. Why did you catch so many? Sugwa chuckled. Over there probably no one has been. There are no footprints in the south. I just wandered around and happened to see 6 gray dogs over there. By the way, Grandpa, there is still 1 alive in here, to be precise. 6 are dead and 1 is alive. Grandpa, take a look at what this is. After saying that, Sugwa took out the coins from his pocket and handed them to his grandpa. Grandpa stared at the coin, furrowing his brows. This. Did you also find this in the gray dog's den? Sugwa nodded. Yes, I found it inside. Grandpa, how much is this worth? Han Pao looked at Sugwa's coin, murmured in his heart, and helplessly shook his head at Sugwa. I'm not sure. But we can ask someone to take a look when we go to the county town. Hearing Grandpa's words, Sugwa nodded. All right. Then he whistled to call back the golden eagle. There were already several flying dragons brought by the golden eagle on the ground, about 3 plus 1 in its mouth, totaling 4 flying dragons. The golden eagle placed the flying dragons on Sugwa's hand. Han Pao looked at Su Guo with a strange expression and muttered, "This kid is even better than me at fighting. Grandpa, let's go check out the south." "All right, let's go." Han Pao slung his hunting gun over his back and walked towards the south. Soon time passed quickly. The whole morning went by like this. Along the way, Su Guo and Han Pao saw 2 wild chickens, and Su Guo didn't even pull out his slingshot. Grandpa had already shot down both wild chickens. "Grandpa, you're still faster. You bratty, you think you can compete with your grandpa? Do you know what it means that ginger is still hot when it's old?" Han Pao straightened his face. If he didn't show off a bit, he would be surpassed by Su Guo. Does he not care about his face? "Grandpa, let's take a break here. It's noon anyway. Let's eat something. There's a stream here, and we can wash the wild chickens and eat a hot meal." "All right, then I'll go gather some firewood." After saying that, Su Guo ran into the woods to search for firewood. In no time, he returned with a pile of firewood. In the mountains, there were plenty of trees, and since it was autumn, firewood was everywhere. Some women also entered the mountains to gather firewood in preparation for winter. The two stacked the firewood together. Han Pao lit the fire, and the two slit the throats of the wild chickens to let them bleed, with Su Guo removing the entrails and giving them all to the golden eagle. After the golden eagle finished eating, Grandpa's voice rang out, "You can't feed it like this anymore. If you keep feeding it, it will get too fat and won't be able to move." Su Guo chuckled, stroking the golden eagle's head. "All right, no more feeding." The fire soon roared to life, and a gentle breeze blew through the air. Fortunately, the two had prepared beforehand, sweeping the surrounding firewood and rustling leaves away. A wisp of smoke rose from the area where Su Guo and Han Pao were. The wild chicken being roasted sizzled and oozed oil. Su Guo took out the salt he had prepared earlier and chuckled, "Grandpa, I told you this would come in handy." After saying that, Su Guo pinched the salt in his hand, grinding it into a fine powder before sprinkling it over the wild chicken. The crushed salt fell onto the sizzling wild chicken, emitting a rich aroma. Su Guo was a chef in his past life. His grilling skills were quite impressive. Even with just salt, he could still create a special delicacy. Han Pao looked at Su Guo and praised, "So fragrant, you really have some skill." Su Guo chuckled, continuing to turn the wild chicken in his hands, the aroma becoming even more intense. On the other side, not far from Su Guo and Han Pao, in a grove at the bottom of a slope, Chen Pao watched his golden eagle flying in the sky. After 2 days of training, he also realized that using a hunting gun to shoot gray dogs could preserve the skin. Shooting them wasn't difficult. It was because using a gun would leave a hole in the gray dog's skin. He could only use a slingshot, but how long had he been using it? Just a day? He had seen how skillful Su Guo was with the slingshot. Why was he struggling today? After half a day in the mountains today, he had only hit a gray dog once, and that was on the tail. In the end, the gray dog escaped, which made him furious. Hunting gray dogs had become his obstacle. Using a hunting gun after shooting the skin would be damaged, only worth half. Using a slingshot, he simply couldn't hit. Now with this big order, there were only 3 days left. The other party had given him a week and provided a deposit. If he didn't complete it, he would have to return the deposit. Returning it was the small matter. Losing face was the big issue. He had hunted bears and wild boars before. How could he not handle these small gray dogs? Just as he was still in a daze, a faint, burnt smell wafted through the air, accompanied by a hint of aroma. "What's burning? It smells so good. Who's roasting meat?" Chen Pao glanced at the bread in his hands, revealing a helpless expression. Looking up, he noticed a wisp of smoke rising not far ahead of him. "Is someone there?" Chen Pao whistled to call back the golden eagle flying in the sky, and then continued walking towards the direction of the smoke. He couldn't take it anymore. He was too hungry and wanted to go over for a bite to eat. Grandpa, you hold this for now. I'll roast a few more pieces of gray dog meat." After Su Guo finished speaking, he handed the gray dog to Han Pao and took out the gray dog from the bag, starting with the one that was still alive. Su Guo grabbed the big tail of the gray dog and swung it hard against the ground. The living gray dog immediately fainted. Then Su Guo began to skin it, remove the meat, and after finishing, he skewered the gray dog meat together and handed it to Grandpa. Su Guo hung the remaining gray dog skin on a branch, keeping it away from the fire, and started roasting it. "Grandpa, don't roast it anymore. It's ready to eat. This is too tender. Let me roast it a bit more. Old folks' teeth aren't like yours, young people." "All right, I'll try some first." Su Guo unceremoniously picked up a wild chicken and started eating. The taste was quite good. The king of flavors was not to be underestimated. The saltiness was just right. If only there were some cumin, it would be even better. Creak, creak. At that moment, the rustling of leaves nearby caught Su Guo's attention, and Grandpa immediately aimed his hunting gun ahead. Chen Pao joked. "Han Pao, with this setup, you want to scare me to death." Han Pao's reaction earlier was quick. If it weren't a person, he would have been sure that Han Pao had already pulled the trigger. In the mountains, it's better to be cautious. Grandpa lowered his hunting gun and laughed. Chun Pao, you're in this area too. Chun Pao shrugged helplessly and smiled. I could smell your aroma from not far away. Han Pao, you're not being generous. When did you start roasting so well? Not at all. It was Su Gua who roasted it. Ew, I haven't tasted it yet. Come, you give it a try. While speaking, Han Pao had already called Chun Pao over to taste it. Northeasterners are naturally warm-hearted, and since they all belonged to the same neighborhood, they were even more enthusiastic. Chun Pao, upon hearing this, looked at Su Gua in surprise, not expecting this kid to be quite the cook. Chun Pao, give it a try. Su Gua handed over a chicken leg. Chun Pao took it and took a bite. The flavor burst in his mouth, delicious. So tasty. Impressive, Su Gua, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. Su Gua chuckled. Chun Pao, you're just hungry. Oh, anything tastes good when you're hungry. Su Gua divided the remaining untouched wild chicken, giving half to Chun Pao. Chun Pao, if this isn't enough, there's more gray dog meat over there. Chun Pao nodded and looked in the direction Su Gua pointed. Seeing the gray dog skins by the fire, he was momentarily stunned. This is all yours? Su Gua nodded yes. Chun Pao, do you want some? Last time I sold it to you, how do you want to buy it again? Su Gua chuckled. These were all shot by me with a slingshot. There are no bullet holes, just knife cuts. The rest is all good. Chun Pao, do you still want them? After he finished speaking, Chun Pao stared blankly at Su Gua, swallowed hard thought for a moment, and then directly said, Su Gua, do you want to collaborate? Upon hearing this, Han Pao nearby was also stunned. Collaborate? Collaborate on what? Grandpa, seeing Han Pao's expression, gazed at the gray dog skins by the fire, suddenly understood. Chun Pao, you want Su Gua to help you hunt gray dogs? Chun Pao nodded heavily, pulling out the slingshot in his hand, smiling wryly. I'm not good at hitting with a slingshot. I can't get many gray dog skins. Using a gun, the gray dog skins are too noticeable and easy to spot. Su Gua, how about we cooperate? 4-6 split, how about it? You 6, I 4. Chun Pao wasn't looking for money, mainly he didn't want to lose face. Right now, face was the most important, everything else was secondary. Besides, hunting gray dogs with Su Gua would definitely be faster. After all, there were only 4 days left. If he was tasked with finding over 60 good gray dog skins, he wouldn't be able to do it. Hearing Chun Pao's generous offer, Su Gua turned to glance at Grandpa, who nodded. Su Gua took a deep breath and said to Chun Pao before him, all right, let's go with Chun Pao's plan. Chun Pao, I still have 7 gray dog skins in my hands, you can take them for now. Upon hearing Su Gua's words, Chun Pao raised an eyebrow and teased, aren't you afraid that I won't pay you in the end? To be honest, I really find Su Gua hard to read. Initially, collaborating with him was my last resort, but now his broad-mindedness and vision have shattered my long-held views on human nature's deterioration. Especially when looking into Su Gua's clear and bright eyes devoid of any ulterior motives. Su Gua chuckled. If Chun Pao were that kind of person, he wouldn't have let me off so easily when I stumbled upon a good deal last time. You're quite clever, you open-minded person. Chun Pao looked at Han Pao and leisurely said, Han Pao, your grandson will surpass you if he can't make it. Grandpa laughed heartily. It's hard to ask for, but it should take 2 to 3 years, right? Come on, Chun Pao, try this roasted wild chicken I made. After saying that, Han Pao handed over half of the wild chicken in his hand. Chun Pao ate without reservation, his mouth full of grease. Delicious, really delicious. Roasting it a bit longer makes it even better. Yes, we are getting old. As they spoke, Grandpa sighed. Not old at all, Grandpa, how old are you? Not even 60 yet, how can you say you are old? Han Pao patted Su Gua's shoulder, looking kindly at him, pointing at the roasted gray dog meat. Go ahead and eat your share. All right. Su Gua had already finished his wild chicken, and his stomach wasn't full yet. He had no choice but to eat some gray dog meat instead. Although gray dog meat isn't worth much, the skins are valuable. However, some state-owned restaurants do buy gray dog meat, but Su Gua can't access that channel. After all, he is not a chef now and can't mingle with those state restaurant chefs. It's much better to eat with salt. Su Gua ate for a while and wiped his mouth. Han Pao and Chun Pao were eating nearby, occasionally observing their surroundings. Lighting a cigarette in the mountains would also attract the attention of other prey. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached, stepping on the rustling leaves. Han Pao heard it, and his hair stood on end. He looked at Su Gua beside him and said, quick, get up the tree. Su Gua hadn't even set down the basket when he heard Grandpa's words and climbed up the tree. When Su Gua reached the tree, he suddenly realized there were actually 6 red dogs surrounding them. The dhole, known as red dog in the Northeast. Dholes are social animals. The last time Su Gua encountered one, it was alone, trying to steal poultry. If he faced 2, his life would be at stake. Han Pao and Chun Pao backed up against each other, and Han Pao smirked ominously. These damned creatures, what bad luck to run into a pack of dholes. Chun Pao chuckled. It should be these guys who are unlucky running into us. Let's take down this pack of red dogs. The 6 red dogs surrounded Han Pao and Chin Pao, while Su Guo was above them perched in the tree. There was no choice. When Han Pao reacted, he could only let Su Guo go up first. First, Su Guo had no hunting rifle, and his self-protection ability was poor, needing to watch out for Su Guo's safety while staying below. Secondly, Su Guo lacked experience. Facing these red dogs, he was bound to feel scared, and if he dropped his guard for a moment, he could lose his life. After all, red dogs are not to be trifled with. Their bite force is high enough to easily penetrate a wild boar's skin and even break the bones of medium-sized beasts. Among wolves, tigers, and leopards, does are ranked first. Additionally, if all 3 were in the tree, they would become live targets, as the red dogs can climb trees. 6 red dogs, 2 golden eagles, and 3 people. The scene fell into a tense silence. Oh, no one broke this stalemate. Han Pao, why aren't they attacking? These red dogs are clever. They know we will shoot the first one, and no one wants to stick their neck out first. Han Pao took a deep breath and muttered, "Are we sure?" Chen Pao tightened his grip on his hunting rifle and nodded heavily at Han Pao. "It's fine." "Good. Let's take them down." As Grandpa's voice fell, Han Pao fired first, hitting the closest red dog, but it didn't die. The golden eagle in the air was restrained by Su Guo, targeting one red dog. Chen Pao's golden eagle was slightly less effective, unable to hold its target. Chen Pao shot a red dog in the abdomen, and soon blood poured onto the ground. "All of you come at me. Come on." Chen Pao continued to aim at the surrounding red dogs, and he and Han Pao were very cautious, not giving the remaining red dogs any chance to take advantage. After all, even a small breakthrough could lead to overwhelming victory. Su Guo, perched in the tree, held his crossbow, remaining alert at all times. Sizzle! The painful howls of Chen Pao's golden eagle came as a red dog caught it biting at its wings. Seeing this, Chen Pao's mind filled with rage, and he raised his hunting rifle to blast the red dog to pieces. Bang! 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 Just then, a red dog behind Chen Pao attempted to pounce. "Be careful!" Su Guo shouted from the tree, lifting his crossbow and shooting an arrow that pierced through the red dog's eye, emerging from the back, blood gushing out. Chen Pao, witnessing this, quickly fired 2 more shots at the red dog before turning to Su Guo. "Thanks, buddy." When the red dog charged, he had already prepared himself for hand-to-hand combat, but thankfully Su Guo in the tree had provided backup. Soon the battle ended with Su Guo's victory. Out of the 6 red dogs that came, only 1 managed to escape. Chen Pao and Han Pao knew not to chase a retreating enemy, so they did not pursue. Su Guo climbed down from the tree, the ground covered in blood, and the smell was quite strong. Su Guo wrinkled his nose in disgust, feeling a bit unaccustomed. Chen Pao and Grandpa took a moment to catch their breath, then drew their knives to begin cutting up the 5 red dogs. They pulled out the intestines to feed the 2 golden eagles, and Chen Pao, still shaken, picked through the innards and said, "Su Guo, thanks for earlier." "No problem, no problem." Grandpa laughed heartily, teasing, "Chen Pao, this is the first time I've heard you thank someone." He had seen Su Guo's arrow earlier. It wasn't the decisive factor, but it did play some role. It seems that Su Guo is slowly becoming more proficient with the crossbow, but Han Pao also understood that Su Guo wouldn't be able to use it for long. "Don't tease me, Han Pao. I was just hot-headed earlier." Han Pao laughed and said, "Everyone has their impulsive moments. If my golden eagle was bullied by a red dog, I would be anxious too." "When did you buy the crossbow, Su Guo?" "I got it when I went to the county town a few days ago." "Why?" "Chen Pao, are your hands itching? How about we swap?" Su Guo looked at the hunting rifle in Chen Pao's hands with a glint of envy in his eyes. "No, just curious." Upon hearing this, Su Guo chose not to elaborate further. After the 3 men processed the red dogs, Su Guo and Grandpa claimed 4 of them, while the other 1 belonged to Chen Pao, dividing the spoils fairly. The reason Su Guo could have 2 was that he had saved Chen Pao earlier. Otherwise, if that red dog had pounced from the side onto Chen Pao, even if Chen Pao had won the fight, what about his face? "Should we go deeper into the mountains?" "No, let's head back for now. We already have enough in our hands. If we take more, we might attract more wild beasts in the mountains, and that would be disastrous. Let's go." Su Guo, check on the traps you said earlier. After saying that, Grandpa led Su Guo back along the same path. Unfortunately, they didn't encounter any good beasts along the way. However, Su Guo didn't feel disappointed. He already had enough in his hands. Gray dogs, red dogs, and spotted deer. Aside from not catching a roe deer, it seemed like he had caught everything else. When they reached the spot where Su Guo had set the trap, just as Grandpa had guessed, it was too poor, and there were no prey that would fall for it. But Su Guo didn't easily change it. After all, once said it would remain until he caught something. Otherwise, it would definitely not be taken out. Chen Pao smiled. "Su Guo, you need to learn and observe more about setting traps." Sugwa rubbed his nose, not saying much, knowing that his trap-setting skills were poor. But he wouldn't change it, at least not until next time. Chun Pao then explained some small techniques for setting traps, methods that Grandpa had never mentioned. Seeing the proud look on Chun Pao's face, Sugwa understood. The other party had done extensive research on trap setting, at least much better than Grandpa. Sugwa looked up at Grandpa, then glanced at Chun Pao beside him, as if saying, "Grandpa, look at how fluent he is. You see the difference between what you taught and what he knows." Han Pao's face twitched slightly as he glared at Sugwa. Listen carefully to Chun Pao. Sugwa understood from this statement. No wonder Grandpa agreed to let him partner with Chun Pao. It was because he valued his hunting skills and training methods. Chun Pao had nothing to hold back from a junior. Setting traps emphasizes the ability to catch beasts, how to catch them, when to set them, and all the intricacies involved. Chun Pao continued talking, and the three returned to the village. Chun Pao kept chattering, and Sugwa had a deeper understanding of setting traps. Sugwa continued, "Chun Pao, thank you. So did you remember all that I said?" Chun Pao paused, looking at Sugwa in front of him. He didn't know why he felt a bit proud after teaching, but after saying it he certainly felt a bit pleased. Sugwa nodded. "I somewhat understand." Chun Pao's mouth twitched slightly. After the three returned to the village, Chun Pao and Sugwa chatted for a while before leaving. The two agreed to go into the mountains tomorrow morning to hunt the greyhounds, focusing solely on the greyhound skins. Sugwa and his grandfather continued walking home, and along the way many people greeted them warmly. Han Pao generously shared some of the red dog meat with these people. The villagers, after receiving the meat, praised Han Pao, constantly expressing their gratitude. Han Pao is generous. Han Pao is such a good guy. Red dog meat. Han Pao is truly impressive. Sugwa understood why they shared the catch with the villagers. The mountain's bounty should not be kept to oneself, it's partly superstition. Furthermore, there's a fear of someone plotting against them behind their backs, as they all live in the same village, and it would not sound good if word got out. Not every day do the villagers act this way, it was just a fortunate encounter. Han Pao was also generous, sharing some meat with them. Sugwa continued, "Grandfather, there isn't much meat left." "Silly boy, red dog meat isn't worth much, the valuable thing is the sika deer. When we get home I'll teach you how to make deer wine, which will definitely impress you." Listening to his grandfather, Sugwa's heart began to ignite with excitement. He had only heard of deer wine, but had never tasted it. After all, while it may not be precious, few people actually make it. Moreover, the process of making deer wine is quite simple, but the most important ingredients are deer meat, deer blood, and even deer antlers and tendons. When the two returned home, Grandma was sunbathing in the courtyard. "Grandma, we're back." Sugwa's voice broke the quiet stillness of the courtyard, and Grandma got up from her chair, momentarily staring at Sugwa and his grandfather. "Why are you back so early today?" "We had a bountiful harvest, so we returned early." Saying this, Grandpa brought over a sika deer from behind him. Seeing this, Grandma smiled, and then went into the house saying, "I'll get you some wine." Whenever the men brought home a sika deer or a roe deer, they usually wouldn't eat it, it was always made into deer wine. Deer wine can be sold or kept for personal collection. After all, alcohol only becomes richer and more flavorful with time. Otherwise, in the past life, there wouldn't be so many distilleries claiming to brew for 100 years, deceiving others. Before long, Grandma brought out all the remaining wine from the house, which was Grandpa's favorite loose wine. This wine is very cheap with a low alcohol content. Sugwa looked at the dozens of bottles of loose wine on the ground wide-eyed, and stared at Grandpa. "Grandpa, did you prepare so much loose wine? Is all this for making deer wine?" Grandpa nodded. "Yes, go into your room and bring out a wine jar." "Okay." Sugwa agreed, walked into his room, found the ceramic wine jar, picked it up, and brought it back to the courtyard to hand it to Grandpa. "Grandpa, what about the rest? How should we handle it?" "The rest is a bit cruel. Oh, do you want to see it?" Grandpa paused and stared at Sugwa. "Of course, what's so cruel about it?" "Grandpa, you go ahead." After Sugwa finished speaking, Han Pao drew out his hunting knife and swiftly cut into the abdomen of the sika deer. In no time, most of the deer blood flowed into the wine jar, and seeing it was enough, Han Pao collected the excess blood in another bowl. Upon smelling the deer blood, Sugwa's first impression was that it was very pungent, but once the smell dissipated, he seemed to sense the immense nourishment contained within the deer blood. Indeed, the deer is a treasure trove. Selling this bowl of deer blood would yield at least 3 large units. Unfortunately, deer blood is quite precious, as it can also be made into deer blood wine to sell. Han Pao hastened his movements, pouring all the loose wine into the wine jar. Just as it was about to overflow, he added the deer antlers and meat. As for the deer tendons, Grandpa didn't use them and didn't explain what they would be for. After finishing all of this, Han Pao stretched and smiled. "This is done, the rest is just to let it settle." It should be ready to drink in about 2 months. Grandpa, can I drink it? You? Han Pao was taken aback. You? Can't be serious, right? Upon hearing this, Sugwa felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. How could that be? I'm just curious about its taste. It's not too pungent, right? Grandpa replied, it's pungent, but not as much as you think. Don't forget, alcohol can eliminate the fishy smell. The main thing to taste is the medicinal effects of the deer wine, while the pungency is secondary. Just this jar, if sold in the county, could fetch at least 10 large units. Don't underestimate the deer products. Once they are made into wine, their effects are even better and the price is higher. Sugwa nodded, indicating that he understood. No wonder it said that hunters don't worry about food or clothing. Indeed, having a good hunter means not having to worry about sustenance. One sika deer can be turned into something worth 10 large units. There are also greyhound skins, sable skins, and weasel skins. Various fur coats are the same. Any capable hunter can ensure their family's livelihood by catching just a few. Of course, the mountains are fraught with dangers. Even in the village, one might encounter wild beasts, let alone in the mountains. Sugwa pointed at the deer meat and said, Grandpa, how about we try some deer meat today? Sure, but you can't eat too much. Of deer meat is very nourishing. I'm afraid you won't be able to get up easily tomorrow. Too much nourishment can lead to losses. You understand what I mean, right? Then let's stir fry a little, just a little. All right, what about the leftovers? Some for the greyhounds, some to send to Chin Pao. Let me tell you where Chin Pao's house is. The remaining ones, if you see anyone on the road, just give it to them. In the course of the conversation, Han Pao had already divided up the deer meat. Deer meat cannot be stored for too long. It's not winter, so it cannot be kept for long periods. Sugwa, holding the deer meat, walked towards Chin Pao's house based on his grandfather's directions. Soon after twisting and turning, they finally arrived outside Chin Pao's home. The outside of Chin Pao's house was different from Sugwa's expectations. He had thought there would be many trophies hanging from the eaves or even in the courtyard, but upon closer inspection, it seemed that aside from a golden eagle, there was nothing else in the yard. Just as Sugwa felt puzzled and was about to speak, Chin Pao's door opened. Seeing Sugwa, Chin Pao was momentarily taken aback. Sugwa, why are you here? Chin Pao, I rushed over earlier. Grandfather asked me to bring some deer meat to you. Here, take a look. Before he finished speaking, a woman with her hair tied up appeared inside the house holding a tool for making shoes. Sir, who are you? Hello, Auntie. I'm Sugwa, the grandson of Han Pao. I came here today to bring some deer meat for Chin Pao. Why haven't you invited Sugwa in for a seat and a cup of tea? Sugwa, come on in. Let's have some tea before you leave. Sugwa couldn't refuse the warm invitation and followed Chin Pao inside, noticing the shattered glass on the floor and the slingshot nearby. A scene flashed through Sugwa's mind. Could it be that Chin Pao was practicing with the slingshot just now? Or was it just his imagination? Upon entering the house, the decorations were particularly striking. Goodness, the items inside were even newer and more beautiful than those in Grandpa's house. No wonder Chin Pao is so well off. Sugwa, come have some tea. Aunt Chin poured tea and handed it to Sugwa. After receiving it, Sugwa took a sip and said, it's good. Sugwa, you just came to Li Family Village, right? Yes, I've been here for about 10 to 15 days hunting alongside my grandfather. Do you need anything? Feel free to ask. Well, Sugwa, does your grandfather Han Pao have any spare sable skins? Sugwa was taken aback by this. Sable skins? Why do you need sable skins? One sable skin is worth 5 large units, $50 for a single sable skin. I want to wear one. Mainly, I want to buy a full set of sable skins to wear. Hearing this, Sugwa glanced at Chin Pao, surprised that he said nothing, which made Sugwa feel a bit awkward. I actually don't know if my grandfather has any sable skins. After all, you know, these things are too precious. If he had any, he would have surely sold them. Sugwa continued. Auntie, I see that Uncle Chun can also catch sables. Why not let him catch some? There's still plenty of money left. Auntie Chun didn't respond, but glanced at the somewhat guilty-looking Chin Pao. Chin Pao, however, explained with a stiff expression, my luck isn't good. I can't find any sable skins. And there are no hunting dogs, so it's impossible to find sables. It might be better to just give her money to buy one. This would also settle a matter in her heart. Chin Pao paused and continued, but since you don't know either, then forget it. I'll catch one when I encounter a sable sometime in the future. Sugwa, let's go talk in the courtyard. Chin Pao glanced at his wife, whose expression was not good, and quickly led Sugwa outside. Sugwa smiled helplessly, realizing that he was also a man who feared his wife. Chin Pao, what do you want to say? Sugwa, if there's news about any sables in the future, please keep an eye out for me. All right. Chin Pao, it's fine. I'll head back first. Wait. Chin Pao's voice called out from behind Sugwa, and for a moment Sugwa paused in his tracks, looking at Chin Pao in front of him. Sugwa stopped in his tracks frowning as he looked at Chun Pao in front of him. Chun Pao, do you have anything else to say? Chun Pao smiled awkwardly. Sugwa, I want to ask you. How do you shoot with a slingshot? Why is it that when I aim, it seems like I'm on target, but when I shoot it goes off course? Hearing this, Sugwa asked, Chun Pao, what do you use to shoot? Mud balls. Or small stones? Stones. Chun Pao took out the stones from his bag, spreading them out in his palm. Here, just these stones, what's wrong with them? Aren't they usable? Chun Pao, the stones have edges and can easily go off course. You should use the mud balls I made. It's best to use round stones for a slingshot, but usually round stones are hard to find. Most are oval-shaped. Otherwise, Sugwa wouldn't have gone through the trouble of making these mud balls. When fired to a hard consistency, they can serve as substitutes for marbles, especially since marbles haven't been invented yet in this era. Having said that, Sugwa took out a dozen well-made mud balls from his pocket and placed them in Chun Pao's palm. Chun Pao, give this a try. Chun Pao stared at the mud balls and Sugwa's hand momentarily stunned. He blurted out, mud balls. Then he squeezed one, furrowing his brow. So hard. Sugwa, where did you find these? I made them myself. You made them yourself? Chun Pao repeated, suddenly enlightened. I see. No wonder you're so accurate when hitting the gray dog. Then let me give it a try. After saying that, Chun Pao took out the slingshot and aimed at the leaves of a tree not far ahead. With a whoosh, the sound rang out. The leaves were pierced and fell to the ground. Chun Pao looked ecstatic. Sugwa, you're really clever. With these mud balls, we can hit the gray dog. I have plenty of mud balls. It all depends on you, Chun Pao. Sugwa nodded with a smile. Indeed, Chun Pao's aim was impressive. Sugwa already knew that from just that one shot. After all, having played with hunting rifles for so many years, the accuracy was bound to be exceptional. You kids shoot better than I do with a slingshot, yet you're so modest. That's rare, really rare. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, Sugwa chuckled. Chun Pao, I'm heading out now. It's getting late. Okay, wait a moment. I'll go get you something. Chun Pao went into the house and came out with a wild chicken hanging inside. He handed it to Sugwa, saying, Little brother, don't dislike it. I shot this yesterday. It's fresh. Take it home and eat it. Take it, hurry up and go. Chun Pao shoved the wild chicken into Sugwa's arms, urging him to leave quickly. Sugwa smiled and nodded. All right, Chun Pao, see you tomorrow. All right, you better wake up early. Okay. Chun Pao watched Sugwa's departing figure, mumbling to himself, if only I had a son. Sugwa probably heard that and felt a bit startled by Chun Pao's words. Sugwa gave Chun Pao the impression of dealing with an old hunter, both in thought and demeanor, as well as in his humble attitude. Everyone has gone through their youth. Chun Pao had also been proud before, especially about 7 or 8 years ago, when he felt very impressive. As he grew older, he realized he had been a bit arrogant, and when reflecting on Sugwa, though Sugwa's hunting skills weren't as good as his own, anyone with eyes could see Sugwa's humility. Sugwa carried a wild chicken home, and on the way he casually gave away the deer meat he had. Looking at the wild chicken in his hands, Sugwa shook his head helplessly. Chun Pao is quite the man. Following the moonlight, Sugwa quickly returned home. Back. Wash your hands, dinner is ready. Sugwa nodded. All right, Grandma. Oh, who gave you the wild chicken? Chun Pao gave it to me, Grandma. You should put it in the cellar, or it will spoil. All right. Grandma took it and reminded Sugwa, go wash your hands quickly. After washing his hands, Sugwa walked into the main room, where the Kong table was set with 2 plates and a basket, one of the dishes being deer meat. Sugwa rubbed his hands together, took off his shoes, and sat on the Kong, grinning. Grandpa, this must be deer meat, right? It smells great. Want to try? Sugwa rubbed his flat stomach, swallowing hard. They'll wait for Grandma to come back. We'll eat together then. All right. Han Pao found Sugwa more pleasing to the eye. Not long after Grandma returned, and the 3 started having dinner at the Kong table. Sugwa picked up a piece of deer meat. It was really delicious. After eating one piece, his expression didn't change. After 2 or 3 more bites, Sugwa's expression clearly changed, his face reddening. Feeling bloated. A very noticeable change had begun, and Han Pao laughed. Letting you eat now, you know the power of deer meat, huh? Sugwa felt as if his whole body was on fire, too hot, too hot. This was Sugwa's first time eating deer meat. Just 3 or 4 pieces made him feel so bloated, especially in his lower abdomen. Sugwa laid down his chopsticks and immediately got off the Kong, saying, Grandpa, I'm full. He ran outside to find water, gulping down mouthfuls, but it still didn't help. In the end, Sugwa had no choice but to run outside. The sky was getting darker, and there was a small river to the south of the village. In the morning, many people would wash clothes there. During summer nights, some would swim, while others wouldn't. Of course, it was now quite cool, being autumn, so very few people would go swimming. Grandpa, I'm going out to take a bath. All right, be careful. Inside the house, Han Pao chuckled helplessly. Grandma pinched Han Pao, saying, Why didn't you tell him? Just let him keep eating like that. I didn't expect this kid to dive straight into eating deer meat without even having a few bites of flatbread. Grandma said, I think you did it on purpose. Han Pao touched his nose looking up at the beams of the house. I really didn't. There was a plate of deer meat, and aside from the few bites Su Gua had, Han Pao hadn't touched it at all. Deer meat is a good thing, but it can't be eaten too much after all those nourishing things aren't, just said lightly, they truly nourish. Su Gua stepped out and ran towards the south. He felt hot along the way and finally ran a distance to the riverbank. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Gua quickly stripped off his clothes and jumped directly into the river. Su Gua could swim, and since the river here was quite shallow, he wasn't too worried. Once he was in the water, the heat on Su Gua's body slowly began to dissipate. He realized he hadn't bathed in a long time, so he took the opportunity to wash up. Damn, this deer meat really can't be eaten too much. Just 3 or 4 bites, and now he had a psychological shadow. No wonder in his past life people would carefully choose when buying aphrodisiac products, checking for the word deer. The effects were too powerful. Su Gua felt the heat on his body gradually fading. Just as he was about to leave, 2 figures appeared on the riverbank, which startled Su Gua. From their silhouettes, one looked like a girl. Su Gua slowly sunk down with only his eyes above the water, staring intently at the 2 people ahead. The 2 on the riverbank had no idea there was someone in the river. A thought suddenly flashed through Su Gua's mind. These 2 wouldn't want to. This thought startled Su Gua himself, but who could say for sure about such matters? As the 2 got closer, Su Gua could hear their conversation. Xiaomei, why not just give in to uncle? The food and money you mentioned are not issues. As long as you follow me, you'll cover your winter expenses. How about that? After saying that, Qian Kaizhen was about to place his hand on Zhao Lina's arm, but Zhao Lina gently dodged and clenched her fist. Zhao Lina looked nervously at Qian Kaizhen. Uncle Qian, didn't we agree? I'm borrowing grain, not selling. Whether you borrow or not doesn't matter. Repaying doesn't matter either. The most important thing is you. The desire on Qian Kaizhen's face said it all. This shocked Zhao Lina, especially since there was no one around. If Qian Kaizhen lost his mind and forced her, what should she do? As Zhao Lina's mind raced to find a solution, Qian Kaizhen's hand had already landed on her shoulder. This startled Zhao Lina, and she immediately retreated, saying, Uncle, I don't want to borrow any grain. You should leave quickly. Leave? Where to? Didn't you ask me to come here in the evening? Zhao Lina's pupils trembled as she looked at Qian Kaizhen. The reason she chose not to stay home was that there are many troubles at a widow's doorstep, and she was scared. Who would have thought that the other party actually had such intentions? Zhao Lina's husband had died 3 years ago, and she only had one daughter with no relatives left. The mother and daughter relied on each other for survival, and Zhao Lina had been living very hard these days. Recently her family had run out of grain, and she had no choice but to ask Qian Kaizhen for help. Who would have thought that the other party was plotting such a scheme? She definitely wouldn't agree. Zhao Lina stepped back, while Qian Kaizhen moved forward looking determined. Su Gua below was in a daze. Just moments ago he thought there would be a live spring palace scene, but it turned out like this. Should he intervene or not? Forget it. If the girl calls out, he should help. After all, watching a girl's purity being taken away made Su Gua feel a bit reluctant. Qian. Uncle Qian, you should go back. I don't want to borrow anything. I don't want to borrow. After Zhao Lina said that, she backed away while Qian Kaizhen's expression changed, smiling. Oh really? Not borrowing. Then uncle wants to borrow something from you. After saying that, Qian Kaizhen lunged at Zhao Lina. Zhao Lina knew that the other party was not letting go and dodged aside, shouting, Help! Someone's being a hooligan. Help! Someone's being a hooligan. Haha, at this time everyone in the village is having dinner. Who would come? Qian Kaizhen rubbed his hands together, swallowing hard, his greedy gaze fixed on Zhao Lina. Su Gua in the water shook his head helplessly, feeling forced to save her. He moved towards the riverbank, pulling out a mud ball and slingshot, aiming for Qian Kaizhen's head. Whoosh! The mud ball struck his head, and Qian Kaizhen felt the pain and froze for a moment, standing still, then touched the back of his head. Looking at his hand, he felt a bit damp and slippery. This is blood. Damn. Who the hell did that? Su Gua still hadn't emerged. Qian Kaizhen glared at Zhao Lina, still a bit reluctant, taking a step forward. Whoosh! Another mud ball hit his head. Qian Kaizhen realized there were people nearby, and his aim of forcing her was definitely off the table. He cursed inwardly, Damn. You damned bastard. You shot from behind. Before he could finish, a mud ball hit him squarely on the forehead. The Zhao Lina behind him saw who it was. It was the person in the water. Qian Kaizhen cursed a few times and then left. The meat he had been about to enjoy was now unattainable, and the unseen assailant was firing cold shots from behind. After the man left, Su Gua buried his head back into the water. On the shore, Zhao Lina frowned, noticing two large eyes in the river, wondering why the person did not come ashore. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Lina walked towards home, and while walking she hid behind a tree. Seeing that there was no one left on the shore, Sugwa finally emerged from the river, letting out a long breath. Such a farce can happen to me. Sugwa chuckled, then walked over to a pile of grass on the shore, taking out some clothes from inside. However, Sugwa did not notice. In a discreet spot, Zhao Lina's face turned red as she swallowed hard. She had seen everything. The only word in her mind was big. Zhao Lina shook her head, covering her flushed face as she walked towards home. What happened today left her feeling a wave of fear. Without this young benefactor, she would have likely fallen for Qian Kaizen's tricks. Just thinking about it made her shudder. After getting dressed, Sugwa frowned. Was there a sound just now? It seemed like someone was running away. He pictured the scene in his mind, wondering if that woman hadn't left yet. Damn, I wasn't seen naked, was I? Sugwa patted his chest, laughing it off. Damn it. I'm a man, not a woman. If they saw me, so what? Qian Kaizen did not go home, but instead headed towards his childhood friend Chen Gui's house. Chen Gui had just finished dinner at home when he saw Qian Kaizen coming over, noticing his peculiar expression. Kaizen, what's wrong? Nothing. Qian Kaizen knew such matters could not be disclosed and did not tell his friend. After all, it was better for fewer people to know about such things. Chen Gui, didn't you say you saw wild boars in the mountains a few days ago? Any more? I don't know, it's been 7 or 8 days. Who knows if the wild boars are still in the mountains? Really? Are you planning to hunt wild boars? Qian Kaizen nodded. Yes, to hunt wild boars. Then how about this? Let's go into the mountains the day after tomorrow to set some traps. I'll prepare some explosives tomorrow. Maybe we can catch a wild boar. Qian Kaizen nodded heavily. All right. He thought to himself, Zhao Lina, if you reject me this time, don't regret it when the meat is divided next time. In hunting, the spoils are not kept solely for oneself. Hunters who catch wild boars will share the meat, but the distribution is up to him. Who he chooses to give it to is entirely his decision. Zhao Lina wants some. That means there are many things he can manipulate. Qian Kaizen reminded Chen Gui, have you noticed anyone heading south? He was still concerned about what had just happened. Now, after all, his head had nearly been split open. Not only his head, but also his forehead. That hit had hurt too much. I didn't notice. What's wrong, Kaizen? Has someone gone south? Chen Gui continued to talk to himself. Who would go south at night now? Oh, Kaizen, you wouldn't have seen some couple sneaking around down south, would you? Seeing his friend's gossipy expression, Qian Kaizen immediately waved his hands in denial. I don't know, I was just asking casually. I thought you saw something. I was eating at home, I didn't have time for that. Alright then, enjoy the cool outside. I'll head back now. After saying this, Qian Kaizen turned to walk home. On the way, he did not see anyone accompanying him, which puzzled him greatly. Who was the one who saved Zhao Lina? Oh. The more Qian Kaizen thought about it, the more confused he became, and without paying attention, he stepped on a nail. Damn. Who the hell is so malicious? Looking at his foot bleeding profusely, Qian Kaizen cursed angrily, finding no one around. Only the darkness responded to him. Meanwhile, Sugwa had also reached his grandfather's house. He didn't even know who he had saved. It didn't matter who it was. What mattered was that Sugwa could face his conscience. If he hadn't acted, Sugwa would never have been able to overcome that hurdle in his life. Pushing open the door, he saw his grandfather playing with the golden eagle in the yard. Grandfather. Oh, you're back. His grandfather continued. There are leftovers on the Kong table for you, go eat. Okay. Sugwa took a couple of steps, and then stopped. Grandfather, do you know what my fate will be? Cough, cough, cough. When asked by Sugwa, Han Pao coughed awkwardly. I don't know, you want to eat it, has nothing to do with me. Sugwa's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed his grandfather had anticipated that he would end up this way and intentionally did not inform him. Sugwa returned to the Kong table where his chopsticks and bowl were still placed. The pancakes were still warm, and Sugwa began to eat. However, his mind was not on the food. In no time, Sugwa finished eating. He got off the Kong and returned to the kitchen to wash the dish. Then he cut some deer meat, put it in his hand to feed the golden eagle, and also had to feed 2 red puppies. The 2 red puppies had grown a bit larger, and after Sugwa fed them the sliced deer meat and filled their stomachs, he glanced outside to see his grandfather watching the stars and the moon in the yard, very content and cozy. Just a couple of days after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon in the sky was still full, and the evening breeze felt refreshing against the skin. Sugwa brought over a small stool and sat beside his grandfather, while the 2 young red puppies played around his legs. Grandfather, tell me a story about hunters. Oh, now you want me to tell you a story about hunters? Who said I was the king of bragging before? Hearing his grandfather's teasing, Sugwa's face turned red. When he was young, Han Pao told Sugwa stories about hunters, and after hearing them, Sugwa would claim they were just bragging, which often made Han Pao very angry. That was when I was young and ignorant. Grandfather, please tell me one. Well then let me tell my grandson a story. If you don't want to, I will. Grandmother, who came out from the kitchen, also brought over a small stool and sat in the yard. Han Pao glanced at grandmother and curled his lips. Fine, for your grandmother's sake, I will tell you one. All right. Once upon a time. The next morning, Sugwa got up early. His grandfather practiced the 5 animals play as usual, and Sugwa practiced for a while beside him, feeling a slight warmth throughout his body. After breakfast, Sugwa shouldered his basket, putting the crossbow inside along with some ropes. Of course, his most important slingshot was tucked at his waist. The golden eagle perched on Sugwa's shoulder, and he rubbed the little eagle's head as he stepped out. After walking for just a bit, he saw Chun Pao coming from afar, who was carrying a hunting rifle, a slingshot, and a large bag. Chun Pao. Chun Pao nodded. Sugwa, you're up quite early. I thought you were still sleeping. Chun Pao, what are you talking about? If I were still asleep, my grandfather would have probably flipped the bed and the quilt over on me. All right, since you're ready, let's go into the mountains. Then let's go. Sugwa nodded in agreement, and the two of them stepped towards the mountains. On the way, the two of them soon arrived in the mountains. The morning breeze in the mountains was quite cool, but this was just right for Sugwa. Running in the mountains, feeling a bit sweaty, it's just perfect. Chun Pao said to Sugwa, Sugwa, are you going to check the traps you set yesterday? Or should we change positions? Let's check first. If it doesn't work out, then we can change positions. After Sugwa finished speaking, the two followed the path they had taken yesterday and arrived at the spot. Before they reached the area, they smelled the strong scent of blood in the air. Sugwa paused and said, there's a smell of blood. This is bad. Chun Pao shouted, quickly running towards the location of Sugwa's traps. This is bad. The trap had caught something, and it was likely eaten by the creatures in the mountains. When he arrived, Chun Pao's guess was confirmed. On the ground, there were only feathers left, along with a strong smell of blood and a stinky, disgusting wild chicken wing. Chun Pao, what happened? Sugwa came up behind Chun Pao, peeking over. Damn it. Where's the wild chicken? It was clear that the trap had caught something, but some beast had eaten the wild chicken. Sugwa examined the traces on the ground. Are these weasel tracks? Indeed, they are weasel tracks. Sugwa, you're a bit unlucky. It's hard to catch a wild chicken, and it ends up being eaten by a weasel. Chun Pao continued, it's likely that it was trapped last night. The wild chicken hasn't been dead for long, or it must have been at dawn when the weasel came out looking for food and happened to see your trap. Your trap caught the wild chicken, and then it ate the wild chicken. Sugwa listened to Chun Pao's retelling, and with a helpless smile he said, I thought today would be a good start, but it turned out like this. Just then a creaking sound echoed as leaves rustled. A rustling sound came from behind, and Sugwa and Chun Pao immediately turned to look. In the instant they turned, they only saw a small tuft of yellow fur darting away in another direction. Yellow weasel. Chun Pao exclaimed as Sugwa grabbed his slingshot and hurriedly followed. He guessed that his wild chicken had been eaten by this yellow weasel, and Chun Pao quickly kept pace with Sugwa. The yellow weasel was quite cunning. Knowing someone was following, it deliberately ran towards a spot with lots of fallen leaves to conceal its small body. With the abundance of autumn leaves, Sugwa and Chun Pao lost track of it in no time. Sugwa slapped his thigh. It runs so fast. Chun Pao, in a good mood, patted Sugwa on the shoulder. It's harder to catch a yellow weasel in autumn. It's easier to catch a big one in winter. Sugwa looked at the scattered leaves on the ground and kicked a few randomly, only to unexpectedly kick the yellow weasel hiding beneath the leaves. The yellow weasel let out a howl as it was kicked away. Sugwa was stunned. It was hiding right under my nose. Chun Pao quickly reminded him, Sugwa, be careful. Watch out for the yellow weasel's stinky gas. The yellow weasel landed on the ground and flipped over to run again. Sugwa had pulled his slingshot taut, aiming carefully at such a close range. Whoosh! A mud pellet flew out from the pouch and struck the yellow weasel on the head, causing it to twitch slightly. Seeing this, Sugwa intended to catch the yellow weasel, but a cloud of yellow mist immediately appeared. Sugwa quickly covered his nose and mouth, grabbing his slingshot to shoot again. The yellow weasel collapsed on the ground, this time motionless. Sugwa seized the opportunity amidst the yellow mist and caught the yellow weasel, placing it into his bag. Covering his mouth and nose, Sugwa emerged from the yellow mist and walked forward for a while before spotting Chun Pao, who had circled back. Chun Pao looked at Sugwa while still covering his mouth and nose. Sugwa, you are really pushing it. For a yellow weasel, you smell like that now. Sugwa, confused, sniffed at his clothes. A disgusted expression appeared on his face. Chun Pao, the yellow weasel's fur is way too stinky. Sugwa felt nauseated by the horrid smell on his clothes, nearly making him faint. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he inhaled the yellow weasel's stinky gas directly. Would he faint? I just warned you, yet you jumped right in and even caught the yellow weasel. Chin Pao chuckled helplessly, never expecting Sugwa to dash right into the yellow weasel's stinky gas. Typically, Chin Pao would also catch a yellow weasel provided it hadn't let out a stinky gas. If it had, he wouldn't go after it. Sugwa was in a relatively better situation, having not inhaled the stinky gas directly. He just had the smell on his clothes. It's too stinky, Chin Pao. I can't take it anymore. Chin Pao had a slightly gleeful expression, shaking his head helplessly. Let's walk another 2 miles east. There's a small stream over there. You can wash up later. Sugwa nodded heavily. All right. The two released their golden eagle into the sky and walked on foot towards the small stream in the east. Sugwa wanted to wash off the stinky gas on him. Fortunately, his golden eagle was doing well and spotted a gray dog, which Sugwa shot down with his slingshot. Chin Pao smiled awkwardly beside him. I wasn't ready yet, you shot so quickly. Sugwa chuckled. Chin Pao, it's just second nature for me. It's an instinctive reaction. You kid. You're born to hunt. Your grandfather has good descendants. He was bold and tenacious, humble, yet manly. Sugwa smiled at Chin Pao's praise, but remained silent, lowering his head to sniff at the smell on his own clothes. While it was still so stinky. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the two arrived at the small stream. Sugwa hadn't entered the water, yet when the sharp-eyed Chin Pao murmured, there are traces of water rats. Oh, and foxes too. The wild beasts in the mountains all drink water, and the water source is a prime spot for wading and hunting. However, such cases are rare. Some beasts come to drink every few days, and if humans wait idly, they waste too much time. Chin Pao, can we follow the footprints? Sugwa pointed at the prints near the muddy area by the stream, and the fur scattered from the fox, all indicating that a beast had passed through. Chin Pao shook his head. No, it's autumn now with a lot of fallen leaves. When the wind blows, the traces left by the beasts on the leaves get blown away. If it were winter, we might have caught a good fox today. If we can't catch a fox, we can catch water rats, right? There are quite a few footprints of water dogs around here. Chin Pao smiled helplessly. Neither of us brought any wooden traps when we came. Let's catch the gray dog first, then come back for the water rats. All right, you hurry and wash up. Be careful, the water is quite cold in autumn. Sugwa nodded. Okay, I'll go take a look around. After leaving that, Chin Pao walked toward a nearby forest. Sugwa then stripped off his clothes by the stream, went in to wash, and even cleaned his clothes. Wet clothes were better than thick ones. I must say the water temperature in the autumn morning was still quite cold. It would be warmer in the evening. Yesterday, Sugwa hadn't felt the river's temperature. After all, he was hot all over back then. Now in the stream, he felt the water getting cooler. Sugwa rubbed his body. It's really cold. After washing for a while and rinsing his clothes several times, the smell still lingered. Damn, why does this smell so strong? I'm really fed up. Sugwa angrily stomped on the ground by the stream. There was nothing he could do. The yellow weasel's stinky gas was just too foul, so he washed a few more times in the water. Once he felt he was almost done, Sugwa sniffed. That's better, the smell has faded a bit. He didn't have any soap on hand, so it was hard to clean thoroughly. Even if he did, it would take a long time to wash away the smell. As Sugwa was about to get out, he suddenly felt something slippery under his feet. Did he step on a loach? He quickly realized that it was definitely not a loach. Quick to react, Sugwa bent down to feel beneath his feet. When his hand came out of the water, he finally saw what it was. A frog. No, wait, in northeastern terms, it's called a forest frog, also known as a snow frog. This thing is considered delicious by those who enjoy it, while others may think it's a dark culinary mystery. After all, forest frogs eat seeds while bullfrogs eat meat. The bellies of forest frogs are full of seeds, especially from autumn to winter, which is the best time to catch them. Forest frogs generally live in the river in small pits and depressions, but they can also be found on the ground within the forest. Sugwa placed the forest frog in his bag and continued to wander around. Having already been in the water, he thought it was fine to bear the cold and catch some forest frogs to take home. Sugwa quite liked eating forest frogs. This dish was very delicious to him. As he splashed around in the river, it wasn't long before several forest frogs were forced to surface. The moment they popped up, Sugwa seized the opportunity to catch them, grabbing one in his hand. This one's not small at all, Sugwa said, lightly placing the forest frog in his bag while eyeing a few more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chin Pao was wandering in the forest. The trees here were lush, blocking out the sunlight, and stepping inside brought a refreshing chill. After walking a few steps, Chin Pao spotted a gray dog and readied his slingshot to shoot. The gray dog ran up, quickly darting into a tree hole. Seeing such a large tree, Chin Pao thought that if he climbed up, the gray dog might escape. He decided to wait for Sugwa to come and catch it together. After noting the position of the gray dog, Chin Pao wandered around for a bit longer and was fortunate enough to hit 2 gray dogs this time, including the one he had spotted earlier that made 3 in total which they could catch when Sugwa arrived. It's been a while. Hasn't he come out yet? Chun Pao murmured, having been wandering around for about an hour. By now Su Gua should have emerged from the river. Chun Pao skinned the 2 gray dogs, feeding the meat to the golden eagle, and placed the skins in his bag before heading back the way he came. Before reaching the small stream, Chun Pao heard Su Gua's hearty laughter. "Huh. Run. You can run, huh? This time let's see if you can escape." At that moment Su Gua was catching a forest frog and waving it in front of its face. This particular forest frog gave Su Gua quite a chase. He caught other forest frogs in less than half a minute, but this one took him 6 minutes. It was freezing in the water. Can you imagine how I spent those 6 minutes? Thus the earlier scene unfolded. In fact, Su Gua wanted to do something else with the forest frog, open its mouth and spit into it. After all, he had seen this in a short video before, but then he thought about how he would still need to eat this forest frog, so he decided against it and just had it endure a beating. "Su Gua, what are you doing?" Chun Pao's voice came from the side. Su Gua smiled and raised the forest frog in his hand, saying, "Chun Pao, there are plenty of forest frogs here. I was just teaching them a lesson." "Forest frogs?" Chun Pao laughed and asked, "How many have you caught?" "Forest frogs are a good thing, even my wife, and I can't get used to them. Well over 20 so far, and there are quite a few females among them. We can have plenty of seeds to eat now." "All right, you better come up quickly, the water is too cold. Wait for me, I'll gather some firewood, start a fire, and warm us up." Su Gua sincerely said, "Thanks, Chun Pao. No problem, just come up quickly." After leaving that, Chun Pao went to look for firewood, while Su Gua waded across the stream to the other side where his clothes were. After Su Gua put on his clothes, he used one hand to grip the ground beside him, while holding a basket in the other, making his way upwards. Chun Pao had already gathered some firewood and placed it in front of Su Gua, igniting it, and arranging the flames, quickly roasted. "It will be warmer that way. Once you finish roasting, we'll head over there. I just saw a gray dog hiding in a tree hole. The tree is quite tall, so we'll be afraid later. You watch from below, and if it runs away, use the slingshot to bring it down." Su Gua rubbed his palms together, moving his hands closer to the fire, and nodded with a smile, "No problem." Soon the fire in the pile went out, and by then the sun had risen high, drying the dampness on Su Gua's clothes. Only the bottom of his pants remained wet, the upper part was almost dry. Su Gua stood up, stretching a bit, while carrying the basket on his back. "Chun Pao, let's go check out that gray dog." "Let's go." Su Gua followed behind Chun Pao as they reached the edge of the forest. "It's right ahead." Chun Pao pointed at a large tree in front of them. Su Gua twitched the corners of his mouth. "Is it really that big?" It was even longer than Su Gua's outstretched arms. "Yeah, let me climb it." After saying that, Chun Pao tucked the slingshot into his waistband and began to climb the tree, moving upward bit by bit. Before long, he reached the tree hole where the gray dog was, and just as Chun Pao had said, the gray dog immediately bolted out. Before Chun Pao could catch it, the gray dog had already scurried down the tree. Seeing this, Su Gua immediately aimed. There was a whoosh, and the gray dog that had just been climbing the tree fell instantly to the ground dead. "All right, Chun Pao, hurry down." "Okay." Chun Pao climbed down from the tree, clapping his hands. "Good thing I had you come over earlier, otherwise my climb would have been a waste of time. Let's go explore over here." "Sure." Su Gua nodded as Chun Pao led the way, with Su Gua following behind. The morning passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, both of them had made quite the haul. Su Gua caught 7 gray dogs, while Chun Pao caught 5. The two gathered their firewood and walked to the next small creek. The fire was lit, and the firewood burned. Su Gua had processed all the gray dogs, feeding 2 to the golden eagles. The rest were strung up with branches and roasted over the fire. Chun Pao was also busy. They had clear rolls. He held the gray dog skins Su Gua handed him, propping them up with branches a little distance from the fire, just enough to warm them. The meat of the gray dogs sizzling on the branches, Su Gua took out the prepared salt from his pocket, pinched it with his fingers, and sprinkled it over the meat. The aroma of the meat was instantly released, incredibly fragrant. Chun Pao inhaled sharply and said, "Su Gua, you really know how to do this. If otherwise, you shouldn't just stay with your grandfather. Come with me, and I'll teach you how to hunt. How about you cook for me every day?" Su Gua laughed, deflecting, "Don't be like that, Chun Pao. Oh, if you want to eat, you might run into me in the mountains. Should I learn from Chun Pao or stick with my grandfather?" But to be fair, I did learn quite a bit from Chun Pao, especially about setting traps. Su Gua flipped the meat to roast the other side, and after a while, both sides were roasted to a crispy golden brown, easily crumbling to the touch. Su Gua handed some pieces of gray dog meat to Chun Pao, who grinned and accepted them, eating heartily. "Delicious. So fragrant, incredibly fragrant." Su Gua smiled. "Chun Pao, there's plenty more. You really know how to do this." Chun Pao took the water bottle Su Gua handed over, took a sip, and said, "You should drink some too, don't choke." "Chun Pao, are there still bear dogs in the mountains?" Mentioning bear dogs, Chun Pao stared blankly at Su Gua and asked, dumbfounded, "What do you want to do?" Go hunt bear dogs. No, I was just asking. I actually want to hunt, but who would let me? How could I hunt with just a small crossbow? Bang. At that moment, a series of gunshots came from the southwest direction. This meant that someone was hunting nearby. Sugwa was taken aback, and Chun Pao beside him was similarly surprised. The gunfire was faint. This meant that the hunter was not far from them. Chun Pao, do you want to go take a look? Chun Pao's eyes darted around, shoving some gray dog meat into his mouth, and stood up to take out the hunting rifle on his back, looking towards the southwest, uttering for words, "Let's go take a look." Sugwa stood up and placed the gray dog meat into the basket, then doused the fire with a urination, covering it with surrounding soil for reassurance. Following behind Chun Pao, the two walked one after the other. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more gunshots rang out. 3 shots. Sugwa's brow furrowed even tighter. What were they hunting? A bear dog. That's impossible. They had already fired 4 shots at a bear dog. But if it wasn't a bear dog, then what was it? The two finally saw the scene ahead. It turned out to be a stag on the slope with the hunter firing behind it. Chun Pao. Shoo. Chun Pao made a shushing gesture. Sugwa understood and fell silent. The stag had been shot 3 times in the rear tail and calf. The stag was still running up the slope while the hunter below was in hot pursuit. After all, how could a stag that had been spotted be allowed to escape? But who was the stag? A creature even larger than a spotted deer, full of yang energy. If this continued, the stag would soon climb over the slope and flee into the woods. If it fled into the woods, the hunter behind would have wasted his efforts. In the woods, moving stags were even harder to hunt. The trees were simply too many, making it easy to hit a tree instead. The hunter Li Weilong cursed under his breath. His stamina was gradually running out. He had wandered around the mountains for quite a while in the morning and had finally spotted this stag. But while chasing, he had strained himself, and being older now, his stamina from running the mountains all morning was beginning to give out. Moreover, he hadn't eaten lunch just to pursue this stag. Having fired 4 shots, the stag had been hit 3 times, yet he had no help beside him, and now it seemed the stag was about to escape. Chun Pao, if you don't help soon, the stag is getting away. Sugwa urged from the side. Chun Pao nodded. All right, you shoot first with the crossbow. It's already run quite a distance. If you can't hit it, I'll shoot with my hunting rifle. Sugwa was startled and thanked Chun Pao. Thanks, Chun Pao. The main reason Chun Pao gave Sugwa the chance to practice with the crossbow was that Sugwa had promised to help him catch gray dogs earlier. If he couldn't hit it, Chun Pao could still follow up with a shot, allowing Sugwa to practice with peace of mind. Chun Pao urged, quickly shoot, don't let it go downhill. Bang! A shot rang out. Li Weilong missed and hit a tree instead. It's over. Li Weilong's expression dimmed, shaking his head helplessly. It seemed he had no fate with this stag. In autumn, when stags were most abundant, now one was right in front of him, about to escape, filling Li Weilong's heart with regret. Just as Li Weilong was still feeling frustrated, an arrow whizzed past him, hitting the stag's thigh. Before he could react, another arrow struck the stag's back. Twice, both hits. The stag let out a painful cry, but Sugwa felt no pity. He aimed once more and gently pulled the trigger of the crossbow. With a whoosh, the arrow struck the stag's front leg. Both its front and hind legs were hit by Sugwa, causing the stag to stumble and collapse to the ground. Beautiful. Chun Pao praised without reservation. Li Weilong turned to look. Who are you? Sugwa and Chun Pao stepped out from the side. Oh, Xiao Chun. Li Weilong raised his eyebrows, looking at Sugwa. Who is this? Li Pao, why are you up in the mountains hunting? Chun Pao continued. This is Sugwa, the grandson of Han Pao. He was the one who shot the stag with the crossbow just now. His aim is quite accurate. Hearing Chun Pao's praise, Sugwa scratched his head in embarrassment. Li Pao, hello. Sugwa, nice to meet you, a real man. Those arrows you shot just now were impressive. Are you interested in learning to hunt with me? Chun Pao and Sugwa twitched the corners of their mouths. Chun Pao had just mentioned it, and this was the second time Sugwa had heard it today. Sugwa smiled and waved his hand. Li Pao, I'm currently learning from my grandfather. What a pity, such a good seedling, Li Weilong murmured. I wonder how Xiao Zhou's matter is going. He still hasn't found me a disciple. Listening to Li Pao's words, Sugwa didn't think much of it, but just recalled when Uncle Zhou had sent him off a couple of days ago. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? While Sugwa was still in a daze, Li Weilong's voice came again. Sugwa, how do we split this stag? Sugwa replied, Chun Pao, and I just want one hind leg each. As for the rest, I'll leave it up to you to arrange. You're a real man, but I'm not one to take advantage of you guys. How about this? We'll divide it a bit more. Xiao Chun, I'll put you at a disadvantage this time, and let you take a little less, okay? Li Weilong's voice came through, and Chun Pao smiled and nodded, unable to do anything. After all, he hadn't helped much. Only Li Weilong would dare to call Chun Pao Xiao Chun. Li Weilong had served in the military in his youth and later became part of the militia in the village before retiring. It was said that he once shot a mountain king. In his younger days, Li Pao was a sharpshooter hitting targets precisely. But now with age his skill had declined somewhat. A hunter's skill also diminishes with the decline of physical condition. Yo Sugwa, what do you have in your basket? It smells delightful. Li Weiguo approached Sugwa's basket and exclaimed, is that roasted greyhound meat? Here, let me get you some, Li Grandpa. Sugwa placed his basket down and handed Li Weiguo some of the roasted greyhound meat. Li Weiguo took it and peered into the basket laughing. Sugwa, you've really got a lot of good stuff here. And is that a fair number of forest frogs? Li Grandpa, do you want some? Should I give you a bit? Li Weiguo's face turned slightly rosy as he waved his hand with a smile. No, you keep it. Forest frogs are a delicacy, but at my age I find them a bit hard to stomach. All right, enough talk. Lend me a hand. Oh, I'll carry this elk back. Li Weiguo continued. I'll take it directly to old Han. Sure thing, Li Grandpa. Hearing Li Weiguo's words, Sugwa understood that their relationship was quite good, otherwise he wouldn't say that. Sugwa watched Li Grandpa wobble towards the elk and said, Li Grandpa, should I help you carry it back? Don't be silly, do you look down on me, boy? Li Weiguo chuckled. I'm not that old yet, all right. Xiaochen, hurry and take Sugwa to explore other places. I'll finish this greyhound meat and then head back with the elk. All right, then Li Pao, I'll go with Sugwa first. Li Weiguo waved his hand. Let's go. Sugwa slung the basket over his back and handed the roasted greyhound meat to Chen Pao. Chen Pao, keep eating. The two finished the greyhound meat and continued wandering in the mountains. Sugwa, let's head a bit north. The ground there is relatively flat and there might be greyhounds. Most importantly, the visibility is clearer, so the golden eagle can help us spot any hiding greyhounds. Sugwa nodded. He wasn't very familiar with the surroundings, so he decided to follow Chen Pao's suggestion, which would also help him remember the environment. After walking several miles, they finally arrived at the location Chen Pao mentioned. Just as Chen Pao said, the area was particularly good, with trees stretching as far as the eye could see and very few uneven patches on the ground. What do you think? This area has a clear view, right? Chen Pao patted Sugwa on the shoulder and smiled. You really know your stuff, Chen Pao. Chen Pao sighed with a smile. Sugwa, you really know how to flatter, don't you? Let's see who can catch more golden eagles. All right, then Chen Pao, you better go easy on me. I've barely caught a few golden eagles myself. After hearing Sugwa's modest words, Chen Pao said nothing, but smiled meaningfully and then whistled. The golden eagle perched on Chen Pao's shoulder took off into the sky. Sugwa, not wanting to be outdone, rubbed the golden eagle's small head, cupped his hands, and whistled. The golden eagle on his arms soared into the air. Seeing this, Chen Pao smiled slightly. Your golden eagle. Its wings are quite new, right? It's really big. Sugwa's golden eagle was a bit larger than Chen Pao's. Sugwa nodded. What you don't know is that my golden eagle has just reached adulthood. My grandpa told me its feathers have only recently molted. You're really lucky, aren't you? Chen Pao shot Sugwa an envious glance. The feathers of the golden eagle are rarely replaced. They molt only when they reach adulthood or middle age. The better the feathers of the golden eagle, the faster it can fly, indicating that it is indeed a magnificent bird. In no time, Sugwa's golden eagle caught a flying dragon, gripping it tightly as it slowly flew in front of Sugwa. Releasing its claws, the flying dragon landed on Sugwa's hand. Chen Pao was taken aback, looking at Sugwa with a smile, and asked, Sugwa, is your golden eagle a bit foolish? Sugwa was left speechless. Catching a greyhound, not a flying dragon. Sugwa helplessly rubbed the golden eagle's head, which looked up at him with a confused expression. Sugwa reiterated, catch that greyhound over there. This time the golden eagle seemed to understand, nodding its head 3 times and soaring into the sky. Chen Pao's golden eagle performed reasonably well, weaving through the trees for a while before catching a greyhound in its beak. Chen Pao took the greyhound from the golden eagle's mouth, skinned it, and fed the meat to the eagle, saying, eat up. The golden eagle finished eating and continued to fly into the woods. Chen Pao placed the skinned greyhound hide in his bag and chuckled, Sugwa, I'm ahead of you. Chen Pao, don't rush. Sugwa had a natural confidence in his golden eagle. This little creature was no fool. It knew that catching greyhounds meant food for itself, and it would surely bring back a few. A gust of wind blew, causing several incomplete fallen leaves to tumble down from the trees, along with a few greyhounds hiding in the branches, which were either blown down or moved forward. This movement caught the attention of Sugwa's golden eagle in the sky. The eagle's eyes were sharp, especially when it came to spotting dynamic prey. Upon seeing the target, it flapped its wings and flew towards the greyhound's location. Sugwa, it seems your golden eagle is about to catch something, Chen Pao said with a grin. Sugwa smiled, but remained silent, his gaze fixed on the diving golden eagle. Soon the golden eagle perched on a branch, and the greyhound on the tree sensed danger and attempted to flee. However, the eagle snatched it with a claw, squeezing it tightly in its grip. Well done. This golden eagle is clever. Sugwa, how about we swap? Chun Pao joked, but Sugwa waved his hand, saying, Chun Pao, your eagle is much more impressive than mine. You're just being humble. All right, I'm going to check over there. Let them catch some more, and we'll see who has the most. Chun Pao laughed and walked to another spot, while his golden eagle flew in front of Sugwa, handing over the greyhound. Sugwa used a small knife to skin the greyhound. After 2 or 3 days of practice, he had become quite adept at skinning greyhounds. The most practice he had was with skinning greyhounds. They were easy to catch, and their hides sold for a decent price. After finishing, Sugwa didn't feed the eagle too much, having already fed it an hour earlier. Overfeeding could make it sluggish, so he decided to give it just a little. Once the golden eagle had eaten, Sugwa whistled for it to ascend into the sky. He then shouldered his basket and walked to another location, pulling out a slingshot to scan the trees. In this forest, Sugwa went east while Chun Pao headed west. They could both see each other's figures, not straying too far. Sugwa was cautious not to wander too far, fearing encounters with large wild beasts. If that happened, he would have to run. Chun Pao was also careful not to stray too far, worried about Sugwa's safety. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Weigua, carrying a deer, had already reached the outskirts of the mountain. The trees at the mountain's edge had long been cleared, and wild beasts were rarely seen, practically absent. Only a few small wild animals could be spotted, such as jumping cats and wild chickens. As Li Weigua approached the mountain's edge, he caught sight of a figure. The figure turned towards Li Weigua, and he recognized her as Zhao Lina, the attractive widow from the village. However, there had never been any rumors or slander about her with any of the villagers. He had never heard such talk. This indicates that she values her reputation highly. In this era, a woman whose husband has died and has a daughter without remarrying is quite rare. After all, it is difficult for a woman to survive in these times, lacking both strength and a dependable pillar in the family. When Zhao Lina saw Li Weigua, she was initially taken aback, then smiled and said, Li Pao, did you catch a deer? Would you like me to help you carry it? To be honest, she was a bit tempted. It had been a long time since she had eaten meat. She understood that mountain treasures are best shared, convinced that Li Pao would surely give her some. Having spent so many days foraging for wild vegetables, she felt that eating them alone was lacking in nutrition. It was essential for her daughter, who was at a growing stage, to have some meat. Even if it meant throwing away her pride, she felt compelled to ask for a bit from him. Humans are inherently selfish, especially women, particularly those with daughters. Li Weigua waved his hand and directly asked, do you want to eat deer? Zhao Lina didn't expect such a straightforward question and could only nod. Seeing her nod, Li Weigua continued, all right, but this deer wasn't hunted by me alone. I can't just decide to give you some. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lina frowned. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Is there anyone in the village who shoots better than you? It seemed there were very few such people. Noticing Zhao Lina's confusion, Li Weigua elaborated, actually, I nearly killed the deer myself. Just as it was about to escape, Sugwa, Han Pao's grandson, helped shoot it. I can't make decisions right now, so how about this? You wait here for Sugwa. He and Chun Pao will likely be out around this time. Then you can come to my house, and we can discuss it. What do you think? Sugwa, that's such an unfamiliar name. All right, I'll wait for him and Chun Pao, and then we'll go find you. Nevertheless, desperate for meat, Zhao Lina nodded in agreement and decided to wait. Li Weigua also didn't want to make multiple trips to Han Pao's house, since it wasn't that close. With someone to bring Sugwa to him, he could take a break as well. The afternoon flew by. Sugwa's luck was somewhat lacking. He hit a greyhound with his slingshot, but also ended up hitting other prey, such as a wild chicken and 2 jumping cats. Chun Pao, on the other hand, managed to shoot 3 greyhounds, but no other small game. Sugwa looked at the greyhound skins in Chun Pao's hands and smiled, saying, Chun Pao, you're impressive, catching 3 this afternoon. Chun Pao retorted with a grin, your golden eagle has caught more than both of us combined, but the skins are not in the best condition. Sugwa's golden eagle had caught 6 greyhounds that afternoon, while Chun Pao's had caught 2. However, the greyhound skins caught by Sugwa's eagle bore some minor claw marks. Just as Chun Pao had said earlier, the greyhounds caught by Sugwa's single eagle could rival those caught by both Chun Pao and his eagle combined. They had a good haul today with both of them, and their eagles catching a total of 16 greyhounds. If sold at market price, they could fetch at least 10 large bundles. According to the agreed division, Sugwa would receive 6 bundles. However, Sugwa knew this was a significant catch, and there weren't many greyhound skins left to complete the task. Sugwa handed the greyhound skins in his bag to Chun Pao. After receiving them, Chun Pao patted Sugwa on the shoulder, exclaiming, Great. Great. If I had known, I would have come to find you sooner. Today we caught 16 greyhounds, 16 skins. That's more than I caught in the past 3 days. Sugwa, why don't you stop hunting and just focus on greyhound skins with me? We could easily make 1,000 in a month. Haha, Chin Pao, are you trying to wipe out all the greyhounds in this forest, leaving no survivors? Enough joking around. If you hadn't been here today, I probably would have taken until dark to catch anything. Let's head back before it gets completely dark. After saying this, Chun Pao blew his whistle, signaling for the golden eagle to return. Sugwa followed suit, and the two of them made their way out of the mountain, one in front of the other. Soon the two arrived at the outskirts of the mountain. Chun Pao led the way with Sugwa following behind. Sugwa kept rubbing the little head of the golden eagle, as if he were playing with a walnut, and the eagle didn't mind allowing him to do so. Before Sugwa could react, a female voice came from ahead. Chun Pao, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chun Pao, who was walking in front, was taken aback, looking at Zhao Lina with a puzzled expression. He knew Zhao Lina was a pretty widow in the village. Realizing how easily this could be misunderstood by Sugwa behind him, Chun Pao quickly said, Sister, what's the matter? Why are you waiting for me here? If there's something urgent, you can come to my house to discuss it. This statement clarified that he had no relationship with her, hoping Sugwa wouldn't misunderstand or overthink. In fact, Sugwa had not been thinking anything inappropriate. He recognized Zhao Lina's figure the moment he saw her. Wasn't she the one from last night? Zhao Lina also noticed Sugwa behind Chin Pao. At first she was a bit dazed, but as soon as she saw Sugwa's big eyes, she immediately recognized him. Is this the benefactor who saved me last night? Then Zhao Lina, for some unknown reason, found herself slowly looking down at Sugwa, who quickly coughed and said, Ahem. Zhao Lina's face turned slightly red as she said to Chin Pao, Chin Pao, a few hours ago, I met Li Pao, and he said you were hunting deer together. He asked me to follow you to his house. I wonder if you can agree. Chin Pao and Sugwa understood why they encountered her here. It turned out to be this reason. Chin Pao did not respond and looked at Sugwa. What do you think? Sugwa nodded. That's fine, sharing a bit is no problem. We shouldn't hoard what we find in the mountains. It's a rule set by the mountain gods, so let's follow it. Whether this rule was truly set by the mountain gods is debatable, but if a hunter catches prey and doesn't share, there's a risk of someone later turning against them. Despite the seemingly kind nature of the villagers, there are always some troublemakers, though one can never fully understand people's hearts. Zhao Lina's face lit up with joy as she nodded. I won't ask for much, just a little is fine. My family's Yuan hasn't had a bite of meat in a long time. Her voice gradually trailed off. Sugwa lightly coughed. Chin Pao, lead the way. I don't know where Li Pao's house is. All right. Chin Pao shook his head helplessly and led the way, casting a suspicious glance at Zhao Lina as he passed her. It seemed like he had just seen a familiarity between her and Sugwa. Was it just his imagination? Zhao Lina followed behind Chin Pao, while Sugwa was at the back looking at Zhao Lina's figure. She was subtly alluring with curves in all the right places, and her ample backside left Sugwa momentarily dry-mouthed. No wonder someone wanted to force. With this figure, coupled with her status as a widow, Sugwa couldn't help but admire Chow Chow's discerning eye. Quickly the three of them reached Li Weiguo's home, and the sky had completely darkened. Li Weiguo's house was about 700 or 800 meters away from Grandpa Han Pao's house, which wasn't too far. Are you here? Before they entered the yard, Li Weiguo heard the commotion and looked up at the three of them. Did you agree? Yes, we agreed. All right. Li Weiguo nodded, pointing to the deer meat on the table. The meat has been divided. This is for you, Sugwa, and this is for you, Chun. Oh, and you, it's all over here. There's some deer blood left. Does anyone want it? After Li Weiguo finished speaking, Sugwa chuckled. Li Pao, this deer blood is for making deer wine. Don't you want it? Li Weiguo waved his hand. What do I need deer wine for? I have tiger bone wine. With a creak, everything fell silent. Chun Pao quickly ran to Li Weiguo, his eyes shining as he looked at Li Pao. Uncle Li, do you really have tiger bone wine? Can I have a taste? I haven't hunted a tiger yet. Let me try some tiger bone wine. Get lost, I don't have that much. I don't want to waste it on you. Go play elsewhere. Li Weiguo would never give Chin Pao any. If he did, he would probably finish it in less than a month. He himself had hardly sipped it, and it was an achievement of his youth, having killed an old tiger. Its bones were soaked in wine along with some tiger meat. 7 years ago, he had a sip of tiger bone wine. It was way too strong, even more so than deer wine, and it was spicy. The taste was simply unforgettable. Sugwa and Zhao Lina looked at Li Weiguo in shock, not expecting him to have really hunted a mountain lord, but judging by what he just said, it probably wasn't a lie. One could only say that the young Li Weiguo was indeed quite formidable, especially in the hunting field. Li Pao is impressive. Was it nerve-wracking to hunt the tiger? Of course it was nerve-wracking. That tiger was so fast, it was in front of me in the blink of an eye. But no matter how quick it couldn't outrun my bullet, and I shot it dead. Hearing Li Weigua casually recount this, Sugwa knew there was more to the story. After all, everyone had their moments of glory. Since Li Pao didn't want to elaborate, it seemed he had his reasons. Sugwa picked up a basket and placed some of the deer meat from the table into it, then added some to a bag. Chen Pao was still pestering Li Pao, while Zhao Lina took a very small piece of meat roughly the size of 2 palms and estimated to be less than 3 pounds. But having this is better than nothing. Of course, Zhao Lina understood who she had to thank for this. Without Sugwa's nod, she probably wouldn't have been able to get any. Over the years, she had rarely received help from outsiders. After all, those outsiders only sought to gain something from her. What benefits could a widow like her provide? It was just those things. Chen Pao, Li Pao, I'll take my leave now, Sugwa said cheerfully as he walked ahead. Zhao Lina, wanting to speak, was interrupted before she could say anything as Li Weiguo's voice came again from behind. Sugwa, do you want this deer hide? This deer hide can attract deer. Do you want it? Sugwa paused, looking at Li Weiguo in front of him, unsure of what kind of trap Li Weiguo was setting for him. However, what Li Weiguo said about using a fake deer hide to lure real deer was true. Sugwa had read about such traps in the notes written by his grandpa. This method was also invented by the Orcan people, and one couldn't help but admire that the Orcan people were born hunters. However, there are also some risks. If a deer realizes the hide is fake, it will angrily stomp on it. If the person inside doesn't come out in time, they could easily be trampled to death by the deer. Zhao Lina blinked her beautiful eyes, watching Sugwa make a decision. Sugwa smiled and said, Li Pao, I won't need this, you should keep it. You little brat, so hard to persuade. Fine, if it's not mine, it's not mine. Let's go. Li Weigua thought Sugwa would be tempted, but Sugwa outright rejected it, leaving him unsure how to proceed. If Sugwa had taken the deer hide, the following matters would have been simpler. Li Weigua liked hunters like Sugwa who were bold and capable, especially with their accuracy. Perhaps he could inherit his legacy in the future. But it seems Li Weigua was overthinking it. Sugwa only wanted to follow Grandpa Han Pao to learn skills. Grandpa Han Pao's hunting skills were enough for Sugwa to learn for a lifetime and sustain him. Remember, one cannot chew more than they can swallow. Sugwa clasped his hands in thanks. Li Pao, I'm leaving now. After Sugwa left, Chen Pao could only smile helplessly. Uncle Li, this kid is just like that. I've gotten used to being with him these past 2 days. Uncle Li, how about this? I'll handle it, and you share a bit of tiger bone wine with me. What do you say? You handle it. What can you offer? Hee, Uncle Li, it's easy to handle, Sugwa. Just let me have a drink first. Li Weigua didn't believe Chen Pao's empty chatter. Take your meat and get lost. After stepping out, Sugwa headed towards his grandfather's house. Not long after he began walking, he heard footsteps following him from behind. Sugwa touched the slingshot at his waist, his expression turning vigilant. If he encountered someone unscrupulous, this would work to his advantage. Just then the footsteps behind him quickened, approaching rapidly. In the moment Sugwa turned his head, he saw who was coming. Zhao Lina, the widow he had saved. Sugwa was unsure of what the other party wanted to do. Just as he was about to speak, she said directly, You must be Sugwa, right? Sugwa nodded. Sister Zhao, you've already gotten the meat. What else do you need from me? It's nothing. By the way, thank you for yesterday. Here are some wild vegetables I picked outside the mountain. Take a little. Zhao Lina blushed as she placed some wild vegetables from her basket into Sugwa's basket. Sugwa was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to recognize him. Immediately, Sugwa recalled the embarrassing moment of emerging from the stream in the nude and felt awkward. Ahem. Sugwa realized the atmosphere was a bit awkward and hurriedly cleared his throat. Then thank you, Sister Zhao. Sugwa didn't say much more, thanked her, and began to run towards his grandfather's house. Zhao Lina, with a slight smile, shouldered her basket and headed home. Today she could finally prepare a meat dish for her daughter. Sugwa hurried back home, rubbed his face, and calmed himself down. After adjusting himself, he entered the yard. Back already? You're quite early today. His grandfather glanced at Sugwa, who was busy with the pickled vegetables. At this time, autumn was the season for pickling vegetables. Once the weather cooled down a bit, they could be taken out to eat. Glad you're back. How was the harvest today? Chen Pao and I caught a total of 16 greyhounds. Not bad. Compared to my youth, it's just so-so. His grandfather replied indifferently while his grandmother shot him a glance. Do you even remember how you were when you were young? Do you really want me to expose you? His grandfather glanced at his grandmother, chuckling awkwardly. Sugwa then placed the basket on the ground and continued, Grandpa, I also caught quite a few forest frogs. I also helped Uncle Li Weigua and Li Pao catch a deer that was about to escape. Han Pao, can you just finish in one go? This makes me look foolish. However, to be fair, Sugwa's harvest far exceeded Han Pao's expectations. He thought that Sugwa and Chen Pao would be lucky to catch 10 greyhounds, but they ended up with 16 along with some other game. His grandmother walked over smiling, "My good grandson, you are much better than your grandfather." Then she looked at the contents of the basket. "Oh, and there's a weasel." "Yes, I set a trap and caught a wild chicken. It seems it was eaten by the weasel, and I happened to see. So I caught it." "Did it stink?" Han Pao chuckled at Sugwa. Sugwa awkwardly smiled and scratched his head. "I smelled it. It was really foul." "You're lucky. Some inexperienced hunters try to catch weasels and end up smelling it so many times without success." His grandmother shot Han Pao a glare. "Are you talking about yourself? Hey, can't you speak nicely? Why are you always exposing my shortcomings?" "Alright, I won't expose you anymore. I'm going to cook for my grandson." His grandmother took Sugwa's basket and walked with a smile towards the kitchen. Sugwa took off the golden eagle from his arm, letting it rest beside his grandfather's eagle. It had become a bit heavy hanging on his arm. "Sugwa, come here, I'll show you something else." "What is it?" Sugwa followed his grandfather to the door of his room, where two young red puppies ran over, rubbing against Sugwa's legs. Sugwa picked up the two young red puppies and rubbed their heads, noting they had grown a bit bigger. "Not small at all. Come here, look over here." "Coming." Sugwa hurriedly followed. He looked in the direction his grandfather pointed, seeing a small basin containing a greenish liquid with a faint, unpleasant smell. "Grandpa, what is this?" "It's parasite grass. I've made it into soup. Feed it to these two red puppies." "What? Parasite soup? Why is it this color?" Han Pao patted Sugwa on the shoulder. "What did you expect? Hurry up." Sugwa knew that in the northeast, parasite grass is usually made into soup for hunting dogs because they often have too many parasites, which could be fatal. Sugwa nodded, placing the two young red puppies down to drink the green soup. At first, the two young red puppies resisted. Sugwa's broad palm directly turned their heads toward the basin, almost pushing them in. "Drink it, or you'll get worms." The two young red puppies licked and slowly began to drink. Before long, the basin of parasite soup was emptied. Sugwa didn't bother with them anymore and let the two puppies go. Once released, they dashed off, running incredibly fast. However, they had been fed, so let them run. Sugwa walked into the kitchen to watch his grandmother prepare the forest frogs. "Grandma, how do you do it?" "Just watch." Sugwa found a small stool and added firewood while keeping an eye on the pot. His grandmother was stewing the forest frogs, which made the eggs taste better, similar to regular stewed meat, but with more water added, requiring a bit more firewood. "Grandma, is the forest frog delicious? Haven't you tried it?" Sugwa shook his head. He had eaten farmed ones in his past life, but never this kind. His grandmother chuckled. "It's alright, I stew it quite well. You'll know once you taste it." "Great. Then I'll have to properly taste your cooking, Grandma." "You cheeky boy." Sugwa added more firewood to the stove. Seeing this, his grandmother patted him. "That's too much. Are you trying to burn the pot dry? Take some out." Sugwa smiled and nodded, removing half of the firewood and placing it in the ash below. Before long, the fire went out. Zhao Lina, carrying her basket, walked towards her home. Her house was located in a relatively remote area of the village, and she quickly reached the roadside on her way back. Aunt Wu laughed and said, "Lina dug up quite a few wild vegetables, right? Share some with your aunt." Zhao Lina looked up at her neighbor Aunt Wu. Previously, Zhao Lina had borrowed grain from her, but she had refused. Though Aunt Wu's family wasn't particularly poor, she didn't want to lend to Zhao Lina, who was alone with her daughter and didn't want to find a man who would repay the grain. It wasn't yet the busy season for farming. The corn harvest was still a month away. Who knew if Aunt Wu would pay her back after harvesting? Initially, Zhao Lina thought they had a decent relationship since Aunt Wu ate her wild vegetables. But it was clear she just wanted to keep benefiting from Zhao Lina's digging. Even now, it was the same. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken that way. Zhao Lina had given a portion of the wild vegetables to Sugwa, leaving herself with very little. How could she give Aunt Wu more? Impossible. Moreover, Zhao Lina clearly knew what kind of person Aunt Wu was. When she was down on her luck, none of them offered a helping hand. They just tried to take advantage of her. "Aunt Wu, I didn't dig up much wild vegetables today. Only enough for me and Yuan to eat." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu's expression darkened. Without saying a word, she turned and walked back home. Seeing this, Zhao Lina shook her head helplessly, realizing that her decision was the right one. "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you angry?" Aunt Wu returned home, and her daughter-in-law asked. "It's that Zhao widow next door. What a person. She used to give us some wild vegetables, but now she won't even share." "It's fine, Mom. Don't be angry. We're having steamed buns made from the white flour your son just bought from the county today." "Humph." Aunt Wu snorted coldly. "I see she knows we're doing well and is deliberately trying to make us upset. Come on, Mom, let's eat the steamed buns." Steamed buns with scrambled eggs and pickled vegetables. That's a good dish. "Let's go, Mom." Her daughter-in-law persuaded her. Today, Aunt Wu's son had bought flour from the county, and the dough had risen ready to be steamed along with a main dish of scrambled eggs with pickled vegetables. Paired with the steamed buns, it smelled divine. Aunt Wu followed her daughter-in-law into the house. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao had already returned home her yard, neither too big nor too small. There were 3 rooms, but the other 2 were unoccupied. Some vegetables were planted in the yard, though they hadn't grown yet. Mommy's home. Yuan, her 5-year-old daughter, saw Zhao return and grinned foolishly. Mommy hugged me. Yuan, a 5-year-old girl. Zhao placed her basket down and picked up Yuan, who stood on the ground. Were you good today, Yuan? I was very good today, Mommy. Kiss. Yuan hugged Zhao face and gave it a kiss. Grr. The sound of Yuan's hungry stomach echoed. She rubbed her flat stomach, her small face, showing a determined expression. Mommy, am not hungry. There was already no food at home. At just 5 years old, she had grown so understanding. Silly child. Zhao felt tears welling up, tightly hugging her daughter, who looked like a porcelain doll. Yuan, today, Mommy, will make you wild vegetable soup, wild vegetable pancakes, and fry some meat for you, okay? Meat. Yuan murmured, her saliva nearly dripping out. Mommy, really? Is there meat? Zhao wiped Yuan's drool away, smiling as she nodded. Of course there's real meat. Yay. Mommy, we can eat meat now? We're eating meat. For Yuan, she had forgotten what meat tasted like. She rarely had it throughout the year, not even during the New Year's Eve dinner, where they only had mushroom-filled dumplings. Their family was very poor. So poor. She was such an understanding little girl. Zhao placed her daughter Yuan on the ground, holding her small hand, while carrying a basket in the other, walking towards the kitchen. Mommy, where did you get the meat? Zhao rubbed her daughter's little head and said, a certain uncle gave it to you. It was given by Uncle Li. In the future, when you see him in the village, you should show him respect, understood? In fact, she had wanted to say it was from Sugua, but she thought better of it. However, being able to obtain this piece of deer meat was indeed partly thanks to Sugua. I understand. Yuan nodded and smiled. Yuan, can go play outside. Mommy is going to cook in the kitchen. No, Mommy, I want to help you with the fire. All right. Zhao took out a small piece of deer meat, cut it in half, and placed the other half in a jar to keep it fresh for tomorrow. Half of the deer meat was enough for the 2 of them. If she cut any more, it would go to waste. Deer meat is highly nutritious, and both she and her daughter cannot eat too much. If it were raw deer meat, she could let her daughter eat a bit more. Zhao was skilled with her hands, and cooking was her forte. In no time, she had made wild vegetable pancakes and wild vegetable soup, with the meat being stir-fried last. The house had no oil, so she first used a small piece of deer meat to render out a bit of fat, then poured in all the remaining deer meat. There were also some mushrooms and black fungus in the basket, which she washed and then added to the pot. Yuan, who was tending the fire in front of the stove, clapped her hands, and the sound of her swallowing echoed. Zhao looked at her daughter, who was eyeing the deer meat in the pot with desire. Mommy, how much longer do we have to wait? Almost done. In a short while, a steaming dish of meat was ready. Today's weather was just perfect. Not too cold, not too hot. The 2 set up a small table in the yard, placing the wild vegetable pancakes, wild vegetable soup, and the final stir-fried deer meat on it. Wow. Yuan moved a stool from inside the house and placed it beside the table, her eyes gleaming as she looked at the 3 dishes. Let's eat. Zhao washed the chopsticks and placed them on the small table. Yuan nodded vigorously, the small and the big enjoying a delicious meal in the yard with the autumn breeze blowing. Meanwhile, Aunt Wu from next door had just walked from her house into her yard when she caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. What is that smell, eh? Mom, it smells like meat. Whose house is having meat? It smells so good. The daughter-in-law behind her inhaled the fragrant air, and suddenly the eggs and sauerkraut she was cooking did not smell so good anymore. How can there be such a delicious meat aroma? Mom, the smell seems to be coming from next door. What? Aunt Wu was taken aback. Are you saying Zhao is eating meat? How is that possible? Before she could finish her sentence, a gust of wind blew, bringing the meaty fragrance from the neighbor, Zhao house. The meat scent penetrated her nose, making her salivate. It really is from her house. Aunt Wu said sourly, it must be some hunter's good fortune. The daughter-in-law said nothing, continuing to eat her plain bread, while Aunt Wu took bite after bite of her bread with egg and sauerkraut, but for some reason, the bread and egg with sauerkraut didn't taste as good anymore. On the other side, Grandma had already prepared the bullfrog, placing a pot of them in a large iron basin. Sugwa carried this large basin and walked out to the yard. The weather was nice today with a gentle breeze. Eating outside was also pleasant. Soon Sugwa placed the large basin on the small table, and Grandpa Han Pao brought over a small stool. Time to eat. Where are the chopsticks? Grandma is washing them. Sugwa chuckled helplessly while Han Pao didn't care about that, and directly grabbed a bullfrog's leg and stuffed the whole thing into his mouth. With a sharp bite, juice squirted out. Not bad, but this one is male. I didn't get to eat the roe. Grandma placed the washed chopsticks on the table, and Sugwa grinned, picking up the chopsticks to grab a bullfrog to eat. With a gentle bite, the skin of the bullfrog broke open, and he could easily taste the roe inside, which was delicious and savory. Grandpa, mine is female. Just eat yours. Han Pao shot Sugwa a glare, annoyed at his smugness. Sugwa continued to eat, praising Grandma's cooking. He had made bullfrogs in his previous life, but they lacked some flavor. Now that he thought about it, it must be because they lacked the family seasoning. A large iron basin containing 20 or 30 bullfrogs, most of them ended up in Sugwa's stomach. Grandma and Grandpa actually ate very little at their age. They couldn't consume too much meat, so eating a bit less was better for their health. If the people in the village heard this, they would probably curse. After all, who wouldn't want to eat meat? Of course, if Sugwa hadn't had his past experiences, he might have thought the same. After Sugwa was full, he glanced at the sky and said, "Grandpa, I'm going to take a walk." In northeast China, night falls quickly, but there were still many people who had finished eating standing by the roadside or strolling around after having dinner. "Okay, take a slingshot with you, and be careful." Off. Sugwa was surprised. Was the village unsafe? Han Pao explained, "There can be other wild animals coming into the village at night. Try not to wander too far into the fields." Oh. Sugwa nodded in agreement. Why shouldn't he go into the fields at night? Because some people might go there. This was common in the village, but if one got caught, it would be disastrous. Sugwa took his crossbow, rubbed his stomach, and walked out holding 2 young red puppies. He didn't bring the golden eagle. It was dark already, and having it along wouldn't be of much use. Soon Sugwa left Grandpa's house, planning to walk around the village for a bit to digest. He absolutely could not sleep if he lay down on the kong. Without anyone to warm the bed for him, he couldn't sleep on the empty kong. Passing by the village entrance, Sugwa noticed quite a few middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. If Sugwa guessed correctly, these men were all single. After all, it was easy to identify singles in this era, who would go out to exercise at night if they had wives. Exercising would be done at home. Sugwa didn't linger too long and continued to circle around the village. "Mommy, I'm so full, I've eaten enough." Yuan wiped her mouth and smiled happily. There was still a bit of stir-fried deer meat left in the plate. Zhao Lina hadn't eaten much meat during this meal. She only took a few symbolic bites while the rest was eaten by her daughter Yuan. Deer meat was delicious, not as gamey as wild boar meat. Even if she were given 10 pounds of wild boar meat, she wouldn't know how to handle it. Wild boar meat requires spices to marinate. Without them, the gaminess is overwhelming. "Then wait for me a moment, and I'll take you around the village, okay?" "Okay." Zhao Lina tidied up the yard, put the meat inside the house, and then took her daughter Yuan out for a stroll. Yuan was much happier coming out the gate. Indeed, it was necessary to take children out for a walk. "Mommy, let's go that way." "Okay, let's go that way." Yuan pointed towards the road, and the two walked beside it with Zhao Lina watching over Yuan to prevent her from stumbling. After strolling for a while, Zhao Lina felt a bit of pain in her stomach, as if she needed to relieve herself. Seeing the latrine up ahead, she said to her daughter, "Wait for Mommy outside for a moment, I'll be right back." "Okay, Mommy." Yuan nodded, pinching her nose. The latrine smelled bad from far away. There was no helping it. That's just how the latrines in the village were. Zhao Lina rubbed her daughter's little head, reminding her again before entering the latrine. Outside, Yuan squatted while Sugwa walked in that direction. He smelled the foul stench of the latrine from afar. Just as he was about to pinch his nose and walk past, he saw the little girl Yuan beside him. "Child, where's your mother?" Sugwa asked with concern. In this era, there were quite a few human traffickers in the 1980s. If someone was abducted, it truly meant they were gone without a trace. After all, there were no cameras in this era. Finding someone was nearly impossible. "Big brother, my mommy is in the latrine." Hearing this, Sugwa nodded in relief. "Don't run around, just wait for your mommy." Yuan looked at the 2 young red puppies in Sugwa's hands with twinkling eyes. "Big brother, can I pet the little puppies you have?" "Little puppies?" Sugwa smiled and quickly placed the 2 young red puppies on the ground. "Here, go ahead and touch them. They don't bite." "Thank you, big brother." Sugwa watched the little girl in front of him as she rubbed the 2 young red puppies on the ground. He wasn't worried that the puppies would bite her. After all, they were just pups, without fully developed teeth. Even if they did bite her, it wouldn't hurt much. Yuan gently stroked the fur of the red puppy and giggled. "Big brother, this dog's fur is so soft. It's different from the dogs I've petted before. This isn't a silly dog that you keep at home. This is a red puppy from the mountains." "Huh, what's a red puppy?" Yuan looked at Sugwa with a puzzled expression. She had no idea what a red puppy was, and her natural curiosity about new things was piqued. "It's what we commonly refer to as a wolf. Oh, it's a red puppy." "Ah." Yuan lowered her head to rub the red puppy, murmuring, But it's so cute. How can it be a wolf? Sugwa didn't respond, but smiled as he watched the little girl play with the two young puppies. Meanwhile, Qian Kaijin was returning from a friend's house and was walking along the roadside when he spotted Sugwa and Yuan Yuan. He didn't know Sugwa, but he recognized Yuan Yuan. She was Zhao Lina's daughter, and he vividly remembered yesterday's events. Thinking about the bumps on his head, he felt particularly angry not knowing who had hidden in the shadows and hit him with a slingshot. He couldn't take revenge for this grudge, but looking at Yuan Yuan, his eyes darted around, gripping the rope in his hand, which was attached to a hunting dog. He had had the hunting dog for several years, and at that moment he thought of a brilliant idea. His eyes glanced at the hunting dog, then at Sugwa, and finally at the innocent Yuan Yuan. Taking advantage of the darkening sky and the distraction of Sugwa and Yuan Yuan, he quickly loosened the rope. He stepped hard on the hunting dog's tail, causing it to yelp in pain, and charged towards Sugwa and Yuan Yuan. To make the act more convincing, the moment the dog broke free, Qian Kaijin shouted, "Get out of the way, up ahead." Zhao Lina, who had just come out after using the restroom, noticed the hunting dog charging towards Sugwa and Yuan Yuan. The distance to Sugwa and Yuan Yuan was only 20 meters, and the hunting dog was fast. It covered that distance in mere seconds. Qian Kaijin's face lit up with excitement as Zhao Lina shouted, "Yuan Yuan, quick dodge." If the hunting dog merely bumped into them, it would be fine, but if it bit someone, that would be a disaster. Big brother. Yuan Yuan, reacting quickly, clung to Sugwa's leg instinctively. Sugwa responded rather quickly by pulling out his slingshot and aiming at the hunting dog. With a whoosh, the sound of air being pierced echoed as the stone struck the hunting dog's head hard. A whoa! The dog howled in pain, but Sugwa's action also angered it. The hunting dog lunged forward, baring its teeth and preparing to attack Sugwa. Mad dog! Sugwa cursed quietly, picked up a fist-sized rock, and threw it into the dog's mouth. The aim was precise, and the rock smashed the dog's head, causing blood to spill out. A whoa! The hunting dog stopped howling in pain, while Sugwa remained vigilant. His gaze shifted to Qian Kaijin, who was not far ahead, and he was slightly taken aback upon recognizing him. Is it him? The one from last night? Qian Kaijin's expression darkened as he saw his hunting dog's teeth scattered on the ground, while the other party seemed unfazed. He had only wanted to teach Yuan Yuan a lesson and vent his anger, but he never expected to end up hurting himself. This outcome was beyond his imagination. Zhao Lina jogged over, hugging Yuan Yuan and patting her back while turning her head away. It's okay, it's okay. The scene just now was too disgusting. The hunting dog had lost at least 3 or 4 teeth, and the scattered teeth and blood were the best proof. Thank you, Zhao Lina said gratefully to Sugwa, her face flushed. If it weren't for him, Yuan Yuan would have definitely been hurt. This was already the 3rd time she had thanked Sugwa. Thinking of this, her face inexplicably turned red. Dude, can you give me an explanation? Just then, Qian Kaijin's voice rang out, his fierce gaze fixed on Sugwa. Sugwa frowned and smiled, saying, "What explanation do you want, dude? Your dog tried to hurt someone. If I hadn't intervened, you know very well what the consequences would have been, right? How is it that I haven't blamed you yet you turn around and blame me? Dude, is this how you want to play it?" Sugwa's words left Qian Kaijin speechless, staring at him in anger. He had already guessed that the person who hit him with the slingshot last night was this man in front of him, but why had he never heard of him before? Sugwa's demeanor felt unfamiliar. Zhao Lina turned her daughter Yuan Yuan's head away, patting her back, while glaring at Qian Kaijin. "Qian uncle, you're really a piece of work letting your dog hurt people." Without waiting for Zhao Lina to continue, Sugwa interjected, "Dude, you have to give me and her an explanation for this, right? If this gets out, you wouldn't want the people in the village to talk behind your back, would you, eh?" Hearing Sugwa's words, both Zhao Lina and Qian Kaijin were clearly taken aback. Zhao Lina looked at Sugwa with a puzzled expression, not understanding what he was getting at. Qian Kaijin frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Sugwa continued, "Dude, are you opting for a settlement with money, or do you want this to get out? Hunters care about their reputation, and if word got out, who would dare to go hunting with him in the future? One's character can often be seen in small matters. Hunting is a life-risking endeavor. Who would trust someone like that?" Therefore, even if Qian Kaijin was angry, he had to agree. Otherwise, if rumors spread, he would never be able to hold his head up in the village, and who knows how many women would complain about him. Qian Kaijin's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Sugwa with hostility. "Dude, do you know who I am?" Sugwa was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, saying, "Dude, I wouldn't be afraid, even if you were the king of heaven. The facts are clear, you choose." Qian Kaijin clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. He hadn't expected to encounter someone as reckless as Sugwa. Did he want to save face? Then let's settle it with money. Settlement. Qian Kaijin spat the word out as if it had been forced from his throat, his face filled with unwillingness. 2 big bills. Now immediately right now give me the money. Sugwa's tone was calm, but carried an air of undeniable authority. All right. Qian Kaijin glared at Sugwa through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Sugwa unfazed walked up to him with a smile saying, "Dude, hand over the money." Qian Kaijin took out 2 bills and handed them to Sugwa. Just as Sugwa was about to take them, Qian Kaijin said, "Dude, I remember you now." Oh, a threat. It meant nothing to Sugwa, but since they had created enmity, so be it. That's great, thank you for the 20 bucks. Sugwa shook the bills in his hand and walked over to Zhao Lina. Ignoring Qian Kaijin, he pulled out a bill and handed it to Yuan Yuan, saying, "Here, take this." Yuan Yuan didn't take it. Instead, she looked at her mother Zhao Lina, who had a complicated expression as she gazed at Sugwa, unable to comprehend this young man. Sugwa sighed lightly and continued, "Take it," as she was scared just now. "By the way, Sister Zhao, what's your daughter's name?" Zhao Lina nodded and Yuan Yuan took the bill, smiling brightly. "Big brother, my name is Yuan Yuan. It's round like a circle." Sugwa was momentarily speechless. What a lovely name. Yuan Yuan's way of introducing herself was quite unique. Behind them, Qian Kaijin's face turned a deep shade of anger as he realized he had spent his own money on a girl he liked. Of course, this was just his perspective. In reality, Sugwa admired women like Zhao Lina even more. A woman raising a child, how could that not tug at one's heartstrings? Naturally, Sugwa had no intention of being a surrogate father. His thoughts were elsewhere, particularly focused on Zhou Ruowei. Qian Kaijin kicked the hunting dog beside him, which yelped in response. Knowing he could do nothing to Sugwa, he and his dog headed home. After all, he had important matters to deal with the next day, like setting off explosives. Sugwa also didn't engage in idle chatter with Zhao Lina. He simply reminded her to be careful and casually inquired about the person from earlier. Zhao Lina replied, "His name is Qian Kaijin, a hunter in the village. His hunting skills are just average, nothing remarkable. He really enjoys taking his friends to the mountains to set off explosives for hunting." "Got it," Sugwa nodded thoughtfully. Then Zhao Lina added, "Be careful, he's the kind of person who holds grudges, so watch out." "Don't worry." Sugwa took the 2 young red puppies from Yuan Yuan's hands, placing them in his own as he rubbed them gently. "Sister Zhao, I'm heading back now, you should rest early." Zhao Lina recalled the scene from last night and felt her face flush again, especially thinking about Sugwa's lower body. She nodded, saying, "Mm." Yuan Yuan nestled in Zhao Lina's arms, enthusiastically called out to Sugwa, "Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, big brother. Next time you must come to my house for meat. My mom's meat is really delicious." Sugwa casually replied, "Sure, I'll come by to try it when I get the chance." Sugwa walked towards his grandfather's house, while rubbing the 2 young puppies, murmuring to himself, "Qian Kaijin, if you provoke me, consider it your own misfortune. Just don't let me find out where you set off explosives in the mountains." Mom. Yuan Yuan patted Zhao Lina's shoulder, and Zhao Lina snapped back to reality, realizing Sugwa had already walked far away. "Mom, what were you daydreaming about? Big brother has already gone far away." "Mom, look, this is the big bill that big brother just gave me. Now that we have it, can we go buy clothes?" "Yes, in a couple of days I'll take you to the county to buy clothes, okay?" Yuan Yuan's face lit up with excitement. Yay. Soon Sugwa returned home, closed the door, and blocked it with a thick piece of wood, preventing anyone from entering. The main purpose was not to prevent people, but to keep out weasels and red dogs, as these 2 wild beasts loved to sneak into the village to steal chickens. "Back already?" The voice of his grandfather came from the main room. Sugwa smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm back. Hurry up and go to sleep. You still need to go up the mountain tomorrow." "Okay," Sugwa replied and walked to his room, climbed onto the Kong, covered himself with a quilt, and fell into a deep sleep. After walking around the village, his feet were a bit sore. The paths in the village were no better than those on the mountain, with some places even worse, as the mountain paths were relatively flat, while the village had dips and bumps. Early the next morning, before Sugwa had even eaten breakfast, he heard Chun Pao shouting outside. Sugwa. Hearing the voice, Sugwa rubbed his sleepy eyes, got off the Kong, put on his clothes, and walked outside. Seeing Chun Pao before him, he chuckled. "Chun Pao, up so early? How could I not be up early? How's breakfast?" On the side, Han Pao, who was practicing the 5-animal play, said, "Not eaten yet, you came quite early." Chun Pao smiled and continued, "All right, you eat first, I'm not in a hurry anyway." After finishing a set, Han Pao said, "Let's eat a bit later, make your meal." "Oh, Sugwa, are these 2 dogs red dogs?" Chun Pao's gaze fell on Sugwa's feet, where 2 young red dogs were rubbing against him. "You can't hide anything from Chun Pao, you spotted it right away." Chun Pao nodded, squatted down, picked up the 2 young red dogs, glanced at their frames, and said, "These 2 red dogs, are you training them to be hunting dogs?" Sugwa nodded. I have no choice. I don't have a hunting dog right now, so I can only raise these two young red dogs for now. That makes sense. Chen Pao put down Sugwa's young red dogs and nodded with a smile. The three continued to chat, and soon his grandmother's voice came from the kitchen. It's time to eat. Chen Pao didn't even go in, he had already eaten to his heart's content at home. Sugwa ate, quickly finishing in no time. Let's go. All right. Sugwa placed his crossbow in the basket, attached a slingshot to his waist, and had a golden eagle perched on his arm. He couldn't leave without the golden eagle as it was quick at catching gray dogs. The two headed towards the mountain. Walking along the village path, Sugwa opened his mouth and teased Chen Pao. How was it? Did you get to drink yes tiger bone liquor yesterday? Why do you have to bring that up? Chen Pao smiled helplessly and continued, if you had promised I wouldn't have missed out on it. Just promise Uncle Li, his hunting skills are quite strong. Sugwa shook his head helplessly. It's too late, I've already learned to hunt with my grandfather. Following Li De would be inappropriate. That does make sense. Chen Pao nodded, initially wanting to persuade Sugwa again, but held back. Seeing Sugwa's demeanor, it was clear he wouldn't be apprenticed to Li Weigua, so he decided not to waste his breath. After walking for a while, they finally entered the mountain. Chen Pao, how about we check along yesterday's path? See if any other gray dogs have returned to those tree holes. Alright, let's follow yesterday's route. If we don't find anything on the way, we'll venture further in. Chen Pao patted his head. I forgot to bring the wooden plank clip. It looks like we'll have to wait for another opportunity to talk about it. Chen Pao shook his head helplessly, and the two continued along yesterday's route. They checked the tree holes where they had encountered gray dogs yesterday, but found nothing. There were no gray dogs in the holes. Not a single one. Chen Pao laughed in frustration. This is really bizarre. Logically, if there are no gray dogs in the tree holes, others should come and occupy them, but there are none. It seems we may have to wait a few days. Let's go. Let's turn around in the woods from yesterday. Okay. Sugwa agreed, releasing the golden eagle from his arm to let it fly into the sky. After all, having the golden eagle resting on his arm was a bit heavy. The two walked around the woods from yesterday, carefully surveying the area. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass, and Sugwa quickly looked over to see a gray dog on the ground hugging a pine cone. Seeing this, Sugwa picked up his slingshot, and with a whoosh hit the gray dog on the forehead, capturing it. He placed the gray dog, which was now on its back, into a bag, and chuckled. One. Not bad, Sugwa, good start. Indeed. After Chen Pao finished laughing, he took his slingshot and aimed at a tall branch, hoping to spot more gray dogs. However, the gray dogs in this area had nearly all been caught by Sugwa and Chen Pao. The remaining ones were particularly cunning. On the other side, Qian Kaizhen got out of bed, climbed off the Kong, and hurried to his childhood friend Chen Gui's house. Yesterday, his friend Chen Gui had already prepared some explosives. Today, they had agreed to go into the mountains to set off explosives, hoping to catch wild boars or bears. This was a significant matter that couldn't be taken lightly. Arriving in the kitchen, he casually ate a few sticky rice balls before heading towards Chen Gui's house, with his hunting rifle on his back. Just as he was about to walk out the door, Qian Kaizhen glanced at the hunting dog in the doghouse and shook his head helplessly. Usually, he would take the hunting dog up the mountain, but now it wouldn't be of any help as its teeth and mouth had already been ruined by Sugwa. It was better to leave it at home. Soon, Qian Kaizhen arrived at Chen Gui's home. Seeing that Qian Kaizhen had come, Chen Gui smiled widely. Kaizhen, you came so early. Qian Kaizhen rolled his eyes at him. What do you mean, early? What time is it now? You're still here eating. Come on, let's hurry into the mountains and set off the explosives. Chen Gui pointed to the corn porridge in his hand. Wait till I finish eating. Qian Kaizhen looked at him with an utterly speechless expression. Really slowpoke. Fortunately, Chen Gui drank relatively quickly. A bite of pickled cabbage followed by a sip of corn porridge soon finished it all. Let's go. All right. Chen Gui satisfiedly wiped his hands, shouldered his basket filled with explosives, and held some traps for small prey. Qian Kaizhen frowned. What do you want with those small traps? Chen Gui chuckled. I'm setting a few small traps. My wife loves to eat jumping mice and wild chickens. If I catch some, I can give them to her. Hearing this, Qian Kaizhen felt a bit uncomfortable. Compared to his childhood friend Chen Gui, he felt inadequate. Although he hadn't stepped forward, yet his heart had already taken that step. Qian Kaizhen shook his head, steadied himself, and said to Chen Gui, let's go. All right. The two had been hunting together for many years, and neither of their skills was particularly good. Hunters like Li Weigua, with their exceptionally accurate marksmanship, would go off to hunt alone. This reflected their confidence in their own abilities. Another method was to hunt with dogs, but Qian Kaizhen's dog had been injured by Sugwa and was unable to go. The two quickly made their way into the mountains, and Qian Kaizhen asked, let's go lead the way to the wild boars location. Chen Gui nodded. All right. He led the way, and along the route he noticed feathers and footprints from wild chickens, casually setting a few traps, and in other locations, he also set quite a few traps. These traps were all small ones. His skill in setting them was about the same as Sugwa's, and even if a wild chicken got caught, it would probably escape. Hey, if only we had hunting dogs and golden eagles every day. Behind him, Qian Kaijin said casually, "You still want a golden eagle? You know how long it takes to train a golden eagle?" "Yeah. It's too difficult to train." Chen Gui continued. "By the way, Kaijin, did you know another tough guy has come to our village?" Qian Kaijin looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "You don't know, a few days ago Han Pao's grandson managed to train a golden eagle. I heard it took 7 days and nights. Isn't that intense?" "Hiss." Qian Kaijin gasped in shock. 7 days and nights. How much willpower does it take to endure that? Usually a common hunter would struggle to last 3 days and nights. When did Han Pao's grandson come? About half a month ago. Chen Gui said casually, not stopping his feet, continuing towards the spot where he had previously discovered wild boars. Half a month ago? Qian Kaijin mumbled. Could the person I saw yesterday be Han Pao's grandson? Thinking back to the scenes from the last 2 nights, he felt anger bubbling up. They had ruined his plans twice. Kaijin, what are you daydreaming about?" Qian Kaijin casually mumbled. "Nothing, just thinking about some stuff." Chen Gui, who was leading the way, kept chattering. "Let me tell you, I saw his grandson yesterday, came back with Chen Pao, went to Li Wei Gua and Li Pao's house. I was so envious, this connection. It's enviable in every way." Listening to his childhood friend Chen Gui's words, Qian Kaijin became even more convinced that the person he encountered last night and the night before was undoubtedly Sugua. Qian Kaijin's face turned pale as he clenched his fists, feeling more furious at Sugua for ruining his plans. However, this anger was of no use. After all, what could he do to Sugua? Or rather, who would dare to do anything to Sugua? Han Pao was notorious for being protective. If Sugua really got into trouble, Qian Kaijin estimated that he would be shot dead by Han Pao in the dead of night, without even realizing it. Not to mention Han Pao, there were also Chen Pao and Li Weiguo around moving against Sugua. One had to weigh the consequences carefully. Chen Gui glanced at Qian Kaijin beside him, noticing that his expression was not good and that he had been gloomy. He didn't say much and continued to lead Qian Kaijin inward to find the location where they had previously discovered wild boar tracks. As the two sped up their pace, they crossed 2 small streams and climbed over a small hill, arriving at a slope. 3 hours had already passed. Qian Kaijin patted his sore legs and arms, asking his childhood friend Chen Gui, "Are we there yet?" Chen Gui chuckled. "Just ahead, take a couple more steps." After saying that, Chen Gui continued to lead the way with Qian Kaijin following behind. "Here we are." Chen Gui reached the bottom of the slope, pointing at the wild boar tracks on the ground. He continued, "Wild boar tracks, see? There really are wild boar tracks." Qian Kaijin nodded, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Let's quickly set the explosives. The wild boar might come back." "All right." Chen Gui nodded, took the explosives out of the basket, surveyed the surrounding terrain and the wild boar tracks, and ultimately determined a spot. He placed the explosives there and covered them with fallen leaves. At the same time, to ensure he could recognize the spot, next time he carved a mark on a nearby tree, which would also prevent other hunters from stepping on the explosives. In fact, after setting the explosives, what worried him most was not whether he would catch prey, but rather accidentally injuring another hunter. After all, there had been incidents where hunters had been harmed, and aside from that concern, there were no other worries. Qian Kaijin was not idle either. He set up several traps for capturing wild boar nearby. Just in case the explosives didn't work, perhaps the traps would come in handy. Chen Gui watched as Qian Kaijin set up the traps, then walked a bit south with his basket, setting up a few more explosives, marking them on the tree, just like before. Once they finished, Chen Gui stood up, dusted off the dirt on his clothes, covered everything with fallen leaves, and walked over to where Qian Kaijin was. "Kaijin, I'm done here." "I'm almost done too." Qian Kaijin looked up at Chen Gui and said, "Let's eat first, it's already noon." "All right." The two found a large tree, dug a pit, placed firewood inside, gently ignited it, and then took out the prepared sticky rice dumplings to roast over the fire. Chen Gui smiled and said, "Kaijin, when we catch a wild boar, we'll split it in half. I want to make all the wild boar meat into jerky." "All right." Qian Kaijin chuckled, thinking that a whole wild boar wouldn't leave much meat behind, as most would be divided up. Qian Kaijin's mind was elsewhere. He was thinking about making Sugua regret it after catching the wild boar. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Sugua and Chen Pao. The two had a rather mediocre harvest in the morning. Sugua managed to catch 3 gray hounds, while Chen Pao caught 2. As for the 2 golden eagles, it was unclear if they had caught too many yesterday, but today they didn't catch a single gray hound. Sugwa's golden eagle had instead caught a flying dragon, likely out of frustration. Sugwa roasted the greyhound meat over the fire, chuckling. Chun Pao, it seems our luck is a bit poor today. Chun Pao sighed with a bitter smile. Let's continue to the next forest this afternoon. This area is probably nearly exhausted from our hunting. All right. Sugwa did not argue and agreed. After a morning of hunting, he could feel the scarcity of prey, especially the greyhounds. They had only discovered 5 in this forest. Sugwa also spotted a few wild chickens and jumping cats, but these few were quick to react. By the time Sugwa took out his slingshot, all the wild chickens and jumping cats had already run away. Chun Pao finished roasting his greyhound meat and reached out. Sugwa, pass me some salt. Sugwa took out the salt from his small pouch and handed it to Chun Pao. Here you go. Chun Pao crushed the salt and sprinkled it over the greyhound meat, laughing. Greyhound meat is still the best. Sugwa also sprinkled some salt on his roasted meat and then fed some to the golden eagle, which had only caught a flying dragon in the morning and was now starving. Slow down. Sugwa rubbed the golden eagle's small head with a grin while he himself was devouring the roasted greyhound meat. This time the greyhound meat was roasted quite well. Sugwa's cooking skills had improved. Suddenly he thought of his home. The conditions at home were poor, and he estimated that the roe deer he brought back had probably been mostly eaten by now. Looking at the greyhound meat in his hands, he murmured to himself, looks like I need to head back sooner. Sugwa felt that after catching greyhounds with Chun Pao, he would save some money to return home. Sugwa's hunting skills were not exceptional, but he had always been quite lucky. If he had another year or two of experience, he would surely have the hunting ability that Han Pao possesses now. As Sugwa pondered deeply, he continued to eat the roasted greyhound meat. Phew! Qian Kaijin blew on the sticky rice dumpling in front of him, nearly burning it. That was close to being inedible. After saying this, he scraped off the burnt part with his hand, blew on it a few times, and gently placed it in his palm. When the temperature was no longer too hot, he finally felt safe to eat. Chen Gui had already finished eating and looked at Qian Kaijin in front of him. You eat first, I'll go take a look around. All right, but don't wander too far. Call me if you need anything. Don't worry. Chen Gui slung his hunting gun over his shoulder and walked east. He did not dare to venture deep, just wandering around the vicinity. Before long, he spotted a figure ahead. Chen Gui's eyes lit up. A little tiger cub. Was it really a tiger cub? Chen Gui moved slowly, carefully stepping on the crunchy leaves as he advanced a little further and finally saw it. Indeed, it was a little tiger cub known as a lynx in the northeast, which looked quite similar to a cat. The fur of a lynx is very valuable, worth much more than a piece of marten fur, instantly igniting his excitement. However, Chen Gui did not act rashly. He knew that tiger cubs were difficult to catch. If he carelessly fired a shot, it was very likely he would get nothing. This was not due to a lack of confidence in his own strength. After all, tiger cubs were notoriously hard to hunt. After thinking it over, Chen Gui suppressed his excited heart and went back to find Qian Kaijin. You're back. Qian Kaijin had already doused the fire. When there was no fire around, one either extinguished it with urine or dirt. Evidently, many people used urine to put out fires. After all, once finished eating, a comforting relief from a good urination, felt much better overall. What's up? Qian Kaijin looked at Chen Gui, whose face was beaming with joy, and continued, it's time to go. Oh, let's head back to the settlement. Once the explosives were set, it would take a few days to see results. It wasn't like wild boars would come trampling in right after descending the mountain. There needed to be a process. Wait a moment. Qian Kaijin frowned at Chen Gui. What's wrong? Did you discover something while wandering around? Chen Gui nodded heavily. Just now I wandered around and saw a little tiger cub over there. A little tiger cub. Qian Kaijin was taken aback, his eyes widening as he looked at Chen Gui. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Don't worry, I'm not mistaken. How about it? Should we go after it? With Chen Gui's words, Qian Kaijin smiled. Let's go, we have to go after it. The fur of a tiger cub is very valuable. How could he not be tempted? Then Chen Gui led the way with Qian Kaijin following behind. Before long, they arrived at the spot where Chen Gui had seen the tiger cub earlier. Looking into the forest not far ahead, they indeed saw a little tiger cub over there. At that moment, the little tiger cub was eating a wild chicken, its mouth covered in fresh blood. Kaijin, how do we proceed? Qian Kaijin chuckled, tapped his gun, and said nonchalantly, what else can we use besides the gun? Let me tell you, the alertness of a tiger cub is very high, and they are harder to catch than jumping cats. We are at least 200 meters away from the tiger cub. Can we hit it? Whether we can hit it or not, we'll give it a try. Qian Kaijin continued, here's the plan, we both aim together. I'll shoot, and you follow up with a shot. Will that work? Chen Gui felt a bit worried. After all, it was a tiger cub in front of them, and neither he nor Qian Kaijin had ever hunted one. They had heard that tiger cubs were difficult to take down, and their hunting abilities were very strong, only preying on live animals. What if after they shot they missed, and the tiger cub took notice of them? What would they do then? Just as Chen Gui was still hesitating, Qian Kaizhen said again, "We can't think too much. Either we take a gamble, or we watch the tiger cub slip away from us." While they were talking, the little tiger cub that was eating the wild chicken had already stood up and was walking towards another area. "Make a decision quickly. If we wait too long, it will run away." Chen Gui gritted his teeth. "Then let's shoot." He chose to take the gamble, though this made it even more difficult for them to hunt the tiger cub. Just now the tiger cub was crouching, now it was moving, making it much harder to hit. Moreover, their distance from the tiger cub was not far, at least about 200 meters. Qian Kaizhen took out his hunting rifle, aimed at the moving little tiger cub, and glanced at Chen Gui, who was ready as well. "Fire!" As soon as Qian Kaizhen's voice fell, both of them fired their guns simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The two gunshots rang out in the area, but the result was somewhat surprising. Both of their shots were way off. To put it bluntly, they were still inexperienced. Did they really think they were sharpshooters from that distance? They were terrible. Neither of them hit the little tiger cub, and at the same time the tiger cub turned to look at them, remembering their faces. "Damn!" Qian Kaizhen cursed angrily and fired another shot. Bang! Another miss. The tiger cub did not run towards Qian Kaizhen and Chen Gui, but instead fled in another direction. Chen Gui shrugged helplessly, saying, "It seems we are not destined to catch it." Given the current situation, he felt no surprise at all, as he understood the marksmanship of the two. Initially, he was hesitant to act recklessly out of fear of this very situation. Now it seemed that even with the assistance of Qian Kaizhen, they still lacked the ability to take down the tiger cub. What a pity. He watched helplessly as more than a dozen large bills slipped from his grasp. Qian Kaizhen slammed his hunting rifle, his face filled with rage. So close. In truth, he knew better than anyone how close they had been. He said this merely to save face. The childhood friend beside him was not foolish either, and refrained from exposing him, instead feigning a disappointed expression. "Yet we were just a step away from catching the tiger cub." "Kaizhen, don't blame yourself. After all, hunting a tiger cub is quite difficult. Let's head back for now." Listening to Chen Gui's words, Qian Kaizhen did not object, only nodding. "Next time such an opportunity arises, we must seize it. Let's go." Chen Gui slung the basket on his back and walked towards the outside of the mountains. Meanwhile, Su Gua and Chun Pao had already had their fill. Su Gua extinguished the campfire and chuckled, "Chun Pao, let's go. Let's head to the next grove. There's a slope there we haven't explored much yet. Let's go check it out." "Got it," Su Gua responded, and followed behind Chun Pao, heading westward. Along the way, they saw quite a few tracks of small game, which Su Gua recognized at a glance as those of jumping cats and wild chickens. Under normal circumstances, Su Gua might have stopped to search for these small games. However, their current target was a greyhound, leaving no time to waste on smaller prey. Nevertheless, Su Gua set some small traps to catch these small games. After finishing, the two continued on their way. Two golden eagles circled above their heads as they walked forward, the eagles flapping their wings behind them. "Hey, we didn't catch anything." On the way back, Chen Gui sighed, having checked the traps along the route, only to find that none had caught any small games. It was not the first time the two returned empty-handed, and their mindset had not changed much. They remained the same as always. "Hey Chen Gui, don't move, there are flying dragons ahead." Qian Kaizhen looked up and indeed saw several flying dragons in the sky, one resting atop a treetop, igniting a spark of excitement in him. Being able to catch a few flying dragons to make soup would be great, and Chen Gui also looked up at the flying dragons in the sky. "Kaizhen, this is a great opportunity." Although flying dragons are hard to hunt, being so close, they both felt confident they could hit one with a shot. Spit, spit. Qian Kaizhen spat on his hands, rubbed them together, raised his hunting rifle, and aimed ahead. Bang! The gun fired, and this time Qian Kaizhen shot down a flying dragon. However, after he shot one down, the other flying dragons heard the noise and immediately fled in all directions. Chen Gui was dumbfounded. He had not even aimed yet when Qian Kaizhen fired. Had both of them fired simultaneously, they would have certainly shot down too. Now it seemed that with just one shot, he startled all the flying dragons away. "What are you waiting for? Chase them." Before Chen Gui could complain, Qian Kaizhen said directly, and the two aimed their guns at the scattering flying dragons as they pursued. At this moment, the positions of Chen Gui and Qian Kaizhen were very close to those of Su Gua and Chun Pao, just half a mile apart. The two golden eagles flying in the air spotted the fleeing flying dragons not far ahead. The two eagles slightly folded their wings, entering an attack posture as they flew towards the scattered dragons. What did they find? Su Gua and Chun Pao looked up at the sky. The well-informed Chun Pao immediately said, It's probably the flying dragons. Let's hurry and catch up. In no time, the two golden eagles had soared into the sky and captured the scattered flying dragons. Each eagle had 4 claws with one claw holding onto one flying dragon. After capturing them, they flew towards Su Guo and Chen Pao. Damn! Qian Kaijin cursed furiously, those damn golden eagles. They swooped in just like that. Furious, Qian Kaijin cursed as they had just chased for a long time without hitting anything, wasting quite a few bullets only for those 2 golden eagles to easily catch 4 flying dragons and fly away. Chen Gui patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to be so angry. Even without the golden eagles, it would have been difficult for them to catch the scattered flying dragons. The 2 golden eagles landed steadily in front of Su Guo and Chen Pao, releasing their claws to let the flying dragons drop into their hands. Did you hear the gunshots just now, eh? Su Guo and Chen Pao had glanced at the golden eagles when they heard the gunshots. Thankfully, none had hit them. If they had been struck, it would have been disastrous. Su Guo nodded, saying, I heard it. Chen Pao, there's probably a hunter up ahead. Let's walk forward and take a look. Chen Pao nodded in agreement. The two moved forward, and so did Chen Gui and Qian Kaijin. In this manner, the four met. Chen Gui spoke first. Chen Pao. Chen Gui and Chen Pao were not related, and if there was any relation, it was simply that they both shared the surname Chen. Chen Pao looked at the two and asked Chen Gui, Qian Kaijin, were you two the ones hunting the flying dragons? Qian Kaijin nodded, yes. Here, take these. These are the flying dragons my golden eagle caught. I didn't know it was you two hunting, so I'm giving them back to you. Chen Pao generously handed over 2 flying dragons, smiling as he introduced Su Guo to Chen Gui and Qian Kaijin. Oh, I almost forgot. This is Su Guo, the grandson of Han Pao, who is currently hunting greyhounds with me. This kid's slingshot is quite impressive. By the way, the 2 flying dragons that Su Guo's golden eagle caught won't be returned to you, as you two are seniors. I hope you don't mind, Su Guo. If they did not agree, Chen Pao would have definitely talked to them about it. He understood that without the golden eagles, it would have been impossible for them to catch the flying dragons. The reason he gave the flying dragons to the two was also due to their lack of success in hunting. Qian Kaijin glanced at Su Guo, realizing he was indeed the same person from that day. Su Guo smiled at Qian Kaijin, while Chen Gui laughed heartily. Su Guo, I'm Chen Gui. You can call me Chen Gu, or just Chen Gui. I've heard about your reputation in the village. Seeing you today, you truly are impressive. Oh, Chen Gu is just joking. By the way, take this flying dragon. Saying this, Su Guo handed one of the flying dragons over to him. After receiving it, Chen Gui expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Su Guo. Now I can make some flying dragon soup for my family. Chen Gui generously praised him, while Qian Kaijin showed no reaction. Chen Gui winked at him, but he seemed oblivious, not acknowledging Su Guo at all, and similarly Su Guo did not offer him the flying dragon. Su Guo was too lazy to bother with him, simply stating, Chen Pao, let's hurry and hunt some greyhounds. Sure, Chen Gui, we're leaving now. All right, Chen Pao. After Chen Pao and Su Guo left, Chen Gui looked at his childhood friend Qian Kaijin and nudged his arm. What's wrong with you? You look so gloomy. Who offended you? Qian Kaijin wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say, as he felt he had no ground to stand on regarding the events of the last 2 nights, making it uncomfortable to bring them up. It's nothing, let's go. Qian Kaijin had initially shot one down, and with Chen Pao giving him another, he now had 2. Chen Gui also had 2, 1 each from Su Guo and Chen Pao's golden eagle. With 2 each, we can both enjoy flying dragon soup now, so don't be gloomy. If we didn't catch the tiger cub, we didn't catch it. After all, such creatures are not something we can hunt. Chen Gui continued, perhaps Chen Pao and Su Guo will encounter the tiger cub as well. Let's go, let's go. Until now, Chen Gui believed that Qian Kaijin's gloominess was due to not catching the tiger cub. Qian Kaijin glanced in the direction where Su Guo and Chen Pao had left, murmuring to himself, those 2 won't have caught the tiger cub, will they? As they walked ahead, Chen Pao looked at Su Guo and asked, Su Guo, do you have some sort of grudge with Qian Kaijin? Su Guo rubbed his nose and replied, Chen Pao, is it that obvious? Chen Pao laughed heartily. It's too obvious. Come on, tell me, what's the grudge between you and Qian Kaijin? Su Guo then recounted the incident from the previous night, when Qian Kaijin had deliberately unleashed his dogs, of course omitting the matter from the night before that, as it was unnecessary to mention. The two soon arrived at the sloping forest. Ahead lay another mountain peak that Su Guo had never visited. Finally, we have reached this sloping forest. Su Guo, let me show you if there are any traps set. It's best to be cautious. Su Guo was taken aback for a moment, but nodded in agreement. The 2 golden eagles were released by Su Guo and Chen Pao, circling in the sky as Su Guo blew a whistle. The golden eagles flew off to other locations, and so did Chen Pao's eagle, but it remained circling nearby. Let's go this way and take a look. What's wrong? Come and take a look. Sugwa turned his body to look in the direction Chun Pao was pointing. There was a mark engraved above, lightly covered by leaves below, surrounded by human footprints and some large beast tracks. Are these the footprints of Qian Kaijin and Chun Gui? Yes, Chun Pao nodded. But there's more. Keep looking. Sugwa focused on other footprints, frowning as he asked, are they wild boar tracks? Chun Pao nodded and added, not just wild boar, but a herd of wild boars. A herd of wild boars. However, looking at this, it seems the herd has already passed. These two kids are quite inexperienced. Do they really think the wild boars will come back after setting traps here? Chun Pao scoffed and continued, Sugwa, be careful. Just this small area has traps. When we find the gray dog or hunt it, be cautious of your surroundings and definitely don't get hurt by the traps. Those two idiots set traps and knew we were coming this way, but didn't even warn us. The reason Qian Kaijin and Chun Gui stayed silent was that they were afraid Chun Pao and Sugwa would intercept their catch. They deliberately kept quiet, knowing that even if Chun Pao went over, he wouldn't get hurt by the traps, as he was always very cautious. Sugwa's gaze fell on the leaves covering the traps, showing a keen interest, while Chun Pao wore an expression of disdain. It wasn't that he looked down on setting traps, rather his opinion of Chun Gui and Qian Kaijin had instantly lowered, and he looked down on them even more. Chun Pao, is it hard to set traps? Not hard, but the process is a bit cumbersome. It's the inexperienced hunters who like to set traps. Even if they catch something, it's hard for the hunter to get to it. It's much easier to use snares. Listening to Chun Pao's words, Sugwa nodded in agreement. Indeed, if a trap is set in the mountains and catches prey, the hunter cannot stay there indefinitely. The bleeding prey will attract nearby beasts, making it easier for them to steal the catch. Of course, setting snares can also have such risks. For example, the last time Sugwa set a snare, the wild chicken he caught was eaten by a weasel. The only advantages of snares are that they won't injure anyone and the prey won't have a bloody scent. Those are the only two benefits. Let me go ahead and see if there might still be quite a few traps. Okay, then I'll rely on you, Chun Pao. Chun Pao waved his hand. Oh, it's no problem at all. The two walked ahead for a while, and just as Chun Pao had guessed, there were quite a few traps and wild boar snares around. However, after walking this distance, there were not many traps left. Damn, there are still a lot of traps and wild boar snares. These two must be crazy trying to kill wild boars. Creak, creak. A rustling sound came from behind. After speaking, Chun Pao immediately turned to look and saw a gray dog. He pulled out his slingshot and dashed forward. Sugwa, you go ahead and check. I'll go look for it in front, you search behind. All right. Sugwa watched as Chun Pao pursued the gray dog. Sugwa said nothing, but thoughtfully observed the positions of the traps. I should ask my grandfather how to set traps. Sugwa's current crossbow couldn't harm wild boars or bears. He felt he needed to bring some traps for protection. If he encountered a bear, he could throw a trap at it, and might even blow it up. As he walked forward, he also kept an eye on the trees with his slingshot, while being mindful of the ground in case there were mushrooms or snakes. In the mountains, one must be vigilant of threats from above, from the trees, and from the ground. Always stay alert in all three directions. After walking for a while, Sugwa's luck was poor. There were no tree holes in the surrounding trees, and he hardly saw any signs of the gray dog. This made Sugwa feel a bit awkward. He couldn't possibly catch nothing at all. His mind was still thinking about how to use the slingshot to find the gray dog. Suddenly, a jumping cat dashed out and crashed into a nearby tree. Duong. It slammed into the big tree, causing Sugwa's eyelids to twitch. Waiting for a rabbit to come. Sugwa held the rabbit, unsure of what to say. Then he thought, wait a minute. Could there be a jumping cat's den nearby? Sugwa followed the tracks of the jumping cat, but found nothing. Reluctantly, he returned to his original position, only to find a gray dog in a tree nearby. Seeing this, Sugwa's face lit up with joy. Finally, after searching for so long, he found one. Without a word, he directly pulled back his slingshot and aimed at the gray dog's head. Whoosh! The shot hit the gray dog's head, and it fell heavily to the ground. Sugwa rushed over to put the gray dog in his bag, muttering, there aren't many gray dogs in this area. Forget it, let's go check on Chun Pao. As soon as he finished speaking, Sugwa heard a tearing roar ahead. What sound is that? A dog barking? No. Let's go check it out. Sugwa looked ahead in the direction of the sound and saw a tiger cub about 300 meters away on the mountain peak. Upon seeing this, Sugwa's heart raced. A tiger cub? Lynx. Just as he was focused on the tiger cub, he suddenly noticed the tiger cub was entangled with a wild dog. Yes, it was a wild dog. The wild dog was dirty, and from this distance it was clear that it hadn't been washed in a long time, or it wouldn't look like this with its fur all matted. The wild dog and the tiger cub were engaged in a fierce fight. Sugwa shook his head in resignation, knowing, without guessing, that the tiger cub would likely win. Sugwa pulled out his crossbow, but didn't pull the trigger. The position was too far, he couldn't hit it at all. 300 meters away, how could he possibly hit it? In ancient times, Lu Bu shot a spear at the gate, which was only about 150 meters away. Even this distance showcased Lu Bu's prowess as the greatest general of the three kingdoms. How could Sugwa possibly hit a tiger cub 300 meters away? He hesitated, contemplating whether to go or not. If he went, could he capture the tiger cub? But if he didn't go, it would be a wasted opportunity. Even if he went to find Chen Pao, it would probably take half an hour to find him. It took him more than 10 minutes to get this far. Sugwa's mind felt like it was in a battle, constantly hesitating. The route to find Chen Pao was no longer feasible. However, letting Sugwa go alone with the crossbow to hunt the tiger cub, it would be a lie to say he wasn't scared. Others struggle to hit a tiger cub with a gun. Could he hit it with a crossbow within 50 meters? If he missed, the tiger cub would pounce over in seconds and eat him. What to do? Sugwa glanced at the tiger cub, but that glance left him slightly surprised. He had predicted that the tiger cub would kill the wild dog, yet, so far, the tiger cub was still entangled with the wild dog. Of course, the wild dog was at a disadvantage, as a tiger cub and a wild dog are two different species. Is there hope? Sugwa frowned and murmured, "Damn it. I'll gamble. If I don't succeed, I'll die trying." Sugwa stealthily walked down the slope, being careful not to make too much noise. At this moment, the struggle between the tiger cub and the wild dog had escalated. After being chased away by Chun Gue and Qian Kaijin, the tiger cub had returned. Upon returning, it happened to see the wild dog. The tiger cub had a sense of territory. Upon seeing the wild dog, it began to fight with it. Unexpectedly, the tiger cub, a proud lynx, found itself unable to deal with the wild dog before it. The wild dog was becoming increasingly aggressive, and both the lynx and the wild dog had claws. However, the wild dog was more severely injured. At this moment, the wild dog lunged at the tiger cub's leg. The tiger cub instantly reacted and aimed for the wild dog's neck. As the wild dog moved, they became entangled again. The scene grew increasingly bloody. The tiger cub had significantly more stamina than the wild dog, which was starting to struggle. The tiger cub stalked beside the wild dog, circling around it, eyes fixed on the wild dog, while the wild dog also circled, locking its gaze on the tiger cub. The battle was about to erupt again. The tiger cub lunged once more, this time landing on the wild dog's back. Luckily, the wild dog reacted quickly, dodging and biting the tiger cub. But the tiger cub did not stop, or it bit down hard, causing blood to seep from the wild dog's back as the wild dog let out a painful howl. Oh woo, not good. Sugwa, witnessing the scene, immediately pulled out his crossbow and aimed for the tiger cub's back. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the forest and struck the tiger cub's back, causing it to release its grip and howl in pain. The dog and the tiger cub distanced themselves from each other. At that moment, Sugwa realized that the wild dog could only be helped if he did not want to see it die, as the tiger cub had already spotted him when he came down. In that scene, Sugwa understood that the tiger cub remembered him, so when he saw the wild dog struggling, he had no choice but to draw his crossbow to assist. After all, dealing with an injured wild dog is far easier than confronting an injured tiger cub. At this moment, not far from Sugwa, an arrow was lodged in the back of the tiger cub. If he had been holding a gun earlier, the tiger cub would have already been taken down. Unfortunately, Sugwa was armed with a crossbow, which was effective against smaller prey like roe deer, but against a tiger cub, it would likely take 7 or 8 shots to bring it down. The tiger cub kept its gaze fixed on Sugwa and then glanced at the wild dog beside it. The tiger cub moved, lunging towards Sugwa, while the wild dog charged in to block it, biting the tiger cub's back. It bit down hard, and Sugwa heard the sound of teeth clashing against bones, surprised by the ferocity of the wild dog. As the tiger cub attempted to move, Sugwa quickly drew his crossbow, aiming for the tiger cub's head. Whoosh! It hit its mark. Another shot, whoosh! Again, with the wild dog's tearing and Sugwa's crossbow aiding, the tiger cub breathed its last. Sugwa felt a surge of joy at this scene, but his attention was still on the remaining wild dog, and his senses remained alert. The wild dog released its grip, glanced at Sugwa, and then ambled off in another direction. Both Sugwa and the severely injured wild dog were wary of each other. Seeing the wild dog leave, Sugwa quickly threw a rabbit at it. The wild dog looked at the rabbit, then at Sugwa, before taking the rabbit and disappearing into the mountains. "Is that a wild dog?" Sugwa murmured. When he locked eyes with the wild dog earlier, he could sense a hint of wolfish traits in it. Generally, wild dogs are found in villages, and when the dogs of ordinary families give birth, if they are unwanted, they are abandoned in the mountains. The survival rate is low, but those that survive are skilled hunters. However, the wild dog he just encountered did not seem like a typical wild dog. Instead, it exuded a wolf-like quality. Could it be a wolf dog? A hybrid born from the union of mountain wolves and wild dogs. Thinking of this, Sugwa nodded to himself. It really could be a wolf dog. Only a creature like a wolf dog could engage a tiger cub for such a long time without losing. While wild dogs are formidable, how could they dare to confront a tiger cub? In one round, a wild dog would likely be defeated. The two breeds differ in strength. Sugwa steadied his mind and reached for his knife only to realize he had forgotten it at home when entering the mountains. After all, Sugwa had not anticipated encountering a tiger cub today, or he had thought he would be able to catch a few gray dogs instead. Looking back, it seemed he had underestimated the situation. With no other choice, Sugwa decided to remove the arrows from the tiger cub. It had been struck twice in the head and once in the back, but the most lethal wounds were the two to its head. The tiger cub bore the bite marks left by the wild dog. Sugwa examined them and murmured, "That was quite a bite." He could even feel the bones beneath the skin, marveling at the sharpness of the wolf dog's teeth. After removing the arrows, he stood up carrying the tiger cub. Just then he heard rustling behind him. Creaking sounds made Sugwa's spine chill. Could another tiger cub be approaching? Sugwa turned with his crossbow to look, only to find it was a fox. After a brief eye contact, the fox took off, and with one hand carrying the tiger cub, Sugwa couldn't grab the slingshot or crossbow. Well, if it ran away, so be it. Sugwa made a mental note of this mountain area, suspecting there were still many beasts around. He patted his chest and breathed heavily. Good thing it wasn't a tiger cub. That scared me to death. If another tiger cub had come, Sugwa's chances of survival would have been slim. He sighed with relief and made his way back down the path he had come. Back in the village, Qian Kaijin first went home to fetch half a wild chicken, then headed to his childhood friend Chen Gui's house. It was only around 3 in the afternoon. Chen Gui hadn't eaten well at noon while in the mountains, and with dinner approaching, he asked his wife to prepare some dragon soup. Qian Kaijin arrived holding half a wild chicken. "Here, I brought a dish." "Okay." Chen Gui replied without much fuss, taking the half chicken into the kitchen and cheerfully saying, "Wife, prepare another meal. Just put it here." "All right." After that, Chen Gui exited the kitchen and returned to find Qian Kaijin looking worried while sitting on the kong. Chen Gui smiled and asked Kaijin, "What's wrong? What's bothering you? Speak up, it'll be easier to bear." "Do you think Chen Pao really killed the tiger cub? If he did, what will I hunt next time? I was planning to check again later." "Tiger cubs are territorial beasts. If it runs away, it will return, but if Chen Pao kills it, I won't be able to hunt it myself." That's why he wore a pained expression while Chen Gui patted his shoulder and reassured, "Kaijin, I advise you to give up. We are not suited for hunting tiger cubs, you know that. Even if Chen Pao were in that position, he would probably have hit it. If we couldn't hit it, moving forward would only provoke the tiger cub." Chen Gui continued, "To put it simply, if we tried again, it would be the same outcome. It's not meant for us, so let's not dwell on it and spare ourselves the discomfort. Look, things are fine as they are. Chen Pao even gave us each a dragon. Otherwise, we would have returned empty-handed." Chen Gui had a good mindset. He understood his own limits better than Qian Kaijin. After all, the facts are clear. They were the ones who discovered the tiger cub first and attempted to hunt it. If they failed, who could they blame? Isn't it just due to their lack of skill? Have they practiced shooting? Have they maintained their shooting sense? Only focusing on trivial things would make it hard to keep up with shooting skills. Listening to his childhood friend, Chen Gui, Qian Kaijin was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Gui was right, but he still felt uncomfortable. "Why can't I hit it? They definitely won't either. I will just go back again later. Come on, stop thinking about it. Let's drink instead." Chen Gui poured Qian Kaijin a glass and chuckled. "Life is already good for us. There's no need to overthink it. Do you really want to clash with Chen Pao? Or do you want to ask him for a share after he catches it? We didn't even get a single hair from the tiger cub. Even if we asked, he wouldn't give us anything. Come on, let's drink." Hearing Chen Gui's words, Qian Kaizen's lips twitched slightly. This guy said everything he could say. What else could he add? "Forget it. Let's drink." Qian Kaijin raised his glass and drank. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Pao had already bagged 4 gray dogs and was grinning as he picked them up. "Not bad. Already 4. He should be stronger than Sugwa, right? For the past few days I've been under Sugwa's pressure. Shouldn't I have some pride? Let's catch a few more and keep pressing down on Sugwa." When Chen Pao first started hunting, he was quite lucky, but he didn't learn as fast as Sugwa, who had both quick skills and good fortune. With guidance from predecessors, when he learned, there was no one to guide him. He had to explore and learn everything on his own. After a moment of reflection, Chen Pao turned around and walked back, only to find no gray dogs after walking for more than 10 minutes. Surely there aren't no gray dogs left, right? Chen Pao complained as he continued forward. Just then Sugwa came up from above and bumped into him. When Chen Pao saw Sugwa, he wanted to show off the gray dogs he had caught. But upon seeing the prey in Sugwa's hands, he was dumbfounded and stunned. What on earth is that? A tiger cub. Sugwa was carrying a tiger cub. Chun Pao thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes while Sugwa approached with a grin. Chun Pao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Sugwa, did you hunt that?" "No." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chun Pao patted his chest, relieved that it wasn't him. How could he have hunted a tiger cub after just a short time of learning? At this moment, he couldn't even catch a gray dog. Hunting is all about the experience accumulation process. Only with enough experience can one handle various prey with ease. Chun Pao asked again, "Did you find it?" He had seen Sugwa pick up 3 wild boars and a bear before, so finding a tiger cub didn't seem too far-fetched. Chun Pao felt a pang of jealousy. After all the hard work to catch 4 gray dogs, he wanted to show off, but now it seemed pointless. Compared to Sugwa, he felt like an amateur just starting out. Sugwa chuckled. "No, it's not like that. Here's what happened." Then Sugwa recounted the events, leaving Chun Pao's scalp tingling. "How audacious can you be? Are you Chun Pao or me? Just charging at a tiger cub with a crossbow." But to be fair, having the wild dog's assistance was crucial. Sugwa truly had guts. Sugwa scratched his head and chuckled. "Chun Pao, this is just luck for me. If I only had a slingshot in hand, I wouldn't dare to go either." Hearing Sugwa's words, Chun Pao chuckled bitterly and teased, "You brat. If you have a gun in the future, does that mean you'll stop hunting deer and instead go into the mountains every day looking for wild boars and bears?" Chun Pao raised his voice a little and laughed. "If you really managed to kill a tiger cub with a slingshot, I reckon all the hunters in our Li family village would just find a block of tofu to die against. You brat, taking advantage and still acting coy. I just caught 4 greyhounds here, and you went there for 2 or 3 hours and brought back a tiger cub. Heroes emerge from the youth. You really are something even stronger than your grandfather." Sugwa listened to Chun Pao's heartfelt praise and didn't feel too proud. Instead, he smiled and said, "Chun Pao, can you help me skin this tiger cub? I still don't know how to skin a tiger cub." "Sure, let me take a look." Chun Pao took the tiger cub handed over by Sugwa, placed it on the ground, examined it thoroughly, and frowned. "Injured so badly. What a pity. If it had been shot with a hunting rifle, it could have fetched a good price. Now this tiger cub's skin has arrow holes and bite marks from wild dogs. They'll skin it for you, just watch closely." "All right." Sugwa watched intently as Chun Pao began the skinning process from the tiger cub's head. Skinning such prey was akin to skinning a tiger, although Chun Pao had never skinned a tiger before. He knew where to start. Starting from the head, he slowly began to peel the skin off, his movements deliberate and slow. Sugwa watched closely, silent, as he mentally noted Chun Pao's grip and technique. Soon after exerting tremendous effort, Chun Pao finally managed to skin the tiger cub. It was no easy task, as the tiger cub was much larger than a greyhound and couldn't simply be skinned casually. Once the skin was removed, Chun Pao shook off the blood from the tiger cub's skin and stood up to unfold it. Sugwa looked at the tiger cub's skin and said, "If only there weren't these holes and bite marks." Chun Pao nodded in agreement. "Who says otherwise? But it's already quite good. If you had come back later, the tiger cub and the wild dogs would have sorted out their victory, and by the time we got there, they would have all run away." Sugwa chuckled. "Chun Pao, next time there's an opportunity, they'll definitely call you." "Sure, my shooting is very accurate. I hit what I aim at." "Wow, Chun Pao, your marksmanship is that impressive. Comparing with Uncle Li, who is better?" "Ahem." Chun Pao coughed lightly, his face slightly flushed. "Uncle Li is still more skilled. The time he didn't shoot the deer wasn't because he wasn't good, but because he hadn't eaten lunch and had been chasing for a long time. If we're talking about marksmanship, the best in our village is still Uncle Li. Let me tell you, Uncle Li is really stingy. I asked him for a bit of tiger bone wine, and he wouldn't give it to me. He said he had to save it for his grandson and granddaughter, not a drop for me, which really pissed me off." Thinking about that day, Chun Pao's face turned furious. However, he also understood the importance of tiger bone wine, so he let it go without dwelling on it too much. Sugwa laughed heartily. The only person who could make Chun Pao feel this way is probably Uncle Li. "All right, enough of this. While it's still light, let's walk over to your side and see if there are any other prey around." "Right, Chun Pao. There's a hill over there. I suspect there are quite a few prey there. I just spotted the tiger cub over there." After Sugwa finished speaking, Chun Pao waved his hand. "No, I've been to that hill. There are indeed many prey inside, but it's getting dark, and besides, you don't have a hunting rifle. Let's check it out tomorrow instead. Let's just stroll around this area today. If we don't find anything, we'll head back." "All right." Sugwa nodded. Chun Pao had a point. Without a hunting rifle, and with only 2 or 3 hours left until dark, venturing deeper would only result in trouble on the way back. Neither of them had even brought flashlights, and they were carrying the meat of the tiger cub with a strong, bloody smell, which could easily attract wild animals on the way back, putting both Sugwa and Chen Pao in a passive position. Sugwa placed the meat of the tiger cub into a bag and stored the skin in the basket on his back, then wandered around the area. 2 hours later, Sugwa did not catch a single thing, while his golden eagle caught one. Chen Pao, along with his golden eagle, didn't catch anything. Chen Pao muttered, "Damn it, are all the greyhounds around here gone? Yesterday we caught more than 10, and today not even 8, are left barely half of yesterday's amount." Hearing Chen Pao's complaints, Sugwa shrugged helplessly. "I guess there weren't many greyhounds in this area to begin with. Chen Pao, let's head back now. It's not too late to return to the village." Chen Pao nodded helplessly. "All right, it can't be helped." He hung his head. "When we get back, I'll ask Uncle Lee if he knows where there are more greyhounds. Let's go." The two walked back towards the village, going downhill. Halfway down, Sugwa suddenly heard a noise, and Chen Pao turned around to shoot. Bang! The gun fired. However, the wolf dog dodged, and when Chen Pao attempted to shoot again, Sugwa hurriedly stopped him. "Chen Pao, wait a minute." Chen Pao widened his eyes in confusion at Sugwa's words. The wolf dog in front had a wild chicken in its mouth placed on the ground, and gently nudged it with its head, suggesting it was for Sugwa. "Chen Pao, this is the wild dog I told you about. It could also be a wolf dog." Sugwa approached. "This wild dog is so smart." Chen Pao muttered, "No, it looks more like a wolf dog. It's probably a wolf dog." Sugwa carefully moved closer to the wolf dog, which seemed dazed. Sugwa noticed that the wolf dog's blood was still flowing. He gathered some hemostatic herbs around, chewed them in his mouth, and then spat them out, gently pressing on the wolf dog's body, especially where it was injured. The wolf dog remained still, allowing Sugwa to tend to it. Just as Sugwa contemplated whether to take the wolf dog home, Chen Pao moved, startling the wolf dog. The wolf dog stood up, crouching, as if to attack. Sugwa quickly calmed it down, stroking its fur until it settled. Finally, Sugwa took the wild chicken from the wolf dog and removed the tiger cub's meat from the basket, giving it all to the wolf dog. The most valuable part of the tiger cub was its skin. The meat wasn't worth much at all. "Eat up, it's all yours." The wolf dog carried away the tiger cub's meat, looking back at Sugwa 3 times as it left. Sugwa chuckled and waved his hand. Eventually, the wolf dog disappeared from Sugwa's sight. Sugwa helplessly looked at Chen Pao. "Chen Pao, you shot too quickly just now." "I wasn't paying attention, it was just a reflex." Sugwa replied. "But speaking of which, this wolf dog knows how to repay kindness, bringing you the wild chicken it caught, and its nose is quite sharp." Sugwa said thoughtfully, "I guess the wolf dog thinks I saved it, so it's doing this. Let's go back to the village." Chen Pao. This was Sugwa's first encounter with a wolf dog repaying kindness. He had heard stories about foxes doing so, but never about wolf dogs. But having a wild chicken was still nice, and the two walked towards the village. Outside the mountain, Zhaolina was still searching for wild vegetables, but she had not found many today. Last night she received a big batch from Sugwa. However, this money would have to be taken to the town to buy grain. Buying grain was fine, but she was worried about any rumors spreading in the village, especially since she didn't know if anyone saw her with Sugwa yesterday. She thought about holding on for a few more days, and then going to the county town with her daughter Yuan to buy some clothes, avoiding the town for now. There was still yesterday's deer meat at home. Today she planned to dig some wild vegetables, mix them with flour, and make wild vegetable steamed buns like she did yesterday. For some reason, there were particularly few wild vegetables today. As she searched, she heard voices ahead, and looked up to see Sugwa and Chen Pao coming. When Sugwa and Chen Pao looked at Zhaolina, they were slightly taken aback. Zhaolina was the first to speak. "Chen Pao, Sugwa, you guys went into the mountains to hunt again." Hearing this, Chen Pao frowned, not saying much, while Sugwa nodded, and said, "Yes, Sister Zhao, are you still digging for wild vegetables?" Yes, there's not enough flour at home." "Oh, what's on your back in that basket? Is that tiger skin?" Zhaolina paused, then looked closely and exclaimed, This is lynx skin." "Sugwa, did you encounter a tiger cub?" "Sugwa will wait for you up ahead." Chen Pao dropped the sentence and walked to the front. He could see that Sugwa knew Zhaolina, and he felt uncomfortable staying here, so he might as well wait ahead. Sugwa awkwardly rubbed his nose. "All right." Then he looked at Zhaolina and said, "We just caught it in the mountains." "Caught it in the mountains? Sugwa, did you use a hunting rifle?" Sugwa smiled sheepishly. "No, I used a crossbow." "All right, Sister Zhao, I won't chat with you too much. Chen Pao is waiting for me up ahead." After speaking, Sugwa turned and left, intentionally dropping the wild chicken in a pile of grass, where only Zhaolina could see it. The reason for this was partly because of Yuan, and of course it could be seen as his goodwill. Sugwa approached Chen Pao and patted his shoulder. "Let's go." Zhaolina was momentarily stunned, gazing at the wild chicken that Sugwa had dropped beside the heap of grass. It's Is it for me? Zhao Lina fell into contemplation as she looked at the wild chicken, her feet feeling as heavy as lead, unable to move forward. Staring at the wild chicken, she couldn't understand what Sugwa was thinking. Could it be that he has taken a liking to her? Zhao Lina's face turned red, suddenly startled by her own thought. Immediately covering her blushing face, she muttered to herself, he wouldn't, right? If Sugwa knew, he surely wouldn't have left the wild chicken behind. He did this for Yuan Yuan, that adorable little girl. If Sugwa had known that Zhao Lina would misunderstand him this way, he definitely wouldn't have offered his help. Forget it. I won't think too much about it. Zhao Lina sighed softly and walked toward the grass heap ahead. Bending down, she took out the wild chicken from inside and placed it in the basket, covering it with the few wild vegetables she had, then set off home. On the other side, Chen Pao was watching Sugwa, either intentionally or not. Sugwa rubbed his nose and smiled at Chen Pao, saying, Chen Pao, what's up? Is there something on my face? Coughing lightly, Chen Pao looked at Sugwa's face seriously and said, Sugwa, do you think? Let me tell you, Zhao Lina is a calamity star. She has already caused the deaths of her husband, her mother-in-law, and the people in her family. Now her family only has her and her daughter left. I'd advise you to keep your distance from her. After hearing this, Sugwa frowned. Calamity star? Causing deaths. Sugwa had lived a long life in his past life and knew that there was no such thing as a calamity star in this world. To be precise, these were just feudal superstitions. Sugwa laughed as he covered his face, saying, Chen Pao's sister Zhao and I are innocent. We just met and chatted casually last night. It's not what you think. Well, as long as there's no such intention, that's good. Chen Pao nodded. Just then a voice came from nearby. Chen Pao, what good stuff did you catch this time? The two turned toward the sound, and Chen Pao recognized who it was. Chen Ping, the younger brother of Chen Gui. Compared to Chen Gui, Chen Ping was like heaven and earth. Chen Ping in his 30s had yet to marry. Unless something unexpected happened, he would likely remain a bachelor for life. Furthermore, he didn't know how to do anything. The land at home wasn't even cultivated, remaining barren. Instead, his brother Chen Gui took over his family's land and gave Chen Ping a small share every year. Chen Pao held contempt for such a street loafer, viewing him as a good for nothing. In this era, a strong man had plenty of strength, not seeking work or engaging in labor. He just roamed around. No one in the village respected such bachelors. Chen Pao didn't respond as Chen Ping approached, looking at the tiger cub skin in Sugwa's basket. He was momentarily dazed, and then a greedy glint appeared in his eyes. Sugwa frowned at Chen Ping, saying, have you seen enough? Chen Ping chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Don't take it the wrong way, I'm just curious, no other intentions. Is this something you and Chen Pao caught together? He had been staring at the tiger cub skin in Sugwa's basket, and now to say he had no ulterior motive was like saying there was no silver here. Chen Pao snorted coldly and said, Chen Ping, put away your little thoughts. Sugwa, let's go. He gave Chen Ping no face at all and directly led Sugwa away. Chen Ping watched Sugwa, and Chen Pao's retreating figures clenched his fists and waved a few punches in the air, murmuring, what's there to show off about? It's just hunting, and my brother is also a hunter. I almost forgot I need to go to my brother's house for a meal today. Chen Ping patted his head, remembering his stomach was still empty, and immediately headed to his brother Chen Gui's house. Chen Gui couldn't support Chen Ping, but he would let Chen Ping come over to mooch a meal every 10 or 15 days. Each time Chen Ping came over, Chen Gui would bring out the game he caught. On the other side, Sugwa and Chen Pao also encountered many people from the village on the roadside. Chen Pao, what game did you catch this time? Chen Pao, you must have had a good haul this time, right? Chen Pao. In front of Chen Pao, the villagers didn't mention Sugwa at all. But this was also normal. After all, Sugwa didn't seem to have many beasts to show for his hunting. Though the tamed golden eagle did surprise the villagers of Li family village, the rest made Sugwa seem like just another novice hunter. Chen Pao laughed and said, what good stuff did I catch? The real good stuff was caught by this guy next to me. Sugwa, show them your tiger cub skin. Sugwa nodded, realizing that Chen Pao was creating momentum for him. Don't underestimate me, an old hunter. The real genius is Sugwa here. Sugwa took out the tiger cub skin from the basket to show the villagers. The surrounding villagers stared in shock at the tiger cub skin in Sugwa's hands. Is this a tiger cub? Yes, it's a tiger cub. Chen Pao caught one last time, and I was fortunate enough to touch it once. But wait. Why is the wound on this one so big? And there are bite marks. Chen Pao glanced at Sugwa, who nodded and continued, this was shot with a crossbow. When I shot it, there just happened to be. Sugwa elaborated on the entire process without hiding anything from the crowd. Upon hearing Sugwa's words, the surrounding villagers widened their eyes in disbelief. They all shared the same thought. How could this person be so bold to go after a tiger cub with a crossbow? He really doesn't take the tiger cub seriously. The villagers around exchanged pleasantries, and Sugwa laughed, saying he was just lucky. Afterward, the two parted ways. Sugwa walked toward his grandfather's house, while Chun Pao headed toward elderly Weigwa's house to ask if there were any places with more gray dogs. Meanwhile, Chun Gui and Qian Kaizhen were drinking on the Kong, with Chun Gui appearing to be half-drunk, while Qian Kaizhen wore a look of melancholy and discomfort. Chun Gui, do you think that tiger cub was caught by Chun Pao? After hearing this, Chun Gui smiled helplessly, took a sip of wine, and continued, Kaizhen, this is already the 8th time you've asked me. Eating flying dragon soup and meat while drinking, Qian Kaizhen had already mentioned the matter of the tiger cub not less than 7 times. This time counted as the 8th. Chun Gui swallowed hard, releasing a deep sigh. Kaizhen, if it's meant to be, it'll be ours. If it's not, we cannot force it. The tiger cub is so small, and our position is too far, it's normal not to catch one. Alright, you should drink less too. Chun Gui was both advising Qian Kaizhen in front of him while soothing his emotions. Qian Kaizhen's face flushed slightly as he chuckled. So do you think we have it in our fate or not? Before Chun Gui could answer, a voice came from outside. Brother, are you home? Chun Gui, still on the Kong, got up in a daze and ran outside, seeing it was his brother Chin Ping. He smiled and said, "I'm here, come on in, we just made flying dragon soup." Brother, who's in the house? Who are you drinking with? It's your brother Qian, I'll come on in for a drink. Okay. Chun Ping followed Chun Gui inside, sitting on the Kong, looking at the slightly flushed Qian Kaizhen, chuckling. Brother Qian, have you had a bit too much to drink? Qian Kaizhen opened his eyes slightly, looking at Chin Ping in front of him, and said flatly, Chin Ping, I thought someone was looking for Chun Gui. Qian Kaizhen also looked down on Chin Ping. If it weren't for him getting along well with Chun Gui, he wouldn't bother to acknowledge him. Everyone in their generation had married, started families, and established careers, yet this kid still looked like a good for nothing. The most critical point was that he always came to the Chun family to mooch meals, a total freeloader. Chin Ping took the spoon and chopsticks that Chun Gui handed over and ate the wild chicken and flying dragon soup in front of him. After a short while, Qian Kaizhen brought up the question again. Chun Gui, do you think that tiger cub was caught by Chun Pao? Chun Gui realized that Qian Kaizhen was truly drunk this time, otherwise he wouldn't keep saying such things. Just as he was about to say something like, "You're drunk, stop drinking and rest," Chin Ping's hand hung in the air, not reaching for the wild chicken meat, but instead chuckled, "Brother Qian, talking about the tiger cub. I actually saw Chun Pao with a tiger cub earlier today." Upon hearing this, Chun Gui's heart sank sharply, realizing it was all over. This kid was truly trouble. Oh, Qian Kaizhen opened his eyes, looking at Chin Ping. Really? You actually saw Chun Pao with a tiger cub skin? His intoxication had already lessened significantly, all because of Chin Ping's one sentence. Chin Ping frowned and continued, "It seems it wasn't Chun Pao, it was someone behind him. I don't know his name, but he's tall, very handsome, and there's a golden eagle hanging on his arm. This guy had a tiger cub skin in his basket. Whether Chun Pao caught it, or this person did, I'm not sure." Sugwa. Qian Kaizhen murmured. The person Chin Ping referred to was Sugwa, and the tiger cub skin had appeared in Sugwa's basket. Could it have been Sugwa who caught it? That shouldn't be possible. How could this kid have the ability to catch a tiger cub? He doesn't even have a gun. Brother, why are you suddenly asking about this? What does it matter to us whether Chun Pao and that person caught the tiger cub or not? Chin Ping looked at the two, somewhat confused. Chun Gui cleared his throat lightly, signaling his younger brother to say less. With this remark, Qian Kaizhen, who was drinking, became somewhat sober. Chun Ping seemed oblivious to his elder brother Chun Gui's gaze and foolishly asked, "Brother, why didn't you tell me?" Chun Gui remained silent, glancing at Qian Kaizhen beside him. Qian Kaizhen took a deep breath, staring at Chin Ping, and said, "This little tiger cub was first discovered by me and your brother." Chin Ping. Brother Qian, what does this mean? Chin Ping pinched a piece of flying dragon meat, looking delighted. In the end, Chin Gui couldn't help but reveal the story behind the matter. Upon hearing this, Chin Ping jumped 3 feet high and stood up from the Kong. "What are you doing? Sit down." Chun Gui scolded, and only then did Chin Ping slowly sit down, scratching his head and grinning. "Brother Qian, since you guys discovered it and also shot it, doesn't that mean you should also get a share of the tiger cub's skin?" Qian Kaizhen certainly understood Chin Ping's intention. Looking at him with a disdainful expression, he said lightly, "Do you really think Chun Pao is an idiot?" Chun Gui took over the conversation and continued, "We didn't even shoot a single bullet at the tiger cub. What is there to share? It's not just about who saw it first." Chin Ping's thoughts were clear to him. The kid was eyeing the tiger cub skin. After all, a tiger cub skin could sell for quite a bit of money. "Chun Gui, I won't drink this wine. It's getting late. I'm leaving first." Qian Kaizhen got off the Kong and walked outside. "Drinking? He couldn't drink anymore. The tiger cub he had been thinking about had fallen into Chen Pao's hands. Chen Gue watched Qian Kaizhen leave, secretly shaking his head. Actually, he didn't quite understand Qian Kaizhen's obsession. As a hunter, one couldn't guarantee a harvest of mountain goods or wild game every day, one should maintain a calm mind. Yet at this moment Qian Kaizhen appeared stubborn. After Qian Kaizhen left, only Chen Gue and Chen Ping remained on the calm. Chen Ping seemed unaffected, still behaving as if he was meant to eat and drink. Chen Ping chuckled, "Brother, let's have a drink." "Why did you bring up that matter just now, eh?" Chen Ping said helplessly, "I didn't know you guys had shot the tiger cub." "Come on, brother, let's drink quickly. If we don't, this flying dragon soup will get cold, and this wine is really delicious." Chen Gue looked at his brother. Chen Ping shook his head and smiled. "Nobody enjoys life as much as you do." On the other side, Qian Kaizhen walked along the roadside feeling very low. Why hadn't he managed to shoot it? He was so close. Clearly he was not lacking. Why? The more Qian Kaizhen thought about it, the more extreme he became, but fortunately his reason returned, and he quickly calmed down. The flush on Qian Kaizhen's face faded, replaced by a calm expression. "I almost lost my mind." "Well, if Chen Pao could shoot it, that just shows Chen Pao's skill. Next time I will definitely shoot a wild boar." After coming to terms with it, Qian Kaizhen no longer got stuck on it and walked towards home, feeling much more relaxed. As he walked along the road, Qian Kaizhen's mood began to change. Many villagers were chatting by the roadside, passing the time in the evening. Listening closely, he seemed to hear that it was Su Gua who shot the tiger cub. Initially, he thought he misheard and quickly asked, "Wasn't it Chen Pao who shot it? How did it become Su Gua?" "Oh, Kaizhen, you don't know the tiger cub was indeed shot by Su Gua. Let me tell you." Then this villager recounted the story of how Su Gua shot the tiger cub to Qian Kaizhen. Alright, this was completely unexpected. The more Qian Kaizhen listened, the worse his expression became, turning from red to black and finally to a pale blue. "Kaizhen, your face doesn't look right. What's wrong?" Qian Kaizhen forced a smile and waved his hand. "It's nothing." "Alright, then I'll take my leave." "Okay." Qian Kaizhen clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Su Gua shot the tiger cub. Why was this kid's luck so incredible? He encountered wild dogs to help. Why? Why could he shoot it when I couldn't? Why? He didn't even shoot it with a hunting gun. Why? Qian Kaizhen was flushed and didn't even realize he had shouted. Then, this shout was not small. The surrounding villagers all looked over at him, their expressions puzzled. As if to say, "What are you doing?" Qian Kaizhen, blushing, quickly walked towards his home. At this moment, Su Gua had no idea about this matter and was leisurely walking along the small road, humming a song, soon to reach his grandfather's house. Han Pao hadn't gone hunting these past 2 days and had been at home with his grandmother. Today they took out the roe deer skins to dry. The sun was about to set and Grandma came out of the room looking at the napping Han Pao, patting his shoulder. "Oh, is Su Gua back?" Grandma glared at him and said, "Su Gua hasn't come back. Did you dream of him?" Han Pao rubbed his nose and chuckled. "No, I thought it was Su Gua coming back and waking me up. Go and gather the roe deer skins." "Alright, these roe deer skins are all dried. It'll make you a roe deer skin coat later." "Come on, if you really had the money, make me a marten fur coat, or a tiger cub skin coat would be fine too." Hearing Grandma's words, Han Pao chuckled. "I've shot those too before. I sold them when I needed money. Next time I'll keep an eye out for you." "You talk too much. Go gather your roe deer skins." "Hey, child's mother, look at what you are saying. Han Pao don't lie to you with a single word. Back then I was great at hunting martens and tiger cubs." Grandma rolled her eyes at Grandpa and teased, "He'll just listen to your boasting. Hurry and gather the roe deer skins." Grandpa, what are you arguing about?" Su Gua walked in with a basket on his back. He had heard Grandma and Grandpa's voices at the door. "Oh, Grandpa, why are there so many roe deer skins?" Su Gua looked at the roe deer skins drying on the rope, at least a dozen of them. Grandpa Han Pao chuckled. "Of course these roe deer skins were all shot by your grandpa. Otherwise would these have blown in from the wind?" "So what did you catch today?" Su Gua scratched his head, put down the basket on his back, took out the tiger cub skin to show to Grandma and Grandpa. Today there weren't any big catches, just a tiger cub. As soon as he finished speaking, Grandma and Grandpa looked at the tiger cub's skin and Su Gua's hand, both lost in confusion and contemplation. Han Pao reacted first and didn't ask Su Gua how he obtained the tiger cub's skin, directly asking, "Were you injured?" "No." "Phew." Grandma and Grandpa both sighed. As long as he wasn't injured, that was good. A tiger cub's skin was not as simple as encountering a sick deer or a foolish roe deer. Although the threat level of a tiger cub is not as high as that of a bear or wild boar, it is still quite high. Ordinary hunters wouldn't easily engage, as tiger cubs are fast and hard to catch. Coupled with their vengeful nature, any hunter without confidence would not dare to provoke them. Han Pao rubbed his forehead and asked Sugua, "So tell me, how did you shoot it?" "It's simple, I used a crossbow." Han Pao, "The specific process." "Oh." Then Sugua recounted the whole story, causing Grandma to cover her heart the whole time. After hearing it, Grandma sighed deeply and said, covering her heart, "You really took a big gamble with this, didn't you? If the tiger cub hadn't died this time, would have been. Forget it, I won't say anymore." Sugua walked up to Grandma and chuckled, "Grandma, don't worry, your grandson is fine." "Grandma, don't be angry." Grandma shook her head helplessly. I promise it won't happen again. Next time, before I have a gun, I definitely won't take such a risk." "What do you mean? Are you saying that you want to take the risk next time?" Han Pao glared at Sugua and slapped Sugua on the head. Sugua, holding his head in pain, pouted, "I just wanted to prepare a winter coat for Grandma." "You sure know how to find a shield. This has nothing to do with me." Grandma waved her hand, refusing to accept Sugua's bribery. Even if he really made it for her, she wouldn't wear it outside. This thing is like sticking dozens of large Union stickers on one's face easily, making people envious. Grandma headed straight for the kitchen, and Grandpa Han Pao slapped Sugua on the head again. "Even if your grandma wants the tiger cub skin, it would be given by me. You really know how to." Grandpa, I want dare next time." "All right, hurry up and gather these roe deer skins. You are really making a fuss. I bet a lot of the hunters in the village won't be able to sleep tonight." Sugua looked up at Grandpa, initially confused, then realizing, "I guess so." Sugua rubbed his nose and said somewhat guiltily, the reason he could obtain this tiger cub skin was 3 parts skill and 7 parts luck. After all, without the wild dogs blocking and fighting, Sugua wouldn't have easily shot the tiger cub. It is known that even with a hunting gun, hitting a tiger cub is very difficult. "Grandpa, is the bear gallbladder ready?" "It has been ready for a long time. I haven't taken it down. You can take a look yourself." Han Pao helped take down the bear gallbladder and handed it to Sugua. "Here, take a look." After Sugua took it, he held it in his hand. Such a small bear gallbladder could sell for 600 or 700 yuan. It must be said that the wealth brought by a bear was quite substantial for hunters. After all, in this era, a monthly salary was only around 20 to 30 yuan. How could one not go crazy over a bear gallbladder selling for 600 or 700? Some hunters were so crazy that they went to look for bears with axes instead of guns. Such cases were not rare. The bear gallbladder in your hand can sell for 600 or 700 yuan. You better hold on to it tightly, don't let it slip. If it slips, that's dozens of big bills. "Grandpa, don't worry, it won't slip." After saying that, Sugua shook it in his hand. Seeing Sugua's actions, Han Pao really wanted to give him a good beating, telling him to be careful and not to let it slip. Was he just playing with it? "Grandpa, when are we going to the county? I want to get rid of this bear gallbladder quickly." "Get rid of it? Are you planning to buy a hunting rifle?" Sugua nodded, but Han Pao looked at him with concern, feeling that Sugua's luck was too extraordinary. What if his luck ran out? He didn't know whether to advise Sugua to buy a gun or to suggest he practice his hunting skills. In fact, for someone like Sugua, who had been hunting for less than a month and achieved such results, could already be considered a prodigy. If this were in a cultivation or fantasy novel, he would definitely be regarded as a peerless genius. Yes, with a hunting rifle, it will be much easier to hunt larger prey. "You don't mean to hunt bears and wild boars, right?" Sugua chuckled. "Grandpa, I really want to give it a try. I've only picked up bears and wild boars before. I've never actually hunted them. What does it feel like to hunt them?" I can't say much about wild boars, but you need to be careful when hunting bears. They are not like wild boars. They are very intelligent, and a bear might not be alone. They can play dead, so you must be extra cautious. Also be aware of their growls. You need to pay attention to all these things. All right, I'll be extra careful in the future." Without his grandfather's supervision and warnings, Sugua probably wouldn't even have known about these points. Therefore, having a good teacher is really beneficial. Of course, the teacher must be competent, otherwise what's the use? "Go outside and collect the roe deer skin." "Sugua, wasn't that something you were supposed to do? Why are you making me do it?" Taking advantage of the dusk, Chun Pao arrived at Grandpa Li's house. "Uncle Li." Chun Pao looked at Li Weigua in front of him, grinning and rubbing his hands in excitement. Li Weigua frowned, wondering why this kid was sticking to him like a rubber band. It was hard to send him away yesterday, and now he was back. "Why are you back again?" "Uncle Li, what are you talking about? I just came to see how you're doing." "Uncle Li, can I have a taste of the tiger bone wine?" Chun Pao's intention was not really this, but he knew that if he asked Uncle Li directly for a place where there were many gray dogs, he wouldn't tell him. It would be better to wait and approach the topic later. "I've told you countless times that my tiger bone wine is reserved for my grandson's granddaughters and their weddings. Now go on, move." "Hey, Uncle Li, don't chase me away." Li Weigua was feeling a headache looking at Chun Pao and saying, "Fine, I won't chase you away as long as you don't mention the tiger bone wine. Anything else is fine." Chun Pao clapped his hands excitedly. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Chun Pao grinned. Uncle Li, do you know where there are a lot of gray dogs? Gray dogs, eh? Li Weigua frowned and continued, there are quite a few over near the mountain ridge, you can go take a look. All right, thank you, Uncle Li. After saying that, Chun Pao intended to leave. He had achieved his objective. After all, Uncle Li would never let him drink tiger bone wine. Continuing to pester him would only lead to disappointment. Li Weigua frowned, realizing that this kid had intentionally come to extract information from him. Wait a minute. Uncle Li, do you have something else to say? What did Su Gua hunt up in the mountains today? Su Gua. Chun Pao elongated his voice and grinned. He caught a tiger cub. What a? Su Gua caught a tiger cub. Are you sure you're not joking? Li Weiguo's eyes widened as he stared at Chun Pao, but he could tell from Chun Pao's expression that he was not joking. Su Gua catching a tiger cub. Did he use a hunting rifle? No, he used a crossbow. Chun Pao recounted what Su Gua had told him, and Li Weiguo's scalp tingled. This kid truly had guts. As the saying goes, the bold prosper, while the timid starve. It was evident that Su Gua belonged to the former category, the bold. Uncle Li, I have nothing else to discuss, they'll be leaving now. After Chun Pao said that, Li Weigua did not respond. Chun Pao understood that feeling as he had experienced it himself. Forget it, he would slip away how his goal had been achieved. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Zhao Lina had already returned home, where her daughter Yuan Yuan was playing in the yard. Upon seeing her mother return, she smiled widely. Mom, hug. Oh, you've gotten heavier, little girl. What are we having for dinner today? Today we're having wild chicken. How does that sound? Yuan Yuan made a greedy face. What? There's meat today. Yay. Mom, where did you catch the wild chicken? Mom. Found it. On the outskirts of the mountain. Yuan Yuan mustn't tell anyone, okay? All right, Mom, I promise I won't say anything. Yuan Yuan chuckled. Mom, I want to eat chicken stewed with mushrooms. Okay, I'll go make it for you, just wait. After Zhao Lina gave her instruction, she went to the kitchen. She took out the wild chicken and cooked half of it. In no time, a fragrant chicken stew with mushrooms was ready. The aroma wafted through the air, reaching the neighbor, Aunt Wu, who was eating pancakes with pickled vegetables. Upon smelling it, she cursed. Where's that meat smell coming from? I have no appetite now. Her son said, Mom, it seems like it's from Zhao Jie's house. Zhao Lina's house. Aunt Wu's mouth twitched slightly. Eating so well, aren't you afraid of choking? Zhao Lina and Yuan Yuan were eating the chicken stew, completely unaware of what others were saying about them behind their backs. In Beijing at Renmin University around 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Ruowei received an email. At first she was puzzled about who had written to her. When she saw the sender's address and name, a smile appeared on Zhou Ruowei's face. Wow. Look, the Ice Queen is smiling. What? Are you seeing things? No, she really smiled. You're lying. Why would I lie? She really smiled just now. Two boys nearby were talking. After receiving the email, Zhou Ruowei walked toward the dormitory, as there wasn't much time left before the dormitory closed. Zhou Ruowei returned to her dorm and opened the envelope, feeling her heart race with excitement. As she opened it and flattened it out, she recognized the handwriting. It was Su Gua's. Then Zhou Ruowei looked further down. The content of the letter was quite simple, explaining why Su Gua hadn't sent her a message and what he had been up to these days. Su Gua is going hunting. Looking at the content of the envelope, Zhou Ruowei easily deduced that Su Gua was preparing for hunting with the falcon, but could he really hunt with his small stature? Thinking of this, Zhou Ruowei became a bit worried. Su Gua's health had never been great in her memory. He couldn't even keep up with her as a child. Now he was going hunting. The most concerning part was, hunting was an extremely dangerous job. Did Su Gua really go hunting? Zhou Ruowei felt anxious. Her grandfather was a hunter and would tell her stories about the dangers in the mountains every year. The level of danger inside the mountains was far different from that outside. Even a poisonous snake in the mountains could kill a hunter, not to mention those large beasts. Zhou Ruowei rubbed her temples, murmuring, Su Gua shouldn't run into trouble. If he is really going hunting, should I introduce him to Grandpa? Just in time, the National Day holiday isn't far off. I could take a trip back and bring Su Gua to meet Grandpa, and see if he could teach Su Gua how to hunt. The rest of the letter included some other matters, reminding her to take care of herself at school, and to contact her via email if anything happened, among other caring words. After reading it, Zhou Ruowei was still in a good mood. She murmured to herself, has this kid finally woken up? Why didn't I notice he cared about me before? Zhou Ruowei carefully folded the letter and placed it in her storage box, occasionally sitting on the stool and smiling foolishly, completely unaware of how beautiful she looked in the mirror. Zhou Ruowei picked up a pen, unfolded a piece of paper, and began writing beautifully for about half an hour. She stretched and yawned, then sealed the letter in the envelope, planning to mail it out the next day. Ruowei, what are you smiling about? A girl from the upper bunk asked, and Zhou Ruwei realized that she had laughed out loud. She quickly waved her hands. Nothing. Ruwei, you're not being honest. I heard you laugh just now. If the ice queen of our department is smiling like this, what would the other boys think? They would go crazy. In the dormitory, everyone chimed in, causing Zhou Ruowei's face to turn increasingly red. In the evening, Sugwa finished dinner and returned to the Kong, looking at the bear gall he had obtained, lost in thought. The envelope that I asked my sister to send to Ruowei should have reached her by now, right? I wonder how she felt after reading it. Sugwa pondered, taking out another envelope hidden in his pocket. This one was from the last time Zhou Ruowei asked his sister to send it to him, and Sugwa had kept it with him all along. Whenever he thought of her, he would occasionally take it out to look at it. After all, Zhou Ruowei's handwriting was very distinctive. Both Sugwa and Zhou Ruowei had their own signature styles. Sugwa's writing was crooked and messy, while Zhou Ruowei's looked like it was practiced from a young age with the grace of a refined young lady. One could say they were at opposite ends of the spectrum. Sugwa glanced at it a few more times, folded it up again, and placed it back in his pocket, chuckling to himself before covering himself with the blanket and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Sugwa woke up to the sound of roosters crowing. After a simple breakfast at home, he stepped outside and ran into Chen Pao. Chen Pao chuckled. Let's go to the Shanzanjia area. I got some information from Uncle Li yesterday. Come on. Sugwa paused for a moment, asking Shanzanjia, where is that? Just follow me, and you'll know when we get there. I've been there a few times, and I didn't expect to find greyhounds there. If Uncle Li hadn't told me, I would have never known. Let's go then. Sugwa nodded. All right. Shanzanjia. Sugwa truly hadn't heard of it. He was quite curious about this place. Chen Pao, aren't we going to that mountain we saw yesterday? We are. Who said we wouldn't? Chen Pao grinned. Maybe tomorrow. If we can catch 20 greyhounds today, we won't have to hunt all night tomorrow. If today's catch isn't good, we'll have to spend the night in the mountains looking for greyhounds. Sugwa was taken aback, asking, spend the night in the mountains? Are we really going to spend the night in the mountains tomorrow? Spending the night in the mountains was particularly dangerous. Hunters generally avoided it unless absolutely necessary. Wolves, tigers, leopards. Encountering just one would be quite enough. Of course, even during the day it was dangerous enough. Chen Pao scratched his head and laughed. That's the plan for now, but we'll see how it goes. I hope our luck is better today. Don't worry, if we end up spending the night in the mountains tomorrow with me around, you'll be safe. Sugwa's lips twitched slightly as he nodded. All right, as long as I have your word, Chen Pao. Soon the two of them headed in the direction of the mountains, and Chen Pao glanced at the surrounding paths before walking north. Sugwa frowned. Illogically, the quickest way into the mountains was to go east. Walking north along the outskirts of the mountains left Sugwa a bit confused. However, since Chen Pao was leading the way, he didn't say anything and just followed along. Before long, after walking about 7 or 8 miles, Chen Pao stopped, looking at the distant woods, grinning. Up ahead is Shanzanjia. What? Chen Pao, this is just a forest. Why is it called Shanzanjia? Chen Pao patiently explained. Why is it called Shanzanjia? This saying has been passed down from the elders. In the mountains, various forests are given distinctive names to avoid confusion. This area is called Shanzanjia because there used to be a small hill nearby. This forest is on the side of that hill, but for some reason, the hill is gone while the cliff remains, hence the name Shanzanjia. Sugwa's eyes widened as he murmured, so strange. The hill just disappeared. Chen Pao sighed lightly, saying, it's just what the elders say. We don't really know what happened. We just know this forest is called Shanzanjia. Sugwa, if you look over there, you can see the cliff. But don't go too close, it's dangerous if you fall. Many shepherds have passed through this area, and the lead sheep fell and followed by a dozen others. Listening to Chen Pao's words, Sugwa nodded, understanding that this was just a classic example of the herd mentality. Let's go see how many greyhounds there are. This forest in Shanzanjia isn't small, which stretches for 3 or 4 miles. We can probably search in here for a day. Today at noon, we'll search the middle half, and the rest we'll look for in the afternoon. Chen Pao gestured in the air in front of the forest, and Sugwa nodded. All right. The two of them scattered, each starting to search leisurely. Before long, Sugwa spotted a greyhound not far ahead. He took out his slingshot, aimed, and pulled it back. With a whoosh, the slingshot struck the greyhound on the head, sending it flying. Sugwa chuckled. Old tricks still work. Uncle Li was right, there are quite a few greyhounds around here. Sugwa placed the greyhound in his bag and continued searching. Just as he turned to look at Chen Pao, he saw that Chen Pao had also made a catch, having caught a greyhound. The two of them walked for 2 hours, covering 7 or 8 miles. They had a great start here, catching a greyhound in no time. Sugwa continued moving forward, while carefully watching the ground, wary of any traps or explosives that could be hidden, as stepping on one would be disastrous. Fortunately, the ground was covered with rustling leaves, and Sugwa stepped on them, making a crunching sound. He wasn't sure if it was the noise that scared them away, but Sugwa found it difficult to spot any more gray hounds while Chun Pao was having a good haul on the other side. In a short while, he had already shot down 3 gray hounds. Uncle Lee really knows his stuff, Chun Pao remarked, continuing to move ahead. He picked up his slingshot, ready to shoot down any gray hound he spotted in the trees. Around 1 in the afternoon, the two of them had searched a significant portion of the forest. Sugwa was lost in thought, looking at the 10 jump cats he had. 10 jump cats. It was supposed to be gray hounds that were abundant. Why were there only jump cats? He came here to hunt gray hounds, yet he had 10 jump cats in hand. Sugwa had caught 2 gray hounds and 10 jump cats, feeling somewhat exhausted. He seriously suspected that all the gray hounds were in Chun Pao's area. Otherwise, why were there only jump cats here? Sugwa rubbed his legs and said helplessly, Chun Pao, let's take a break. Okay. Chun Pao put away his slingshot and collected the gray hound that had fainted not far ahead, meeting up with Sugwa. They reached the center of the forest, casually collected some branches, peeled them, and started roasting meat. Chun Pao, looks like you've had a good haul. Not bad, 6 gray hounds and 1 golden eagle. How about you? Chun Pao looked excitedly at Sugwa, thinking he must have caught more than Sugwa. 10 jump cats and 2 gray hounds. Chun Pao laughed heartily upon seeing the jump cats in Sugwa's hands, saying, did you poke a nest of jump cats? 10 jump cats. That's a lot. You could take them home and raise them. Raise jump cats. Forget it, we might as well eat them. Sugwa suddenly recalled a saying from his past life, rabbits are so cute, why eat rabbits? Of course they couldn't just eat them outright. They needed to be prepared properly. Fried in oil, made into spicy rabbit heads, spicy rabbit legs, spicy rabbit meat. That was the way to do it. Sugwa had initially looked at that comment as a joke, but now he was somewhat tempted to try it out. How many golden eagles did you catch? Sugwa shook his head helplessly. I caught one. It's not as good as yours. The golden eagle tilted its head, looking at Sugwa, who handed over the prepared greyhound meat. Eat more. Work hard this afternoon. The fire crackled as Chun Pao handed over the roasted greyhound meat to Sugwa, saying, here, eat more. After you finish, we still have to scour the rest of the forest. We don't even know how many greyhounds are left in there. Eat up, eat up. Sugwa devoured the greyhound meat in his hands, looking at Chun Pao. When are you going to the county town? When am I going to the county town? Chun Pao frowned. The day after tomorrow. I have to deliver a big order then. Sugwa smiled and waved his hand. No, I was just asking casually. If it works out, maybe we can go together. Hearing Sugwa's words, Chun Pao raised an eyebrow. Are you also planning to go to the county town the day after tomorrow? Just going for a trip to sell some things. What things, eh? Bear gall, pig stomach, and... Upon hearing Sugwa's words, Chun Pao felt like he was about to break down. He realized that the money he would earn from this order was still less than what Sugwa would make, and besides, this order was supposed to be split with Sugwa. After finishing his meal, Chun Pao leaned against a big tree and said faintly, you're really eager for money. Are you planning to get married? Or are you thinking of buying a gun? Sugwa chuckled. Both, but the former will take a bit longer. Oh, so you really have someone you like. Which girl is it? Do you want me to introduce you? Your Uncle Chun has a good eye. Oh, I can introduce you. How about that? Sugwa's lips twitched slightly as he waved his hand. No thanks. Hey, look at you like that. Do you look down on Uncle Chun? Tell me what kind you want, and he'll ask around. Chun Pao patted his chest, assuring Sugwa that he wanted to hear his conditions. I'm not asking for much. Just a college student will do. Chun Pao stared wide-eyed at Sugwa. What? A university student? In this era, university students can be said to be rarer than giant pandas. If Chun Pao hadn't spent those 2 or 3 days with Sugwa, he would have definitely scolded Sugwa for thinking he was worthy of a university student. A university student from the 80s? Are you joking? In his previous life, Sugwa hesitated to accept Zhou Ruowei's confession for this very reason, as he felt the gap between them was immense. But now, if Zhou Ruowei confessed, he would definitely agree. However, that would only happen after Zhou Ruowei graduated from university. Forget it, he should plan for himself, first preferably a bit in advance, otherwise he would have to endure 2 more years of a cold bed. You like a university student? At that moment, Chun Pao also reacted, looking at Sugwa and asking again. Sugwa nodded. Yes, from Renmin University of China, from our town. What do you think? Chun Pao, she and I are childhood sweethearts. Chun Pao, you're something. Life is too good for you, isn't it? Chun Pao truly felt a bit envious of Sugwa, and he wasn't joking. Sugwa had skills in hunting and had a beautiful woman by his side. Comparing himself to Sugwa only made Chun Pao feel worse. Especially with that tigress at home, who only knew how to demand from him and never helped out. After finishing the dog meat in his hands, Sugwa chuckled. Chun Pao, do you still want to introduce a partner to me? My requirements aren't high, just a university student will do. Roll. Chun Pao scolded Sugwa, not wanting to engage with him anymore. He was about to be pushed to his limits by Sugwa. Chun Pao continued to ask, are you already engaged? No. We haven't even started yet. After hearing Sugwa's words, Chun Pao became even more confused. What does this mean? Sugwa noticed his confusion and quickly said, Chun Pao, she has feelings for me, I can sense it. I seize the opportunity. Don't worry. Sugwa cheerfully replied, having been given a second chance at life, how could he not seize this opportunity? After filling their stomachs, the two got up from the ground, extinguished the campfire, and covered it with dirt, and that was that. Sugwa continued back to his original position and kept walking forward. Sugwa glanced at the golden eagle soaring above and whistled to call it back, pointing at it while issuing a command. If you don't catch 3 gray dogs this afternoon, there will be no dinner tonight. It was unclear if the golden eagle understood Sugwa's words, but it immediately took off from Sugwa's arm and flew into the sky to search for gray dogs. Can't handle you anymore, you little rascal. In the morning, the golden eagle had been chasing flying dragons and sparrows, which Sugwa had seen, but at that time he was too busy with the jumping cat and didn't pay attention to the eagle. If you slack off this afternoon, wait until you go hungry tonight. Meanwhile, 3 people appeared at the head of Lee family village. Dad, can we really borrow money from 4th uncle this time? The elder among them snorted coldly. Humph. How dare he not lend it? If I hadn't known he was in Lee family village, I wouldn't have known there was a person named Han Taiyang in this world. This 4th uncle is hiding quite far, huh? The speaker was Han Taiyang's elder brother Han Wei, and the other 2 were his sons. Han Pao had 3 older brothers, 2 older sisters, and 1 younger brother, making him the 6th child in the family, living the hardest life. People say the youngest is the most favored, but he was the second to last, and while he wasn't bullied after Han Pao learned to hunt, his siblings treated him like a vampire, draining his resources. The money he earned from hunting couldn't cover the expenses, and he grew resentful of this situation, so he simply ran away. At that time, Han Pao's family had looked for him, but they couldn't find him. The county was so big, and there were so many villages, how could they possibly locate him? After Han Pao left, he vanished for 30 years, and during those 30 years they had no blood to suck, and the family gradually fell apart. Han Pao had actually returned a few times in between, leaving behind some money, but it was all spent by them, and he finally made up his mind never to go back again. The 3 men entered the village and asked the villagers, Gentlemen, do you know where Han Taiyang's home is? The villagers looked at the 3 with caution, especially Han Wei in front. Who are you? Why are you looking for Han Pao? Wait a minute. I can tell from your voices that you are outsiders. Han Pao. Han Wei silently repeated in his mind. It seemed this kid hadn't made a small fortune hunting, known as Old Pao indicated their impressive hunting skills. Gentlemen, don't be nervous. I'm Han Taiyang's brother Han Wei. I'm here to find my relatives. The other villagers were momentarily stunned. Find relatives? Do you know if Han Pao has any relatives? That doesn't make sense. Han Pao said all his siblings are dead. How could he have a brother? Hearing this, Han Wei's mouth twitched slightly. After 30 years apart, Han Taiyang had become so bitter. Did he tell everyone his siblings were all dead? What bad luck. Gentlemen, I really am Han Taiyang, Han Pao's brother. My name is Han Wei. If you don't believe me, you can take me to his house. That would be fine. How about it? The villagers were still frowning when a sound of footsteps approached. Who are you? The newcomer was the village head of Lee family village, Lee Tuanchang, who was also at odds with Han Pao. Han Wei frowned. Who are you? I'm the village head. Who are you? Hello, village head. I'm Han Wei, Han Pao's elder brother. I'm here in Lee family village to find my relatives. Lee Tuanchang, could you do me a favor and let me find my brother? Lee Tuanchang frowned. Han Pao's brother. Han Wei. He had heard about Han Pao's family matters. Oh, weren't his siblings all dead? Who was this man? Could he really be Han Pao's elder brother? Lee Tuanchang thought for a moment. Well, since Han Pao offended me, and you're his elder brother, I can't vent my anger on him, so I'll take it out on you instead. Lee Tuanchang, can I go in? Lee Tuanchang nodded. You can go in, but you need to register at the brigade first. That's a must. Let's go. All right. Han Wei didn't think much of it, and just followed. After all, he couldn't know that Lee Tuanchang was actually at odds with Han Pao. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone regardless of anything. The villagers saw Han Wei following Lee Tuanchang and hurried towards Han Pao's house. After all, it was clear to everyone in the village that Han Pao and the village head were at odds, so this matter should be reported to Han Pao. Dad, is that really the village head? Why does he seem a bit fierce? Yes, Dad, why not have someone else take us? I just feel something's off. What's off? Registering is no big deal, it just takes a moment. Lee Tuanchang frowned, glancing back at the 3. What are you muttering about? Keep up. Why do these three seem so foolish? Is he really Han Pao's elder brother? Forget it anyway if he says, so then that's it bits him. Han Wei nodded and followed along cheerfully saying, coming. Don't talk, just keep up. Soon the four arrived at the brigade. After entering the brigade, Han Wei chuckled. Village head, what are we registering for? How do we register? Go inside to register, go ahead. Li Tuanchang casually pointed at the building ahead. Han Wei nodded and brought his two sons inside. Outside, Li Tuanchang walked toward the toilet, relieved himself, and his eyes rolled around as a faint smile crept onto his lips. He thought of a good idea. Meanwhile, after Han Wei entered, he couldn't find the registration place and scratched his head. Li Tuanchang, isn't there any registration? Who are you? Just then, Li Tuanchang came out of the toilet and looked at the three with a drastic change in expression. Who let you three in? Didn't you tell us to come in? Han Wei frowned. Li Tuanchang, didn't you call us in? I called you in. When did I let you in? You must be here to steal something, right? As soon as those words were spoken, Han Wei understood. Damn, this dog was deliberately setting him up. Village head, let's talk this out. We have no grudges or enmity. There's no need for this. Who has any grudges or enmity with you? I'm just stating the facts. You entered without permission after I told you to wait while I went to the toilet. If something goes missing from the brigade, can you bear the consequences? Whether things are missing from the brigade is still up to him to decide, right? Who would believe a few outsiders? And there are witnesses present. Could it be that his authority as the village head isn't worth as much as these three outsiders? A single accusation, and they wouldn't be able to escape. Li Tuanchang, you. Han Wei's face turned black with anger, glaring at Li Tuanchang. Li Tuanchang said slowly, how about this? Since you're Han Pao's relatives, let's drop the theft charge, but there must be a punishment. Here's the deal, you three will handle the toilet for the brigade. Han Wei's face grew redder. What does that mean? Are you unwilling to do it? Li Tuanchang sneered. I seem to remember putting a few large bills in the brigade office. I'll go check if they're still there. Han Wei knew that if he did not go clean the toilet, there would be no way for him to end this well. Han Wei and the others pinched their noses as they entered the toilet, while outside Li Tuanchang smirked slightly. If I can't deal with you, Han Pao, how could I not handle your older brother? Then Li Tuanchang continued to yell from outside, make sure to clean it thoroughly. Han Wei's face turned ashen as a single word escaped his clenched teeth. Li Tuanchang paid no mind to the other's mood, angry. It didn't matter, let him be angry. Inside the toilet, the tools for cleaning the filth were right next to them, along with a few buckets. The public toilet in the brigade was truly disgusting. The stench inside was overwhelming. Han Wei's two sons pinched their noses, but the foul smell relentlessly invaded their nostrils. Dad, do we really have to clean the filth? Dad, we can't be serious about this, right? Han Wei's face was grim as he replied, if we don't clean it, can we just run away? This time we've really been set up by this brigade leader. It must be Han Taeyang's doing. Let's clean up first, and then find trouble. The two sons nodded, all right. The three of them were cleaning in the toilet while gagging, and outside Li Tuanchang was laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Awesome. This is so damn refreshing. This was the feeling he wanted. This was exactly it. I'm going to disgust you thoroughly. Li Tuanchang still did not realize that his actions were actually helping Han Pao. On the other side, a villager had already rushed to Han Pao's home. Han Pao was basking in the sun outside, and when he saw someone rushing over, he chuckled. Lao Gao, what's the matter? What's going on? Han Pao, there's trouble. Han Pao jumped up from his stool, his face revealing a look of urgency. What do you mean? Is Su Guo in trouble? Isn't there Chen next to him? Hey Han Pao, that's not what I meant. Han Pao looked at him in confusion. If that's not it, then what is it? Han Pao, don't you have an older brother? It seems he's come to our brigade and was just taken away by Li Tuanchang. It's been quite a while, and they haven't found you yet. He's probably being made difficult by the brigade leader right now. You should hurry and check the brigade out. After hearing the villager's words, Han Pao frowned, then laughed heartily. That's great. I've never gotten along with my older brother anyway. Since Li Tuanchang has stepped in to teach him a lesson, I don't even need to lift a finger. Hearing Han Pao's words, the villager was momentarily stunned, then he chuckled. All right, since it's not on good terms with you, I won't say much about it. Han Pao, I'm leaving now. Han Pao nodded. Okay. After the person left, Han Pao's expression turned cold, and he snorted softly. He had left that home over 30 years ago, and for all these years he had survived by relying on his own hunting skills, having no ties with anyone else. It could be said that Han Pao's current achievements were all forged by himself. Although he wasn't rich, he lived quite well. As for why he ran away, wasn't it because those so-called brothers and sisters treated him like a cash cow? Moreover, at that time, after Han Pao started his own family, he should have divided the family property, but his parents were unwilling because they wanted Han Pao to continuously provide financial support. After Han Pao figured it out, he directly took his grandmother and ran away. There was no choice. If he didn't run, would he be drained for a lifetime? However, Han Pao did not expect that after 30 years his older brother Han Wei could actually find his place. It seemed he had put in quite a bit of effort. Inside the house, his grandmother, who was making shoes, came out and asked, "What's wrong?" "Big brother has found us." As soon as Han Pao finished speaking, his grandmother's face changed, and then she continued to ask, "What are you planning to do? Are you going to give them money?" "Give them nothing. Even if I die, they won't get a single cent from me. Find a few sturdy sticks." All right. Han Pao couldn't shoot them, so he could only wait for them to come and chase them away with sticks. Shooting, that kind of thing can't be done. 2 hours later, Li Tuanchang was standing outside the brigade urging, hurry up, why is it so slow? Haven't you eaten? It's been 2 hours, why is it still so slow? Hurry up. During these 2 hours, Han Wei and his 2 sons inside the toilet endured Li Tuanchang's shouting while also dealing with the filth in front of them. One of the sons was covered in filth and had completely lost his composure. With Li Tuanchang outside constantly yelling, he simply refused to continue. "Dad, let him slander. I don't want to do this anymore, let him be. At worst, well, just make a fuss at the county police station. I refuse to believe that there's no justice in this world." After saying that, he walked out. Just as he stepped out, Li Tuanchang pinched his nose, frowning. "Have you cleaned it yet?" "Not cleaning anymore." "Not cleaning?" Li Tuanchang narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you know the consequences?" Li Tuanchang snorted coldly and continued, "They'll give you one more chance. Hurry back and clean it, or else. Or else your mother." "What? What did you say?" Li Tuanchang was so furious he trembled, pointing at him. "I said, or else your mother." All right. After saying that, Li Tuanchang wanted to shout, "Someone come. There's a thief in the brigade." As soon as he shouted, Han Wei's son couldn't sit still anymore. He patted himself down, then rushed in front of Li Tuanchang and threw a punch. A lump of filth was thrown into Li Tuanchang's mouth and onto his face. Li Tuanchang's jaws snapped shut, and he immediately felt the disgusting smell on his mouth and face. He went mad and started hitting back at the others, yelling, "I'll fuck you up. Go to hell. Let you shout." He probably felt it wasn't satisfying enough, so he patted himself down again and then attacked Li Tuanchang's face. The two of them were completely caught in a scuffle, but Han Wei's son had the advantage. There was no way he was covered in filth and was not afraid of Li Tuanchang at all. Li Tuanchang punched him, and his own hands were covered in filth as well. He cursed, "Your mother." Who would he go to for justice? Hitting him once was worse than not hitting at all. What happened? I don't know, let's go take a look. Goodness. What is that smell? Did someone's toilet explode? Wait, could that be our village chief up ahead? Who is he fighting? The villagers outside stopped to watch the spectacle, yet none dared to help. If it were a normal situation, someone would have rushed to assist, but now, using excrement as a weapon to attack. Who would want to get covered in it? Who would dare? Village Chief Li, filled with rage and humiliation, was being suppressed by the person before him. After some thought, he decided that since he was already covered in filth, he might as well head into the toilet. As soon as he entered, Han Wei and his other son picked up the buckets filled with excrement and splashed them at Village Chief Li. 2 buckets of filth splashed directly onto Village Chief Li, coming at him heated. Village Chief Li transformed into a person covered in excrement. He took a breath, and the foul smell filled his nostrils. He dared not open his mouth, fearing the filth on his face would drip inside. "Damn you. Threatening me, huh? Get him." Han Wei was no longer going to spare Village Chief Li. The 2 hours of dealing with excrement had disgusted him. The 3 of them started fighting in the cramped toilet with Village Chief Li on the receiving end. However, Han Wei and his son did not fare well either, as they also got covered in filth. Perhaps the toilet was too small. As they fought, they spilled out into the courtyard, where Han Wei's son, who had been dazed, joined the fray. The 4 people started to fight directly, using the filth on their bodies as weapons. Their attacks involved either trying to shove the filth into each other's mouths or throwing it in that direction, along with punches and kicks, all infused with excrement. The villagers outside pinched their noses, none daring to leave, and certainly none willing to help. Who would be brave enough? The entire village smelled foul and disgusting, truly unbearable. Fortunately, not many lived in the village. It was mainly a place for hosting outsiders and important matters. Village Chief Li would definitely have to pay to clean it up afterward. Goodness. This fight is unbelievable. Fighting with excrement, it's destined. Our village chief will surely become infamous for this. Unless something unexpected happens, his disgrace will spread far and wide. Aren't you going to help? Whoever wants to go ahead. I'm not going. The villagers exchanged words with none willing to assist. Meanwhile, Su Gua and Chun Pao were about to reach the cliff edge. They were only about 300 meters away. In the afternoon, Sugua and Jin Diao had caught 4 greyhounds, while Chun Pao and his Jin Diao had caught 5, still far from the 20 greyhounds mentioned for today. Sugua, follow me, we'll take you there. Okay. As they walked side by side, they soon spotted 2 wild goats near the cliff's edge, clearly a male and a female. One wild goat was on top of the other. Chun Pao's face lit up. Wild goats. We can have hot pot with them. I haven't had hot pot in ages. Saying this, Chun Pao raised his shotgun, preparing to shoot. Chun Pao, don't shoot. Why don't we catch the goats and raise them? Maybe they'll have kids later. Chun Pao thought for a moment and nodded. All right, but do you have a plan? Sugua chuckled, saying, we can catch the goats. Digging a pit or setting a trap can catch wild goats. Oh, what do you think, Chun Pao? Sure, you have a lot of ideas. So how do we catch them? Sugua grinned, pulling out his slingshot. Chun Pao, I'll go around and drive the goats this way. You can use a rope to catch them, and that should work. Chun Pao nodded. That could work, but you need to be careful. If the goats see you and refuse to come this way, we won't catch them. Don't worry, I'll use the slingshot to drive them over here, and let Jin Diao fly up. The goats will definitely head forward. Chun Pao nodded. Then let's go with your plan. After Chun Pao agreed, Sugua quietly circled around, while Chun Pao found a large tree to tie a rope around, and placed it on the ground, covering it with fallen leaves. When the goats passed by, he would pull the rope from the other side, easily tripping their legs and catching them. Of course, this method requires someone to drive the prey over, otherwise it could backfire. Sugwa soon sneaked up to the side of the 2 goats, watching them munching on the wild grass, smiling. If these 2 goats can breed, we can raise them. If not, well, take them home for goat meat. Sugwa murmured to himself, then looked up at Chun Pao, who nodded, indicating he was ready. The next step depended on Sugwa's actions. Sugwa took out his slingshot and aimed at the goats behind. Whoosh! The shot hit the goat's rear, and it bleeded, running in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Sugwa immediately shot again. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shot hit the goat's forehead, and the 2 goats began to head towards Chun Pao. Sugwa smiled slightly. Not bad, not bad. The 2 goats were moving slowly. Sugwa whistled, and Jin Diao soared into the sky, swooping down on the goats. Seeing the bird attacking the goats, immediately dashed forward. Chun Pao, hiding behind a large tree, smiled. Sugwa is quite clever. With Jin Diao behind the goats, ran joyfully. In no time, the 2 goats were about to reach the trap. The rope was covered with leaves, and the goats ran forward completely unaware. Chun Pao yanked the rope, tripping the legs of both goats. Seeing this, Chun Pao quickly emerged from behind the tree, throwing the rope over one goat's head. Once he had one, he tugged at it, wrestling with the goat. The other goat, seeing this, immediately ran back in the direction it came from. Unfortunately for it, Sugwa and Jin Diao were behind, and the only downside was that Sugwa had no rope. Sugwa, this one is up to you. I'm done for this goat could drag me away. Chun Pao shouted to Sugwa as he strained to pull on the rope. All right. Without a rope in hand, Sugwa was confronted by a charging goat. He seized the goat's horns, twisted his hand, and lifted his leg, mounting the goat's back. With both hands gripping the goat's horns, Sugwa yanked fiercely, compelling the goat to move forward, while the golden eagle beside them couldn't assist. Sitting on the goat's back, Sugwa pounded his fists into the goat's belly, causing it to bleat pitifully. Chun Pao, are you ready yet? Sugwa's voice carried a hint of urgency. He couldn't take out the invasion knife and stab it into the goat. After all, he wanted it alive. On the other side, Chun Pao had already subdued the goat, tying one end of the rope to a tree. Upon hearing Sugwa's voice, he hurried over. All right. When Chun Pao spotted Sugwa, he was momentarily taken aback. Sugwa was perched on the goat's back, gripping its horns and swaying. This kid. Chun Pao ran over to Sugwa and tossed him the rope. Catch it. After catching it, Sugwa secured the goat's neck with the rope, then jumped off its back and tied the other end to the tree. The goat couldn't escape anymore. Sugwa approached it, lifted his leg, and kicked the goat's face. Run. You were running quite happily just now, weren't you? So why aren't you running now? It had been dangerous to ride on the goat's back. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fall or a horn jab. The goat's horns were incredibly hard, and being poked by them was painful. After venting his frustration, Sugwa clapped his hands and looked at Chun Pao. Chun Pao, we each get one. Is yours male or female? I didn't check, probably male. Let's go take a look. The two approached the front and examined the goats. Chun Pao announced it's male. Returning to where Sugwa had just been riding, Sugwa frowned upon seeing it. They're both males. Goodness, I thought they were tangled together making little goats, but it turns out you too. Sugwa remarked, laughing. We can only take them back for hot pot now. Chun Pao, it's getting late. Let's head back. Chun Pao nodded okay. The two each led a goat and walked out of the mountains. Prepare for an overnight stay in the mountains tomorrow. All right, tonight I'll inform my grandfather. Sugwa, carrying a basket on his back, led the stubborn goat, which refused to move. Pressed for time, he mounted the goat, squeezing its belly with his legs while gripping its horns like a steering wheel as the goat galloped forward. Awesome. Sugwa laughed heartily atop the goat, though it was a bit uncomfortable. Other than that, everything was fine. With Chun Pao's weight, if he sat on his goat, it would probably collapse. Thus Sugwa led the way while Chun Pao followed behind. On the other side in the village team, Dad, this isn't a solution if we keep hitting like this. For now, let's tie this kid up, then we'll run. Dad, isn't there anyone in the village to stop us? Who dares to stop us? We're covered in feces. Let's do this first. Together the three managed to tie up Li Tunkang. Han Wei, feeling unsatisfied, even slapped Li Tunkang a few times before they left. Li Tunkang's teeth clenched in anger. Just as Han Wei had mentioned, when he stepped outside, the villagers avoided him like the plague. How could they possibly stop the three? After all, the earlier scene had left a deep impression on them. The scene of the four village team members fighting while covered in feces came to a close. Li Tunkang shouted from within the team, "They're coming, they're coming." Ugh. Feces slid across his face and fell into his mouth. Someone come, ugh. Someone get my rope. Ugh. Unable to finish a sentence, feces kept falling onto his face and into his mouth. It was too disgusting. The villagers watching the scene returned to the village team and untied the rope from the team leader, but unfortunately the three had already vanished. Li Tunkang knew this wasn't a good opportunity to chase them. The most important thing now was to wash off the feces on himself and change clothes. It was too foul. Li Tunkang walked home, his clenched fists making cracking sounds, truly a mess this time. At this moment, Han Wei was running with his two sons. Dad, it stinks so much, hurry and wash it off or it will dry. Dad, my brother is right, let's find a creek to wash. Yeah, otherwise it's too pungent, the smell is unbearable. Let's look ahead to see if there's a creek. Han Wei frowned and continued walking ahead. Soon the three found a creek, and without caring about whether the water was cold or not, jumped in without hesitation. Hiss! This water is so cold. The autumn water was getting chilly, just like the weather. But the three had no choice. They couldn't be picky since they weren't at home. The three took their clothes from the bank and washed them in the river, scrubbing vigorously. Dad, that village leader really isn't a good person. He actually made us scoop feces. I wanted him to eat feces properly. That guy seems to have a grudge against me. Han Wei snorted coldly. It's probably not him who has a grudge against us, but your father Han Taiyang, who has a grudge against us. Han Wei blamed all of Li Tunkang's actions on the instigation of Han Taiyang and Han Pao. Hurry and wash up, and after that let's find someone to ask. I refuse to believe we can't find any information. On the other side, Han Pao was happily enjoying himself. He had also gone out to take a look earlier and learned that Li Tunkang and Han Wei had staged a feces fight. Watching it from outside had nearly driven him mad with laughter. As for Li Tunkang, Chun Pao completely looked down on him, and they didn't get along well anyway. Fortunately, before their relationship soured, he had managed to get a fire lily tree from him, so it wasn't too bad. As for his older brother Han Wei, he looked down on him even more. Moreover, he was sure that he had come with bad intentions this time. The so-called family visit was likely just a cover for asking for money. Grandmother, sitting nearby, asked, "What are you laughing about?" "Huh?" Han Pao said, "Let me tell you." After Han Pao finished, the grandmother's expression changed, and she burst out laughing. "You can't say that. Li Tunkang has indeed helped us. This kid obviously wants to mess with me. If he knew that I wasn't on good terms with my older brother Han Wei, he probably would have sent himself to my doorstep already." Li Tunkang's little schemes were all too clear to Han Pao. On the other side, Su Gua and Chun Pao were walking towards the village holding hands with a wild goat. Not long after they started walking, they caught a whiff of a nauseating stench. Su Gua frowned. "Chun Pao, do you smell something?" Chun Pao nodded, sniffed again, covered his nose, and hurriedly said, "It smells like feces." Su Gua muttered while Chun Pao looked around with a furrowed brow. Eventually, Chun Pao confirmed that the smell was coming from a nearby stream. "Su Gua, the smell seems to be coming from over there. Should we go take a look?" Chun Pao was also curious about what could be causing such a strong odor in the stream. "Dad, fish, there are fish," one of the sons exclaimed. Where? Han Wei responded. Behind you, one of the sons replied. Han Wei quickly turned around only to find fish floating behind him. Han Wei reached out to grab one, but upon closer inspection, he realized the fish had already turned belly up. "Damn, we can't eat this. The fish has absorbed the feces from earlier. Dad, we really need to wash well this time. The smell is unbearable. It's truly rancid and disgusting." Big brother is right. The fish in here could knock someone out with the stench. Just imagine how foul the feces must be. Han Wei's mouth twitched slightly. Thankfully, no feces had fallen into his mouth during the fight. It's mostly Li Tuanchang who ended up eating the feces after all. Ugh. Han Wei felt increasingly nauseous and began to gag. "Dad, take it easy." His two sons were patting him on the back. At this moment Sugwa and Chun Pao had already reached the shore. They then witnessed the scene in the stream, causing Sugwa and Chun Pao to frown. Chun Pao, do you recognize this? Chun Pao shook his head. I don't recognize it. Sugwa also shook his head, pinching his nose. I don't recognize it either. Forget it, let's leave. These three are truly repulsive, covered in feces like that. I can't stand it anymore, let's hurry and go. Chun Pao said, and the two of them didn't even greet each other as the smell from the water was far too foul. Han Wei and the others noticed Sugwa and Chun Pao, but they didn't greet them either as they were still unclean from the feces. The three continued washing themselves, with Han Wei muttering, "Hurry up and wash." His two sons nodded, okay. The three of them scrubbed their bodies vigorously, some spots turning red from the scrubbing. Sugwa and Chun Pao led the wild goat into the village, soon attracting the attention of other villagers. Hey Sugwa, Chun Pao, each of you caught a wild goat. Sugwa smiled. It's all thanks to Chun Pao. I was just behind him herding the wild goat. Get lost, you little rascal, Chun Pao continued. I'm not exaggerating. Anyone who goes hunting with Sugwa knows he's full of tricks. If Sugwa hadn't said to keep them, I would have shot them already. Alright, it's getting late. Don't keep us any longer. We should head back for dinner. Hearing Chun Pao say this, the other villagers envied Sugwa and Chun Pao as these two went into the mountains every day and returned with a bounty. Every haul was substantial, making others envious, for the villagers in the community rarely had meat to eat, while Sugwa and Chun Pao had wild game every day. If only Chun Pao and Sugwa could bring back a wild boar or a bear, they could share it. Now each was leading a live wild goat, making it impossible to share the meat. However, the villagers only felt a bit regretful and didn't say much. By the way, Sugwa, Chun Pao, something big just happened in our village. One of the villagers said, looking at Sugwa and Chun Pao. Sugwa and Chun Pao were taken aback and curiously asked, what big event? What happened? The villager hurriedly recounted what had transpired in the village that afternoon. Damn, that's disgusting. Li Tuanchang is truly something else, being fed so much. Sugwa's attention was drawn to Han Wei, who was supposed to be his grandfather's elder brother. No, Sugwa had never heard of his grandfather having an elder brother. Could he be an imposter? Sugwa felt puzzled, immediately leading the wild goat he was holding, and told Chun Pao, let's go. Chun Pao, see you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow, see you tomorrow. Chun Pao watched Sugwa's departing figure and headed homeward. Sugwa pondered over the villager's words in his mind, while questioning whether his grandfather truly had an elder brother. Sugwa was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's perfect. With Grandpa by my side, I feel much more at ease. With Han Pao accompanying them, spending the night in the mountains felt even safer. Han Pao was quite experienced in spending nights in the mountains, and with a hunting rifle in hand, he wouldn't panic even if they encountered wild beasts. Thus, with Grandpa's company, Sugwa would be much more at ease spending the night outside. Han Pao affectionately rubbed Sugwa's head. You little rascal. Alright, stop squatting here. Go help your grandma in the kitchen and lend a hand. We'll eat soon. Okay. Sugwa placed the stick aside and eagerly dashed into the kitchen, assisting Grandma with washing vegetables and boiling water. Cooking. I'd prefer to eat what Grandma makes, so I love that taste. Sugwa suddenly asked, Grandma, how did you manage to escape back then? How did we escape? Grandma murmured, your grandpa took me away. There was no other choice. At that time your grandpa went hunting and our family was drained by them, which was simply not enough, so we had no choice but to run away. Sugwa nodded and said, Grandma, if they come again this time, he'll drive them away for you. Alright, just be cautious when you do. Don't engage right away. If they're just visiting, then it's fine. But if they come to borrow money, then you can drive them off later. It seems Grandma still had a bit of a soft heart. If it were Sugwa, he wouldn't let anyone drain his blood unless he willingly allowed it, otherwise he would run away and never return. Understood. On the other side, the three people in the creek had almost finished washing up and walked out of the creek together, arriving at the shore. Just as the three of them put on their clothes, a gentle breeze blew, causing them to shiver. It was too cold. The breeze wasn't particularly chilly, but with their wet clothes they felt extremely cold. Dad, let's hurry up. What are we rushing for? Let's gather some firewood, warm ourselves up first before we go. Are we that desperate for face? If Han Taiyang sees us, he might think we're here begging for food. Han Wei said, rubbing his arms to keep warm. One of the sons muttered, as if we're not here to beg for food. Their purpose for this trip was to find Han Taiyang and borrow some money from him. Han Wei was quite annoyed and slapped his son on the head. Get lost. Hurry and gather firewood. Fine, I'll gather it. But why hit me? The son who was hit muttered and scampered off. Han Wei stood on the ground vigorously rubbing his arms. Damn this weather, what wind is blowing. Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew up again. Whoosh! The wind made Han Wei shiver, his teeth chattering. In no time the two sons returned with firewood. Dad, hurry and light it up. Han Wei instinctively reached into his pocket for the matchbox, but when he found it, he was dumbfounded. There was some crap in the matchbox. Han Wei suppressed the urge to gag, took out a match, and struck it gently. Sizzle! The small flame ignited, but before he could place it under the firewood, the breeze blew and extinguished it. Damn you old weather. Dad, hurry. I'm freezing to death. The two sons were shivering. Frustrated, Han Wei struck another match, and by chance it lit up, but then the wind came again. The fire went out again, and the wind died down. Damn it! Han Wei slammed the matchbox to the ground. The two sons picked it up, struck it gently, and it lit up. Before the wind could come, the other son urged, quick, quick, quick. Just as the match was placed on the firewood, Han Wei blew it out in one breath. The two sons stared blankly at Han Wei. Dad, what are you doing? Hand over the matchbox. I don't believe it. I light it, and there's wind. Give it to me. Han Wei was determined to prove it wrong. Then, Han Wei tried again and again, but it was the same old story. Han Wei. The two sons. The three of them were thoroughly lost in the wind, and in the end it was the two sons who used the old method of friction to start the fire. Relying on Dad. Han Wei was unreliable. On the other side, Li Tuanzhang was still rubbing himself at home. His skin had turned a bright red from the rubbing, and he occasionally bent down to sniff, only to catch a whiff of a disgusting smell. The smell on him lingered for a long time. Li Tuanzhang poked his hand into his mouth, having eaten quite a bit of oligai today. It was beyond disgusting. Li Tuanzhang washed for a long time, but there was still a lingering odor. More importantly, the shadow from earlier today weighed heavily on him. He couldn't forget the scenes from that afternoon, especially when they stuffed things into his mouth. You. Remembering this, Li Tuanzhang bent down and squatted on the ground, gagging. Aren't you done yet? I've already boiled 3 pots of hot water. A complaining voice came from outside. Today, watching Li Tuanzhang return covered in oligai, there was still a lot of feces that had fallen off him, making the entire yard stink. If we are to speak of the worst smell, it would be Li Tuanzhang and his clothes. 3 pots of water had already been boiled, yet the foul odor on him still couldn't be washed away, which was utterly disgusting. Hearing his wife's complaints, Li Tuanzhang hurriedly said, "I'll be ready soon, don't rush." At this moment there was indeed no way to rush, or as long as the smell lingered, he wouldn't go out. This incident had likely already spread to nearby villages. As he continued rubbing, Li Tuanzhang clenched his fists and said angrily, "Damn it. They'll go find Han Pao later, it must be his fault. I need Han Pao to give me an explanation." For now he could only blame Han Pao. Once he finished washing himself, he would go to Han Pao for a serious talk. "Can you hurry up? Dinner's almost ready at home. Can you come out? Clean up the house first, it's way too smelly." Li Tuanzhang shouted, "Get lost. Can't you clean up yourself? You old dog, Li, you took it out on me after suffering outside. If you say one more word, I'll tear your mouth apart." Li Tuanzhang's wife refused to back down. At home, Li Tuanzhang was quite afraid of her. The reason he lashed out earlier was that he was too frustrated, but after being scolded by his wife, he quickly said, "Dear, don't be angry. I'll clean up soon. Li Tuanzhang understood the situation. If he continued to argue with his wife, he would be the one to suffer, so he decided to endure a little longer. After all, he was afraid of her. "Umph." Li Tuanzhang chuckled and continued, "Wife, please boil me another bucket of water. I still have a smell on me." Li Tuanzhang's wife replied, "You're not embarrassed, but I am." Li Tuanzhang. He held back, his face turned grim, feeling humiliated outside and at home. This village head felt really aggrieved. Han Pao's home. Su Guo and his grandparents had already finished their meal. Grandma was sitting on the heated bed inside the house, while Su Guo and Grandpa found a stool outside in the yard waiting for Han Wei's arrival. Creaking sounds came from the entrance as footsteps approached. Su Guo and Han Pao slightly lifted their eyelids, squinting their eyes. "He's here." Then the main door was opened. Han Wei entered with his 2 sons. As soon as he came in, he noticed the stick in Han Pao's hand, and Su Guo beside him. Han Wei laughed heartily, fixating his gaze on Han Pao. "Fifth brother, it was quite hard for me to find you." He then began his performance. "Fifth brother, it's been 30 years since we last met, right? 30 years ago, you and your wife went missing, and the family searched for a long time. What were you doing living in Lijiatan?" In fact, Han Pao initially lived in the county town. At that time, he had to come to Lijiatan to escape. Luckily, his parents only searched in the county and did not go to the villages below. Han Pao stood up, using the wooden stick to prop himself up, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked at his elder brother Han Wei. "Elder brother, after so many years you've aged. What brings you here this time? Visiting family? Or borrowing money?" Han Pao stated directly, then tapped the wooden stick in his hand, as if saying there's no money to borrow, but a family visit is fine. "Fifth father, don't you recognize me? I'm Han Ming, You carried me when I was a child. Han Pao chuckled upon hearing this. I remember, of course I remember you. You were the greediest when we were kids. I barely got to eat the game I hunted, and you ate even more than I did. How could I forget you? How could Han Pao possibly forget these people? They were all like vampires, and he clearly remembered what they had done. Han Pao continued, Elder brother, what's the purpose of your visit? Han Wei, seeing the firmness in Han Pao's demeanor, said directly, Fifth brother, I've been tight on cash lately. Could you lend me some money? Just to help me through this tough time. We're all family. Borrowing a little money isn't too much to ask, right? Sugwa sneered. You really know how to play the morality card, don't you? Has my grandmother helped you less? Is there really someone so thick-skinned in this world? Coming to borrow money with that face. Are you borrowing money? You have no intention of paying it back, do you? Han Wei squinted at Sugwa. Are you fifth brother's grandson? In that case, I am your elder. Is this how you speak to your elder? Heh. Sugwa scoffed. How should I talk to a vampire like you? You can't seriously think. You can still act like before, can you? Sugwa's words were sharp, leaving Han Wei's face pale and ashen. Sugwa looked down on this kind of person with hands and feet. Instead of earning money, they only knew how to come to borrow. Han Pao had helped before, but after that it was pointless to continue helping anyone as it would only lower his quality of life. Han Pao continued, Elder brother, we're brothers, let's not make things too ugly. Let's forget about borrowing money and have a meal at home before you leave. Or perhaps. Han Pao didn't finish the sentence, but the threatening implication was clear to anyone with eyes. Han Wei's face turned dark. His purpose this time was to borrow money. If he couldn't borrow, anyhow could he maintain his swagger afterward? Han Wei suddenly remembered the events of that afternoon and made another accusation. Fifth brother, that incident this afternoon was caused by you, wasn't it? Otherwise, why would they make us 3 scoop manure? This was all you're doing, wasn't it? Hearing this, Han Pao laughed. I did that. Don't talk nonsense. I've never been on good terms with Li Tuanzhang. You encountered him yourself, and you say I'm your elder brother, so he must have wanted to make things difficult for you. What does that have to do with me? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for stirring trouble and saying you're my elder brother. If you hadn't said that, none of this would have happened. After hearing this, Han Wei's mouth twitched slightly. Goodness, so that's how it was. No wonder the other party was so polite to him at first. It was only when they reached the village brigade that he started targeting him. So it was. Although he understood this point, Han Wei still felt a bit unconvinced and continued, Fifth brother, to put it bluntly, this matter still relates to you. If it weren't for. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was Li Tuanzhang from Li Jiatan. Seeing Han Wei and the others, Li Tuanzhang directly ignored them, sharpening his gaze on Han Pao. Han Pao, you were the one who caused that incident this afternoon, right? You instructed them to feed me manure, didn't you? Sugwa squinted his eyes, smiling. What do you mean by that, Li Tuanzhang? How could we have instructed him? Didn't you notice? We're not familiar with them at all. How could this be our fault? What do you mean by that? Li Tuanzhang continued, isn't he Han Pao's elder brother? Han Pao explained the situation, and only then did Li Tuanzhang understand. It turned out that Han Wei and Han Pao were also at odds. Although they were brothers, they hadn't seen each other for over 30 years. To Han Pao, this so-called elder brother was almost like a stranger. Li Tuanzhang's mouth twitched slightly, so he was helping Han Pao deal with Han Wei. He clearly intended to trip Han Pao up, but ended up helping someone else. On the other side, Han Wei's face was dark. He was in big trouble this time. Without Li Tuanzhang's interference, he might have been able to swindle some money. Now that everyone was present and the truth was clear, it turned out that Han Pao was completely unaware of these matters. What was there to say? In other words, what did it have to do with Han Pao? Han Pao looked at Han Wei with an unfriendly expression and said, Elder brother, now that you understand the situation, this has nothing to do with me. Can I leave now? Han Wei's face was bruised and swollen, not knowing what to say, but his legs remained frozen. Han Pao looked at his elder brother Han Wei, who showed no signs of action. He didn't say much, but instead turned to Li Tuanzhang beside him and said cheerfully, Li Tuanzhang, everything has been clarified. My elder brother is not acting on my instructions, and as for the matters between your two groups, I don't want to meddle. You can resolve it however you like, it has nothing to do with me. Li Tuanzhang, do you have any urgent matters? Han Pao continued, if not, we should hurry and leave. By the way, elder brother, you should come along as well. Han Wei and Li Tuanzhang listened to his words, and Li Tuanzhang realized that this matter had nothing to do with Han Pao. He could only say that he had just been extremely unlucky this time. Han Pao, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Li Tuanzhang stepped away, his expression quite unpleasant. After Li Tuanzhang left, he looked up at the moon in the sky. It was a large moon tonight, casting bright moonlight that allowed him to see things clearly on the ground. Li Tuanzhang pondered, forget it, I should go tidy up at the station. After all, the station needs to be cleaned up sooner or later. It's better to do it now than wait until tomorrow morning. Only 5 people remained in the yard. Han Pao squinted his eyes looking at his elder brother Han Wei. Elder brother, are you planning to have a warm meal before leaving? Or do you have other thoughts? Han Wei continued. Fifth brother, we shouldn't be so unreasonable. He wanted to play the emotional card more, but Han Pao certainly understood who he was dealing with and angrily shouted, get lost. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for driving you away. One of the sons leaned into Han Wei's ear and whispered, Dad, why don't we tie them up first then rob them before leaving? Han Wei frowned and muttered softly, is that feasible? He still has a gun. If things go wrong and someone gets killed, it will be a disaster. Dad, robbing them is the priority. We can discuss the rest later. Seeing the 3 in front whispering, Su Gua tightened his grip on the stick beside him, knowing that the other party wouldn't leave so easily. Fifth brother, don't blame your elder brother. After Han Wei finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, let's take them down. With his words, Su Gua raised the wooden stick and swung it towards the heads of the 2 brothers. Now they no longer cared about appearances and were directly resorting to robbery. They could have talked it out just moments ago, but their true nature was now revealed. It was no wonder that their grandfather and grandmother wanted to flee. Who wouldn't run into such people? The 2 brothers didn't react in time, and Su Gua's stick had already landed on their heads. Crack, crack. One hit each as the 2 brothers grabbed the stick with their hands while the other kicked Su Gua from the side. Su Gua dodged and kicked at the legs of the other person. It was 1 against 2, and with a stick in hand and a strong physique, he had a significant advantage. On the other side, Han Wei was also being beaten, crying out loudly. Who was Han Wei? A lazy glutton, and compared to his grandfather, his physical condition was certainly not on the same level. Greedy. While beating them, the grandfather scolded them, did you ever think of this day when you robbed our prey? At that time, I was your own brother. All the prey was hunted by me. Yet you took all of it. Heartless scum. Today you dare to come to my door. Damn you. Han Pao's wooden stick had already stained Han Wei with quite a bit of blood. On the other side, Su Gua was easily taking on 2 opponents. With a single lift of his hand, the stick struck their bodies. When they tried to grab the stick, Su Gua didn't give them the chance, hitting them whenever he saw an opening. In no time, the 2 brothers' faces were covered in blood. Blood was flowing in the yard, and the entire yard of the grandfather's house was stained with blood. This blood was all from the 3 of them as Han Wei ran while begging for mercy. Fifth brother, stop hitting. We're leaving. Han Pao ignored them and went into the house to grab the hunting rifle, firing a shot near Han Wei's feet. Bang! The gunshot thundered. Han Pao gritted his teeth, glaring at Han Wei, and said word by word, if I see you again, the next time will not be so simple. We are all family. When you borrowed money, did you think of robbing us? Do you really think I and my grandson can be robbed by you? Get lost. All of you get lost. The shot Han Pao fired didn't hit his foot at all. It merely landed nearby, serving more as a warning. He didn't want to kill them as Han Pao had not taken a life in many years. In other words, he still considered them his own brothers and didn't want to bear the guilt of killing a family member. His years were limited, and he only wanted to live the rest of his life in peace. Han Wei and the other 2 brothers were already frightened and quickly nodded. Understood, we understand. I want dare again. Han Wei covered his mouth, blood continuously flowing down. Get lost. The 3 finally retreated. Seeing the 3 leave, Han Pao, who was standing beside them with the stick, couldn't hold on any longer and leaned to the side. Su Gua quickly supported his grandfather. Grandfather, are you okay? Su Gua let his grandfather sit on a stool, then hurried to fetch him a cup of hot tea, patting his grandfather's back. Grandfather, drink some water to settle your stomach. Grandfather nodded, and after drinking, he patted Su Gua's shoulder. I'm fine, don't worry about me. I just didn't expect that so-called family. So let's not talk about it. Su Gua didn't respond, just continued to pat his grandfather's shoulder and back. Family and kinship were taken very seriously by Su Gua's generation, let alone by his grandfather's generation. Of course, there were also special situations like his grandfather's. The other side was completely ungrateful, a wolf that could not be raised. If today hadn't been for the show of strength and intimidation, the 2 would have likely already been robbed. Su Gua, go tell your grandmother that it's over. Okay. Su Gua nodded, walked into the house, and saw his grandmother kneeling in front of the Buddha statue with a face of piety. Su Gua said from behind, grandmother, it's all over. After saying that, Su Gua lifted his grandmother's hand, helping her up. The 3 ungrateful ones have already left. Grandmother nodded, that's good. Your grandfather probably feels bad inside, so don't disturb him for now. I'll let him be alone for a while. Yes, grandfather's mood was certainly not good. 30 years ago, they had been draining grandfather's blood, and after fleeing that home 30 years later, the elder brother brought 2 sons to find him, not to reunite, but to borrow money. In fact, Han Pao had already given them many opportunities. Even if they had said they were here for a family reunion to have a warm meal before leaving, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Unfortunately, Han Pao had viewed humanity too positively, and the other party thought that Han Pao and Sugua were easy to bully, even harboring evil intentions to bind both Sugua and Han Pao. How could this not disappoint grandfather? Sugua looked through the window at his grandfather, sitting on a stool outside, unsure of what his grandfather was thinking. After Han Wei and his two sons were beaten out, the three wandered aimlessly in the station, unsure of what to do. Dad, where do we go now? Dad, it seems fifth uncle is no longer reliable. What should we do? Yeah. What should we do? Your grandson is counting on you to lend him money to improve our lives. The two sons spoke one after another, completely ignoring Han Wei's injuries. Han Wei had been struck in the mouth by Han Pao's stick and was still in pain. Whenever he spoke, blood would flow out. What are you mumbling about? What are you mumbling about? Han Wei covered his mouth and spoke with difficulty. Just do whatever we need to do. I only know to ask. You want to ask me? Who should I ask? He hadn't even considered that Han Pao and Sugua could stop the three of them. It seemed that this path was truly impassable. Han Wei sighed softly, looking helplessly at the night. Let's go, let's find a place to rest first. Where do we rest? There are people everywhere. There were no familiar faces in the station, so where could they rest? Returning to Han Pao's house. That was out of the question. They no longer trusted Han Wei and the others. Returning. They would probably really get shot. Han Wei wanted to live a few more years, so that was out of the question. Let's go to the station. There's no one living there. Han Wei continued, let's just make do there for a night. But, Dad, we went there this afternoon, and besides, if we go back, you'll remember that disgusting scene. Han Wei snorted coldly, not going. Do you think you can stay here indefinitely? Why aren't you scared at all? What if other wild beasts come around? What about your lives? And in this weather, the wind is blowing outside, aren't you afraid? If you don't go now, don't blame me for freezing you out later. If you want to go, go. If not, I will go. With that, Han Wei walked towards the direction of the station. There was no other choice. This was the only option left. If they didn't go, they would freeze outside. Going to the station at least provided some shelter. After all, at night, no one would go to the station. However, the three had no idea that there was indeed someone there, namely Li Tuanchang, who was cleaning up the station. Li Tuanchang was pinching his nose while picking up dung in the station, not with his hands, but using a shovel or a plastic bag to toss it into a bucket. He could only pick up what was on the ground for now. As for the dung thrown on the surrounding walls of the station, he would have to wait until tomorrow to hire someone to clean it up. Li Tuanchang recalled today's events and felt anger rising. I hope I don't run into you three. Otherwise, you three will certainly face dire consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tuanchang heard footsteps outside. Thieves. Li Tuanchang crouched down, hiding behind the door, still holding the bucket of dung he had collected. At that moment, he clearly heard the voices outside. Dad, we're here. Oh, let's hurry inside. It's freezing out here and the wind is killing me. Elder brother is right. This autumn wind is bone-chilling. What are you talking about? Only you two are cold. Han Wei continued, your father hasn't mentioned feeling cold. Why are you two the first to complain? Then Han Wei pushed the door open. Just as he opened it, a gust of wind blew and followed by an unpleasant stench. A strong odor of dung invaded the noses of the three. Han Wei waved his hand and pinched his nose. It stinks. What is that smell? Disgusting. Ugh. The two sons behind him began to cough and dry heave, seemingly reminded of something. Han Wei glanced at his two sons. Be quiet. If someone comes now, well, all be done for. With Han Wei's warning, the two finally quieted down, but they still kept their noses tightly pinched. The three pushed the door further in, while Li Tuanchang hid behind it. Once the three completely entered, Li Tuanchang squinted at them, remembering how they had pried open his mouth and fed him that stuff today, and he was furious. Dad, this smell is so strong, one of the sons said. Yeah, it really is strong. Dad, do you smell that? I feel like there's dung here. Han Wei angrily scolded the two, doubting their paranoia. There was hardly any dung left on the ground. Li Tuanchang shouted, dung is here. The three turned to look back, and then Li Tuanchang tossed the bucket at them, hitting them all squarely. Just as Li Tuanchang was about to open the door and run, a gust of wind blew in, knocking the door down in. Realizing what had happened, Han Wei and the others shouted in disgust and charged at Li Tuanchang. Li Tuanchang felt like he wanted to die, but now he was feeling worse than death. A dung battle began among the four, and in the station there were cries and howls as the four fought fiercely. The next morning, Sugwa woke up from the Kong dressed and walked out into the yard, surprised to find his grandfather not outside practicing Wakingsi. At that moment, grandmother was carrying vegetables towards the kitchen. Sugwa asked grandmother, where's grandfather? Is he still asleep? Grandmother waved her hand and said, your grandfather went out to watch a show. He should be back soon. Watch a show? What show? Sugwa looked puzzled. Was there a show in the station? He knew there were movies, but where was there a show? Moreover, movies were only shown at night. Who would show a movie so early in the morning? Grandmother continued. Sigh, he just went to join the excitement. This morning a message came that there was another fight at the station. What? Another fight? Sugwa was taken aback and continued to ask. Grandmother was at Han Wei and Li Tuanchang who fought again. Besides those four, who else would dare to use excrement as a weapon? Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. If I keep thinking about it, I'll start gagging while cooking. After saying that, the grandmother hurried into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Sugwa frowned and muttered to himself, to be honest, those four are really ruthless. If he were to fight using excrement, he truly wouldn't dare. The taste is just too overwhelming. Sugwa didn't join the commotion. It was too early in the morning to take a look. If he did, he might not be able to eat later, so he decided against it. Sugwa practiced 5 animal play in the yard. After watching his grandfather practice many times, he managed to mimic it once, but compared to Han Pao, who had been practicing for years, he was still far behind. After practicing for a while, Sugwa felt as if his muscles had been unlocked. Just this little bit made him break into a light sweat, and he murmured, "It seems I need to exercise more often from now on." At that moment, 2 red puppy cubs came out. Sugwa picked them up and placed them in his hands. The 2 puppies had grown a bit larger. Indeed, the cubs grow quickly. In just another 2 or 3 months, once the red puppies grow a bit more, they can be taken to the mountains to catch some small to medium-sized prey. Right now, the 2 red puppies are still too small. If they go out, a roe deer could kick them half to death. Sugwa cleaned the arrows in his quiver and looked at them thoughtfully. If only there was a tranquilizer. He shook his head helplessly. Finding anesthetics in this era was nearly impossible. There were plenty of poisons, but once the prey was killed, humans couldn't eat it either unless it was specifically for killing tigers. But then again, who would use a crossbow to hunt tigers? That would be purely courting death, right? Sugwa sighed. There was no way to find the hunting gear from his past life in this era. Just as he was inwardly lamenting, Han Pao had returned. Han Pao wore a smile, laughing heartily. Seeing this, Sugwa asked, "Grandfather, did you go to join the fun?" "Let me tell you, you should have seen it. Those 4 looked like they were covered in filth. It was truly disgusting," Han Pao said, pinching his nose. That scene was simply epic. "Grandfather, who won in the end?" "Of course your grandfather won. Those 4 have always been against me, so seeing them suffer, naturally, I won, and I was happy about it." Hearing his grandfather's words, Sugwa was momentarily speechless. It seemed his grandfather wasn't wrong. The one most pleased in this was indeed his grandfather. "Grandfather, how did the 3 of them leave in the end?" "They ran away just like yesterday, tying up Li Tuanchang and then escaping. If they didn't run, they would be caught by the authorities, wouldn't they, eh? I have to say those 4 are quite talented." At that moment, the grandmother's voice came from the kitchen. "All right, enough talk. If you keep this up, I'll feel sick. Hurry over and help me bring the dishes to the table." "Coming," Sugwa responded, placing the 2 puppy cubs down and heading toward the kitchen. Looking at the sauerkraut stir-fried pork, he murmured, "Grandma, more sauerkraut stir-fried pork again. You little rascal. Are you picky about food?" The grandmother affectionately thumped Sugwa on the head. "Hurry up, if you don't want to eat, we can slaughter the goat instead." "Grandma, what about the bear paw? Didn't you have some left over from last time? You still want to eat bear paw? Fine, I'll make it for you when you come back in the evening." "Grandma, I won't be back tonight." "Not coming back. You're going to spend the night in the mountains." The grandmother continued, "Is your grandfather going with you?" Sugwa nodded, which reassured the grandmother. She continued, "As long as your grandfather is with you, that's good. I'll make it for you the night after tomorrow." "All right." Sugwa nodded earnestly. "Okay, hurry and take it over." "On my way," Sugwa was saying as he cheerfully walked into the house to place the dishes on the table. On the other side, Han Wei was fleeing with his 2 sons. They retraced their steps. There was no other choice. They had to return the same way they had come. If the 3 of them didn't run, they would be waiting to be beaten by Li Tuanchang. One of the sons cheerfully said, "Dad, that was really satisfying tonight. We made that Li Tuanchang scream loudly." "Don't mention it. I was almost dead tired. That kid really can take a beating." Han Wei rubbed his nose. He had suffered the worst beating yesterday. Because it was dark, the 2 brothers couldn't see who was who they just fought. By the end, no one knew who was who, yet they kept fighting. Han Wei was over 60 years old. Receiving a few punches from anyone was too much for him to bear. As a result, his 2 sons had given him 8 punches yesterday, which nearly sent him to the ground. "You 2 should have hit a little harder. Your dad would have gone by now." The 2 sons exchanged awkward smiles. "Dad, we didn't mean to. It was so dark then." "Yeah, Dad, you hit me several times too." Han Wei, "You 2 rascals." All right. Han Wei didn't want to waste breath on such trivial matters. "Hurry and find a creek to wash up. Stop your chattering, and let's get back to the county. It's been one hassle after another all day long. I see you 2 are like a couple of fools." You didn't help at all this time, or what did you even come for? The two brothers. They had no complaints. Their father had assured them that Uncle Wu would definitely pay them as promised, but they had only come along. Meanwhile, Su Guo and Han Pao finished eating quickly. Grandfather, do you have any wooden clamps? Yes, there are a few. You can take them. They are in your room. Just look for them yourself. All right. Su Guo went into the room and quickly found the wooden clamps. Su Guo first tested the strength of the wooden clamps in his hands. Once secured, the water rats would definitely not escape. However, he wasn't sure if he could catch any water rats. Anyway, the mountain, they were going to follow the original path, which had 2 creeks where water rat traces had been found. Placing the wooden clamps in the basket, he took the crossbow and slingshot, glanced at his grandfather, who had slung the hunting gun over his shoulder and was leading the big yellow dog. Han Pao smiled at Su Guo, saying, "Let's go." Su Guo smiled back, asking, "Grandfather, do we need to wait for Chun Pao?" "Don't wait, let's go find him." Han Pao rubbed the big yellow dog's head, chuckling, "Let's go." Su Guo nodded and followed behind Han Pao as they headed toward Chun Pao's home. Before long, they arrived there. Just as they were about to enter, they heard voices from inside. "When can you get me a marten fur to wear?" In the yard, Chun Pao rubbed his nose and chuckled sheepishly. "There will be opportunities. There will be opportunities." "All right, you said it will be waiting." Okay. Chun Pao quickly nodded, still a bit fearful of the tigress at home. Su Guo and Han Pao stood at the doorway. Who would have thought Chun Pao was someone who feared his wife? In fact, many men in northeast China fear their wives. After all, the women here are indeed fierce. Chun Pao prepared everything he needed and was about to step outside when he opened the door. He happened to see Han Pao and Su Guo. Chun Pao was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily. "Su Guo, Han Pao, when did you two arrive?" The implication was to ascertain whether they had been eavesdropping on his conversation. Su Guo scratched his head and smiled. "Chun Pao, my grandfather, and I just got here. We didn't hear anything." "Chun Pao." Han Pao rolled his eyes at Su Guo, thinking, this kid. Isn't he just making it hard for Chun Pao? Han Pao cleared his throat and said nonchalantly, "We just arrived and didn't hear anything." After hearing this, Chun Pao cast a resentful glance at the two. It was as if he were saying, "What do you two mean? One is playing the bad cop and the other the good cop. Are you trying to act innocent here?" Chun Pao didn't bother with that and said lightly, "Han Pao, are you going along this time too?" Han Pao retorted sharply, "You know better than anyone what's going on. Do you think I can allow Su Guo to follow you overnight in the mountains?" "Chun Pao, are you trying to set your sights on my grandson?" "Han Pao, you're wronging me." "Well, I have no such intention," Chun Pao continued. "With you around, it will be more convenient for him to spend the night in the mountains. Oh, wouldn't you agree?" "All right," Han Pao continued. "It's also a good opportunity to teach Su Guo how to protect himself in the mountains at night. Let's go. All right, let's go." Chun Pao led the way with Su Guo and his grandfather walking side by side behind him, heading toward the mountains. On the way, they encountered quite a few idle elders and aunties from the village. These people wanted to help at home, but couldn't, so they were just wandering around the village chatting and gossiping about recent events. In the past life, this was called the village's intelligence network. As Han Pao's trio passed by, one of the elders cheerfully looked at Han Pao and said, "Han Pao, heading into the mountains?" "Yes, heading into the mountains," Han Pao replied with a smile, nodding. "Right into the mountains." "Oh, and there's Chun Pao too. Are you going to hunt wild boars? Or are you going to hunt bears?" For the two old hunters, hunting either a bear or a wild boar was relatively easy, making it difficult for people to guess. When the other idle aunties and uncles heard wild boar and bears, they eagerly chimed in. "Chun Pao, Han Pao, are you really going to hunt wild boars? Are you going to hunt bears? I remember, Han Pao, you just hunted a bear a few days ago." Everyone chimed in, and Su Guo couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Why was no one concerned about him? He was also one of the three. Why was everyone's attention solely on Han Pao and Chun Pao? Seeing that the conversation was getting increasingly absurd, Han Pao quickly waved his hands and said, "Everyone, we're not going into the mountains to hunt wild boars or bears. It's just that Chun Pao and my grandson are spending the night in the mountains, and I'm not at ease, so I'm going along. Don't misunderstand, there aren't that many wild boars and bears to hunt in the mountains. The sky and the earth are just so big, everyone knows that." Going into the mountains. Chen Ping stepped out from the room. "Brother, are you all heading into the mountains today? Take me with you." Qian Kaijin, who was behind him, frowned deeply at his words. Why is this kid still here? He came to mooch a meal last time he left, so why is he here again this morning? And what does this kid mean? Following us into the mountains. And then wanting to share a portion. Chen Gui seemed to notice Qian Kaijin's displeasure and quickly scolded. "What are you doing going into the mountains? Just stay home quietly, and after breakfast hurry back to your home." Chun Wei listened to Chun Gui's words, helplessly raising his hands. Fine, 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 I won't disturb your hunting. By the way, brother, if you catch a wild boar, save me some meat. Are you looking for trouble? Get lost, get lost. Chun Gui urged, otherwise Qian Kaijin, beside him, would urge Chun Wei soon. Both of these two are hot-tempered. If they started fighting, it wouldn't be worth it. So it's better for Chun Gui to play the villain. Hearing his brother Chun Gui's words, Chun Wei nodded helplessly. Fine. He knew this was indirectly giving him a way out, and if he didn't take it, Qian Kaijin nearby would probably explode. Chun Wei put down the bowl in his hand, finished the last bit of pickled vegetables, then touched his mouth and smacked his lips. Brother, I'm leaving first. See you later. With that, Chun Wei stepped out. Qian Kaijin looked at Chun Gui, helplessly speaking in a deep tone. Chun Gui, we've been childhood friends and brothers for life. If you keep indulging your brother like this, you'll regret it one day. Kaijin, I know you're well-meaning. Chun Gui sighed softly. But after all, I'm his brother, and you know this kid isn't bad at heart. He just lacks ambition and is a bit lazy. Qian Kaijin widened his eyes in anger. In this day and age, laziness is the greatest flaw. This kid wanders around every day. If he had any skills, he would have gone hunting in the mountains himself by now. This kid. Chun Gui waved his hand. Kaijin, forget it, forget it. Let's focus on today's trip into the mountains. I've finished eating, let me tidy up, grab my hunting rifle, and then we'll head into the mountains together. After saying this, Chun Gui walked back into the room. He knew well what kind of person his brother was, but he only had this one brother who wasn't even married yet. It's said that the elder should be respected. If he doesn't let Chen Ping rely on him, who else can Chen Ping turn to? Qian Kaijin watched Chun Gui's back and sighed softly. He understood what Chun Gui was thinking, but he didn't want to see his childhood friend continue to support such a useless person. He realized he couldn't persuade him and could only wait for Chun Gui to come to his senses gradually. In no time, Chun Gui had taken out his hunting rifle and slung it over his back, grinning. Let's go. Good. Chun Gui nodded. After the two of them exited, they headed towards the mountains, completely unaware that someone was actually following them. Chun Wei sneered. You didn't invite me to join the hunt, I still want to go see. Actually, Chun Ping didn't understand anything about hunting. The reason he wanted to follow was due to a rebellious mindset. After all, some people just tend to do what they're told not to do. Chun Ping stealthily trailed behind Chun Gui and Qian Kaijin, taking a cautious step with 3 glances. On the other side, Su Gua and the other two had already entered the mountains. Han Pao was following behind Su Gua in the middle, and Chun Pao leading the way. After all, Han Pao didn't know the way, and he was better at being in the rear, holding a big yellow dog. The 3 of them walked along, and before they reached the first small creek, the big yellow dog in Han Pao's hand suddenly started barking loudly. The barking startled Su Gua and Chun Pao in front. Chun Pao patted his chest and said, Han Pao, did your dog find prey? You almost scared me to death. Han Pao nodded. Yes, it found prey. I estimate it should be a rabbit or a small dog. It's not a big deal. Our journey is more important, so let's keep moving. Han Pao tugged at the leash, and the big yellow dog stopped barking and walked obediently. Su Gua glanced back at the big yellow dog and asked his grandfather, Grandpa, is this big yellow also a hunting dog? The so-called hunting dog refers to the types that can track scents from the air or ground. Su Gua's white dragon is a tracking dog that his grandfather gave him to guard the Su family, but Su Gua discovered it was a tracking dog. A hunting dog that can track scents from the air finds the scent of beasts and locates them. It can track down where the beasts are based on the scent. On the other hand, a tracking dog that can only sniff the footprints needs to lower its head to find the beast's location. Compared to tracking dogs, hunting dogs are harder to acquire and train, and finding them is quite a challenge. Han Pao chuckled and raised an eyebrow. Did you notice? I noticed. Indeed, it's a hunting dog, a tracking dog I've had for 7 or 8 years. It's my old partner. After saying this, Han Pao also rubbed the big yellow dog, and the dog leaned in to nuzzle Han Pao's palm. Grandpa, don't you have a tracking dog? Tracking dog. Han Pao pondered for a moment and said, Yes, actually, Chun Pao has a tracking dog too, right? Chun Pao. Su Gua furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It seemed that his grandfather and Chun Pao definitely had a deeper connection than it appeared, likely having hunted together. Upon hearing this, Chun Pao's expression darkened slightly, and he nodded. Yes, but it's been too long since then, and I've almost forgotten about my tracking dog. Han Pao picked up the thread and continued. Back then there was a hunter in our village who had a tracking dog. He had a few pups, and I took one, while Chun Pao's father took another, which he later gave to Chun Pao. We raised the dogs together and later realized they were tracking dogs. At that time, Chun Pao had just started hunting, and his dog found a group of wild boars. However, Chun Pao's shooting skills weren't as good back then, and he could only watch helplessly as the dog was trampled to death by the wild boars. What a pity for such a tracking dog. Upon hearing this, Sugwa also felt it was a bit of a pity. He respected and cherished hunting dogs, so hearing such stories made him a little sad. Chun Pao I. Sugwa hadn't finished his sentence when Chun Pao waved his hand. It's all right, it's been so many years. I've hunted quite a few wild boars since then. That tracking dog lived well. Sugwa nodded and didn't press further, but looked at his grandfather instead. Grandpa, what about yours? Mine. It died of old age a long time ago. It's been so many years already. It died in the mountains. Han Pao continued, for hunting dogs, dying in the mountains is much better than dying at home. This tracking dog helped me find prey back then, but unfortunately I can no longer find another tracking dog. Chun Pao instructed Sugwa, Sugwa, if you ever get the chance to successfully train a tracking dog, whether it's a tracking dog or a hunting dog, they will greatly aid you in your early hunting learning process, such as finding prey and keeping it at bay. Sugwa awkwardly smiled and scratched his nose. Actually, Chun Pao Grandpa, I actually have a tracking dog. Han Pao and Chun Pao's eyes widened in unison. Sugwa, you really have a tracking dog? Han Pao frowned and said, wait a minute, Sugwa, you don't even have a hunting dog. How can you have a tracking dog? Didn't you say last time that you seized 2 young red dogs from a weasel? Your red dogs haven't even grown up yet. How do you know they are tracking dogs? In fact, Han Pao didn't even know that a small hunting dog pup he had given to the Su family a few years ago had turned out to be a tracking dog. Both of them looked at Sugwa with puzzled expressions, and Sugwa calmly said, Grandpa, do you still remember the little white dog you sent to my house 3 years ago? 3 years ago. Han Pao paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. You mean that white dog was actually a tracking dog? 3 years ago he did send a dog to the Su family because they were short of one. Han Pao's hunting dog had given birth to a puppy, and he gave it to the Su family. Who would have thought that this dog would turn out to be a tracking dog? Sugwa nodded. Grandpa, actually it's not just a tracking dog, it's a hunting dog. Upon hearing this, Chun Pao in front was also a bit stunned. A tracking dog. A rare find. One tracking dog is worth more than a dozen ordinary hunting dogs. Han Pao smiled bitterly and shook his head. You're really lucky. I didn't expect the one I gave you back then would turn out to be a hunting dog. Sugwa, why didn't you bring it back this time? Sugwa shrugged his hands, smiling helplessly. Grandpa, how could I bring it? My mom was watching me, and if I brought by long back it would be hard to explain. That would be a difficult lie to cover up. After hearing this, Han Pao nodded. I see now. Oh, I was wondering why you were never attentive to hunting dogs. It turns out you already have a tracking dog. You could have told me earlier. I was originally thinking of helping you pick a few larger hunting dogs to take with you. Now it seems better not to. Your luck is already quite good. Sugwa chuckled. Isn't this just thanks to your luck, Grandpa? I'm just riding on your coattails, Get lost, you little brat, taking advantage and acting coy. At this point the tracking dog was no longer of great use to Han Pao. He brought the big yellow dog this time to help with visibility at night. In case any wild animals came nearby, the big yellow dog would bark, giving the 3 of them some buffer time. Moreover, Han Pao planned to retire from hunting after the new year and spend time at home with his elderly wife. His grandmother had worried for so many years, so it was time to let her feel at ease. Chun Pao looked at Sugwa with envy, saying, You're not lacking anything now. 2 young red dogs, once they grow up and work well with your hunting dog, the 3 dogs could even take on a bear. Plus you have a golden eagle. You can catch anything that flies. You're still young, and your aim is quite good. The only downside is that you lack practical experience. Chun Pao pointed out Sugwa's shortcomings. Currently Sugwa was growing quickly because he had many resources, and with the guidance of Han Pao and Chun Pao he was definitely stronger than an ordinary hunter, but Sugwa's practical experience was indeed too little. The nearby Han Pao laughed heartily, looking at Sugwa with delight. Sugwa, I'm increasingly curious about what kind of hunter you will become in the future. My requirements aren't high, or as long as you can be like Li Weigua or Li Pao, that's enough. Upon hearing this, Sugwa's mouth twitched slightly. Li Pao. He was the fierce one who took down a mountain lord in his youth. Can I do it? Letting Sugwa face a bear now makes him uneasy, let alone a mountain lord. Chun Pao laughed. Sugwa, if you can really be as formidable as Uncle Li was in his youth, you'd better bring me some tiger bones and tiger meat when you take down a mountain lord. I want to brew wine. Li Weigua never let Chun Pao drink the tiger bone wine he brewed, and he still remembered it now. But Chun Pao was joking. Encountering a tiger. Forget about one person, even 5 experienced hunters might not be able to take down a mountain lord. The Northeast tiger is the top of the food chain in the Northeast mountains. If anyone were to kill one, they would become famous indeed. Unfortunately, even if Sugwa wanted to hunt, he didn't have the strength for it, and would certainly not encounter a mountain lord. A Northeast tiger's territory spans a long distance, roughly several hundred kilometers. This means you would only encounter 1 or 2 northeast tigers within that range. Think about how small this concept is, and once there is a trace of a northeast tiger, county and town people would definitely organize a hunting team to go after it. Han Pao patted Sugwa's shoulder, laughing. Alright, Shin Pao was just joking with you. Don't carry such a heavy psychological burden. If my grandson doesn't hunt anymore, I'll ask you to help me get some wild game. Enough, Han Pao. Sugwa is just born to hunt. I believe he will hunt. If this brat doesn't hunt, I would tie him up and bring him back myself. The three of them continued their conversation as they walked through the mountains. Soon Shin Pao arrived at the original spot, reaching the small creek. Just as Sugwa was putting down the basket on his back and taking out a wooden board to go down to the river's edge, he suddenly discovered. It seemed he saw a familiar figure in the water. Was that a living water rat? The water rat was playing in the water, its limbs swimming about, leaving Sugwa on the shore in a daze. Han Pao, seeing this, quickly patted Sugwa's shoulder, saying, "Take out the slingshot and shoot it." Using a shotgun to shoot the water rat would leave a bullet hole in the water dog's skin, which would ruin its fur. The only way is to trap it with a wooden board or catch the water rat by hand. Right now, using a wooden board to trap it is definitely not feasible. Should I go in by hand? The water rat probably ran away. For now, Sugwa could only try with the slingshot. If it didn't work, they would think of something else later. Sugwa nodded and took out the slingshot from his waist, aiming at the water dog's head. Just as he was about to release the slingshot, Sugwa heard rustling sounds from the grass on the shore. He frowned, not releasing the slingshot, and instinctively looked down, only to discover a wolf dog hiding in a grass pile. Indeed, this was the same wolf dog Sugwa had encountered last time in the mountains along with the tiger cub. Sugwa, don't be dazed, might run away soon. Shin Pao urged him, and Sugwa pointed at the grass pile, quietly saying to his grandfather, "And Shin Pao, Grandpa Shin Pao, look at that grass pile. There's a wolf dog inside." Upon hearing this, both of them were stunned for a moment. A wolf dog? Han Pao was the first to react, frowning and asking, "Is it the wolf dog you mentioned before?" Sugwa nodded. "Yes, it's the one from last time." Han Pao leaned in to take a look and finally spotted the wolf dog hiding behind the grass pile. This wolf dog was completely yellow with a hint of white. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to notice. What surprised Han Pao the most was not its appearance, but its size, which was even larger than he had imagined. So big. This wolf dog was larger than Han Pao's big yellow dog, which was already quite big. He didn't expect the wolf dog in front of him to be so enormous. Moreover, this wolf dog was very clever, having the instinct to hide behind the grass pile to ambush the water rat. As the water rat drew closer to the shore, the wolf dog remained still. Sugwa glanced at the water rat and chuckled, "Grandpa, don't move yet. This wolf dog has done me a favor. Once it catches the water rat, I'll see if I can trade some prey with it." On the way here, Sugwa had caught 2 jumping mice, which were still in his basket. "All right." Shin Pao and Han Pao both nodded, with Shin Pao expressing, "This wolf dog is really big. It would be great if it could be trained." Sugwa's mouth twitched slightly. Could this wolf dog really be tamed? In fact, he was quite interested in training this wolf dog, but he knew it would be extremely difficult. After all, a wolf dog has half wolf blood coursing through its veins, making it very wild. Last time it didn't show its teeth to Sugwa was partly because Sugwa had helped it. To be precise, they had mutually assisted each other. The wolf dog got the meat, while Sugwa received the hide. Just then the water rat moved and approached the shore, only just reaching it. The wolf dog that had been hiding suddenly sprang out and lunged at the water rat. In the process of running, it didn't expect the muddy shore to be soft. Its foot sank in slowing it down, resulting in a missed bite at the water dog. The water rat quickly dove back into the water. Seeing this, Sugwa immediately picked up the slingshot and aimed. Whoosh! The mud pellet hit the water rat's head heavily. The water rat was struck and leaned forward slightly, its claws paddling as it swam deeper into the water. Just when Sugwa thought he had lost the chance to catch the water rat, the wolf dog jumped into the water and bit the water rat, paddling forward in a dog paddle style. It held the water rat tightly in its mouth while the water rat's claws flailed against the wolf dog's mouth, but the wolf dog remained unfazed, fiercely biting the water rat to death. Seeing this, Sugwa shook his head helplessly. What a pity. He had originally wanted to trade the hide with the wolf dog, but now it seemed there was no chance. After this bite, the water rat's hide probably wouldn't be worth much. After all, the wolf dog's teeth were too sharp. The water rat was bitten within 10 seconds and was pierced through, dying instantly. The wolf dog continued paddling while swimming towards the shore, with the water's surface still stained with the water rat's blood. When the wolf dog reached the shore, it shook its body, flinging the water off. Sugwa, this wolf dog is so smart. It caught the water rat without diving too deep into the water. That was impressive. Shin Pao, who had just witnessed everything, agreed, nodding his head. Indeed, it's very clever. When dealing with wild beasts, the most concerning thing is a clever one. The wolf dog shook itself for a while, and perhaps sensing the scent of Su Gua and the others in the air, it looked towards them, its body slightly crouching, letting out a low growl. At this moment, Han Pao had already taken out his shotgun. If the wolf dog dared to approach, he wouldn't hesitate to shoot. After all, life is only once. He didn't want to take chances or see Su Gua get hurt. Seeing this, Su Gua quickly threw the jumping mice from his basket while stepping out from behind a tree, saying, "Wolf dog, it's me." As the jumping mice landed at the wolf dog's feet, it looked at Su Gua and relaxed, no longer crouching or growling. Su Gua wanted to approach, but Han Pao noticed his intention and said, "Su Gua, don't go over there. Grandpa, it won't harm me. Come back." Han Pao pulled Su Gua back, and upon seeing this, the wolf dog picked up the water rat and turned to leave. Han Pao, seeing this, punched Su Gua lightly, saying, "What are you trying to do, you fool? Do you even know how wild a wolf dog can be? It has the patience of a dog and the fierceness of a wolf. You weren't scared just now." Su Gua thought Han Pao was overreacting, scratching his head. "Grandpa, the wolf dog won't harm me." "You? Are you just messing around? That's a wolf dog, not a hunting dog. Do you really think it can be tamed? The chances are too low. You should focus on how to tame your red dog instead." "Grandpa, isn't it a bit exaggerated? I think it's very friendly towards me." At this point, Chen Pao patted Su Gua's shoulder, speaking seriously. "Have you heard the story of the farmer and the snake? How do you know that wolf dog isn't like the snake?" "Su Gua, let me tell you something. My master's uncle died while trying to train wild dogs. He perished on the path of training wild dogs. If wild dogs are so fierce, how much more so are the fiercer wolf dogs?" Han Pao waved his hand and glared at Su Gua, saying, "Enough, don't waste more breath on him. This kid won't believe us unless he experiences it himself." Su Gua's expression carried a hint of helplessness. In fact, he was genuinely interested in that wolf dog and wanted to tame it, especially since he couldn't bring out the white dragon from home. The two young red dogs he had would need time to grow, at least until the new year or after. Han Pao urged Su Gua to quickly set the wooden traps on the shore, saying that perhaps they would have unexpected gains next time. Su Gua nodded and walked down, carefully examining the footprints and some water rat droppings around the shore. He finally found a suitable spot to place his wooden trap, then stood up and walked back to the shore. "Grandpa, it's done. Chen Pao, let's continue ahead." Chen Pao laughed, saying, "Han Pao, you prepared quite well this time. I almost forgot about the wooden traps several times. There are probably still many water rats in this small stream. Who knows, we might really catch a few. It's all about luck. If the wooden traps don't catch anything, well, just have to wait for winter when the water freezes over, and then come back to break the ice and catch the water rats." The three continued walking forward, and Su Gua appeared absent-minded along the way, constantly thinking about other matters. Seeing Su Gua like this, Han Pao knew that he was still thinking about the wolf dog. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Su Gua quickly shook his head. Before Han Pao could speak again, Chen Pao had stopped and softly said, "Stop. Su Gua, there are two gray dogs in the trees ahead. Come on, well, each take one. They'll take the left, you take the right." Su Gua stepped forward and looked in the direction Chen Pao pointed, seeing the two gray dogs in the trees. After so long, though they hadn't reached the mountain peak, it was still quite good to spot two gray dogs along the way. Su Gua quickly nodded and took out the slingshot from his waist. Chen Pao did the same, and the two aimed at the two gray dogs in the tree simultaneously. Chen Pao calmly counted down 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, both slingshots were released at the same time. Two mud pellets flew through the air, leaving two arcs in their wake. Whoosh, whoosh. Both pellets hit the gray dogs, causing them to fall from the tree, legs kicking, and just like that they died. Chen Pao patted Su Gua's shoulder, smiling. "You did well. Your accuracy is better than mine." He had seen that Su Gua's pellet had hit the gray dog's head while his own had only struck its abdomen, barely making contact. Su Gua scratched his head. "Chen Pao, I just happen to be a bit more accurate. Compared to your skills, I still have a long way to go." The big yellow dog, tied with a rope, ran towards the position of the two gray dogs, and before long it brought them back. Han Pao received the dogs from the big yellow dog's mouth, rubbed its head, and then handed the gray dogs to Chen Pao, saying, "Chen Pao, catch." "Got it." Chen Pao took them, placed the two gray dogs in the bag, and patted the bag, smiling. "A good start. Let's go. Today might bring a big catch. Oh, we haven't been to that mountain peak for a while," Chen Pao said cheerfully, while Su Gua and Han Pao followed behind. Before long, Su Gua, Chen Pao, and the others arrived at the sloped forest, the same place Su Gua and Chen Pao had come to a few days ago. At that time, Chen Pao had also shared a lot about setting traps and identifying explosives with Su Gua. "We're back in this forest again." Su Gua chuckled softly. "Last time we caught more than 10 gray dog skins in this sloped forest." Han Pao looked around at the environment and trees nodding in agreement. This forest definitely has quite a few gray dogs, but you guys have already searched here. There's no need to look anymore. Sug will lead the way forward. Let's check the mountain forest where you caught tiger cubs. I estimate there are plenty of gray dogs inside. Okay. Sugwa nodded in response and walked forward while on the way Han Pao also spotted some traps and wild boar snares. Did Qian Kaijin and Chen Gui set those? Chen Pao replied, yes, it's indeed them. Those two. The traps they set are decent, but the wild boar snares are poorly done. Han Pao shook his head helplessly. Are they trying to catch wild boar? Are there wild boar around here? Chen Pao continued, a few days ago when Sugwa and I came we did find wild boar footprints and droppings indicating they had been around, but now we can't find any. I guess they are just hoping for luck by setting traps and snares. Catching wild boar isn't that easy. In autumn, wild boar are quite fat. A male boar usually weighs at least 300 to 400 pounds, and the most dangerous aspect is the male boar's tusks, which can create a serious wound if they stab a person. If they encounter a female boar, that would be a bit better. Female boars weigh around 100 to 200 pounds and can be easily taken down. However, most hunters who enter the mountains encounter male boars, which are very threatening. Sugwa remained silent, memorizing this location. If a wild boar were indeed caught in the traps or snares, he would definitely go to collect the traps. After all, there are rules in the mountains. The traps can be collected, but they cannot be taken away. Plus, some meat must be given to the hunter who set the trap. If it's a wild boar caught, just leaving a hind leg would suffice. The probability of finding traps is very low, and it only happens if a wild beast has been caught. Otherwise, if someone is caught taking away the traps, there will definitely be consequences. Han Pao was unaware of what Sugwa was thinking and continued to stare ahead, saying, let's keep going. After walking a bit further, we'll reach that mountain peak. Let's go check the forest over there. Han Pao understood the traps and snares set by Qian Kaijin and Chen Gui. Hunters with poor shooting skills would take explosives into the mountains, but these explosives are not good things. If someone were to blow up a person in the mountains, that would be a serious matter. Regular hunters can recognize the marks of traps and snares and avoid them, but some people entering the mountains know nothing. Not all Northeasterners are adept at hunting. Sugwa chuckled and asked, Grandpa, do you use explosives? Grandfather shot a glance at Sugwa, saying, I can do it, but I haven't used this thing in over a decade. It's unsafe. If it blows up and injures someone, the compensation would be more than enough to cover the costs. It's better to bring a gun and hunting dogs into the mountains. Sugwa nodded in agreement, acknowledging his grandfather's point. Grandfather, let's go. It's not far ahead. We might even see the blood from last time. Sugwa had just spoken when he made a sound of surprise, having heard a noise ahead. Han Pao frowned. He heard a rustle in the grass ahead. The hunting dog tied to grandfather barked furiously at the front, baring its teeth. If grandfather hadn't been holding it back, the dog would have already dashed out. Han Pao frowned as he looked forward, confusion filling his brow. Just as he finished speaking, the grass not far ahead rustled again, and the three soldiers finally saw what it was. It was a green skin. To be precise, it was a severely injured green skin. Its fur was shiny, but its limbs were weak and the light in its eyes had dimmed, showing no signs of vitality. Wolves are referred to as green skins in the Northeast. It is well known that encountering wild beasts like jackals, wolves, tigers, or leopards in the mountains can be quite troublesome, especially green skins, as they are pack animals and never travel alone. Typically, there would be a wolf king leading them. Chen Pao frowned, saying, green skin. Grandfather, there won't be a wolf pack nearby, will there? Not sure. Let's go take a look. This is an injured green skin, probably old, and chased away by the wolf pack. The three of them walked over with Sugwa, following Han Pao. Han Pao and Chen Pao held their hunting rifles, stepping cautiously forward. It really is a lone wolf. Han Pao observed the severely injured green skin, which was licking its wounds. There was a bullet hole in its abdomen. Upon seeing Sugwa and the others, it didn't move at all, as if it already knew its fate. With its abdominal injury coupled with being driven out by the wolf pack and having gone days without food. Old wolf, old wolf. Sugwa shook his head helplessly, then turned to Han Pao. Grandfather, do we really have to kill it? Yes, let's send it on its way. It has been suffering for too long. Han Pao nodded. A lone wolf driven away by the pack, injured, won't survive much longer. And if we let it continue like this, it will only suffer more, but it's better to give it a quick end. In this world of the survival of the fittest. Han Pao felt a pang of sorrow. An old wolf that was no longer useful to the pack was cast out, which made him reluctant. But the old greenskin's time was nearly up, so it was better to give it a chance. Chen Pao agreed with Han Pao. Sending it on its way is far better than letting it die slowly. Sugwa, you haven't shot a gun before, right? Chen Pao turned to the soldiers, saying, how about you give it a try? Sugwa felt it was a bit cruel. He couldn't bring himself to do it, shaking his head. Chun Pao, maybe it's better if you two do it. Upon hearing this, Chun Pao chuckled and shook his head. You've experienced too little, huh? I've encountered situations like this in the mountains with Han Pao many times. There are not only abandoned old wolves, but also many abandoned cubs. Alright, since you can't do it, I'll take on the role of the bad guy. Chun Pao grabbed some wild grass and placed it over the lone wolf's eyes, blocking its vision, then raised his hunting rifle. It was unknown whether the old wolf realized it was about to die, but suddenly it opened its mouth and howled. Awoo! Awoo! The wolf's howl carried a hint of desolation and helplessness. Sugwa shook his head helplessly. If it were a wolf pack he was hunting, he wouldn't feel this way. But this was an injured wolf, how could he not feel pained? The wolf's howl quickly faded away, and the lone wolf remained motionless, awaiting the end of its life. Qian Kaizhen paused, frowning. Did you hear that noise just now? Qian Kaizhen said to Chun Gui beside him, who nodded. Yes, it sounded like a wolf. Could it be that someone encountered a wolf nearby? Not sure if the sound came from ahead. Let's go check it out. After saying that, Qian Kaizhen and Chun Gui quickened their pace, running ahead. Chun Wei, following behind them, also heard the wolf's howl, trembling in fear. That was a wolf howl. Really scary. There's no turning back now. Oh, I can only continue to follow. Chun Pao pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, the entire forest fell into silence. With the gunshot, the old wolf was dead. Sugwa shook his head helplessly beside him, while Chun Pao patted Sugwa's shoulder cheerfully, saying, You'll get used to it. Han Pao, fearing Sugwa's softness, also spoke beside him. Don't think too much. Grandfather, I'm fine. Alright, Chun Pao, leave the green skin to me. I'll teach Sugwa how to skin it. Chun Pao chuckled and nodded sure. Chun Pao is quite skilled at skinning greenskins. Sugwa, you should really pay close attention and learn well. Come over, Han Pao. Chun Pao handed the old wolf to Han Pao, who took it and pulled out a small knife from his pocket, then gestured for Sugwa to come closer. Sugwa stepped forward and Han Pao began his demonstration, slowly skinning the green skin. In no time at all, Han Pao had a green skin in his hands which had several bullet holes in it, some from other hunters and one from when Chun Pao had shot. However, obtaining a good green skin is difficult. It's not like deer or roe deer that can be lassoed. Green skins have a large activity range, keen noses, and sharp teeth. Han Pao handed the green skin to Sugwa. Think carefully about how I did it just now. If you encounter a situation, you should give it a try yourself. After saying this, Han Pao looked down at the green skin before him, opened the old wolf's mouth, hoping to retrieve some wolf teeth, only to discover the old wolf barely had any teeth left. With no other option, Han Pao abandoned that idea. Sugwa held the green skin handed to him by his grandfather, closing his eyes and recalling the earlier process. In fact, skinning a green skin is simple. You start from the head and peel it off bit by bit, but you have to be careful with the green skin's limbs as they are very difficult to remove. Patience is required. Did you hear that? It's gunfire. Right ahead. It seems to be from that hillside forest. Qian Kaizhen pointed toward the hillside forest ahead, a look of confusion on his face. Chun Gui nodded. Indeed, it seems to be coming from that direction. It must be another old hunter shooting at a green skin. Chun Gui continued, Kaizhen, we're lucky we ran fast yesterday. Otherwise, if there was gunfire while we were nearby, we might have been in trouble with a wolf pack attacking us. Qian Kaizen's mouth twitched slightly. It's not that serious. That single gunshot was probably just a lone wolf. Let's go take a look. Chun Wei, following behind, also heard the gunshot. Having heard the earlier wolf howl, and now the gunshot, he felt fear and panic, especially when the gun went off. It startled him so much that he nearly wet himself. Chun Wei glanced back. He didn't dare to return along the original path. After all, it had taken him about an hour to reach this point, and if he went back, what if he encountered something along the way? His life would be at risk. Watching the backs of Chun Gui and Qian Kaizhen, he hurried to catch up. Right now, he deeply regretted coming here. He scolded himself internally, but his legs followed closely behind Chun Gui and Qian Kaizhen. He could only stick with them now. In no time at all, Qian Kaizhen and Chun Gui reached the hillside forest. Looking up, they spotted two golden eagles in the sky. At first, seeing the two golden eagles, Qian Kaizhen thought they were common prey and was about to draw his gun, but Chun Gui stopped him. Don't shoot. That's probably Chun Pao's golden eagle. Qian Kaizhen frowned upon hearing this. Chun Pao. He ultimately lowered his hunting rifle, but he was still curious about who the other golden eagle belonged to. Could it be Sugwa's? No way. Could it be that he ran into those three again? Just as Qian Kaizhen was lost and thought, the two golden eagles soaring in the sky began to call out. Sugwa and Chun Pao, not far away, heard the eagles' calls and whistled to summon them back. Han Pao frowned, looking in the direction where the golden eagle had called. Before he had taken a few steps, he saw someone ahead. Qian Kaizhen. Chen Gui. Hearing the voice from ahead, Chen Gui looked up and met Han Pao's gaze. He chuckled foolishly. Han Pao, you're over here too. Chen Gui held great respect for the hunters in the village, after all. The hunters there were quite formidable, at least much stronger than him. Han Pao nodded, just wandering around over here. On the other side, Qian Kaijin remained silent, having spotted Su Gua behind Han Pao. It really was Su Gua. Su Gua frowned, secretly cursing under his breath. Seeing Qian Kaijin made him feel unlucky. This person was simply a persistent ghost popping up again. Chen Gui's gaze fell on Chen Pao and Su Gua, so Chen Pao is here too. I ran into Chen Pao yesterday. Chen Pao, thank you for the flying dragon you gave me. Chen Pao snorted. You little brat, you really have no sense of loyalty. I gave you a flying dragon, and you too went ahead with the explosives and traps without even telling me. And you didn't mention anything about the tiger cubs in the area either. Chen Pao didn't really care much about the tiger cubs. He just felt that he got along fine with Chen Gui and Qian Kaijin. Yet these two didn't share any information. If Su Gua had really encountered trouble, Han Pao would definitely come looking for Chen Pao. And if Chen Pao had known there were tiger cubs nearby, he would never let Su Gua go there. It was too dangerous. Chen Gui looked embarrassed, scratching his head. Chen Pao, why are you saying this? The tiger cubs were already taken out by you. We indeed had our selfish reasons at the time, so I apologize for that. All right. Chen Pao waved his hand. Fortunately, Su Gua didn't encounter any accidents otherwise. Hunters entering the mountains should look out for one another. Besides, they were all from the same village, so what was there to hide? If Chen Gui had straightforwardly mentioned the location of the tiger cubs at that time, and if Chen Pao had gotten to them, he would definitely have shared some with Chen Gui. But the other party hadn't said anything, and the tiger cub that Su Gua shot had nothing to do with Chen Gui or Qian Kaijin. Chen Gui changed the subject, continuing. Han Pao, just now we heard wolf howls, and then gunshots. Did you guys take down a green skin? Han Pao nodded, glancing at Su Gua, who weighed the green skin in his hand. Chen Gui and Qian Kaijin's eyes filled with envy. How long had they been in the mountains? And they had already shot a green skin. It is well known that green skins are hard to hunt. Compared to tiger cubs, green skins are even more difficult to catch. This is because green skins are social animals, and when encountered they are usually in a group. It is rare to find a lone wolf. Han Pao is really impressive. Han Pao waved his hand dismissively. It's not related to me, it was Chen Pao who shot it. Chen Gui continued. So Chen Pao shot it, huh? Just this one. Did you guys run into a pack of green skins? Chen Pao shook his head. No, this is a lone wolf. An injured lone wolf, but I suspect there is a wolf pack nearby, so you two should be careful not to encounter them. Just as he finished speaking, a rustling sound came from behind. Creak, creak. All five turned to look in the direction of the sound. Following behind the hunters is a big taboo. No one knew if the other party was looking to scavenge. All five gazes focused on the source of the noise. Without saying a word, Han Pao raised his hunting rifle, his gaze sharp as he looked ahead. Who is it? Come out. Otherwise I will shoot. Chen Wei, hiding behind a big tree, hesitated while Han Pao fired a shot at the tree. Bang! This nearly scared Chen Wei's soul out of his body. He hurriedly said, don't shoot him, coming out right now. After a moment of pause, Han Pao waited, and Chen Wei came out from behind the tree. Upon seeing Chen Wei, Han Pao frowned. Chen Wei, how did you get into the mountains? You didn't follow your brother into the mountains on purpose, did you, Hearing Han Pao's words, Chen Wei's face turned red as he nodded. I just wanted to take a look inside the mountains. I didn't mean to take advantage of the situation. Han Pao didn't say much. As long as he wasn't trying to scavenge, that was fine. After all, Chen Wei had no real connection to Han Pao. It could only be said. The unlucky ones were still Qian Kaijin and Chen Gui. The two of them entering the mountains was inherently a perilous endeavor akin to hanging their lives by a thread, and now another burden had come along, making the prospect of hunting even more troublesome. Su Gua patted his grandfather on the shoulder, saying, Grandpa, it's time for us to leave. All right, Han Pao nodded, then turned to Chen Gui and said, Chen Gui, if anything happens, shoot. Han Pao still had a kind heart. If it were any other hunters, they probably wouldn't bother with these people, for no one wanted to be encumbered. Sure, Han Pao, thank you. No problem. Han Pao replied, and led Su Gua along with Chen Pao towards the mountain peak over there. Now only Chen Wei, Qian Kaijin, and Chen Gui remained here. Chen Gui's expression was grim as he glared at his younger brother Chen Wei, saying, who allowed you to come? I just wanted to come and have a look, didn't think too much about it. You foolish thing. Chen Gui cursed, and then looked at Qian Kaijin beside him, saying, Kaijin, since my brother has come along, let him stay with us for now. Qian Kaijin looked displeased, filled with blood, and finally nodded helplessly. All right, let him come along. But if anything happens, you better think carefully about your situation. This statement seemed to serve as a warning to Chen Gui. If they encountered any danger, he better not blame Qian Kaizhen for abandoning him. After all, with Chen Wei following them, he was a liability. If any real danger arose, Qian Kaizhen would take off at the first opportunity. There was no helping it. If it were Chen Gui, maybe he would consider saving him, but saving both of them. It was better to run away without looking back. When Chen Gui heard Qian Kaizhen's words, he didn't immediately comprehend, staring blankly for a moment before nodding. Okay, I'll look after myself. He had thought their relationship was decent, but after that remark he understood. However, he understood, as well, who would want to bring along a burden while hunting. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Chen Wei didn't think too much either. He only knew that his brother Chen Gui had allowed him to follow, and as for everything else, he didn't care. If Qian Kaizhen looked down on him, so be it. After all, not many held him in high regard, so he resolved to let it go. Brother, where are we going now? Chen Wei leaned in with a grin and asked Chen Gui beside him. Chen Gui rubbed his forehead and pointed ahead. Let's go check over there first, to see if the traps we set yesterday caught anything like wild boars. Chen Gui had little hope. Han Pao and Chun Pao had just come from that position, and if any prey had triggered the traps, they would surely have said something. Su Gua and the others walked towards the mountain woods. Su Gua looked at Han Pao with a puzzled expression and asked, Grandpa, why did you say that earlier? Before Han Pao could speak, Chen Pao beside him chuckled. You don't know the story behind it. Actually, Chen Gui and Chen Wei's father Chen Xianming used to hunt with Han Pao in a big way for several years. This matter happened 7 or 8 years ago. Was Chen Gui's father also a hunter? Han Pao took over the conversation, nodding. Yes, he was a hunter. At that time I brought him along to learn hunting from me for a few years, so he was somewhat self-taught. He was quite good at hunting, but later during a big hunt, he was gored by a wild boar and died. Su Gua couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy after hearing this. No wonder his mother always forbade him from hunting. The mortality rate among hunters was indeed too high. Han Pao smiled and said, now you understand why your mother doesn't want you to hunt, right? I understand. It's because of that connection. If Chen Gui and Chen Wei encounter any danger, I'll definitely help them, but I hope they don't run into any trouble otherwise. They'll just have to rely on their luck. Han Pao could help, but he had to wait until he got there, otherwise it would all be in vain. Grandpa, how many hunters are left in your village? Not many left. There aren't many hunters following along for big hunts anymore. Chen Pao said with a smile. There should still be 70 or 80 hunters left. What? 70 or 80 hunters? Su Gua's eyes widened while Han Pao shook his head, feeling a bit sorrowful. Do you know how many hunters there were before? How many? Over 300. More than a decade ago, you could easily meet numerous hunters from the village while walking in the mountains. Grandpa, did those hunters all die in the mountains? Han Pao slapped Su Gua on the forehead. How could they all have died? It's not as exaggerated as you think. About 50 or 60 died in the mountains, and some others were good at hunting, earned enough money, and then moved away from the village to live elsewhere. I see. Su Gua nodded, indicating his understanding. Hunters could sell any prey they caught for a good price. In this era, money was particularly easy to spend, as building a house only cost 4 or 500 yuan, which was very cheap. On the other side, Chen Gui and the others arrived at the location of their traps. Qian Kaizhen looked at the traps and sighed, shaking his head. Not a single sound. Chen Gui, don't tell me this wild boar has already been shot by someone else. Chen Gui replied calmly. Kaizhen, don't be so anxious. Setting traps and waiting is a slow process. Being anxious now is of no use, wouldn't you agree? At that moment, Chen Wei's voice came. Hey, I thought we could catch a wild boar. Chen Gui, could this kid not keep his mouth shut? Chen Wei grinned sheepishly and said, brother, since nothing's moving in the traps, what should we do? Should we go check ahead? Kaizhen, what do you think? Should we go check ahead? Chen Gui continued, it seems like that forest is where we hunted the tiger cubs a couple of days ago. Qian Kaizhen nodded. Let's go take a look first. There was nothing of value in this area. Why waste time wandering here when they could check the mountain woods ahead? Meanwhile, Su Gua and the others had come down from the slope, following the path Su Gua had taken the day before. Chen Pao said with a hint of concern, Su Gua, you're really bold. Don't you know how dangerous it is? Just this slope is dangerous enough? How could you come down from up there? Aren't you afraid the tiger cubs would bite your wolf dog and then come after you? Su Gua shrugged helplessly. What can I do? I just got carried away at the moment. If you had the chance to do it again, would you still go? Grandpa asked cheerfully. Su Gua nodded. Of course, why wouldn't I? Opportunities like this are rare. You little rascal. You really are bold. Before long, the three had reached the spot where Su Gua had hunted the tiger cubs. The blood on the ground had dried up, and Su Gua grinned. It's right here. It's all blood, and there are footprints. You really are something. Han Pao and Chun Pao looked around and smiled at Su Gua. It was more intense than they had imagined. Looking at the surrounding footprints and bloodstains, one could envision the grim scene that had occurred. Han Pao said thoughtfully that Wolf Dog was really fierce. The blood here is different. The blood of the tiger cubs is still more abundant. If it weren't for that Wolf Dog, I probably wouldn't have made it. Of course, without me, that Wolf Dog would have died too. In any case, we complement each other. I took the tiger cub's skin and left the meat for it. Sugwa looked at his grandfather's big yellow dog, patting it. If only I could train the Wolf Dog well. You little rascal, thinking about unrealistic things. All right, let's not talk about these for now. Let's go into this forest and see if we can find some gray dogs. By the way, Sugwa, this time you'll follow me. Let's search this area first. In case there are other wild beasts, I can protect you. I have no objections. Sugwa, just stick close to your grandfather. After all, this is a new forest. We haven't been here in a long time. If there are bears or wild boars, sticking with your grandfather gives you a better chance of survival. Going alone is too risky. Sugwa nodded. All right, let's go this way, Grandpa. Shenpao, you go that way. Okay. The sound of footsteps came from behind them. The three turned to look, only to find Chun Wei and his companions coming toward them. Sugwa frowned. They just won't go away. Say less. Han Pao patted Sugwa on the head, saying this forest doesn't belong to us. Let them follow if they want. Let's go. Everyone relies on their own abilities. With that, Han Pao led Sugwa forward, and Chun Pao followed suit. Chun Wei, Chun Gui, Qian Kaijin. Their hunting skills were average, and they were still behind them. If nothing unexpected happened, they wouldn't catch anything good. The three came down from the slope and landed on the ground. Chun Wei excitedly said, pointing ahead, brother, I just saw a jumping cat. Shoo. Chun Gui slapped his hand and made a shushing gesture. Be quiet. Brother, it's a rabbit. I know. Chun Gui wanted Chun Wei to calm down, but how could Chun Wei, who spotted the wild rabbit, possibly contain his excitement? Qian Kaijin frowned, secretly laughing. You fool, just seeing a jumping cat makes you this happy. If you catch a wild boar, won't you be over the moon? Chun Gui aimed at the jumping cat, which was hiding in the grass and eating, and fired. Bang! He hit it, and then Chun Wei hurried over, grinning widely. Brother, look, a jumping cat. We can eat meat tonight. Chun Gui looked at his younger brother, feeling more helpless than anything. You little rascal. Put the jumping cat in the bag. Chun Wei placed the jumping cat in the bag, and then Chun Gui turned to Qian Kaijin and said, Kaijin, let's move ahead. If we can find jumping cats here, there should be plenty of prey in the forest ahead. Qian Kaijin nodded and replied, all right, let's hurry up and go. The three entered the forest. They arrived relatively late, following Sugwa and Chun Pao. These areas had already been searched by Sugwa and Chun Pao. They found nothing upon their search. Up ahead, Han Pao and Sugwa walked, while keeping an eye on the movements in the trees. After a short while, Sugwa spotted a gray dog clinging to a pine cone, gnawing on it in a tree. Without a second thought, Sugwa pulled out his slingshot and aimed. Whoosh! The stone hit the gray dog squarely on the head, and it fell straight down. Sugwa grabbed it, grinning. Second one. This was the second gray dog Sugwa had caught. He had already caught one on the way here. Let's move further ahead. Han Pao held his hunting rifle, providing cover for Sugwa. He didn't shoot at the gray dog. He was not interested in such small prey. He preferred hunting larger game. Sugwa nodded. All right. Han Pao led the way, holding the big yellow dog in one hand and his hunting rifle in the other. Since catching that jumping cat, Chun Wei, Chun Gui, and Qian Kaijin hadn't encountered any other wild beasts. They hadn't spotted a single one. Brother, why don't we stop following Han Pao and move ahead? There's nothing here. We've seen him catch 2 gray dogs already. If this continues, we'll be empty-handed again. As soon as he finished speaking, before Chun Gui and Qian Kaijin could respond, they suddenly spotted a gray dog slipping past them. Qian Kaijin and Chun Gui raised their guns and shot. Bang! Bang! They both hit their mark. Got it, brother, got it. Chun Wei excitedly walked over. Chun Wei and Qian Kaijin behind him also wore expressions of joy. But when Chun Wei picked up the gray dog, he realized it was pretty much unrecognizable. The 2 shots had blown off its skin and meat. Brother, this. Chun Wei held up the half-eaten gray dog, unsure of what to say. Just throw it away. Chun Gui shook his head helplessly, realizing they had gotten ahead of themselves. Kaijin, did you notice? It seems like Sugwa and Chun Pao didn't make any gunshots when they shot the gray dogs in the trees. They seemed to be using slingshots. Slingshots. Upon hearing this, Qian Kaijin frowned, then turned his gaze towards Sugwa and Chun Pao, realizing they really were using slingshots. Looks like they specifically came to catch gray dogs this time. Qian Kaijin said, let's keep searching to see if we can find other prey. I refuse to believe we can't catch a single one. The morning quickly passed. Sugwa and Han Pao had caught 6 gray dogs, while Chun Pao had caught 5. Han Pao, you're getting old. You 2 only caught 6. Han Pao shrugged helplessly. Is it possible that I didn't catch any and all of these were caught by Sugwa himself? Chen Pao was stunned. He had thought it was a joint effort, but now he realized he had been the fool having gotten too carried away too soon. Sugwa chuckled. Chen Pao, our harvest for lunch is pretty good. I estimate we can clear out all the gray dogs in this forest tonight. As of now, Sugwa and Chen Pao had only covered 1/5 of this forest. There was still much ground left to explore. Chen Pao nodded. We have a lot to do today. All right, enough talk. I'll go gather some firewood, so we can roast meat later. Chen Pao walked nearby, casually gathered some firewood, and then carried it over to Sugwa. Since hunting with Sugwa, their meals had improved significantly. Sugwa then took out a military water bottle that he had specially brought along, a simple green one. After all, there was no water source nearby, and the meat of the gray dog would still have a fishy smell if not cleaned. Sugwa took out the water bottle and then set up a simple version of a grill. He began washing the gray dog meat. Nearby, Qian Kaijin and the other two also gathered some firewood and dug a pit. They placed the firewood in the pit, lit it, and then took out the sticky rice dumplings to roast over the fire. Chun Wei held his empty stomach and asked brother, how long until it's ready? Just 10 minutes. Why are you hungry again? How long has it been since we last ate? Are you a bottomless pit? Why are you so hungry already? Chen Gui was somewhat puzzled as he and his brother had eaten breakfast together. Up until now, he wasn't too hungry. Instead, it was Chun Wei who kept complaining about being hungry. Whether he was truly hungry or just pretending, Chen Gui couldn't tell. Qian Kaijin said nothing but cast a cold glance at him. This kid. No words needed. Whether he was hungry or not, all he knew was to eat. Chun Wei helplessly held his stomach, muttering, I'm really hungry. All right, I know you're hungry. I know you're hungry. Stop talking about it. Chen Gui couldn't help but laugh at his brother's antics, waving his hand helplessly. If you're hungry, why not blow on the fire? Squat down and blow. Oh. Sugwa had just finished preparing the gray dog meat, fed some to the golden eagle, then skewered some gray dog meat and placed it over the fire. The fat from the gray dog meat was ample, so there was no need to apply oil separately. It roasted for over 10 minutes. The gray dog meat sizzled and dripped with oil. Meanwhile, Chun Gui and the other two had already started eating the sticky rice dumplings they had. Delicious. Brother, this sticky rice dumpling is so fragrant. Brother, this is made by sister-in-law, right? Sister-in-law's cooking is really good. Chen Wei praised his brother Chen Gui while continuously stuffing the sticky rice dumplings into his mouth. He didn't even consider whether it would burn his mouth, just kept stuffing it and making smacking sounds. Smack, smack. The sounds of eating annoyed Qian Kaijin, who kept frowning. I'm done eating, brother. Is there any left? Yes. Chen Gui had brought a total of 5 sticky rice dumplings, and now Chun Wei had finished one. Only one was left, roasting on the fire. Delicious. So fragrant. Chen Wei was contentedly munching away. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by. The source of the wind was from Sugwa, carrying the aroma of roasted meat. The wind reached Chen Wei and Chun Gui's vicinity. The three instinctively swallowed hard. Gulch. Brother, what is that smell? It's so fragrant. Chun Wei looked around, finally realizing where the smell was coming from. Brother, it's the gray dog meat. The gray dog meat. In an instant, I felt that the sticky rice dumplings in my hand weren't fragrant anymore. Chun Gui and Qian Kaijin exchanged glances, their expressions dark as they looked at Chen Wei. This kid had eaten quite a bit, yet ended up saying such things. Qian Kaijin's face turned red with anger, and he directly threw down a remark, fragrant. Then go ask for some yourself. If you want to, go get it. After all, he was shameless. There was nothing he couldn't ask for. If he could scrounge a meal, he would, but if not, he wouldn't. After saying that, he headed in Sugwa's direction. Sugwa was sprinkling salt on the gray dog meat when he heard footsteps and looked towards Chen Wei, puzzled. Is there something you need? Chen Wei ignored Sugwa and directly looked at Han Pao, grinning. Uncle Han. This meat smells so good, can I? Han Pao nodded and looked at Sugwa. Give him some gray dog meat. After all, they had some rapport. Sugwa nodded, but his mind was racing. He didn't specify cooked meat. Sugwa took out an unwashed piece of gray dog meat and handed it to him. Here, you can cook it yourself. Chen Wei was taken aback upon seeing this and turned to Han Pao, who nodded. Just take it. Chen Wei's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to explode in anger, but thought about it and realized he could still roast the meat. Thanks, Uncle Han. In fact, Han Pao had no good impression of Chen Wei. This kid wandered around the village all day with no ambition. He only knew how to take, like this time. Han Pao only gave it to him out of respect for Chen Wei's deceased father. Han Pao thought highly of Chen Gui, just felt that this kid was too honest and was being drained by his brother. However, there was nothing Han Pao could say about this, as they were family. After Chen Wei left, Chen Pao chuckled. Sugwa, you're quite the dog. You gave him an unwashed gray dog, isn't that smelly? Sugwa chuckled. Chun Pao, I didn't do it on purpose. Han Pao slapped Sugwa on the head from behind. You little rascal. You're the clever one. Hoo-hoo. Sugwa blew on the cooked gray dog meat, handing 2 skewers to his grandfather, and Chun Pao, Grandpa Chun Pao, you eat first. I'll roast a bit more to make it crispier. All right. After Chun Pao and his grandfather caught the skewers, they began to eat. Sugwa, I have to say your cooking skills are really good. Sugwa grinned. Chun Pao, if you ever want to eat roasted gray dog meat, just come find me, and I'll give you a discount. I'll charge you $1 for a skewer. How about that? You really dare to set a price. Chun Pao looked at Sugwa with a smirk. At that moment, Chun Wei was already walking towards Chun Gui and Qian Kaizhen with the gray dog meat in hand. Qian Kaizhen's mouth twitched slightly as he secretly complained, I can't believe this kid actually got it. He thought Chun Wei would come back empty-handed, but instead he really managed to get the meat. Chun Wei weighed the gray dog meat in his hand and grinned at Chun Gui, ahead brother, look meat. Chun Gui glanced at the fuming Qian Kaizhen and said to Chun Wei, don't gloat. Hee hee. Chun Wei roasted the gray dog meat while spinning it around. ITLL, be ready soon. ITLL, be ready soon. On the other side, Chun Pao also noticed Sugwa and Han Pao, but he did not approach them. After all, he found it hard to believe that they had encountered a marten den. Chun Pao muttered to himself, are those two trying to catch jumping mice? He saw the den over there, and his first thought was that it was a jumping mouse den. A marten den? That's too exaggerated. He couldn't even dare to think about it. A good marten skin could sell for hundreds of dollars. If he could catch a few marten skins, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, these creatures are truly rare, far too rare. The 3 treasures of the Northeast are ginseng, marten fur, and ula grass, and the rarity of marten fur is even greater than that of ginseng. Chun Pao